The globally anticipated world of elves is about to officially launch. In the week leading up to the opening, the top player, Xiao, astonishingly returns with memories of his former life. Armed with the system's early login privilege, he seizes the opportunity to rectify past regrets, exact revenge on betrayers, and, with unparalleled strength and experience, rewrite his destiny in this intertwining adventure of reality and the virtual realm. In this life, he vows not to repeat the same mistakes. Elves, wealth, power, everything is within his grasp. Chapter 1. Crossing over in the past life. Where am I? In a sparsely furnished room, a young man opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. This was undoubtedly his room, yet why did it feel somewhat different? As he scrutinized the scene before him, an odd sensation filled his heart. When he instinctively activated his phone screen, he was taken aback. 2023. It was as if he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. He sprang up, inhaled deeply, and began to search fervently through various pieces of information. After confirming that he had indeed traversed time, his expression shifted from doubt to sheer joy and excitement. I'm back. I have truly returned. The young man's name was Xiao. The year 2023 held immense significance in his memories. It was the year when a game called Elf Century made its grand debut, causing a tremendous sensation. People could enter another world through special devices, becoming trainers nurturing elves. Furthermore, the elves from the game could be brought back to the real world upon meeting certain conditions. This phenomenon sent shockwaves through various nations and sectors, upending social structures as everyone yearned to partake in the game. As for Xiao, in his past life, he was one of the elite players in this game. Moreover, this year bore another crucial event for him. His younger sister, who had been his closest companion since childhood, was diagnosed with an extremely rare illness requiring substantial funds for surgical treatment. Without it, she would gradually lose her mobility, becoming a vegetable. At that moment, leaning against the headboard, his gaze turned cold as he reminisced about his past. Upon learning of his sister's condition, it felt as though a bolt from the blue had struck him. Their parents had departed early, leaving behind only a meager sum, with their daily expenses relying solely on Xiao's frugal study efforts. He simply could not muster such a fortune. Faced with exorbitant medical costs, he pondered deeply before making a pivotal decision: to enter Elf Century to earn money. By then, the game had been live for several months, and the elves and items within it were being eagerly acquired by companies, representing the fastest way to earn a living. Making the resolute decision to work diligently and accumulate funds, Xiao finally acquired a headset that granted him entry into the game. Following that, he dedicated an entire year to relentless effort and perseverance, gradually ascending to become one of the top-ranked players. Just as he had amassed a significant amount of money and everything seemed poised to progress favorably, an unforeseen act of betrayal thrust him into a dire predicament. After vanquishing a hidden realm boss, Xiao inadvertently obtained an exceedingly rare and invaluable item. However, the president of his guild, driven by greed, conspired with others to seize this treasure. To further obscure their treachery, they launched an attack against Xiao. In this game, if a player perishes, they lose their carried items and their character's level diminishes. Should one die excessively, they may even be temporarily barred from logging in. That guild president led a group to eliminate Xiao, rendering him unable to access the game. Although he possessed considerable strength, facing such a multitude of skilled adversaries left him powerless. Ultimately, he found himself stripped of his character's powers, condemned to a state where logging into the game would result in relentless pursuit by others. Moreover, he had not yet converted his items into the currency necessary for survival. To this day, Xiao vividly recalls the mocking smile of the guild leader. "You are merely a pawn of the guild. We no longer require your services." Did you truly believe you held any significance? For your own sake, refrain from logging into this game. Otherwise, our members will hunt you down at every opportunity. Everything returned to square one. His solitary glimmer of hope extinguished, and Xiao succumbed to despair. Upon learning of her brother's plight, his sister, unwilling to see him suffer further because of her, chose to leap from the rooftop. "I'm sorry for being a burden. Please don't worry about me anymore, brother. If there is a next life, I still wish to be your sister." These are the final words she left for Xiao. For a time, Xiao wandered through life in a daze, his spirit waning, until one fateful night he collapsed by the window, utterly exhausted. When he awoke, he discovered, to his astonishment, that he had returned. As memories faded, his fists clenched tightly, and a newfound spark ignited in his eyes. Today is November 8th, 2023, a day of significance. There are merely 7 days remaining until the game elf Century arrives on Earth, and 1 month until his sister is diagnosed with a strange illness. Since I have been granted a chance to start anew, this time I shall not repeat the past, he murmured to himself, resolute in his determination. In this life, he is committed to safeguarding his only family, as well as his elves. This time, those who betrayed him shall undoubtedly face retribution. With a swift decision made, Xiao now sits on the edge of his bed, contemplating his next course of action. Given this second chance, his greatest advantage lies in the knowledge he amassed in his previous life regarding elves, the tactics for commanding them in battle, and his understanding of the game's intricacies. With merely 7 days remaining until the game manifests in the realm of reality, he must devise a strategy to become one of the inaugural players, leveraging all his experiences to stay ahead of the crowd. However, a new predicament has arisen. According to his recollections, when the game first descended upon the world, everyone was able to hear the announcement. Yet, the choices of the first batch of players were entirely random. It wasn't until the second large-scale login that individuals were granted the opportunity to voluntarily enter the game. Even then, the number of slots was limited, and securing a place was far from guaranteed. This situation persisted until 6 months after the game's arrival, when humanity successfully linked to the game world through metaverse technology, culminating in the development of the first gaming headset. People could purchase this headset at a premium price to gain entry into the game. However, if you were to wait for 6 months to buy the headset and then enter the game, it would be far too late. By that time, the game's content would undoubtedly have been extensively explored by various players, significantly diminishing his advantages. Contemplating this, Xiao felt a pang of frustration. Is it merely a matter of luck? He mused, frowning in thought, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon an object on the table. It was a black metallic headset, glimmering faintly in the sunlight streaming through the window. Upon seeing this item, a surge of emotions surged within Xiao, causing his breath to momentarily hitch. He could not possibly mistake it. This was the headset required to log into the game. But wasn't this headset supposed to be invented 6 months later? Why was it appearing on his desk at this very moment? As a myriad of questions swirled in his mind, a cold, electronic synthesized voice resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Detected host. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Return of the King system. In his previous life, although Xiao had performed well academically, he often indulged in novels during his leisure time. He had frequently encountered tales of reincarnation and the acquisition of systems. Yet to have such occurrences manifest in his own life was utterly bewildering. So, you're the one who brought me back, he inquired, his furrowed brow easing slightly. Indeed, the electronic voice continued unabated, echoing in his mind. Binding is complete. This system will now introduce itself. It is a game assistant exclusively for the host, designed to provide comprehensive support, enabling the host to become the strongest trainer in the realm of sprites. Hence the name Return of the King. Your welcome gift has been dispatched. Gaming headset special. As the words faded, a stream of text ignited in blue flames before Xiao's eyes. Limited item. Gaming headset special. By donning this headset, the host can enter the game 7 days in advance, enjoying all privileges afforded to players, and can even bring sprites back to the real world. Upon reading these lines, Xiao found it exceedingly difficult to maintain his composure. 7 days in advance. The game had yet to officially launch, yet he could use the effects of this headset to gain a full week's head start. This not only alleviated his earlier concerns, but also bestowed upon him a monumental advantage. Not only that, the subsequent line of text quickened Xiao's breath. There was no need to fulfill any conditions. He could directly bring the spirit into the real world. In his previous life, although everyone yearned to extract their spirits from the game, it was an arduous task. According to the game's design, to bring a spirit out, one had to invest considerable time and resources to enhance the spirit's intimacy, with stronger spirits demanding even greater intimacy levels, making the task increasingly challenging. It wasn't until 6 months after the game's launch that the first spirit was successfully brought back to the real world by a player. Yet, the helmet before Xiao promised to allow him to bring back a spirit without any constraints. This is absolutely absurd. He lifted the helmet from the table as if cradling a precious artifact, murmuring to himself. At that moment, the system's synthesized electronic voice rang out once more. Please take note, host. This item also has negative effects. As a cost, upon using this helmet to enter the game, your soul will be directly bound to the game world, and you'll be unable to log in through normal means. Once bound, you will enter the game in your true form, and any damage sustained within the game will translate into reality. The system continued its explanation, but a weight settled in Xiao's eyes. He spoke softly. Are you implying that if I die in the game world, then it would indeed be true death? The system added. Xiao fell silent for a moment. If that were the case, he must ensure his safety within the game, treating it with the same caution as reality. It was perilous, yet faced with such an opportunity, he hesitated not at all. If he had a chance to start anew, he must seize it. Everything from his previous life, regardless of what it entailed, must not be repeated. Resolutely, he grasped the helmet beside him and donned it firmly upon his head. In the next instant, a flash of white light enveloped the room, and Xiao's figure vanished in an instant. The confined space fell silent once more. Player login detected. Player serial number 1 Player 1. Welcome to the era of spirits. I am your login guide. Do you require a tutorial? A gentle female voice resonated, and Xiao regained his sight. Before him, beams of white light swirled and coalesced into a magnificent tower. He stood at its base, surrounded by a warm glow that imparted a sense of comfort. This was precisely the scene one encountered upon logging into the game. Returning to this familiar place stirred his emotions. I'm truly back, he murmured softly, a fleeting glint in his eyes, before articulating clearly. Skip the tutorial and directly select the starting point, Pallet Town. The gentle voice responded in kind. Command accepted. Player 1, you're about to proceed to the Kanto region. Pallet Town wishing you an enjoyable game experience. As her words faded, a soft white light enveloped Xiao. The towering structure before him receded swiftly, and all fell into silence. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing firmly on solid ground. Beneath the radiant sun and an expanse of azure sky, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, causing a few green leaves to flutter down gracefully. A flock of pidgeys, seemingly startled, took flight, their wings fluttering amidst the dense foliage, vanishing within the layers of branches. At the edge of the forest stood a handsome young man with dark hair, gazing at the distant town with a smile gracing his features. It truly has been a long time. This place is Zhenshin Town, a quaint rural settlement nestled in the western region of Kanto, and it marks the very origin of Xiao's journey in his previous life within the game. Each player has the liberty to choose from various spawn points in different regions, and Xiao selected this location solely for its familiarity. He recalled every building, resident, and quest with vivid clarity. Thus, choosing this spot as his point of emergence was undoubtedly the wisest decision. At this moment, as he gazed at the distant town, memories from the past surged within him. When he first arrived in Zhenshin Town, it was already bustling with players of all sorts. 4 newcomers venturing into the game. The most challenging yet crucial task was to acquire a starter Pokemon. He vividly remembered spending a full fortnight scouring the town, seeking the most basic quest to become Ball from Professor Oak's lab. Shortly thereafter, he successfully capture-regulated enough Pock dollars, ultimately purchasing the most economical Pock, his very first Pokemon, with that Pock Ball, Charmander. As the recollection ended, a wave of melancholy washed over Xiao. Although it was a digital realm, everything here mirrored the reality in every way. Both the Pokemon and humans within the game possessed their own independent thoughts, existing as genuine, vibrant lives. That Charmander, being his first and only Pokemon, had traversed countless moments and battled alongside him, forging a profound bond and deep feelings over time. Now, as he embarked on this new journey, arriving in the game a week earlier than before, Xiao could not help but feel uncertain about the possibility of reuniting with it. Just as he grappled with this sense of melancholy, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Detection complete. The host has successfully logged into the game. The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Simultaneously, the beginner quest is being issued. A line of fiery text appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the novice gift pack. SS level character skill, Pokemon Affinity. Character skill, Pokemon Affinity SSS. Without further ado, any Pokemon encountered for the first time will harbor an exceptionally high regard for you. Xiao's eyes lit up. This skill was indeed quite advantageous. But that was not all. The system's voice continued to chime. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the novice quest. Poachers in the Research Institute's backyard. Quest level, C quest reward. 1 return teleportation can summon the Pokemon possessed by the host in the previous life. Note, the summoned Pokemon will retain only its memories and battle skills, losing all attributes, levels, and abilities. At this moment, Yun Zhao's gaze lingered on the line, detailing the reward, and he could not suppress a soft chuckle, for he understood that this marked the beginning of a reunion, the dawn of his triumphant return. Chapter 3. The Poacher in a Previous Life. After acquiring a Pokeball, my original plan was to venture into the forest in search of bug-type Pokemon to capture. These creatures are known for their rapid evolution and swift enhancement in strength, requiring minimal resources for training, making them widely acknowledged as the most suitable Pokemon for ordinary players. Moreover, these relatively weaker Pokemon, such as Caterpie and Weedle, are quite common. One could easily encounter them in the forest, with a mere toss of a ball sufficing for capture. However, on my way to the forest, I unexpectedly encountered a small, injured Charmander, its body marred with scars and on the brink of death. At that moment, I possessed only a single Pokeball, yet I unhesitatingly captured it and spent a considerable sum to restore its health. Thus, the Charmander became my Pokemon, and it did not betray its rare status. With extraordinary talent and an astonishing growth rate, and through our combined efforts, it ascended to become a top-tier combatant among players within a mere year. I devoted all my resources to this Charmander, making it the sole Pokemon of my former life. As I recalled this, excitement surged within me. I had formed a deep bond with this Charmander, and now, with the system presenting such an opportunity, my joy was immeasurable. Additionally, the Charmander would retain its memories and battle experience from those days, a veritable treasure and wealth for any Pokemon. Without further ado, I turned my attention to the task at hand. Task requirements. Task content. 2 elite-level poachers are about to appear in Professor Oak's backyard. Please utilize all means necessary to prevent them. Please note, Professor Oak is temporarily absent from the research facility, and the host will be unable to seek his assistance. Elite level. Upon reading those 3 words, I could not help but furrow my brow. In the classification of the game world, trainers are ranked as beginner, official, elite, master, and gym leader, among others. The level of these 2 poachers is indeed formidable. It is worth noting that in my previous life, it took several months for my Charmander and me to reach such strength. It is no wonder they dare to target the Pokemon in Professor Oak's backyard. I stroked my chin, lost in thought. With no Pokemon at my disposal, attempting to thwart those 2 elite poachers with bare hands was utterly impossible. Furthermore, having entered the game in my true form, should those 2 poachers take action, the situation could become dire. Given this, how could I possibly prevent these 2 individuals? I raised my gaze, focusing on the most prominent research facility in the town, pondering potential solutions. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Pallet Town in my past life, I was exceedingly familiar with Professor Oak. He is a distinguished Pokemon researcher, and his backyard is remarkably expansive, housing a diverse array of Pokemon for observation and study. Among these sprites, there are numerous rare varieties, yet their combat abilities are rather lackluster, likely restricted to an introductory level due to the absence of any need for battle. The notion of sending these sprites to confront 2 elite trainers is decidedly impractical. The more Yin Xiao pondered this, the more his head began to ache. He glanced up at the countdown displayed on the luminous screen before him. Countdown to the hunter's arrival. 0 hours 10 minutes 32 seconds. Only 10 minutes remained. With a furrowed brow, Yin Xiao suddenly recalled a tale he had heard in his previous life. This story originated from his former guild, where it was said that an audacious player had stealthily infiltrated Professor Oak's backyard, hoping to pilfer a rare sprite. To his misfortune, he encountered an extraordinarily formidable sprite amidst a rockery in the backyard. The player scarcely had time to discern the sprite's form before he was instantly obliterated and disconnected. When this incident was recounted, even the most powerful players among them were merely formal level, and they regarded it as mere folklore, with no one truly knowing the extent of that sprite's power. Subsequently, others, driven by curiosity, ventured into the backyard in search of the sprite, but returned empty-handed. Thus, the matter became a mystery. Although Yin Xiao could not ascertain the sprite's existence with certainty, the pressing time compelled him to investigate the Research Institute's backyard. Armed with his highest level affinity for sprites, he believed he would fare better than the unfortunate player. Resolute in his decision, Yin Xiao sprinted towards the town without a second thought. Upon arriving at Professor Oak's Research Institute, he adeptly scaled a fence based on his memory and quietly entered the backyard. At that moment, only 5 minutes remained until the hunter's arrival. Chapter 4. The powerful presence in the backyard. Professor Oak is one of the foremost researchers in the world of sprites, possessing considerable renown and authority, known to nearly all. Correspondingly, while the backyard is home to numerous rare sprites, it is not heavily guarded, as few dare to audaciously set their sights on this place. Offending a researcher of such global stature is hardly a prudent course of action. Xiao was somewhat taken aback that the two hunters would target this location. He surmised that they were either somewhat foolish or desperate rogues, indifferent to the consequences of their actions. At this moment, he was racing through Professor Oak's backyard, swiftly traversing the grass and woods. The expanse of the backyard was indeed vast, and along the way, Xiao encountered many sprites residing there, who seemed quite taken aback by his presence. However, he pressed on, quickly brushing past them. After 2 minutes of fervent running, Xiao came to a breathless halt before a towering rockery. This is the outskirts of Dr. Oki's backyard, and a short distance further leads into the wilderness. After swiftly regaining his breath, Xiao glanced at the countdown timer on the panel before him. Only 2.5 minutes remained. He could only hope that Dr. Oki indeed had a formidable Pokemon here. He murmured softly, beginning to make his way towards the rumored location of the mysterious Pokemon behind the artificial hill. The hill, towering at a height of 7 to 8 meters, occupied a surprisingly small area, and it wasn't long before Xiao found himself at its rear. However, disappointment washed over him as he discovered no signs of Pokemon activity. Save for a deep pit that had formed behind the hill, no powerful Pokemon had appeared. A frown creased his brow. Was the information he had heard previously false? Or was it possible that, at this very moment, there was still no Pokemon in the professor's backyard? Just as he was lost in thought, a fierce and sudden gust of wind erupted without warning, nearly causing him to lose his balance. In the next instant, a vibrant orange figure burst forth from the depths of the pit, stopping directly in front of Xiao. This Pokemon stood nearly 3 meters tall, its entire body a striking orange, emanating an aura of immense strength and pressure. Even as it stood motionless, Xiao felt his heart race and his breath quicken. With a thunderous roar, the dragon's cry unleashed another wave of force, sending grass and fallen leaves swirling into the air. In that moment, a stream of data began to refresh rapidly before Xiao's eyes. Pokemon, Dragonite, type, Dragon Flying, quality, orange, current level, 60, gym leader level, ability, multi-scale, damage is halved when HP is full, current psychological state, suspicious, alert, affinity, 10, your relationship is poor, affinity correction 2515, stranger. It turned out to be a gym leader level Dragonite. As Xiao gazed at the creature before him, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him, astonishment, surprise, and tension. Dragonite, being rarer than the starter Pokemon, was classified among the quasi-divine Pokemon. As a dragon type, their base stats and inherent capabilities were often astonishing. The one before him was a gym leader level Pokemon. It was worth noting that in his previous life, before being framed, Xiao had only reached master level prowess, and even the strongest players at that time barely grazed the threshold of gym leader level strength. The imposing aura of this Dragonite was palpable, almost visible to the naked eye. No wonder the individual who had spread the rumors in his past life had been swiftly defeated without even catching a glimpse of its form. Countless thoughts raced through Xiao's mind as he faced such a powerful Pokemon. Yet, he maintained his composure, gently waving at the fearsome Dragonite that bared its teeth in apparent hostility. Hello? He felt a lingering unease within his heart. The spirits residing in Professor Oak's backyard were predominantly amicable toward humans, exhibiting gentle temperaments. However, the Dragonite before him starkly contradicted the affable image he had anticipated, instead exuding an aura of ferocity. It was likely that the creature refrained from launching an immediate assault due to the influence of his fully leveled affinity with Pokemon. Otherwise, with such a drastically negative rapport, he might have already succumbed to darkness. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly convey his intentions. The Dragonite fixed its gaze on the young human before it, still wearing a skeptical expression, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. I have long heard of Professor Oak's esteemed reputation. I had intended to visit him today, only to discover he was out, Xiao stated, maintaining an air of composure and sincerity. He felt no psychological burden in uttering these words, for in his past life, he had indeed engaged in numerous interactions with the esteemed professor. For various reasons, Xiao was even well acquainted with the professor's culinary preferences, particularly his favored instant noodles, rendering the label of old friend quite fitting. Upon hearing this, the Dragonite tilted its head, contemplating. This human was indeed unfamiliar to it. Yet the individual radiated a friendly and gentle aura, devoid of hostility. Otherwise, it would have already attacked. The honesty reflected in his speech did not suggest deceit. Should it trust this human? After a moment of reflection, the Dragonite posed a query. Boo, what is it that you seek from me? Xiao noticed a slight diminishment of the creature's animosity, though it still remained vigilant, prompting him to earnestly explain, "The situation is rather unusual. I have no choice but to seek your assistance." The Dragonite paused, taken aback. "Roar? What situation?" Xiao proceeded to relay the details regarding the two poachers' arrival, omitting any mention of the system, merely stating that he had observed two suspicious individuals infiltrating the backyard, seemingly intent on capturing Pokemon. As soon as the Dragonite processed this information, its expression shifted dramatically. It seized Xiao and placed him upon its back, soaring into the sky. The creature circled above, evidently searching for the poachers that Xiao had described. Meanwhile, on the Dragonite's back, Xiao struggled to maintain his balance, exhaling a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that his maxed affinity, combined with his composed demeanor and communication, had compelled the Dragonite to place a modicum of trust in him. Now, he observed the countdown on the panel. 5 seconds remained. Time swiftly dwindled to 0. Two figures, cloaked in black masks, cautiously scaled the fence and entered the backyard. They proceeded with trepidation through the forested area. "Brother, are you certain that old man is out today?" rasped a voice, belonging to the slightly shorter of the two individuals. The response came from a tall, slender man with a deep voice. "Nonsense. That old man has left the entire research facility empty today. I'm telling you. Scrutinize the rare Pokemon in this backyard thoroughly. Let not a single one escape. All right, big brother. Once we finish this job, we'll be rich." The short man replied, his tone brimming with excitement. "Keep your voice down. Look, over there." Another man extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips. His gaze fixed upon a clearing ahead where a group of Bulbasaur were frolicking. His heart raced with exhilaration. These were rare starters, each capable of fetching a handsome price. In this backyard, such Pokemon were plentiful. As his anticipation mounted, he exchanged a knowing glance with his companion. They both seized their Pokeballs and dashed out of the thicket. Iron-armored Rhinoceros, Rock Tomb. The slender man hurled his Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a Rhinoceros Pokemon adorned in gray armor materialized, roaring defiantly. The next moment, a multitude of gigantic rocks formed in midair and plummeted down, ensnaring the playful Bulbasaur in their midst. The Bulbasaur, caught off guard, were utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the other man unleashed his Pokemon, a Spearow. "Spearow, use Tri-Attack. Knock them out." With a triumphant cry, the Spearow raised its head, 3 colored beams coalescing in its beak, spiraling down into the rock formation, igniting a violent explosion. As the dust settled, the Bulbasaur lay scattered upon the ground. In a state of near defeat, their strength was merely rudimentary, incapable of withstanding such an assault. "Excellent. Now it's time to reel them in. This is my first step towards unimaginable wealth." The tall man grinned widely, clutching a handful of Pokeballs as he hurled them towards the group of Bulbasaur. In his moment of triumph, he was blissfully unaware of the impending twist of fate. Boom! A surge of azure light erupted, obliterating the Pokeballs in midair. "Who?" The tall man gasped, looking up in shock. Under the sun, a fully orange Dragonite loomed above, its eyes brimming with fury and hostility. "Roar!" The Dragonite issued a threatening growl. The tall man momentarily froze, but then his expression shifted, now tinged with even greater excitement. "A Dragonite. That old man has such a Pokemon in his backyard. If we catch it, the profits will sustain us for a lifetime." He remained completely oblivious to the true terror of the Dragonite's strength. Beside him, the short man exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Iron-armored Rhinoceros. Go. Use Rock Tomb and bring it down." Roar. Upon hearing the words, the iron-armored Rhinoceros stomped its foot heavily, causing massive stones to form above the head of the Dragonite. Yet, at that moment, the Dragonite had vanished from its original position. A flash of orange light flickered, and the iron-armored Rhinoceros felt a sharp pain in its side, sending it hurtling several meters away, rolling on the ground before finally coming to a halt. The stones suspended in the air also dissipated, rendering the iron-armored Rhinoceros incapable of further combat. It was a swift annihilation. Meanwhile, at its former location, the Dragonite retracted its fiery fist and turned its gaze towards the airborne Spearow. The tall, slender man suddenly realized something was amiss and hastily shouted, "Damn it! Spearow! Quick!" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent, his expression freezing in shock. For the Dragonite had materialized beside the Spearow and unleashed another punch. The Spearow let out a desperate cry as it plummeted heavily to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Another instant defeat. The two men recognized the dire situation, their faces turning pale beneath their masks. They hastily retrieved their Pokeballs to recall their Pokemon and turned to flee. But how could they possibly outrun this Dragonite? Two anguished cries echoed through Professor Oak's backyard, which soon returned to a serene silence. A few minutes later, The Dragonite nodded towards Xiao, offering him a bunch of fruits, its gaze radiating friendliness and devoid of hostility or suspicion. Xiao, observing the Dragonite before him, accepted the fruits with a mix of emotions. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the two poachers still lying unconscious at the feet of the Dragonite, then looked back at the seemingly honest and simple Dragonite, letting out a silent sigh. Could this creature truly be the same one from moments ago? The contrast was indeed stark. After dispatching the two elite poachers effortlessly, the Dragonite lowered its guard with Xiao, tugging at him and inquisitively asking questions, even plucking a bunch of fruits for him to enjoy. However, Xiao's attention was fully captured by the luminous screen before him. Since the earlier events, a continuous stream of information had been flashing across the display. Dragonite experienced a special event. Defeated poachers, increasing your affinity by 5 points, additional bonus of 10 points. Now at 35 points. Relationship intimacy updated to friendly, you are now friends. Xiao gazed at these two lines of notifications, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Undoubtedly, while the affinity skill may not contribute directly to combat prowess, it proved to be remarkably useful. The speed at which this intimacy escalated was nothing short of astonishing. Then, his gaze shifted downward to another set of notifications. Ding. Newbie task. Poachers in the Research Institute's backyard, completed. Congratulations, host. You have received task rewards. 1 return teleportation, can summon the Pokemon from your previous life. Note, Pokemon teleported back will lose all attribute values, levels, and skills, retaining only memories and battle techniques. Would you like to initiate the return teleportation immediately? Confronted with the system's dilemma, Xiao resolutely chose to decline. At present, standing before the Dragonite, it was rather inconvenient for him to summon. He suppressed the excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of reuniting with an old friend, rose, and clapped his hands, gesturing towards the two poachers on the ground. I will head inside to contact Professor Oak and have him deal with these two. While also tending to the injuries of that group of Bulbasaur, he declared. The Dragonite nodded in agreement. Xiao swiftly traversed the backyard, making his way to the living quarters of Professor Oak's Research Institute. The research area and the living quarters were distinct. This was where Professor Oak resided. He entered the house through the balcony, picked up the landline telephone, and began dialing the number listed in the directory. Suddenly, he halted, struck by a pressing concern. How would he explain his identity and origins to Professor Oak? This seemed to pose quite a challenge. Chapter 5. Long time no see. Old friend. In his previous life, as a player engaged in a unique quest, he had spent over a month assisting Professor Oak within the Institute. During that time, Professor Oak had been exceedingly pleased with Xiao's performance, even asserting that with his cognitive abilities, should he choose to learn under him, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional Pokemon researcher. However, Xiao had graciously declined the professor's invitation. Although he held a keen interest in research, he was compelled to focus entirely on becoming stronger, burdened by the weight of economic responsibilities. The prospect of becoming a researcher was simply unattainable. Afterward, there had been frequent correspondence between Professor Oak and Xiao, making the old man the most familiar figure in the Pokemon world for him. Yet now, holding the landline, Xiao felt a pang of anxiety. In this new life, none of his past experiences had yet unfolded, including his interactions with Professor Oak. Additionally, the game had not yet launched, and players had not descended. The local inhabitants of this Pokemon realm were still oblivious to the existence of players. Wait. As this realization dawned upon him, Xiao recognized the additional terrifying advantage of the system, granting him a 7-day early login opportunity. He could engage with others as a native inhabitant of the Pokemon world. Once the game commenced, the local inhabitants would swiftly acclimate to the players entering their realm. However, for them, these newcomers would remain strangers, and given the players' peculiar behaviors and their ability to resurrect after death, the locals would regard them with caution, skepticism, and hostility. This would inherently make it exceedingly challenging for players to capture their first Pokemon. Yet now, with Xiao having entered the game ahead of time, he would no longer be perceived as a player by the locals. Consequently, his endeavors to forge relationships and complete tasks would be significantly more manageable. This is indeed a significant advantage. However, at this moment, Xiao must devise a plausible identity to firmly establish himself within the realm of Pokemon. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he soon conceived an idea and once again grasped the microphone, initiating a call. The busy tone echoed briefly before the call was answered, and a voice, one that Xiao knew all too well, resonated from the other end. Hello? Who is this? Greetings, Professor Oak. I find myself in a rather peculiar situation at your research facility's backyard. 2 poachers have intruded. Please return promptly. Yun Xiao conveyed softly. Who are you? How could there be poachers? Professor Oak's tone escalated, tinged with evident anxiety. After all, he cherished every Pokemon in his backyard, including those entrusted to him by other trainers. I am merely your admirer, passing by your backyard when I stumbled upon two suspicious individuals sneaking in. Rest assured, the poachers have already been subdued by the Dragonite in the yard. Just return as swiftly as you can. I will contact Miss Jun Xia in the meantime, Yun Xiao reassured. That is a relief. I shall return shortly, Professor Oak replied, seemingly exhaling a sigh of relief before ending the call. Within the confines of the Oak Research Lab, after placing a report to the authorities, Yun Xiao set the receiver back down and proceeded to the living room. As Miss Jun Xia and Professor Oak would require some time to arrive, he found himself with an opportune moment to act. Silently, he mused, System, activate the return summoning. The number of return summoning attempts has been exhausted, initiating the summoning array. The voice of the system resonated, and in the next instant, a flickering pentagram array, ablaze with fire, materialized before Yun Xiao. You possessed only one Pokemon in your previous life. The system has automatically selected it for recall and is in the process of summoning. Buzz. A hurried, buzzing sound erupted, and the flames within the array intensified, enveloping the entire pentagram in a brilliant glow. After several seconds, the array and flames dissipated, revealing a small dragon, resplendent in fiery red, standing before him. Yun Xiao inhaled deeply, striding forward to embrace the little fire dragon. Old friend, welcome back. The little fire dragon appeared somewhat dazed, gazing at the man who held it, pondering a myriad of questions. Is this not my trainer? When did my trainer become so sentimental? Wait, what about those who were pursuing us? Why do I feel weaker? Why have I transformed into a little fire dragon? Observing the bewildered expression on the little fire dragon's face, Yun Xiao released his grip and began to elucidate the situation. Upon comprehending that Yun Xiao had traversed back to a time before everything had commenced, a complex array of emotions filled the little fire dragon's eyes. For a human, coming to terms with the knowledge of being reborn is a matter that requires considerable contemplation. For elves, it is equally significant. Yun Xiao, unhurried, stood beside the Charmeleon, waiting for a moment before he spoke. You are already aware of the situation. It brings me great joy to meet you once more, my old friend. However, this time, we must commence anew. Having said this, he reached out to gently caress the Charmeleon's head. The creature offered no resistance, but lifted its gaze to meet that of its trainer. Its last recollection before arriving here was of facing a throng of pursuers who sought to harm Yun Xiao, outnumbered and unable to protect him. Realizing this, Yun Xiao had entrusted the Charmeleon to another friend for its safety, after which it had not re-entered the fray. Subsequently, it had languished in sorrow, awaiting Yun Xiao's return. Then, in a flash, it found itself here, with memories fading, and the present now a fresh beginning. The Charmeleon's eyes shimmered with a newfound determination. This time, I shall become stronger than in my previous life. I must protect my trainer. It growled resolutely, nodding its head towards Yun Xiao. A rare smile graced Yun Xiao's usually expressionless face as he softly replied, if that is the case, let us advance together and rewrite all those past tales. With a spirited roar, the Charmeleon exhaled a plume of flame in agreement. Pokemon, Charmeleon, type, fire, gender, potential, red grade, rebirth summon. 1 tier increase, current level, 5, entry level. Ability, Blaze, increases the power of fire type moves by 50 when health is below 1/3. Current mental state, excited. Resolute, affinity, 100, you share a bond akin to family. Affinity modifier, none. Skills mastered, Ember, white, Scratch, white. Special skills, none. Heritage, none. Held items, none, at this moment. Observing the elaborate array of data before him, Yun Xiao felt a twinge of astonishment. He realized that simply focusing his gaze on a Pokemon would prompt the system to automatically relay its detailed information and statistics. When he had encountered the Dragonite previously, the urgency of the situation had precluded his attention to such details. Only now, utilizing this function on the Charmeleon, did he uncover something remarkable. In the original game, there had indeed been similar features to assess a Pokemon's level, type, skills, and affinity. However, the system now presented him with additional data that he had never encountered in his past life, namely potential, special skills, and heritage. The Dragonite's potential was marked as orange, while his Charmeleon was distinguished by the color red. In the 2 years of his previous life, he had only heard of the rarity of Pokemon and had never encountered the notion of qualifications. Seemingly sensing Yun Xiao's confusion, the system promptly emerged to elucidate. Qualifications serve as an index for determining a Pokémon's potential and innate talent, categorized from low to high into 5 distinct tiers: white, blue, purple, orange, and red. The secondary data is concealed and typically requires special items for players to access. However, this system grants the host direct insight into a Pokémon's innate talent. The stronger the talent, the greater the speed of advancement and the upper limit of strength for the Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Xiao experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder he had felt, in his previous life, that the progress of his Charmeleon was astonishingly rapid compared to others' Pokémon. It was all due to the disparity in qualifications. Moreover, in his past life, Charmeleon only possessed an orange qualification, but now, bolstered by the return summons, it had ascended to the highest tier of red. Consequently, Charmeleon might even surpass its previous rate of advancement. Furthermore, since he could discern a Pokémon's qualifications, wouldn't that allow him to selectively choose those with top-tier qualifications, thereby significantly enhancing the overall strength of his team? In his former life, due to a lack of resources, he had devoted all his energy to nurturing Charizard. In retrospect, had he cultivated several Pokémon, he might not have been so relentlessly pursued by that group of guild members. Contemplating this, Xiao took a deep breath to steady his emotions and then inquired, "What about inheritance and special skills? These two concepts were entirely absent in my previous life." This time, the system did not provide a direct explanation but instead offered this prompt. "These two functions are currently under development. Please continue to complete tasks to unlock the corresponding modules of the system." Unlocking? Fine. Xiao furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. He had begun to sense just how formidable this system was. He also felt a burgeoning anticipation for the new modules mentioned by the system. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed, accompanied by a series of urgent sirens. Professor Oak and the police had arrived at the research facility. Xiao retrieved the Pokeball that had been left behind by the system and called Charmeleon back, adjusting his expression as he strode purposefully toward the entrance. Chapter 6. Professor Oak and the History of Dragonite. In the backyard, a female police officer, donning a cap and standard uniform, addressed her companion. "Have you confirmed? Are these the two individuals on the wanted list?" She was none other than Officer Xiao, dispatched to address the report made by Xiao. "Yes, it has been confirmed. These two are notorious Pokémon poachers operating in the nearby area," replied her companion with a salute. "Excellent, apprehend them." The individual beside her waved his hand, and immediately, two poachers, still in a state of unconsciousness, were escorted away in handcuffs. Miss Xiao then turned her gaze towards Dr. Okido, who was clad in vacation attire. "Dr. Okido, we owe you our gratitude. These two rascals have been lurking around Nibby City, stealing numerous Pokémon from trainers, and tracking their whereabouts has proven quite challenging," she remarked. Dr. Okido, however, waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile, "Not at all. In truth, it was this young man beside me who made the discovery. I returned only upon receiving his notification. If we are to express thanks, it is he who deserves it." He gestured towards Xiao, who stood nearby. Xiao was taken aback by his words and scrutinized Xiao. The boy appeared quite young, perhaps around 15 or 16. Yet he possessed an undeniably handsome countenance and a spirited gaze. Judging by her years of experience as a police officer, she sensed that he was no ordinary individual. However, considering that the poachers were elite trainers, how could a child of his age possibly rival them? The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. She nodded at Xiao and said, "Hello, you are the one who reported the incident, correct? Could you please provide a brief account of what transpired? I will document it as evidence against these two." In response, Xiao explained, "My name is Xiao, and I hail from a small village in the south. I had intended to meet the renowned Dr. Okido, but while passing by, I noticed two suspicious individuals sneaking into the backyard and attempting to harm Pokémon. I initially sought Dr. Okido, but it seemed no one was at the research institute today. In a moment of urgency, I encountered a remarkably strong Pokémon and summoned it to defeat the poachers." His narrative was well-structured, coherent, and highly credible. The Dragonite beside him nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of his words. Dr. Okido's eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed no small feat to command such a Dragonite, given its temperament. Meanwhile, Xiao recorded Xiao's account and nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Xiao, Mr. Xiao. We are immensely grateful for your assistance in our enforcement efforts, which led to the successful apprehension of these fugitives. According to protocol, the League will reward you. Please provide your trainer ID." Upon hearing this, Xiao's expression turned troubled. "I have not yet formally applied to become a trainer." Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. "Indeed. It seemed that someone from a small village in the south would lack a pathway to becoming a certified trainer. One must register at designated Pokemon centers in various cities, navigating through a complex array of procedures to attain formal trainer status. Noticing the situation, Dr. Okido suddenly chuckled. That's simple, Yin Xiao, isn't it? Just wait a moment. He turned and stepped into the room. A few minutes later, he emerged holding a card, which he placed in Yun Xiao's hand. I have registered you as an official trainer. The card bears your identification number. For someone of Professor Oak's caliber, registering a novice trainer posed no challenge whatsoever. Upon receiving the card, Yun Xiao's expression brightened with joy. Thank you, Professor Oak. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. This card represented his official identity, allowing him to conceal his player status and act as a native of this world. It was indeed an unexpected boon. It's a trivial matter. You've been quite a help to me. No need for formality, Professor Oak replied with a warm smile. Waving his hand dismissively, he found himself increasingly fond of this young man, humble and polite, not to mention a devoted admirer. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a youth. Junsha took the card from Yun Xiao, scanning it with a device. The reward for capturing the poacher, 2 merit points, has been credited to your account. Now that the matter is concluded, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and departed with the group of law enforcement officers. Professor Oak glanced at Yun Xiao, then at the serene Dragonite, standing behind him. Thank you, Xiaoyan, for your assistance in this matter. Yun Xiao waved his hand modestly. It was nothing. Professor, no need to be polite. Professor Oak paused before continuing. Moreover, you are quite impressive. Yun Xiao was bewildered by the sudden compliment, blinking in confusion as he awaited further elaboration. Professor Oak looked at the Dragonite with a sigh. This creature has always been distant from humans. Aside from myself, others have hesitated to approach him. Yet, despite this being your first encounter, he has shown such friendliness towards you. As they spoke, the Dragonite leaned closer to Yun Xiao and offered him a cluster of berries. Witnessing this, Professor Oak's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This Dragonite had never displayed such amiability towards him. Feeling a bit bashful, Yun Xiao scratched the back of his head and repeatedly shook his hands. I'm not sure how we became friends so quickly. However, he understood that it was due to his maxed-out affinity. Without that, it would have been impossible for the Dragonite, who harbored a dislike for humans, to change its demeanor so rapidly. Boo! Upon hearing the word friend, the Dragonite lifted Yun Xiao into the air, excitedly spinning him around before setting him down. Professor Oak chuckled. Perhaps you possess an innate affinity for Pokemon, Xiaoyan. By the way, what brings you to Pallet Town? Yun Xiao was taken aback, realizing that Professor Oak's knowledge was indeed profound, accurately deducing his presence. He responded with a shy smile. Oh, it is thus that this year I captured my first Pokemon, embarking on a journey to enhance my strength. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak nodded in acknowledgement, as such occurrences are quite commonplace, and he harbored no doubts. Ah, young people are always so full of vigor. Strive for your ideals, he exclaimed. In light of your assistance, follow me. With that, Professor Oak strode into the room. Yin Xiao nodded at the Dragonite beside him and followed in the professor's footsteps. Once inside the room, Professor Oak retrieved a small, red and white device from his drawer and handed it to Yun Xiao. This is a Pokédex, which contains information about various Pokemon and will greatly aid you on your journey. Additionally, it can be used to contact others. I have registered my number, so feel free to reach out whenever necessary. Yun Xiao accepted it with gratitude. Although he possessed knowledge from his previous life and the capabilities of a system that rendered the Pokédex somewhat superfluous, he appreciated the professor's kindness and felt compelled to express his thanks. There is one more matter I wish to discuss, Professor Oak said, his demeanor suddenly turning somber. Are you aware of the story of that Dragonite? Through the professor's account, Yun Xiao learned about the formidable Dragonite in the backyard. This Dragonite was neither Professor Oak's Pokemon nor one cared for by another trainer. It had appeared in the professor's yard on a stormy night 6 months prior. Battered and on the brink of death, Professor Oak had employed numerous methods and tools to bring it back to life. However, upon awakening, the Dragonite exhibited a wariness towards all humans, including its savior, Professor Oak. The professor wished to inquire about the Dragonite's past, but the creature remained reticent, leaving him feeling helpless. Since then, the Dragonite had taken residence in Professor Oak's backyard, until today. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao felt a sense of clarity. No wonder the Dragonite had regarded him with a negative baseline affinity during their first encounter. It is indeed surprising to see it exhibit such friendliness towards you today. Professor Oak continued. I share this with you in hopes that one day you might capture this Dragonite. It seems to have formed a bond with you, and I can hardly keep this fellow. It's beyond my means, he sighed in resignation. Yet, Yun Xiao was well aware that Professor Oak's words were entirely nonsensical. The Dragonite, among the rarest of quasi-divine Pokémon, held immense research value and rarity, ranking among the most distinguished of all Pokémon. For a researcher of Professor Oak's caliber, it was utterly implausible that he could not afford to care for it. This is merely an excuse to gift myself this Dragonite. A warmth spread through Yun Xiao's heart. This old man remains as kind-hearted and enthusiastic as in his previous life. Yet, the performance must continue. I fear I am not quite up to the task. Yun Xiao replied, a frown crossing his face. As I mentioned, let us revisit this matter once you have grown sufficiently strong. Professor Oak chuckled heartily, patting Yun Xiao on the shoulder. However, you must promise me one condition. Please, go ahead, Doctor. Yun Xiao nodded. Professor Oak's expression turned serious. You must uncover the truth behind how this Dragonite was injured. Its condition back then was rather dire, to say the least, teetering on the brink of death. If someone had indeed acted with malice, we must seek vengeance on behalf of the Dragonite. No sooner had Professor Oak spoken than a prompt from the system chimed in Yun Xiao's ear. Ding. Side quest detected. Congratulations, host. You have received a level side quest. The Past of the Dragonite, Chapter 7. Main quest embarking on a journey. Level side quest. The Past of the Dragonite. Quest description. This formidable Dragonite in Professor Oak's backyard seems to harbor an extraordinary past. What truly transpired? Quest requirements. Please find a way to extract clues about its past experiences from it, and assist the Dragonite in resolving this matter. Quest time limit. None. Quest success reward. Level item Boiling Dragon Blood. Level Tree Fruit Seed of Darkness. As soon as this quest alert appeared, Yun Xiao's attention was immediately drawn to the 2 rewards listed. Level items. According to the game's mechanics, items are categorized into 5 tiers, with rarity increasing from left to right. Generally speaking, acquiring a level item signifies that the player belongs to the upper echelons of players. Beyond this, there are even higher tier items, but not even the most formidable players in the entire server have ever obtained items of such rank. It is said that items of this caliber are imbued with immense and terrifying power, capable of doubling a Pokémon's battle prowess. In his past life, Yun Xiao had obtained a level item within a secret realm, leading to his pursuit by guilds, betrayal, and eventual downfall. Now, in this quest, the prospect of receiving 2 items of such high caliber as rewards left him momentarily at a loss for composure. However, Yun Xiao quickly regained his focus. Although the rewards appeared extravagant, the quest was evidently not so easily accomplished. The Dragonite had already reached gym leader level, yet it had sustained such grievous injuries, nearly perishing. It was clear that the circumstances behind this were beyond Yun Xiao's current capacity to intervene. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to temporarily set this quest aside. After all, there was no time constraint, and since Professor Oak hoped for him to capture the Dragonite, he certainly had no reason to neglect the task. I understand, Doctor. With this thought, Yun Xiao nodded earnestly, indicating his comprehension. The serious expression on Dr. Oki's face vanished, replaced by his usual amiable smile. Well, I have high hopes for you, Xiaoyan. By the way, didn't you mention that you captured a Pokémon? Could you release it for me to see? Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao nodded and released his Charmander from its Pokeball. Charmander, this is Dr. Oki, an exceptionally skilled researcher. The Charmander, once freed from the confines of its ball, remarked, I remember you previously said this old man was quite the nuisance, constantly calling to inquire about various matters. Ahem, never mind. Let us pretend I don't know him. With a playful gesture, Charmander waved a claw in greeting to Dr. Oki. The latter, taken aback, exclaimed, a Charmander. You are indeed fortunate. This Pokémon evolves into a Charizard, which excels in both melee and ranged battles. It is essential to nurture it well. This little fellow appears to be quite spirited, splendid indeed. Thank you, Doctor. Yun Xiao replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Dr. Oki, Yun Xiao ventured to the backyard, where he found his Dragonite still standing, seemingly awaiting his return. Dragonite, I must take my leave, Yun Xiao called from a distance. Dragonite paused, glancing at Yun Xiao with a hint of reluctance. This human exuded a gentle and friendly demeanor, distinctly different from others, which endeared him to Dragonite. Rest assured, as we are friends, I shall return to visit you. Yun Xiao smiled, waving his hand. Dragonite nodded in response and waved its claw in farewell. With a mighty flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, tracing an arc before vanishing from Yun Xiao's sight. Yun Xiao turned and re-entered the research facility, where he found Dr. Oki seated at his desk, lost in thought. What troubles you? Yun Xiao inquired, puzzled. Dr. Oki, hearing his voice, snapped back to reality. Oh, I was contemplating some research matters. A recent project has been stagnant. Yun Xiao paused, contemplating before asking, "What project is it?" "It's concerning EV's evolution. We all know EV can evolve into 3 distinct forms, water, fire, and thunder EV, by using 3 different elemental stones. However, I suspect that this Pokemon may possess other evolutionary forms, which led me to begin this endeavor." Dr. Oki continued, seemingly unaware of how much he was divulging about his research. Rubbing his head, he appeared somewhat troubled. "It's been over half a year, and we have tested every type of evolution stone, yet this research has made no progress. We were considering abandoning it. Indeed, it is this matter." In his heart, Yun Xiao pondered deeply. After some thought, he suggested to Dr. Oak, "I have a notion. Since EV evolves through evolution stones and shows no reaction to other attribute stones, perhaps we should consider an alternative approach." Upon hearing this, Dr. Oak immediately became intrigued, rising to gaze at Yun Xiao. "What alternative do you propose?" "I believe that if evolution stones prove ineffective, EV may require different items to activate new evolutionary forms. Or perhaps certain conditions must be met." Yun Xiao spoke eloquently. In his previous life, after growing familiar with Dr. Oak, the latter had confided in him, lamenting that he had initially misdirected his research on EV's evolution, squandering a whole year before discovering the methods for evolving into Vaporeon and Jolteon. Now, it seemed Dr. Oak was still troubled by this issue, and thus, Yun Xiao decided to lend a hand. After all, Dr. Oak had been exceedingly kind to him in both lives, and this would be a form of reciprocation. Naturally, he could not express this directly, lest Dr. Oak grow suspicious. Instead, Yun Xiao opted for subtle hints, leaving it uncertain whether Dr. Oak would be able to expedite his research through such suggestions. At this moment, Dr. Oak's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration, clearly invigorated by Yun Xiao's words. "Indeed, why must we persistently grapple with evolution stones? Xiao Yun, your insight is invaluable. I shall put it to the test." He was so excited that he donned his researcher's lab coat without changing out of his beach shorts and rushed out of the room, his voice echoing from afar. "We'll catch up later. Don't hesitate to contact me if anything arises." Yun Xiao stood there, shaking his head in amusement. "Come on, Charmander." After leaving the research institute, Yun Xiao found himself on a familiar street, memories of the past flooding back. The quaint town of Masera, where he had spent the longest time, was also the place where everything had begun. Now, embarking once more from this very spot, his mindset, experiences, and abilities had evolved beyond comparison with those of his past self. The beginning remained the same, yet this time, the outcome was destined to be different. He settled onto a bench by the street, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the system's voice resonated again, directing Yun Xiao's path. "Ding. The host has exited the research institute. Main quest is being issued." "Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the main quest, Pinnacle Foundation." Main quest, Pinnacle Foundation. Quest description: the first step to reclaiming the pinnacle, the foundation upon which all begins. Quest requirements: the host must challenge the 8 gym leaders of the Kanto region, collect badges, and obtain qualification for the Kanto tournament. Quest time limit: 20 days. Quest completion reward: 1 Dragonite evolution stone, each. Once more, Yun Xiao's gaze lingered on the final line regarding the rewards. Yet this time, he felt as though he had been frozen in place, even forgetting to breathe. The fire-breathing dragon evolution stone. This artifact was a precious item he had unexpectedly acquired in a dungeon during his previous life, a treasure of immeasurable worth. It was the only one of its kind among players at that time. Gazing upon this object once more, Yun Xiao fell into a prolonged silence. Ultimately exhaling a deep sigh, everything had returned. Everything was back. The true purpose of this stone remained a mystery to Yun Xiao. He had not fully comprehended its significance before being betrayed by his guild, which seized the item from him. He only knew that it was an exclusive possession of the fire-breathing dragon, certainly not a mundane object. Given that the system had designated it as a reward, Yun Xiao felt compelled to claim it for himself. He immediately began to ponder. The Pokemon world comprises numerous regions, including Kanto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Kalos. The continent he inhabited was the Kanto region. This area housed dozens of gyms established by various leagues, providing trainers with opportunities to challenge them. Victorious challengers would earn badges, and possessing 8 badges would qualify them for the annual league tournament. When Yun Xiao first entered the game, players had already developed for more than a year. Thus, conquering all 8 gyms was not particularly arduous for those who started with the game. Reaching level 40 and achieving master-level strength sufficed. However, Yun Xiao now needed to complete his task within the system's constraint of 20 days, raising his level to 40 and defeating each gym one by one. Even with the system's assistance, this was no trivial endeavor, Rather, it was fraught with challenges. He had to seize the moment and enhance his strength. After a moment's contemplation, he rose from the bench and headed toward the outskirts of town. Chapter 8. Viridian Forest. The nearest gym to Pallet Town was located in Pewter City, and the journey there required traversing the Viridian Forest. This forest teemed with bug-type Pokemon, which were not only vulnerable to fire types, but also generally of lower levels, making it an ideal training ground for the young fire dragon. To successfully challenge the first gym, he needed to level up to around 10 within the Viridian Forest. He mused to himself, recalling the first gym's difficulty as he followed the path leading toward the forest. Level is the foundation of a Pokemon's strength, generally speaking. The higher the level, the greater the power. The simplest and most direct method to enhance one's strength is through training. The Viridian Forest was not far from Pallet Town. In just a few minutes, Xiao arrived at the forest's entrance. A large yellow sign was planted there, emblazoned with a warning in bold red letters. Caution! This forest has a complex structure and is filled with bug-type Pokemon. Trainers entering should be well prepared. Xiao merely cast a glance at the sign before striding confidently into the depths of the forest. Indeed, it is true that within the verdant expanse of the evergreen forest, the dense foliage obscures the pathways, making it quite easy to lose one's way. A moment's inattention could lead one astray. Moreover, certain insect-type Pokemon within possess skills capable of inducing poison. And should a trainer's Pokemon inadvertently fall victim while navigating the labyrinthine woods, the situation could become rather dire. However, for Xiao, such concerns are trivial. The evergreen forest was the very locale of his novice days in his previous life, where he trained alongside his Charmander, and he is intimately familiar with its paths. He even retains a rough memory of where the antidote fruit trees are located. Thus, there is no cause for worry. He can proceed with confidence. A brisk gust of wind swept through, rustling the lush leaves overhead, and under the sun's radiant light, the patterns of shadows upon the ground shifted and morphed. It appears that this way might yield a greater number of caterpies, Xiao mused as he ventured into the forest's outskirts, beginning his search for training targets based on his recollections. The two most common Pokemon within the evergreen forest are the Caterpie and the Weedle, both of which are of low level and feeble strength. Yet, Xiao's focus this time is solely on the Caterpie. Primarily, the Weedle at this level has already mastered the Poison Sting skill. If struck during battle, a Pokemon would succumb to a poisoned state, suffering continuous health loss, which can be rather troublesome to manage. In contrast, the Caterpie appears benign, lacking any formidable attack skills beyond its ability to string and ram. Furthermore, the final evolution of the Weedle is the Beedrill, a highly aggressive Pokemon that tends to swarm. Should Xiao inadvertently provoke such a creature, his only recourse would be to flee, as his Charmander is currently ill-equipped to contend with a horde of Beedrills. In light of these considerations, Xiao made his way to a section of the forest where Caterpies are most frequently found in his memory. Fortune smiled upon him, for after only a few steps, he spotted his target. A Caterpie was perched upon a branch, nibbling on a leaf. The system promptly displayed the reconnaissance information before Xiao's eyes. Pokemon, Weedle, type, bug, gender, potential, white, strength evaluation, 3, novice level. The remaining information was conspicuously absent, as if deemed unnecessary. Taking a deep breath, Xiao hurled the Pokeball in his hand. Charmander, go! Fire! A flash of white light erupted, and Charmander materialized beneath the trees. Mau Mau. The startled Caterpie tumbled from its perch, dazedly gazing at the Charmander before it. The latter offered no chance for response, as a sphere of flames swiftly formed in its mouth, enveloping the Caterpie in a fiery embrace. Spark. For bug-type Pokemon, this move is remarkably effective. However, it seems that due to the low level of Charmander, after being struck by this attack, the Caterpie surprisingly managed to rise once more, unleashing several strands of white silk towards Charmander, which ensnared its legs. With a swift motion, it tore the strands apart and prepared to unleash another ember. Xiao promptly issued his command, although he need not concentrate fully on such a battle. His experience as a top-tier player in his previous life had ingrained in him the habit of formulating battle commands instantaneously. Ember. Charmander reacted swiftly, and as the command left Xiao's lips, it had already shredded the silk binding its body with its sharp claws and released another burst of flames, accurately striking the Caterpie ahead. At last, the Caterpie could no longer withstand the damage and collapsed, teetering on the brink of defeat. A triumphant first battle. Though it was effortless, it was nonetheless the first combat since his rebirth, stirring a mix of emotions within Xiao. Well done. However, Charmander expressed discomfort, indicating that this method of combat was quite unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, after evolving into Charizard, He had grown accustomed to his formidable physique and the ability to soar through the skies. Starting anew felt somewhat disorienting. Xiao recognized this and offered reassurance. Do not worry. This will not last long. I will evolve you swiftly, restoring your former strength. Charmander pouted and flicked his tail, as if in agreement. Just as Xiao prepared to seek out another caterpie, a grand and ancient voice suddenly resonated through the heavens and the earth. Congratulations. Player 01 has achieved the first victory in Pokemon battles across the server. This proclamation echoed 3 times before fading into the ether. Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a moment of daze. Indeed, he had almost forgotten about this aspect. That announcement was likely the system notification of Pokemon Century. In his previous life, whenever a guild or player cleared a dungeon for the first time and obtained rare Pokemon or items, this voice would sound to inform everyone of the event. Now, although Xiao had entered the game early, he was still recognized as a player, thus activating the announcement and achievement systems. However, that particular voice was audible only to players, while the local inhabitants of this world remained oblivious. Currently, there was but one player in the entire Pokemon world, so the recent announcement was a secret known solely to him. With this realization, Xiao shook his head and suddenly recalled something. Completing these achievements often yielded rewards from the game system. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system interface unfolded before him. Ding! Congratulations to the player for achieving the first victory in battle across the entire server. Congratulations to the player for receiving a reward, a double experience card, 5 hours. The game system has indeed delivered its rewards. Xiao couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He understood precisely what this signified. In this game, there are countless achievements, typically earned by being the first among all players to meet certain conditions. For instance, the first victory in battle across the server, the inaugural challenge at a gym, or the initial evolution of a Pokemon. Those who accomplish these feats are rewarded handsomely by the system, such as the double experience card Xiao just obtained. In his previous life, guilds competed fiercely for the first kills in dungeons, not only to enhance their visibility through announcements, but also to secure these lucrative achievement rewards. The more challenging the achievement, the more substantial the reward. And this is a widely accepted truth. Now, the fact that Xiao logged into the game ahead of all other players implied that he could potentially claim all these achievement rewards for himself. The thought quickened his heartbeat. However, the next moment, the system's voice sounded, causing his expression to stiffen. Ding! The host has triggered the game system's achievement function. Please note, if achievements are triggered in advance and rewards are obtained, it will alert the game system to the host's early login, resulting in the permanent removal of the host from the game. Calculating solution: a solution has been reached. Temporarily conceal the host's player identity before the server opens. The host will be unable to obtain achievement rewards to avoid detection by the game system. The host's identity has been successfully locked. The achievement item, double experience card, 5 hours, has been removed. Xiao listened quietly and let out a sigh. Indeed, he suspected it was too good to be true. However, the system's actions were understandable. After all, he had logged in early and held a significant advantage. He could always pursue those achievements after the server officially launched. Nevertheless, the fact that the reward he should have received was confiscated by the system left him feeling somewhat disheartened. The 5-hour double experience card would have doubled the speed at which Charmeleon could level up during that time, resulting in tremendous benefits. As Xiao sighed, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. In response to this situation, this system will provide compensation. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the item, double experience card, permanent. Xiao was momentarily stunned upon reading this message. A permanent double experience card? He glanced at the game panel and indeed discovered an icon signifying double experience. Beneath the icon, the original duration now displayed a symbol indicating infinity. Impressive. He could only muster those 2 words after a long pause. Double the experience. With excitement shining in his eyes, Xiao clenched his fist and declared, Charmeleon, get ready. We are about to begin. Little Charizard, still somewhat perplexed, tilted its head and inquired, Fire? What is beginning? Subsequently, within the forest, the green caterpillars, even after metamorphosing into Butterfree, could never erase the memory of that fateful afternoon years ago when they were gripped by fear at the hands of a young Charizard. Chapter 9. The First Battle. Ding! Your Pokemon, Charizard, has emerged victorious in battle, earning 15 experience points. Ding! Your Pokemon, Charizard, has secured another victory, gaining 13 experience points. 3 hours later, Xiao and Charizard finally paused. You've worked hard. Let us take a moment to rest, Xiao smiled. Charizard appeared somewhat fatigued, and upon hearing Xiao's words, It casually chose a tree to sit against, gasping for breath. During these 3 hours, Xiao had led Charizard to confront dozens of green caterpillars, each defeated in turn. Despite the apparent ease of the encounters, Charizard was indeed weary. However, the rewards of these 3 hours were exceedingly bountiful. After vanquishing the green caterpillars, Charizard had ascended 5 levels, effortlessly reaching level 10. Under normal circumstances, it would be expected to be around level 8 at this juncture. Yet, with the benefit of double experience, the rate of leveling had doubled. Leaning against the tree, Xiao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The permanent double experience card was nothing short of a magnificent gift. Whether in the early stages, where leveling is relatively straightforward, or in the later stages, where substantial experience is required for gradual improvements, the doubled experience proved immensely advantageous. Reflecting on Charizard's current level 10, Xiao realized that it must have learned a new skill. He glanced back at Charizard, receiving a cascade of information. Pokemon, Charizard, type, fire, gender, potential, red grade, current level, 10 beginner, ability, blaze, current mental state, weary, affinity, 100, you share a brotherly bond, affinity modifier, none, skills acquired, ember, white, scratch, white, smokescreen, white, special skills, none, inheritance, none, carried items, none. Indeed, Charizard had learned a new skill, smokescreen. According to his recollection, Charizard was expected to learn the next skill, Dragon Breath, around level 12. When I previously challenged the Deep Gray Gym, it seemed I was around level 15, and I nearly swept through it effortlessly, Xiao mused, falling into contemplation. In this lifetime, time was of the essence and must be utilized wisely. Since Charizard had successfully reached level 10 in the forest, it was time to prepare for departure to Nibi City. The rationale was simple. The Pokemon within this forest were no longer suitable for Charizard's continued training. Although the green caterpillar and the unicorn bug are rather feeble, the vast disparity in levels renders them virtually incapable of providing any significant experience to the Charmander. Even with the double experience bonus, their efficiency is exceedingly slow. On the other hand, the Beedrill and Butterfree typically exceed level 16 and rarely act alone, posing a challenge for Charmander at its current level. It would be more prudent to return after evolving into Charmeleon. For now, it is advisable to depart and proceed directly to Gray City. With prior battle experience from a previous life, even at 5 levels lower than before, he feels confident in facing the gym challenge. Having made his decision, Xiao rested briefly before guiding Charmander towards the forest's edge. Though the evergreen forest spans a vast area, navigating along the periphery minimizes encounters with Pokemon, allowing for a swift exit to Gray City. Familiar with the route, Xiao successfully traversed the forest in under half an hour, emerging once again into the sunlight. It was now 10 in the afternoon, and in the distance, Gray City thrived under the clear sky, exuding vitality. Xiao paused for a moment before continuing forward. The journey from the forest to Gray City still required some distance, and on this path, trainers could appear at any moment for Pokemon battles. In his previous life, this was a common area for novice players to level up. However, today seemed unusually quiet due to the glaring sun. Xiao encountered very few people along the way, which disappointed him as he had hoped to encounter a few mobile experience packs. Just as he pondered this, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a side quest. First battle victory. Side quest. First battle victory. Quest requirement. When the upcoming first trainer battle. Quest reward. Ember of Burning Ashes. Quest time limit. None. The system had issued a new task. Moreover, the reward was quite enticing. The Ember of Burning Ashes, a level item, had cost Xiao a considerable sum at an auction in his previous life. Its effect was straightforward yet powerful. When a Fire-type Pokemon holds this item, the power of its Fire-type moves increases by 30%. Such items that directly enhance move effectiveness are typically in high demand, and when Xiao had acquired it previously, others had expressed envy. However, seeing this item as a quest reward evoked little reaction from him this time, as it seemed somewhat trivial compared to previous rewards from the system. Nevertheless, having it was better than not having it at all. Yet, the quest requirement left Xiao glancing ahead at the sun-drenched path, where he could not find a single trainer in sight. Where would he find someone to battle? Just as he felt a sense of resignation, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, shall we have a battle? A moment of surprise washed over Xiao as he turned to see a young man clad in a deep gray straw hat standing behind him, gazing with an air of arrogance. There was a hint of disdain in the young man's eyes. Upon noticing Xiao's turn, he continued, Yes, I'm talking about you. Care for a match? You appear to be a newcomer from Pallet Town, perhaps yet to experience a battle? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Yang, aspiring to become the most formidable bug-type trainer. The youth held his head high with pride. Yin Xiao was somewhat taken aback. How could this fellow so accurately deduce his origins? Yet, his surprise was fleeting. This young man appeared to be only a year or two his senior, likely around 16 or 17. In terms of maturity, it would not be excessive for this lad to address Yin Xiao as uncle. Yes, I am Yin Xiao, he replied with a calm demeanor, succinctly. Wang Yang, observing Yin Xiao's indifference, grew slightly impatient. Do you look down on me? If so, let us not waste time. Go, Beedrill. He hurled a Pokeball, and a yellow and black insect with formidable stingers emerged into the air. Buzzing. A flurry of data instantly appeared before Yin Xiao. Pokemon, Beedrill, potential, orange, gender, type, bug poison, ability, swarm, increases bug type move power when HP is low. Strength evaluation, 14, official level. Skills, poison sting, white. Fury attack, white. Bug bite, white. Twin needle, blue. The scene before him exceeded Yin Xiao's expectations. This boy possessed a Beedrill, although it seemed to have recently evolved. Its strength was notably impressive for a trainer of this age. Facing this Beedrill with his level 10 Charmander, despite the type advantage, would likely prove quite challenging. Well, what do you think of my Pokemon? Wang Yang, seeing Yin Xiao remain silent for a moment, assumed his opponent was intimidated by his Pokemon, and crossed his arms with a sense of triumph. However, the next moment, he noticed a spark of excitement in Yin Xiao's eyes. Very impressive, a level 16 Beedrill. In the realm of Pokemon, victory in battle allowed the Pokemon to gain experience points. There existed an additional rule. If the opponent's level was lower, the experience gained would be significantly reduced, much like with the previous Caterpie. Conversely, in battles against higher-level opponents, the greater the level disparity, the more experience would be acquired. Wang Yang was completely oblivious to the fact that, in Yin Xiao's eyes, his Beedrill was not a formidable opponent, but rather a colossal reservoir of experience. The question of whether he could win never crossed Yin Xiao's mind. What did a level difference matter? If the myriad battles he had fought in his previous life could not outweigh this mere 6th level disparity, then he might as well have never lived at all. Go, Charmander. Yin Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he threw the Pokeball. Charmander materialized before him, its eyes opening to immediately behold the imposing Beedrill. It glanced back at Yin Xiao, its gaze seemingly inquiring. You want me to battle this thing? Yin Xiao promptly returned an encouraging look. What are you afraid of? If we can't defeat such an inexperienced child, then all my previous lives would have been in vain. Charmander, that seems somewhat reasonable. Hey, what are you two exchanging glances about? Are we fighting or not? Wang Yang, observing the silent communication between the trainer and his dragon, felt a twinge of impatience. He found it rather odd that this person showed no fear against the Beedrill, instead appearing somewhat peculiar. All right, let us begin. Yin Xiao finally diverted his gaze and nodded. I shall show no mercy. Beedrill, use Poison Sting. Wang Yang furrowed his brow, issuing the command for Beedrill to initiate the attack. Buzzing. Following the order, Beedrill flapped its wings vigorously, hovering in midair, and unleashed a barrage of tiny purple needles from its abdomen, all aimed directly at Charmander. Dodge, then use Ember. Yin Xiao's command was swift, nearly instantaneous as the poison stings were launched. At that moment, Charmander, fully re-energized, swiftly stepped back, evading the onslaught of needles. The tiny projectiles missed entirely, leaving a faint purple stain on the ground, which corroded the earth, creating numerous pits. Thus, the battle officially commenced. Chapter 10. Arrival at Nibi City. After evading the poison sting attack, Charmander steadied itself and opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged toward the distant Beedrill. Dodge. Wang Yang, witnessing the attack, immediately shouted orders, yet his reaction time paled in comparison to Yin Xiao's. Beedrill took a moment to respond. Nevertheless, it managed to flap its wings just in time to narrowly evade the Ember attack. Yin Xiao inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. Charmander's current strength was still somewhat lacking. Although the reflexes from his previous life remained, the speed of executing moves was still rather slow. With just a bit more swiftness, that Ember could have struck true. However, it was understandable. After all, transitioning from the body of a Charizard to that of a Charmander must have been quite an adjustment. Once more Ember. Yin Xiao pondered for a moment before issuing his next command. On Wang Yang's face, a look of disdain emerged as he exclaimed, "Is this the extent of your abilities?" Beedrill, execute Fury Attack and slice through his flames. Buzzing. Upon hearing the command, the colossal stingers of Beedrill suddenly shimmered with a brilliant white light. As it soared swiftly through the air, it unleashed a flurry of stinger strikes, creating a tempestuous wind. Although the sparks held an elemental advantage, they were merely a basic fire-type move, and before the onslaught of fury attack, they were utterly obliterated. Excellent. Maintain this momentum, Wang Yang declared with exhilaration upon witnessing the turn of events. However, Yun Xiao remained unperturbed, standing still, just as Beedrill charged closer to the little Charmeleon. Brandishing its stingers for the final assault, he suddenly uttered a command. Jump and use scratch on its wings. Fire. The little Charmeleon seemed to have anticipated this moment, demonstrating a remarkable synergy with Yun Xiao, leaping into action the instant the command was given, aiming for Beedrill's wings at an unconventional angle. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Neither Wang Yang nor Beedrill had time to react as a flash of white light signaled Beedrill's abrupt descent to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Charmeleon evaded Beedrill's assault and successfully struck its wings. The most vulnerable point of Beedrill lay there. Once its wings were injured, it would lose its ability to fly, rendering it clumsy and incapacitated. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, Wang Yang was thrown into a state of panic. As a novice trainer, he had never encountered such a scenario. However, Yun Xiao would not wait for him to collect himself. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded Charmeleon to launch a fierce offensive against Beedrill. Charmeleon, Ember, fire. This time, the Ember accurately struck the immobile Beedrill, inflicting substantial damage and eliciting a pained buzzing sound from it. Wang Yang's expression darkened as his commands became increasingly frantic. Quick! Take to the skies, Beedrill. Use Poison Sting to counter. Yet, in this dire situation, the outcome was already sealed. After 3 successive embers, Beedrill succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Charmeleon emerged victorious. Ding! Your Charmeleon has triumphed in battle, earning 232 experience points. Charmeleon's level has increased, 1012. The system's voice resonated. Compared to the meager experience points gained from the Caterpie, this Beedrill was truly a moving treasure trove of experience. With the benefit of double experience, Charmeleon ascended 2 levels in one fell swoop. Upon reviewing the notification, Yun Xiao nodded in approval towards Charmeleon. Well done, Charmeleon. Fire. Charmeleon, too, was filled with excitement. Excluding the frail Caterpie, this marked its first victory since returning. Moreover, this opponent was no weakling, indeed stronger than Charmeleon in its current state. Although it pales in comparison to the battles of his past life, this marks a commendable beginning. In contrast to the lone trainer and his dragon, Wang Yang's expression has grown increasingly grim. After much effort, he had finally evolved his steel cocoon into a Beedrill, eager to find a worthy opponent to test his strength. However, he found himself defeated by a seemingly feeble creature. This left him in a state of deep frustration. Why? Despite the opponent's Pokemon seemingly being inferior to his Beedrill, did he still lose? Why? Yun Xiao, having recalled his Charmander into its Pokeball, happened to notice Wang Yang's despondent demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he approached. Wang Yang, noticing his approach, dejectedly exclaimed, "What do you want? Are you here to mock me for my loss? That was not my intention. Are you wondering why your Beedrill, despite being of a higher level, still lost?" Yun Xiao inquired. "How do you know?" Wang Yang's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Yun Xiao did not respond, merely shaking his head. Considering the experience this boy had inadvertently provided him, he decided to offer some guidance. In battles, the level of a Pokemon is merely one aspect. You fixate solely on this, neglecting other crucial factors. Level serves as a foundation, but attributes, combat strategies, and skill utilization all significantly influence the outcome of a battle. After stating this, Yun Xiao shrugged. As a trainer, one must remain vigilant to every detail in battle, anticipating various scenarios to issue the correct commands at the most opportune moments. For instance, in the recent encounter, had I been in your position, I would have kept Beedrill airborne, repeatedly employing ranged attacks to harass Charmander, denying it any opportunity to close the distance. You are overly focused on sheer power, issuing commands that bring Beedrill closer to the ground. This is reckless. Wang Yang stood there, astonished, feeling as though his entire understanding had been upended. He had always believed that merely using the strongest attacks would suffice. Observing his dazed expression, Yun Xiao continued, "From my perspective, the only ranged skill that your Charmander possesses is rather ineffective. Thus it is imperative to devise a strategy that negates Beedrill's aerial advantage." Wang Yang pondered for a moment and asked, "If I don't let Beedrill approach, would I not lose? If you refrain from closing the distance, I would simply have Charmander use Smoke Screen to create space, forcing Beedrill to navigate through the haze in search of it." Yun Xiao replied with a shake of his head. After hearing this, Wang Yang felt utterly bewildered. The logic in the words spoken struck him profoundly, challenging his understanding of Pokemon battles. One must engage their intellect during battles and avoid relying on assumptions. Well, consider this a piece of advice from me. Whether you heed it is entirely your choice, Xiao concluded, turning to depart. It was not merely the experience gained that prompted him to impart such wisdom. The large bee drill, possessing an orange rarity, is indeed a remarkably rare specimen. It would be a pity to let an inadequate trainer hinder its potential. He has articulated all that is necessary. Now it is up to the young lad to comprehend. The strategies just discussed stem from his previous life as a top-tier player, and if applied correctly, they could easily compensate for the slight disadvantage posed by the Charmander's lower level. Of course, this demands a profound synergy between him and the Charmander, as well as the latter's own combat experience and awareness. Clearly, under the circumstances of his transmigration, these factors pose no obstacle. This is precisely why he dared to accept the challenge of this battle. At this moment, Xiao has already distanced himself, while Wang Yang remains rooted in place, lost in thought, reflecting on Xiao's recent words. Unbeknownst to him, years later, as he evolves into a formidable bug-type trainer, he will still recall the wisdom imparted to him today. Xiao's casual instructional remarks have, in fact, altered the trajectory of his life. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. First battle victory. Congratulations, host, for receiving the quest reward. Burning ashes, item grade. The system's voice accompanied the notification, and in Xiao's hand, a small vial strung on a silver chain appeared. Inside the vial was a clump of white ash, faintly glowing with embers. The interface then refreshed with new information. Item grade. Burning ashes. Carry item. When held by a fire-type Pokemon. The power of fire-type moves increases by 30. Xiao glanced at the notification before releasing the Charmander from its Pokeball and adorning it with the vial around its neck. With this item, coupled with the metal claw that Charmander learned upon reaching level 12, the challenge of the Nibi Gym would pose little difficulty. After recalling the Charmander back into its Pokeball, Xiao swiftly made his way toward the city of Nibi. Meanwhile, in an uninhabited alleyway of Nibi City, two shadowy figures emerged from behind an unattended vending machine. They surveyed their surroundings, engaging in hushed whispers. What did they say? This mission is crucial. We must execute it flawlessly. The organization is already prepared on Moonlit Mountain. All right, let us hurry. Their conversation ceased as both figures departed the alley. Finally arriving, Xiao gazed at the sign welcoming him to Nibi City and sighed. This was the southern gate of Nibi City, bustling with numerous trainers, creating a lively atmosphere. As evening had arrived, according to league regulations, the gym must have closed its doors, leaving him to visit it tomorrow. After a long day of travel, Xiao felt weary and made his way to the Pokemon Center, guided by memory. He had not frequented this city often, and everything appeared rather unfamiliar. The night in Nibi City was not quiet. The streets were illuminated with bright lights, and pedestrians roamed about, enjoying the nightlife with their Pokemon. Xiao took some time to finally locate the Elf Center in this city, only to suddenly halt not far away. Two men clad in sports attire were approaching him head-on. At first glance, they appeared to be mere ordinary trainers. However, above their heads, two lines of crimson text materialized before Xiao's eyes. Team Rocket Executive, disguised. Team Rocket Executive, disguised. Warning. This unit is highly dangerous. Proceed with caution. The system's alert echoed in his mind. Chapter 11. Return. Before Xiao could ponder further, one of the executives abruptly stopped right in front of him. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify, and Xiao's heartbeat quickened. The man cast a glance at Xiao, unexpectedly revealing a friendly smile as he inquired. Excuse me, could you direct me to the direction of Moonview Mountain? Xiao was taken aback, then shook his head. I'm sorry, but I'm not quite sure. Perhaps you could ask someone else? Upon hearing this, the man appeared somewhat disappointed, uttering no further words as he turned away with his companion. It was only after the two figures vanished from Xiao's sight that he emerged from his earlier apologetic demeanor, furrowing his brow. In a place like Nibi City, to encounter two high-ranking members of Team Rocket was indeed perplexing. These individuals had concealed their identities, had it not been for the system's warning. Xiao might have mistaken them for ordinary residents. The more he contemplated, the stranger it seemed. Team Rocket was undeniably the most notorious antagonist within the realm of Pokemon, well known among players. Over the course of the past year since the game launched, numerous large-scale conflicts had erupted between Team Rocket and the League, with players free to choose their allegiances, whether to join Team Rocket or the League's faction. Though the Pokemon League stood as the most formidable righteous organization in this world, Team Rocket served as its antithesis, possessing sufficient strength to rival the League. Even during the time of Xiao's betrayal, Team Rocket continued to thrive. Naturally, he held a vigilant attitude towards such a formidable dark organization, notorious for kidnapping, extortion, and heinous acts. Its reputation was indeed infamous. The executives within this organization were not to be underestimated, boasting strength at least at the master level, displaying immense prowess. Furthermore, one could only speculate about the superior strength that Team Rocket had never revealed above the executives. Rumors among players suggested that the leader of Team Rocket had already attained champion-level strength. Setting aside these considerations, Xiao was most intrigued by why these two executives would appear in a small locale like Nibi City. The average trainer level in this city was considerably low, and there were no significant resources to covet in the vicinity. Logically, executives of their rank would not be dispatched without substantial cause. If they were to mobilize, it was likely for some grand scheme. The two individuals whom he unexpectedly encountered were certainly not mere passers-by. Should he notify Miss Junsha or the Alliance? Xiao contemplated for a moment, ultimately exhaling a sigh as he continued towards the Pokemon Center. The two had already distanced themselves, and he could hardly produce substantial evidence to present to the Alliance. Moreover, how he had discerned the identities of those two officials was also a matter of concern. Even if he were to reveal it, the Alliance might not believe him. Given his current capabilities, he was utterly incapable of intervening in matters of such magnitude. Forget it. He might as well focus on his own affairs. This incident had, however, served as a reminder to Xiao. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, he could leverage the temporal markers embedded in his memories to preemptively respond to significant actions undertaken by Team Rocket. Indeed, with sufficient strength, he could entirely alter the course of these events. For instance, there was a time when Team Rocket dispatched a substantial force to ambush the Indigo Plateau in pursuit of the Holy Fire, inciting considerable chaos. Another instance occurred a month after the server launch, when Team Rocket would amass in great numbers to invade Goldenrod City. Yet at that time, most players lacked Pokemon and were unable to participate in such high-stakes events, leaving them oblivious to what transpired in Goldenrod City on that day. However, for Xiao, the scenario was entirely different. He could very well enter Goldenrod City in advance to ascertain the true intentions of Team Rocket. Of course, all of this hinged upon his strength. As for the encounter he just experienced, it was best to feign ignorance. With his thoughts clarified, Xiao swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Pokemon Center and stepped inside. The Pokemon Center, constructed with the financial backing of the Alliance, served as a public facility dedicated to the needs of trainers, offering complimentary lodging and medical services. At this moment, there were few patrons within the NI by City Pokemon Center, so Xiao proceeded directly to the counter, placing his identity card on the table. "Hello. Could you please assist me with the lodging registration?" The individual behind the counter, clad in a nurse's uniform with pink hair and a lovely visage, was none other than Miss Joy, who was responsible for treating Pokemon. Joy flashed a polite smile at Xiao, accepted his credentials, and swiftly completed the registration. "Your room is at the end of the hall on the left on the 3rd floor. The dining area is located on the 2nd floor. Would you like your Pokemon to rest?" she inquired with a smile. "No need, thank you." Xiao retrieved his identity card and ascended to the 2nd floor. After ordering a curry rice dish in the dining area, he selected a seat by the window and began to eat leisurely. It must be said that the Alliance provides commendable benefits for certified trainers. Take the Pokemon Center, for example. Both the service quality and the food were impeccable. Regrettably, for players, attaining official recognition as a trainer by the Alliance was fraught with difficulty. After all, players were regarded as outsiders in the eyes of the Alliance, and thus, leniency was not to be expected. In his previous life, Xiao had attempted to submit an application, but ultimately abandoned the endeavor. However, it seemed that such obstacles were absent in this new existence. Upon entering the guest room, Xiao released the little fire dragon and placed the Pokemon food he had acquired from the dining area before it. "You must be hungry. This fare is rather mediocre, but it will have to suffice." The little fire dragon cast a disdainful glance at the bowl of gray Pokemon food, its disapproval unmistakable. Such a low-grade sustenance was merely fit for filling the stomach. Compared to the delectable meals it enjoyed in its former life as a Charizard, this was a paltry offering. Nevertheless, it reluctantly began to eat, for after a day filled with battles, it was indeed feeling peckish. "Just bear with it for now. I promise to procure something better for you later," Xiao remarked with a resigned shrug as he observed the little fire dragon. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. "Ding! The host has been active in the Pokemon world for 14 consecutive hours. Due to time correction, the current time in the main world has reached 7 in the evening. Please be mindful of your schedule." Upon reading this message, Xiao recalled an important fact. While immersed in the game world, time in the real world continued to flow without pause. when the game first launched. The time ratio was approximately 2:1. 12 hours in the game equated to 6 hours in reality. However, over time, this ratio evolved to a perfect 1:1, synchronizing both worlds entirely. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao opened the game interface and opted to log out. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the room, along with the little fire dragon, who was still expressing its discontent while eating. In the real world, within the confines of a small room, Xiao blinked open his eyes. He removed the helmet, glanced at the wall clock, and got up to stretch his limbs. "I'm back." Suddenly, he froze in place. For at that moment, a vibrant orange figure had also materialized in the room. His little fire dragon, looking utterly bewildered. It stared blankly ahead, a multitude of questions swirling in its mind. "Where's my food? I hadn't finished eating." Indeed, it appeared that one did not need to meet specific conditions to return. Xiao pondered for a moment before continuing. "This is my home. Let us have you stay in the Pokeball for a while. It would be troublesome if someone else sees you." The someone else he referred to was, of course, his sister. He had yet to devise a suitable explanation for the existence of the Pokemon world to her, so it was best for the little fire dragon to remain hidden. The little fire dragon had no objections and voluntarily returned to its Pokeball. Just as Xiao had placed the Pokeball on the bedside table, his phone rang. He approached and picked it up, noticing the caller was his sister. Upon answering, a lively and spirited voice came through the line. "Hello, brother. I'm almost done with school. I must tell you, I ranked first in the entire grade in this midterm exam." Xiao, upon hearing that familiar voice, was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Really? That's quite impressive. Please be cautious on your way back. Take care. I miss you, dear sister." On the other end of the line, a female voice chimed in once more. "Such flattery is rather insincere. I know. I'm not foolish. I'll hang up now. Brother, see you in a bit." After the call ended, Xiao set down the phone, exited the bedroom, and turned on the faucet in the bathroom. He cupped his hands to gather some cold water, splashing it across his face to steady his racing heart. Mingyao, his biological sister, was 4 years his junior. 5 or 6 years prior, their parents had tragically passed away, leaving behind a meager sum of money. Thus the weight of responsibility naturally fell upon him as the elder brother. The two rented a modest 2-bedroom apartment in the old district, barely scraping by on the wages Xiao earned through labor. Though their lives were fraught with hardship, Mingyao's obedient and lively disposition provided him with the fortitude to persevere. From a young age, she demonstrated remarkable intelligence, aware of her brother's burdens, and dedicated herself to her studies, gaining admission to a prestigious high school where she consistently excelled academically. While life was challenging, a glimmer of hope was always within reach. However, everything changed upon the revelation of Mingyao's rare illness. The subsequent events need not be recounted. Yet now, given a second chance, hearing her voice once more stirred a tumult of emotions within him. This time, he was resolute in preventing any recurrence of tragedy. He must safeguard his last remaining family member. Gazing into the mirror, he silently vowed to himself. Stepping out of the bathroom, Xiao's emotions began to settle slightly. It was 5:30 in the afternoon on a Sunday, and his sister, a first-year high school student, would have a half-day off, returning to school for an early study session the following morning. Her school was a prestigious institution with strict regulations, making this brief respite her only opportunity to unwind. Mingyao would not arrive home for at least another half hour. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao turned and retrieved a 100 yuan bill from a locked drawer before heading directly to the nearby market. "Sister Wang, I'd like to purchase 2 pounds of pork ribs, preferably with less fat," he requested at the meat stall on the market's periphery. "Ah, a rare customer. Little Yun. Suddenly, so willing to spend today?" Sister Wang, a woman in her 40s, glanced at the bill in his hand with surprise. Mingyao ranked first in her midterm exams. Xiao replied with a faint smile, offering no further elaboration. Upon hearing this, Sister Wang's smile broadened. She turned to select the ribs, exclaiming, "Ha, I knew it. Mingyao is exceptionally bright. With a sister like her, your hard work to support the family is truly commendable. If only my son possessed even half of Mingyao's intelligence, or a fraction of your thoughtfulness, I would be completely satisfied." Sister Wang jested. Xiao simply shook his head gently. The elderly woman before them was an old acquaintance of the siblings. Xiao would often come to her for meat, and knowing about his family's circumstances, Sister Wang frequently offered him a discount. 2 pounds of ribs, all lean. Let's just say $50 is 30 for you, she said, expertly weighing the meat before placing a bag of ribs in front of Xiao. Don't bother, Xiao was about to protest, but she had already pressed the change into his hands and turned away. What are you being so polite with your Sister Wang for? Meng, Yao must be finishing school soon. Aren't you going back? She teased him with a smile. Yun Xiao felt a warmth in his heart at her words. Relinquishing his stubbornness, he expressed his gratitude and left with the ribs. As she turned back to her stall, Sister Wang gazed at Yun Xiao's retreating figure and suddenly sighed. Such a fine boy, what a pity his luck is so poor. He truly has it tough. Upon returning home, Yun Xiao went straight to the kitchen with the ribs, deftly beginning to prepare them. Ordinarily, the siblings could never afford such expensive meat, with rent, tuition, food, and utilities combined. The meager earnings from his part-time job were hardly sufficient. Not to mention, after Yun Ming Yao was diagnosed with an illness, the family's financial situation had become even more laughable. But now, Yun Xiao knew these days would not last. The drafty windows, dim lighting, and disordered apartment would soon transform. He chopped the potatoes and ginger and tossed them into the pot, watching the bubbling broth, silently contemplating. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the door suddenly reached his ears, followed by the cheerful voice of a girl. "Brother, I'm back." Yun Xiao turned to exit the kitchen and collided with Yun Mingyao. With her charming twin ponytails, lively eyes, and eyebrows reminiscent of the bright moon, her two dimples radiated youthful charm. At the age of 14 or 15, she was bursting with energy. As Yun Xiao gazed at the familiar figure, his heart skipped a beat, and he stood frozen in place, fixated on the girl as if trying to imprint her image in his memory. Yun Mingyao blinked, a hint of confusion on her face. "Brother? What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Snapping back to reality, Yun Xiao shook his head and replied, "Not at all." "Mingyao." She set down her backpack and ran her fingers through her hair. "What's up?" Yun Xiao's gaze flickered, and he sighed deeply, softly saying, "Welcome back." Chapter 12. The Nibi Dojo. Yun Mingyao seemed puzzled by Yun Xiao's demeanor, tilting her head with curiosity. "Brother, what's going on with you today? Did something happen? Did the rent increase?" Yun Xiao naturally shook his head. "That's not the case. Just sit and rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon." Yun Mingyao plopped down on the sofa, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "What is that smell? It's so fragrant. Brother, what are we having for dinner?" Yun Xiao did not respond and turned to enter the kitchen. "You'll find out soon. Dinner is ready. Remember to wash your hands," she called out as she placed the final dish on the table. Yun Mingyao answered and hurried to wash her hands, but upon returning to the dining table, she was taken aback. "Brother, so many dishes?" Before her lay a large plate of steaming braised pork ribs, a serving of shredded potatoes, and a bowl of meatball soup with greens. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. To Mingyao, such a meal was already considered lavish. Usually, the two siblings scrimped and saved, often foregoing meat entirely and resorting to bargain shopping for vegetables at the market. He filled a bowl with rice and placed it in front of Yun Mingyao. "Come on, eat quickly, it will get cold." She accepted the bowl but hesitated, her expression revealing uncertainty. "Brother, I didn't mean it when I mentioned being first today. I just wanted to share. You don't need to put so much pressure on yourself." In her eyes, this lavish meal was clearly a reward from her brother. Yet, all she truly needed was a few words of praise, as such an extravagant dinner could impose significant strain on their limited finances. Yun Xiao paused for a moment, his chopsticks halting in midair. His sister was genuinely too understanding, to the point of it being heart-wrenching. "What nonsense are you saying? Don't think about that. Just enjoy your meal," he gently replied, placing a meaty rib into her bowl. However, she still appeared somewhat concerned, her face betraying doubt. "Is it really okay, brother? I can just eat casually. The cafeteria at school has meat too." Yun Xiao smiled. "I told you to eat well. By the way, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Yun Mingyao's attention was immediately captured. "Your brother has recently encountered a tremendous opportunity. From now on, we need not worry about money anymore." Having said that, he took a bite of rice, his expression earnest. "Really?" Yun Mingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She knew her brother would not lie about such matters. If Yun Xiao said so, it must be true. "Yes, silly girl, just focus on your studies. I will handle the rest," he silently added in his heart, "or you can choose not to study anymore." Yun Mingyao beamed a sweet smile, finally feeling at ease, and picked up a piece of rib to taste. "Wow, brother, how have your cooking skills improved so much? This is delicious." Her exclamation rang out as she devoured the rib and then took a large mouthful of rice. Yun Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy as he reminded her, "Eat slowly. Don't choke. There is still more in the pot." Yun Mingyao happily savored her ribs, mumbling indistinctly, "Now I believe it. Brother, you have truly struck it rich." Yun Xiao gazed at her, a silent acknowledgement stirring within him. Indeed, he had found great wealth, nothing compared to having her back. After dinner, following a brief conversation about school, Yun Mingyao returned to her room to commence her homework. Yun Xiao tidied the kitchen before retreating to his own room. standing by the window, gazing at the distant lights of the main city. Their home resided on an aging street. From this vantage point, the nearby dismal alley contrasted starkly with the vibrant, illuminated skyscrapers in the distance. Contemplating this jarring juxtaposition, Xiao began to deliberate his forthcoming plans. According to his recollections, Mengyao's illness would be discovered 6 months hence, by which time it had already progressed to a severe stage. In his previous life, he had spent considerable time earning money, and by the time he entered the game, Mengyao was frail, pale, and found it difficult to even rise from her bed. Now, in this reincarnation, he was determined not to let his sister endure such suffering again. Presently, only 6 days remained until the arrival of the game. Once it manifested, it would profoundly impact the existing social structure and economic framework. Organizations willing to invest in virtual items and currency would proliferate, and later, there could even be a scenario of demand exceeding supply. To heal Mengyao's affliction, at least 3 million would be required. Yet, he was confident in his ability to amass such funds swiftly after the game launched. As long as he could leverage these 7 days to outpace all other players, all would be well. Resolute, Xiao stood quietly by the window until sleepiness overtook him, prompting him to return to bed. The night passed without incident. The following morning, upon awakening, Xiao found that Mengyao had already left for her early study session. On the table lay a bag of steaming buns and a note penned in delicate handwriting. Brother, while earning money is important, do not forget to take care of your health. Remember to eat breakfast. Reading her words warmed his heart. After finishing breakfast, he locked his room door and donned his helmet once more. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from the room. Good day. How did you rest last night? Miss Joy greeted him with a polite smile. Thank you, I rested well. Xiao replied as he returned the room card and turned to leave the elf center, heading directly to the dark gray gym. The dark gray gym was the closest gym to Jinshin town in the Kanto region and one of the weakest among them. His previous life-S strategies had noted that the gym leader was a middle-aged man with no particularly noteworthy Pokemon, making it quite easy to overcome. At that moment, Xiao stood at the entrance of this gym. At the entrance of a vast square building, a Pokeball emblem hung high, signifying that this was an officially recognized gym of the league. Xiao pondered for a moment before releasing his Charmander from its Pokeball. I'll be relying on you soon, Charmander. Roar. Charmander nodded, indicating its confidence in facing a gym of this caliber. The duo, a trainer and his dragon, stepped cautiously into the building, only to find themselves enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. Xiao spoke up. Greetings, I am Xiao, a novice trainer from Pallet Town, here to challenge the deep gray gym. I seek your guidance, esteemed gym leader. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of a switch being flipped echoed, illuminating the space with a series of bright fluorescent lights. Before him lay an entire battlefield, scattered with an array of bizarre rocks and gravel. From the opposite end of the arena, a deep male voice responded. It has been quite some time since a challenger has shown such courtesy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Brock, the leader of the deep gray gym. Xiao looked up toward the source of the voice, momentarily taken aback. The speaker was a young man sporting a spiky hairstyle and squinting eyes, far from the middle-aged figure he had envisioned from his past life. Could it be that the gym was managed by another individual during this era? Despite his uncertainty regarding this unfamiliar face, there was no turning back. A battle was inevitable. Charmander, I leave it to you. Fire. Charmander stood defiantly before Xiao, brimming with combat spirit, while Brock, with his narrowed eyes, revealed no discernible emotion, though his tone hinted at mild surprise. Oh, your Charmander appears quite impressive, though it may lack in training. With that, he tossed a Pokeball, and in a flash of white light, a rock-type Pokemon, a Geodude, floated before them. A series of data promptly materialized before Xiao's eyes. Pokemon, Geodude, gender, type, rock ground. Potential, blue, strength rating, 10 entry level. Ability, sturdy, it cannot be knocked out in one hit. And one-hit knockout moves have no effect on it. Fortunately, despite the change in personnel, as one of the weaker gyms, it certainly wouldn't prove too formidable. After reviewing the data, Xiao mused quietly. Challenger, battles are conducted one-on-one. If either side's Pokemon loses all its combat power, that side is deemed defeated. Is that acceptable? Brock inquired, rising from his seat. That is acceptable, Xiao replied, shaking his head affirmatively. Very well then, you may attack first, Brock stated. Without hesitation, Xiao raised his hand and issued a command. Charmander, use Ember. Roar. Charmander lowered its body and unleashed a spray of embers that soared directly toward Geodude in the distance. Utilizing fire-type skills against rock-type Pokemon seems rather unwise. Geodude, Use rollout, Brock commanded, furrowing his brow at Yun Xiao's instructions. The Geodude, upon hearing the command, stood its ground against the embers without flinching, curling its body into a spherical shape. At this moment, Brock addressed Yun Xiao, stating, "In Pokemon battles, one must adhere to the principles of type advantages. Your Ember attack is virtually ineffective against Geodude, inflicting minimal damage. Moreover, having adopted the rollout technique, Geodude's defensive capabilities have significantly increased, rendering your Charmander's chances of victory even slimmer." Disappointment coursed through him as he observed the promising talent of Yun Xiao's Charmander, only to find the trainer unaware of the most fundamental type advantages. It appeared that the outcome of this battle was all but decided. He issued another command, "Geodude, use rollout." The Geodude, upon receiving the instruction, descended from the air and commenced rolling across the ground, gaining speed and stirring up a cloud of dust. Brock, crossing his arms with a confident demeanor, watched as his Geodude executed its most potent combination of rollout and defense curl. With the acceleration of its rolling, the force of its collision would only intensify. The situation appeared to be highly favorable for him. However, Yun Xiao seemed unfazed by Brock's remarks, his demeanor surprisingly calm. Was it truly the rollout and defense curl strategy? Observing Yun Xiao's indifference, Brock assumed the opponent was at a loss for how to command his Pokemon, exacerbating his disappointment. "Go, Geodude, take him down," he urged. The Geodude rolled faster, altering its course, barreling directly toward the Charmander. As the Geodude approached for impact, Yun Xiao's voice rang out with urgency. "Dodge, then use Metal Claw." Charmander, responding to the command, exhibited remarkable agility and speed, deftly evading the oncoming Geodude. Almost simultaneously, its gleaming claws descended forcefully upon Geodude, sending it flying out of its rolling state. As the dust settled, Geodude lay motionless on the ground, unable to continue the battle. Brock's expression shifted from one of confidence and pride to sheer astonishment, struggling to comprehend the swift reversal. After a moment of bewilderment, he queried, "Why? Your Charmander clearly possesses such power and speed, yet you opted to attack with the ineffective Ember?" Yun Xiao, having already praised his Charmander and returned it to its Pokeball, explained without raising his gaze, "Oh, the Ember? It's possible that your Geodude has the sturdy ability. If it were at full health and struck by Charmander's Metal Claw, it would not have been a one-hit knockout." Upon hearing his explanation, Xiao Gang's eyelids involuntarily twitched twice, not able to deliver a decisive blow. So, that spark was intended to slightly diminish the vitality of the small fist stone, thereby preventing the activation of its sturdy trait, lest it should become impossible to achieve a knockout. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Since the battle has concluded, it is time for the badge," Yun Xiao succinctly reminded him. Xiao Gang, regaining his composure, retrieved a gray diamond badge and stepped forward. "I apologize for my earlier remarks. You are indeed an exceptional trainer, and I acknowledge your prowess." Yet, he suddenly halted, falling silent for a few seconds. "However, before I present you with the badge, I have a request. Would you be willing to consider it?" Yun Xiao furrowed his brow. "What request?" Xiao Gang paused briefly before speaking. "Could I trouble you to visit Moonview Mountain?" Moonview Mountain? Before Yun Xiao could fully process this, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations. The host has received a unique quest. Xiao Gang's Troubles. Unique quest. Quest reward. Hidden trait capsule." Chapter 13. The unique quest. The game panel refreshed, revealing the quest information. Special unique quest. Xiao Gang's Troubles. Unique quest. Quest requirement. Complete Xiao Gang's commission. Quest time limit. 24 hours. Quest reward. Hidden trait capsule. Xiao Gang's compensation. Is it truly a unique quest? Upon seeing the quest name followed by the small print, Yun Xiao felt a twinge of surprise. A unique quest, as the name suggests, is a task that can only be undertaken once. Once a player accepts this quest, regardless of success or failure, it vanishes forever and will not reappear. Correspondingly, the rewards for such unique quests are often extraordinary. Having logged in relatively late in his previous life and suffering from poor luck, Yun Xiao had never triggered a single unique quest. It was said that during the initial launch of the game, those players who ranked at the top of the level leaderboard had encountered such quests multiple times, inciting envy among others. Now that Yun Xiao had stumbled upon a unique quest, there was no reason to decline it, although unsure of its specific effects. The hidden trait capsule undoubtedly promised to be a valuable item. Perhaps it could allow a Pokemon to alter its traits? As he pondered, he naturally nodded towards Xiao Gang. "I can assist you, but you must tell me what I am to do at Moonview Mountain." His words caused Xiao Gang to momentarily freeze in surprise. So accommodating. He had been contemplating how to persuade this trainer standing before him. You are willing to help? I am immensely grateful. Here's the situation. Please, listen to me. Xiao Gang's face flushed with excitement as he began to recount his predicament to Yun Xiao. I was never the master of the deep gray dojo. The original owner was my father. However, a month ago, for reasons unknown, his Pokemon, the Onyx, suddenly fell ill, succumbing to an overwhelming weakness. According to the Pokemon Center, the Onyx has contracted a peculiar ailment that requires a rare item, the shiny stone, for recovery. Consequently, my father entrusted the management of the dojo to me and set off to other cities in search of this elusive shiny stone. Yet, nearly a month has passed, and he has yet to find it. By sheer happenstance, I learned of a location where this item might be found, Mount Moon. Initially, I intended to go myself, but my responsibilities of running the dojo during the day and caring for my younger siblings at night made it impossible for me to venture there in search of the shiny stone. Your strength appears commendable, and you seem like a trustworthy individual. Thus, I wish to implore your assistance. Once we procure the shiny stone, my father will be able to return and resume his duties at the dojo, allowing me to embark on my journey anew. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao suddenly felt an epiphany. No wonder the dojo's master was not the elderly figure mentioned in the strategy guide, but rather the young man before him. It became clear that only after a player logs into the Pokemon world and completes this singular quest does the middle-aged man take over the master's position. This implies that the first player to challenge the deep gray dojo in a previous life must have accomplished this unique task. Subsequent players would not encounter the liberated and traveling Xiaojiang, but rather his father. The master described in the guide transforms into Xiaojiang's middle-aged father. At this moment, noticing Yun Xiao's silence after his explanation, Xiaojiang anxiously added, "Rest assured, should you succeed in retrieving the shiny stone, I shall reward you with this." He then extracted an item resembling a disc from his pocket. This is the Sunny Day Skill Learning Disc. Once your Charmander evolves into a Charizard, it will prove immensely beneficial. Although I cannot utilize it, its rarity makes it a fitting reward. Oh, an unexpected boon, Yun Xiao remarked, raising an eyebrow at the disc. Sunny Day, a weather-related skill, alters the battlefield's conditions to sunny weather, significantly enhancing the power of fire-type moves while diminishing that of water-type moves, thereby exponentially increasing the combat prowess of fire-type Pokemon. Furthermore, if the effect of the hidden ability potion aligns with his expectations, allowing Charmander to acquire its hidden ability, then the two items provided by this task would be a perfect match. For Charmander's hidden ability, Solar Power, significantly boosts its special attack under sunny conditions, albeit at the cost of its health. The side effects of this trait are far outweighed by its benefits. In a previous life, a player ranked first on the leaderboard possessed a fire-breathing dragon, which boasted this very characteristic. With the dual enhancements of Solar Power and Sunny Day, his dragon frequently unleashed attacks of terrifying potency, leaving Yun Xiao filled with envy. Now, with both elements presented before him, he had no reason to decline. Very well. What must I do? Yun Xiao inquired of Xiao Gang. The latter, seeing that his request had been accepted, promptly replied, "It's quite simple. Legends say that at midnight, a multitude of rocks at the summit of Moonview Mountain begin to emit a striking white light. You merely need to arrive there tonight and retrieve a stone approximately the size of a palm." Is it truly that easy? Yun Xiao felt an unsettling sense of doubt. After all, this was a level task, and logically, the difficulty should not be so trivial. Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Then I shall rely on you. Thank you immensely. Here is your badge. I will await your good news at the gym." Xiao Gang cheerfully handed Yun Xiao the dark gray badge. Upon receiving it, Yun Xiao turned to leave. As he stepped out of the gym, a thought struck him, causing him to halt. Wait a moment. Did those two disguised Team Rocket executives inquire about the way to Moonview Mountain? A sense of foreboding washed over him. This singular task had a time limit of 24 hours. Once surpassed, it could no longer be undertaken. Yet, if Team Rocket were indeed planning something significant at Moonview Mountain, as Yun Xiao suspected, the difficulty of this task could soar. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the situation before ultimately deciding to investigate Moonview Mountain that night. He resolved to exercise caution. Should any complications arise, he would escape without hesitation. Besides, the mere fact that those two executives had asked for directions did not necessarily indicate that Team Rocket was operational at the mountain that day. Having devised a strategy, Yun Xiao secured the dark gray badge and shook his head, dismissing the troubling thoughts. However, another pressing issue suddenly came to mind. It could be summed up in two simple words: lack of funds. Chapter 14. Methods of earning money. Whether local trainers or players logging into the game from the real world, they all grappled with one fundamental issue: money. Being a trainer could easily be deemed the most financially demanding profession Xiao had ever encountered. The items required for nurturing Pokemon cost money. Feeding Pokemon required funds. Even evolving Pokemon necessitated expenditure, not to mention the substantial sums needed to purchase technical machines for skill acquisition. In truth, Xiao's current situation was manageable. As a certified trainer by the League, he had access to complimentary services from the Pokemon Center. However, in his past life, when everyone was merely a player, the struggle was far more arduous. Due to the meager rewards provided by the game system, players found themselves in an exaggerated state of financial deprivation during the early stages of logging in. Some individuals even went to the lengths of foregoing food and drink, choosing instead to slumber on park benches, all in the pursuit of accumulating enough funds to purchase Pokeballs, determined not to miss any tasks assigned by the system. While this may sound exaggerated, it closely mirrors Xiao's experiences in a previous life. Accumulating sufficient funds to acquire a Pokeball and capture a Pokemon was merely the beginning. Healing Pokemon at the hospital required Pokemon coins. Purchasing items demanded Pokemon coins, and even traversing a city sometimes necessitated paying a toll. In order to prevent an influx of players within the cities, the Pokemon League mandated that individuals must pay a fee to gain entry. In such circumstances, financial scarcity became a universal concern among all players. In this lifetime, although Xiao had attained the status of an official trainer, the issues he faced had lessened considerably, yet financial matters still loomed large. While Charmeleon retained the battle experience and memories from the previous life, both its strength and physique had regressed to their nascent state. To reclaim its former glory, an array of nutritional supplements, skill discs, and other necessities required monetary resources. Upon logging in, Xiao found himself devoid of even a single Pokemon coin. With Xiaojing's only task awaiting him until midnight, he resolved to devise a means of earning some money. He pondered for a moment, then seated himself on a bench at the roadside, resuming his contemplations. In his past life, players had several methods for generating income. Among the most common was capturing powerful rare Pokemon to sell to other players or to the Pokemon black market. This was widely recognized as the quickest way to earn money, with a single starter Pokemon fetching a price of at least over 100,000 Pokemon coins. However, despite his financial struggles in his previous life, Xiao never resorted to this method. The reason was simple. As a trainer, he could never bring himself to capture Pokemon indiscriminately. He believed that capturing a Pokemon should be a mutual choice and a bond of trust between human and creature, a serious and formal endeavor rather than a frivolous act. Once a Pokemon was captured, one must take responsibility. Otherwise, they were unworthy of the title of trainer. He held those who captured Pokemon en masse for sale in utter disdain, unable to profit at the expense of his conscience. Thus, in his previous life, he earned Pokemon coins by selling information on rare Pokemon activities, sharing dungeon strategies, and vending rare items. Reflecting on those days, a spark ignited in Xiao's mind, swiftly leading him to a method of earning money. Rising from the bench, he retrieved his Pokédex, activated the map function, and input a few words, Energy Block Store. The Pokédex promptly displayed the route, and with a quick glance, Xiao set off at a brisk pace. Energy blocks were a special type of item within the game, crafted by grinding and blending various berry materials through a machine, resulting in a nutrient-rich product imbued with formidable energy. Such items serve a dual purpose for the sprites. They not only satiate hunger and replenish energy, but also enhance their attributes, aiding in the mastery of their internal energies. The impact of these items on the sprite's growth is profoundly significant, categorizing them as the finest nurturing products available. Certain advanced energy blocks can even directly alter a sprite's strength. In his previous life, due to a series of fortuitous events, Xiao stumbled upon the crafting methods for such items, leading to an uncontrollable passion. As a student of the sciences, he channeled all his enthusiasm for chemistry and physics into the creation of these blocks. To his surprise, he discovered an extraordinary talent in this field, one that few could rival. In a remarkably short time, the blocks he crafted reached an impressive standard, attracting players willing to pay handsomely for his creations. Among the players, very few possessed such a rare skill, transforming this craft into a lucrative avenue for Xiao. After joining a guild, he became engrossed in strategizing for various dungeons, neglecting further exploration of his craft. He was acutely aware that, given ample time, he could develop unique recipes to create blocks that had never before graced the sprite world. Regrettably, in his haste to amass wealth, this skill gradually faded into obscurity, leaving him with a profound sense of loss. Now, granted a second chance at life, Xiao found himself reflecting on this matter once more. As his memories settled, he arrived at the entrance of a shop, guided by the navigation system. His plan was straightforward: to utilize his former expertise to craft a batch of blocks and sell them for profit. Even among the locals of the sprite world, few excelled in this craft, allowing even commonplace blocks to fetch a commendable price, sufficient to cover his expenses for the time being. Approaching the shop, he adjusted his expression and stepped inside with deliberate grace. The interior was modestly sized, approximately 20 square meters, yet the shelves brimmed with jars containing blocks of various hues. As Xiao's gaze swept across the displays, the system's notifications flickered before him. Level Energy Block, Satiation Block, provides the energy required for a sprite's daily activities. Level Energy Block, Flame Block, enhances fire-type sprite's affinity with flames. Prolonged use may slightly improve the sprite's physical constitution. After a brief inspection, Xiao noted that although the shop lacked higher-level blocks, it was well-stocked with lower-tier, common varieties. Upon reaching the counter, a young man behind it took notice of him. "What do you want, kid?" he asked, lounging in a chair, his tone laced with impatience. After pondering for a moment, Xiao responded, "Do you have any machines for crafting blocks? Even the most basic type would suffice." Upon hearing this, the young man straightened up, regarding Xiao with a peculiar expression. "What exactly are you here for?" Xiao, with a stoic expression, declared, "I can create energy blocks. You provide the machines and materials at market price, and we shall split the profits 50-50. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's face contorted in disbelief, followed by a fit of raucous laughter. Ha! Once his laughter subsided, he regarded Xiao with the gaze of a fool, dismissively waving his hands. You intend to make blocks? Youngster, I have no time to play with you. Hurry home." Chapter 15. The Boss. Is this even a person? The young man spoke, his brow furrowed with impatience, and his disdainful gaze was fixed upon Xiao. This reaction was within Xiao's expectations, for upon entering the game, he appeared no older than 16. At such a tender age, not only was creating blocks beyond their reach, but even reaching the threshold of becoming a trainer was a considerable feat thus. He simply regarded the young man and nodded. "Yes, I can. That's enough. Boy, if you don't want to get beaten, you'd best leave quickly. Do you take me for a fool?" The man, still unconvinced, repeatedly waved his hands, his tone laden with threats. Observing the man's obstinacy, Xiao pondered briefly before deciding to turn and leave. This individual was clearly unreasonable. He could easily seek another shop. There were plenty of establishments in need of blocks, and he saw no reason to persist in this futile encounter. However, just as he was about to depart, a middle-aged man emerged from the back room. "Lin Hu, what's going on? Why the loud commotion? Did we not agree to treat customers with greater courtesy?" The young man, identified as Lin Hu, shifted his expression and pointed at Xiao, saying, "Dad, this kid is no customer. He's here to cause trouble, and I was just about to throw him out." He shot Xiao an irritated glare as he spoke. "Causing trouble? Young man, given your age, you hardly seem like a trainer. Is there something you require from our shop?" The boss, upon hearing this, turned to scrutinize Xiao, his tone now more amiable. "I can create energy blocks. You provide the machines and materials, and we will split the earnings at market price." Noticing the middle-aged man's favorable demeanor, Xiao patiently reiterated his proposal. The man's expression shifted once more, and he regarded Xiao with a look of hesitation. "This child claims he can produce blocks? How is that possible?" "Dad, I've already told you, he's just here to create a disturbance. Just get rid of him." Lin Hu scoffed, chuckling to himself. Ignoring him, Xiao focused on the middle-aged man and suddenly inquired, "What specific type of block is currently in short supply?" The middle-aged man, taken aback by the unexpected question, instinctively replied, "The one in shortage is the toxic breath block, isn't it?" His gaze towards Xiao shifted yet again. Initially, he perceived the young man before him as merely a source of disruption. However, his perspective began to shift with a sense of intrigue. The knowledge of the tiered classification of blocks and the awareness of frequent market shortages seemed far too sophisticated for mere mischief. With this in mind, he cautiously inquired, "You claim you can do it, even with the poisonous blocks?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiao nodded affirmatively. "As long as the materials are sufficient, I can manage it." The middle-aged man pressed further, "What is the probability of success?" "A minimum of 50%, though it may vary depending on the machine's condition and my dexterity today." Xiao replied. Their dialogue was interrupted by Lin Hu, who could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Hey, Dad, you can't possibly believe this kid, can you? If he truly can create blocks, I would bow down and pay my respects, even if he only produces one." The middle-aged man, seemingly unfazed, beckoned Xiao to follow him. "Come in, the machine is inside." Xiao nodded and followed him into the back of the shop. The atmosphere in the store grew hushed, leaving Lin Hu alone at the counter, his expression twisted with disbelief. What does this mean? Why does my father genuinely believe that this young man can create blocks? Pondering this, he shrugged and muttered to himself. He must be losing his senses. Just look at this kid's shabby appearance. I fear he will end up producing a heap of defective products, unable to even cover the cost of materials. And a 50% success rate? Does he truly consider himself a master block maker? If he disregards my advice, he'll soon regret it. With that, he propped his legs up and settled comfortably in his chair, anticipating a spectacle. Meanwhile, in the shop's backroom, the middle-aged man presented a collection of materials. Here are some items. Please check for any issues. He brought over a box of purple fruit and placed a box of deep green fruit on the table. After inspecting the block-making machine, Xiao glanced at the table and spoke. Poisonous powder fruit, ghostly green fruit. Do you have any apple wild fruits? Please bring me around 10. The middle-aged man paused, taken aback. Apple wild fruit. This type of fruit is typically used for creating satiation blocks. He had never heard of anyone using it for other types of blocks. Yet, after a moment's thought, he retrieved a box of apple wild fruit and placed it on the table. Satisfied, Xiao nodded. All right. With that, he picked up the nearby tools and began processing the various fruits. Peeling, pitting, sorting. His hands moved with grace and fluidity, captivating to behold. The elder stood by, watching in silence, hardly daring to breathe. At that moment, he was nearly convinced of one thing. This young man was indeed extraordinary. To be truthful, just minutes earlier, he had harbored doubts regarding Xiao's ability to create blocks. It is indeed rare for someone of such a young age to craft blocks, particularly the challenging toxin essence blocks. He was only willing to give it a try due to Xiao's composed demeanor, coupled with the fact that these blocks have been in severe shortage lately. If he were to be deceived, he would simply chalk it up to bad luck. However, now as he observes Xiao operating the machine with remarkable skill, he dares not utter a sound, fearing he might disrupt Xiao's concentration. As the proprietor of a block shop, he possesses some knowledge of the craft. The finesse exhibited by this young man is indistinguishable from that of a seasoned artisan. This cannot be feigned. It is undoubtedly genuine talent. Yet, a sense of confusion lingers in his mind. How could someone so young possess such prowess? Could it be that this lad is actually... While he pondered this, the machine's rumbling ceased. Xiao gazed at the perfectly shaped, translucent purple blocks emerging from the machine and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had not forgotten the skills and experience from his previous life. Crafting such elementary blocks remained effortless. All right, take a look. He nodded towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting to the interior of the machine. The next moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. What? The quality, the uniformity. He swallowed hard, struggling to speak. What is the success rate of this batch? It seems far above 50%. Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, there was a slight miscalculation earlier. It turned out to be easier than expected. In fact, it should be 100%. Proprietor, is this even humanly possible? Chapter 16. Departing from Nebi City under normal circumstances, an ordinary block craftsman. Even when producing the simplest basic blocks, achieving a success rate of over 50% is already quite rare. Crafting blocks is a highly skilled endeavor. Even the slightest deviation or error while adjusting the machine's speed can lead to significant repercussions. Not to mention the toxin essence blocks, which rank among the most challenging types. Yet, this young man's batch of blocks contained not a single defective piece. Each one was crystal clear and exquisitely full. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Xiao's assertion indeed held true. The success rate was a perfect 100%. This revelation magnified his earlier suspicions. This young man was far from ordinary. To attain such a level of proficiency, only expert block craftsmen could achieve it. No, even experts might not reach such a flawless success rate. It must be the realm of master craftsmen. The proprietor, as he contemplated further, found it increasingly hard to believe, and his gaze towards Xiao was now infused with respect. He was nearly certain that this young man was a disciple of some renowned master in the art of block crafting. How could one possess such exquisite craftsmanship at such a tender age? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. Accepting the cube from Xiao, he smiled and said, I had my doubts about you earlier. I hope you won't take offense. I now clearly recognize your exceptional skills. I am Lin Yukai, but you may simply call me Old Lin. He suddenly appeared to recall something and shook his head, continuing, No, let us agree on a division of profits at 30-70. With you receiving 70 and I 30. At that moment, he was already calculating in his mind. Having confirmed that the young man before him was a disciple of a master craftsman, he realized that if he could ingratiate himself with this youth, he might establish a connection with the influential figure behind him. Such an opportunity was something he had never dared to dream of. A master craftsman was revered wherever they went. Even the most esteemed trainers would defer to them. Furthermore, given the quality and caliber of these cubes, he could undoubtedly sell them at a premium. Even if he failed to establish a rapport with the master, he would still not incur any losses. Unbeknownst to Xiao, Lin Yukai had concocted an elaborate narrative in his mind and was busy calculating his next steps. He merely nodded lightly in response. "Yes, here is my account number," he said, producing a slip of paper inscribed with numbers and placing it before Lin Yukai. "All right, the market price for these toxic cubes is around 50,000, so I will offer you 35,000. The funds have been transferred," Lin Yukai stated, promptly sending the money to Xiao's account. "May I inquire about the identity of the influential figure behind you, if it is not too much trouble?" He hesitated before asking. Xiao, initially perplexed, furrowed his brow in confusion. "What do you mean?" He was genuinely unaware that Lin Yukai had conjured the image of a master craftsman in his mind. However, upon hearing Xiao's response, Lin Yukai interpreted it differently and awkwardly cleared his throat, waving his hand dismissively. "Never mind, just disregard my question." Internally, he sighed, realizing that the young man's mentor preferred to remain anonymous, which complicated matters. Nonetheless, one step at a time, since I cannot curry favor with the master, I shall focus on nurturing a relationship with this apprentice. After a moment's reflection, he addressed Xiao again. "By the way, if you ever require tree fruits in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall offer you the best prices. Similarly, should you find yourself short on funds again, you may sell your cubes to me, and we shall maintain the 30-70 split." Such generosity. Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. After pondering briefly, a thought struck him. "Lin boss, do you have fire feather fruits and lantern fruits in stock?" "Indeed, we do," Lin Yukai replied enthusiastically, nodding repeatedly. "Then please procure a box of each for me. I will transfer the payment for the tree fruits shortly," Xiao instructed. Lin Yukai, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "May I ask what you intend to create with the fire feather fruits and lantern fruits?" "This is prepared for the elves and is not for sale to you. I can also lend you the money for the machine." Xiao shook his head. No, I shall fetch it for you right away. There is no need for such formality." Lin Yukai repeatedly waved his hands, then turned to carry over a box of each type of fruit. "The cost of the fruits can be disregarded, as they are not particularly valuable. Please take your time. I shall not disturb you," he said politely before turning to leave the workshop. Xiao counted the quantities of the two types of fruits, feeling somewhat emotional. In his previous life, his crafting skills, according to the standards of the Elven World, had likely reached a master level. In this life, with the opportunities and time at his disposal multiplied several times over, he should be able to advance further in this craft. With this thought, he glanced down at the humble machine at his feet, his gaze sharpening once more as he began processing the two types of fruits. The roar of the machine soon filled the air. "Dad, why are you alone? Where's that kid? Did he succeed in creating something?" Lin Hu, reclining casually behind the counter, suddenly noticed his father emerging from the back and couldn't help but tease him with a raised eyebrow. However, Lin Yukai merely glanced at him coldly, placing a jar of something on the table, saying, "You can see for yourself." "What is it?" Lin Hu inquired, puzzled. When he finally focused on the jar, his expression froze in shock. How is this possible? The jar contained a collection of purple energy cubes, all of noticeably high quality, glimmering under the light, unmistakably crafted by skilled hands. Connecting his father's words with the earlier events, Lin Hu's heart raced, and he stammered, "Did that kid make this? Dad, you must be joking. This cannot be real." Lin Yukai did not respond but regarded him solemnly, letting out a sigh. "Do you have any idea what kind of person you almost provoked just now? That kid's crafting techniques start at an expert level, far surpassing yours. Lin Hu, I have told you more than once not to be so self-assured. There are always greater talents beyond our own. Why can't you understand this? I am deeply disappointed in you. From today onward, you will add 3 extra hours to your training each day." With that, he averted his gaze and lit a cigarette. I. Lin Hu's face turned ashen, struggling to find his words. Even now, he found it hard to believe the astonishing reality before him. How could someone of such youth possess such skill and technique? Yet, the flawless cubes lay before his eyes, their brilliance almost blinding. Ultimately, he could only accept this truth in a daze. "Thank you this time, boss. If any further matters arise, I will reach out to you." Xiao, cradling a canister of cubes, stood at the entrance of the shop and waved at Wang Yukai, who responded with a beaming smile, saying, "No need for formalities. Until we meet again." Without further ado, Xiao turned and exited the shop, stepping onto the bustling street. He summoned his Charmander from its Pokeball, presenting it with a can of vibrant red cubes. "Here is your lunch for today," he said, adding, Do not consume it all at once. This canister contains enough for at least 4 meals. Charmander took the can, deftly opened it, and eagerly scooped a handful of cubes into its mouth, closing its eyes to savor the flavor. Delicious. Observing Charmander's reaction, Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that his culinary skills in cube crafting had not diminished since his previous life, a most fortunate development. These fiery red cubes, the most fundamental type known as fire seed cubes, serve to enhance a Pokémon's physical attributes and improve its control over fire. While these cubes were merely the basic variety, Xiao's current circumstances allowed for the creation of only such elementary cubes. Higher-grade cubes, although more effective, required rarer fruits that could not be found in the small shop. Moreover, crafting advanced cubes necessitated sophisticated machinery, as the saying goes. A skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients, and Xiao found himself at an impasse. Fortunately, for the present level of Charmander, these fire seed cubes were more than adequate. As for the higher-grade cubes, Xiao could only access those recipes once he passed the League's qualification for cube makers and became an official craftsman. He would then have access to the machines and fruit reserves required to recreate the recipes lodged in his memory. The nearest fruit center was located in Hualan City, which coincidentally was also the destination for his challenge at the second gym. At this moment, having successfully completed the gym challenge, Xiao felt no further need to linger in Nibi City. He returned to the Pokémon Center for lunch, gathered supplies for his upcoming mountain expedition, and departed from Nibi City, heading eastward. Before reaching Moonview Mountain, he intended to seek out some wild Pokémon along the way to elevate Charmander's level. After defeating Xiaojing's Geodude, Charmander had gained substantial experience, smoothly progressing from level 12 to 13. Xiao aimed to elevate Charmander to level 16 before approaching Moonview Mountain, thereby enabling its first evolution into a Charmeleon, ensuring it would possess sufficient strength to face formidable wild Pokémon within the mountain. Having left the urban confines, Xiao ventured into the bordering forest, blissfully unaware of a keen gaze fixed upon him from behind a tree, quietly observing his retreating figure. Chapter 17. The battle beyond levels. As he continued along the path, the frequency of wild Pokémon encounters began to rise significantly. Above, the fluttering Pidgeys, the green caterpillars munching on the leaves of roadside trees, and the cautious Rattatas peeking from the grass, all indicate that the further one ventures from the city, the more abundant the Pokémon become. However, Xiao refrained from allowing his Charmeleon to engage in battles with these creatures. For the rationale was simple. Be it the caterpillar, Pidgey, or Rattata, their levels did not exceed 8. For his Charmeleon, even with the benefit of double experience points, the encounters would yield minimal experience. The disparity in levels directly correlates to the experience gained. Generally, if the opponent's level is more than 5 levels lower, the experience earned becomes negligible. To swiftly grow stronger, it is imperative to challenge targets of comparable or even superior levels. Engaging weaker Pokémon results in scant experience, whereas battling stronger ones significantly enhances the experience gained. This was a principle that players in his previous life had taken time to ascertain. After a few more minutes, Xiao finally discovered a suitable target. On a grassy expanse ahead, there lay a Pokémon, entirely adorned in a soft lavender hue, its back covered in uneven, formidable spikes, peacefully napping. The system promptly provided information about this creature. Pokémon, Nidoran, gender, type, ground poison, qualification, blue, strength evaluation, level 11. Entry level, ability, poison point. When using melee disabling skills, there is a chance of poisoning the opponent, causing continuous health loss, though slightly lower in level than Charmeleon. Its level of 11 was still quite appropriate. Xiao approached Nidoran and tossed out a Pokeball. Charmeleon, go! In a flash of white light, Charmeleon appeared before Nidoran, which awoke at the noise, eyeing Xiao and Charmeleon with hostility, baring its teeth and letting out a fierce cry, Nito. In the next moment, it lowered its head and charged at Charmeleon with its sharp, purple glowing horn. Dodge the poison sting, then counter with Metal Claw, but be wary of its spikes. Xiao commanded calmly. Charmeleon deftly evaded Nidoran's assault, its claws shimmering with a metallic sheen as it struck out at the right moment. The Metal Claw landed squarely, forcing Nidoran to halt its charge, inflicting considerable damage. Nito. Nidoran suddenly howled in anguish, devoid of any will to fight, and turned to flee, disappearing into the underbrush. Xiao was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, momentarily stunned as he watched Nidoran escape. It just ran away? How can that be? However, there was little he could do. Wild Pokémon occasionally chose not to battle, and Xiao could not pursue Nidoran with Charmeleon, despite wanting to claim it as a source of experience. As he prepared to recall his Charmander in search of another target, a frown suddenly creased his brow. The sound of heavy footsteps reverberated, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as a figure resembling a small mountain emerged from the nearby thicket. This creature, adorned with blue scales and covered in sharp spikes, was far more imposing than the earlier Nidoran. It was a Nidoqueen. The Nidoqueen's expression was one of fury as it locked its gaze upon Xiao, advancing towards him step by step, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Trailing behind this formidable Nidoqueen was the very Nidoran that had fled moments ago, now looking at Xiao with a face full of grievance, letting out a couple of plaintive cries. Nidoran! Nidor! Upon hearing this, the Nidoqueen's gaze towards Xiao and Charmander became even more ferocious, as if it wished to rend them to shreds. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao understood that the earlier Nidoran had not merely run away but had returned to summon reinforcements. Glancing at the data displayed before him, his brows knitted slightly. Pokemon, Nidoqueen, Gender, Potential, Purple, Strength Evaluation, Level 20, Official Rank. Ability, Forceful. When using skills with additional effects, the effect will not trigger, but the power will significantly increase. At level 20 and of official rank, this Nidoqueen was even more powerful than Wang Yang's Beedrill. A weight of seriousness settled upon Xiao's heart. Although Charmander had indeed gained considerable strength, this wild Nidoqueen possessed far greater battle experience than the previous Beedrill. Furthermore, with its forceful ability, the level of danger had escalated considerably. It was not that victory was impossible, it merely entailed a degree of risk. Should he engage in battle? As Xiao pondered, Charmander boldly stepped forward, meeting the Nidoqueen's gaze and emitting a battle cry filled with fierce determination. Roar! If you wish to fight, then I shall not hesitate. Observing this, Xiao's eyes reflected a serious resolve. He ceased his deliberation and chose to accept the challenge. Roar! The Nidoqueen, taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly weak creature daring to confront its offspring and provoke it, was filled with rage. How could such insolence be tolerated? Neither. With a thunderous roar, the Nidoqueen charged forward, its massive frame thundering like a train towards the location of Charmander. Despite its size, its speed exceeded Xiao's expectations, and in an instant, it was before Charmander, swinging its gigantic tail with force towards the small Pokemon. Metallic Claw? Xiao was taken aback. Yet his commands were delivered without hesitation. Fire! The little fire dragon summoned all its strength, its claws glowing with a radiant white light, and bravely met the tail of Nidoking. A dull thud resonated as the little fire dragon found itself at a disadvantage, staggering back several steps before regaining its footing. Indeed, the disparity in levels was stark. This Nidoking Henti even employed its skills, yet the little fire dragon struggled against its sheer brute force. Xiao quickly analyzed the battlefield. Engaging this Nidoking head-on was futile. Victory was unattainable. Little fire dragon, maintain your distance and wear it down with ember. Upon receiving the command, the little fire dragon's expression grew solemn as it attentively observed Nidoking's movements, cautiously retreating to create space. Meanwhile, Nidoking, having gained the upper hand, became even more enraged. It could not accept that such a seemingly feeble creature could barely contest its might. With this thought, Nidoking let out a furious roar, lowered its head, and charged once more at the little fire dragon, its sharp protrusions shimmering with a ghostly purple light. This time, the little fire dragon was prepared. As Nidoking launched its aggressive attack, it deftly evaded, narrowly skimming past Nidoking's form. In the next instant, it exhaled a stream of sparks, enveloping Nidoking's body before dissipating swiftly. The skill's power was minimal. Even with the added effect of burning embers, it only inflicted a slight injury. The pain from the flames, however, thoroughly incensed Nidoking, which roared once again and charged at the little fire dragon with increased speed. Observing this, Xiao decisively commanded, "Use smokescreen. Fire." Upon hearing this, the little fire dragon unleashed a dense cloud of black smoke, obscuring a vast area around it. Nidoking charged into the thick smoke, unable to locate the little fire dragon, and could only recklessly rampage. Meanwhile, the little fire dragon, seasoned in battle, swiftly exited the smoke and unleashed another volley of sparks, striking Nidoking amidst the darkness and inflicting further damage. Excellent. Keep this up and continue to wear it down. Xiao clenched his fists in excitement. As long as they maintained this rhythm, utilizing the smoke screen to maneuver, it was only a matter of time before Nidoking succumbed to exhaustion from the incessant ember attacks. The little fire dragon acknowledged the command, preparing to execute the same tactic against Nidoking, which was bursting forth from the smoke. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The little fire dragon suddenly let out a pained howl, staggering weakly a few steps in place. A flash of purple light flickered across its body. Seeing this, Yun Xiao's heart sank. Oh no, it's poisoned. All of Nidoking's spikes were laced with toxins. And even though its ability was not poison point, this fact remained unchanged. On the left side of the little fire dragon's body, there was a glaring wound emitting a faint purple glow, likely a result of an unfortunate collision with Nidoking during their recent encounter. The event transpired so abruptly that Yun Xiao could only watch helplessly as the little fire dragon succumbed to a poisoned state, sent flying by Nidoking's brutal impact. Little fire dragon, he called out loudly, rushing over to lift the creature from the ground. The recent collision had inflicted significant damage upon the little fire dragon, and compounded by the effects of the toxin, it appeared quite weakened, struggling even to rise once more. How are you? Yun Xiao asked gravely, already retrieving a pokeball, prepared to evacuate with the little fire dragon. The disparity in their levels was still too great. Even the slightest misstep could lead to their downfall. However, the little fire dragon shook its head defiantly, gritting its teeth as it resolutely returned to face Nidoking. In its previous life, it had been far too weak to contend with such powerful Pokemon, leaving its trainer unprotected. Now, given a second chance, it was determined not to repeat that fate. It was resolute in overcoming all obstacles in its path and growing stronger. In the next moment, the little fire dragon's previously feeble aura surged dramatically. Roar! The flames at its tail ignited with newfound intensity, as if responding to its unwavering determination. Yun Xiao stood beside it, astonished by the energy radiating from the little fire dragon. Was this a blaze? It certainly appeared much more potent than usual. Before he could ponder further, Nidoking, witnessing the little fire dragon rise once again, let out a roar and charged forward like an unstoppable mountain. The little fire dragon, however, closed its eyes momentarily, only to reopen them with newfound resolve. Roar! Accompanied by its fierce cry, a blazing, brilliant pillar of fire erupted from its mouth, completely engulfing Nidoking's massive form. Yun Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. Was this flamethrower? As the flames subsided, Nidoking's colossal body swayed before crashing to the ground, its skin now marred with a deep brown from the scorching flames. Empowered by the effects of its blaze ability and the residual embers, the little fire dragon unleashed the unmastered flamethrower, delivering a decisive blow that felled the vastly superior Nidoking in an instant. Yet, the spectacle was not over. As Nidoking lay defeated, the system's voice soon rang out. Ding! Congratulations, the little fire dragon has achieved victory in battle. Detected a significant level disparity. You receive an additional experience boost of 450 points, totaling 2,900 points. Ding! Congratulations, your little fire dragon has reached level 14. Ding! Congratulations. Your little fire dragon has reached level 15. Congratulations, host. Your little fire dragon has ascended to level 16. Your Pokemon has reached the evolution threshold and is about to undergo transformation. A series of system notifications flashed across the screen, and in the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted from the fire dragon, enveloping its entire form. This was undeniably the light of evolution. Within the radiance, Yun Xiao could vaguely discern that the fire dragon was undergoing a significant transformation. Moments later, as the light dissipated, the fire dragon's original appearance had vanished, replaced by a more towering and robust creature, entirely cloaked in vibrant red. The fire dragon had evolved into its new form, the Charmeleon. Roaring, Charmeleon glanced down at its claws, feeling the surge of newfound power within its body, and excitedly released a burst of flames into the air. Yun Xiao smiled, stepping forward and speaking, "Congratulations, little fire." "No, Charmeleon. How does it feel to evolve?" Seeing his Pokemon evolve naturally filled the trainer with joy. Charmeleon nodded in acknowledgement, its eyes brimming with excitement, clearly elated. "Indeed, as I mentioned, soon you shall revert to your final form, the Charizard." Yun Xiao patted Charmeleon's shoulder, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction within. His gaze then shifted to the Nidoqueen, which lay defeated on the ground, having lost its combat capability. The strength of this Nidoqueen was indeed commensurate with its level. Had the fire dragon's recent attack not been so fortuitous, it likely would have struggled to overcome this resilient foe. Just as he pondered this, Nidoqueen regained a measure of its strength, rising from the ground and casting a frightened glance at Yun Xiao and Charmeleon before swiftly retreating without a second thought. Yun Xiao made no attempt to stop it, observing as the bewildered Nidoran followed the Nidoqueen into the forest, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, the experience points from battling at a higher level were substantial. This encounter had propelled Charmeleon to ascend 3 levels, rapidly advancing towards its evolution. Reflecting on this, he activated the data panel to review Charmeleon's current statistics. Pokemon. Charmeleon. Type. Fire. Gender. Talent. Red. Current level. 16. Official. Ability. Blaze. When health is below 1/3. The power of fire type moves increases by 50. Current psychological state. Satisfied. Excited. Affinity. 100. You share a brotherly bond. Affinity modifier. None. Skills acquired. Ember. White. Scratch. White. Metal Claw. Blue. Smokescreen. Blue. Flamethrower. Purple. Special skills. None. Inheritance. None. Held item. Burning Ash. Increases the power of fire type moves by 30. Upon reviewing Charmeleon's data, Xiao felt a sense of relief as a satisfied smile spread across his face. With its red level talent, combined with the high base stats typical of starter Pokemon, Charmeleon had already attained official level strength immediately following its evolution. This implies that if the current Charizard were to face Nidoking once more, the encounter would likely be far less perilous and considerably more effortless. Moreover, Charizard has astonishingly mastered the skill of Flamethrower in advance. As Xiao reminisced about the ferocity of the flames that had erupted earlier, he felt an even greater sense of joy. Flamethrower, a purple-tier fire-type skill, is one of the most formidable offensive abilities mastered by Charizard in his previous life, possessing immense power. This skill is not something that fire-type Pokemon can simply learn at will. It requires one to attain at least elite-level strength and undergo repeated training attempts to harness it. However, this time, Charizard seemed to have acquired this lethal technique in advance, perhaps due to his prior familiarity with it or sheer luck. When combined with the damage amplification from Burning Ashes, its potency is several times greater than that of Spark, marking a significant leap in strength. Yet, the surprises did not end there, as the system's voice resounded once more. Ding! The hostess Pokemon has completed its first evolution, and a special skill module has been unlocked. No sooner had the words faded than a new section appeared on Xiao's interface. It was an icon of a longsword, accompanied by 4 shimmering golden characters. Special skill. Special skill? Xiao furrowed his brow, curious about its true meaning. System, what exactly does this special skill entail? The system promptly replied. To the host, a special skill is an enhanced skill formed by the amalgamation and improvement of all basic skills, resulting in a more powerful ability. For specific details, the host need only open the panel for this feature to gain insight. This sounds intriguing. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, and with a flicker of thought, he opened the special skill panel. Before his eyes appeared a vast circle divided into 3 distinct modules: fusion skills, modification skills, and original skills. Each module was accompanied by thoughtful explanations. Fusion skills, skills derived from the fusion of 2 or more abilities, capable of producing multiple different effects. Modification skills, deep enhancements of skills already mastered by the Pokemon, significantly boosting their power or effects. Original skills require the host to employ imagination, proposing specific theories and detailed operational methods for the skill. The system will assist the Pokemon in mastering it using energy. 3 lines of text. Quite a bit to absorb, and the information was even more extensive. After perusing it, Xiao felt momentarily dazed. After a considerable pause, he could only utter 2 words: impressive. It must be said that the system's modular functionality is indeed formidable. For instance, consider fusion skills. Imagine combining hypnosis with illusion. Would the opponent even be able to keep their eyes open? The combination of Thunder Punch and Fire Punch, when unleashed upon an opposing Pokemon, is bound to create a spectacular explosion, is it not? The effects of the enhancement skills remain somewhat enigmatic. Yet an instinct within Xiao suggests that they are anything but simple. As for original skills, their significance is even more profound. It is said that the elite champions and top-tier trainers in the world of Pokemon possess at least one original skill that they can wield effortlessly. These skills are immensely powerful and often possess the capacity to alter the course of a battle, yet they are not easily mastered. Otherwise, they would not serve as hallmarks of champions and elite trainers. However, the system's module allows Xiao to creatively forge skills at will, an astounding capability that hardly requires further elaboration. In light of this, Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He contemplated activating a random function to test its capabilities, only to find that the panel remained unresponsive. Subsequently, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. The use of the special skill module requires a substantial amount of energy. Currently, the system's energy is insufficient. Please seek energy-rich ores or items to replenish the system's energy. The inheritance feature will also be activated once energy levels are adequate. Current energy level, 0-100. Using the special skill module once requires 20 points of energy, while unlocking the inheritance module necessitates 100 points of energy. Yuan Xiao sighed, conceding that it seemed he would have to wait for the opportunity to experience these features. However, he felt no urgency once his strength was sufficient. Acquiring what he needed from the system would be a mere formality. Simultaneously, he felt a growing anticipation for the impending inheritance module. If the special skill module was already so formidable, what could be expected of the inheritance module? With these thoughts in mind, he closed the panel and turned his gaze to the Charmeleon beside him. Charmeleon, you've worked hard. Go back and rest for a while. Having evolved, learned new skills, and unlocked a powerful system feature, Yuan Xiao found himself increasingly satisfied. He retrieved a Pokeball and recalled Charmeleon. Although evolution would relieve Charmeleon of any status ailments and restore its stamina, the fatigue from battle still lingered. A well-deserved rest was in order. Moreover, Charmeleon had now reached level 16, significantly surpassing most Pokemon in this area, making encounters with high-level Pokemon like the Nidoqueen he had just faced exceedingly rare. Thus, Yuan Xiao decided against lingering here any longer and resolved to set off directly for Mount Moon. With a decision made, he set forth, walking in the direction etched in his memory. After he departed, a swift blue figure darted from the heights of a tree, landing on another and pursuing the direction in which Yuan Xiao had vanished. This figure moved with remarkable speed, vanishing into the lush foliage within mere seconds. Chapter 19. The Diglett Cave. The Old Woman's Gift. Mount Moon, located to the east of Cerulean City, is a colossal mountain situated between Cerulean and Pewter City, renowned throughout the Kanto region. According to the compendium, the Moonview Mountain is renowned for its wild pipi and the frequent meteor showers that grace its skies. The meteors that fall here transform into moonstones, and in previous lives, players claimed that fossils could also be unearthed in this region, though there is no tangible evidence to substantiate such assertions. After departing from Nibi City, one would typically traverse winding paths through several hills, a journey that would take no less than 2 to 3 hours. However, Yuan Xiao was privy to a shortcut that could significantly reduce the travel time to Moonview Mountain, enabling him to reach its foothills before sunset. This shortcut was the Diglett Cave. As the name suggests, it is an underground passage excavated by Diglets and Dugtrios, characterized by its remarkable length and scale. People later discovered that traversing this subterranean route to Moonview Mountain saved considerable time, leading to its adoption as the preferred shortcut. In his previous life, Yuan Xiao had traversed this underground passage several times. Upon leaving the forest, he quickly located the entrance to the Diglett Cave and stepped inside. The cave, being a natural formation rather than a man-made excavation, was immediately met with a damp and unpleasant odor that caused Yuan Xiao to wrinkle his brow slightly. The walls were lined with some dimly lit fluorescent tubes, but due to years of neglect, they provided only a meager illumination, barely allowing him to discern the ground a few meters ahead. Anticipating such conditions, he promptly retrieved a flashlight he had purchased beforehand, illuminating the cavernous space as he advanced cautiously, with the flashlight in his left hand and his right hand poised near the Pokeballs hanging at his waist. He remained vigilant. Although this cave was a shortcut, it was not heavily trafficked, owing to its natural state. It was inhabited by numerous Pokemon that thrived in damp and dark environments, such as Zubat and Paras, all of which were around level 10. While this was not particularly high, ordinary individuals without Pokemon would find it perilous to venture through. Yuan Xiao, however, was unconcerned and had prepared for any potential encounters. Fortunately, luck appeared to be on his side, as he meandered through the underground cave for over half an hour without encountering a single wild Pokemon. Suddenly, amidst his musings, a voice calling for help echoed from around the corner ahead. Startled, Yuan Xiao hastened his steps, eager to uncover the source of the distress. Upon rounding the bend, he beheld a scene of urgency. An elderly woman clad in a checkered dress sat on the ground, clutching a basket with a look of sheer terror as she gazed ahead. Above her, a Pokemon resembling a bat, its body cloaked in deep purple and mouth agape, fixated hungrily on the basket she held, poised to strike. The data regarding this Pokemon materialized instantaneously in Yuan Xiao's mind. The creature before the elderly lady, poised to launch an attack, was none other than the evolved form of the Zubat, the Golbat. Upon noticing the approach of a stranger, the elderly lady hastily exclaimed, "Sir, could you assist me? This creature is intent on devouring the bento I have prepared for my son." Upon hearing her plea and considering the information provided by the system, Yuan Xiao began to comprehend the situation. Nodding in acknowledgement, he grasped a Pokeball firmly and strode forward to stand before the elderly woman. "Charmeleon, I choose you." With a resounding roar, the Pokeball was thrown, and in a flash of white light, Charmeleon appeared before Yun Xiao, tilting its head back to unleash a stream of searing flames, showcasing its fighting spirit. Clearly, after a lengthy period of time, it had fully regained its strength within the Pokeball, eagerly anticipating its first battle post-evolution. The Golbat, witnessing this development, cast a wary glance at Charmeleon, then flapped its wings and emitted a sharp cry. Before Yun Xiao could decipher the Golbat's intentions, 3 Zubats emerged from the shadows, alighting beside the Golbat. The Golbat resumed its previous stance, fixating its gaze on Yun Xiao and Charmeleon, appearing ready to pounce at any moment. It seems it has summoned reinforcements, Yun Xiao mused. After reviewing the system's information, he noted that the levels of these Zubats were merely 10, indicating they were at a novice level. However, given the numerical advantage, this battle might not be straightforward. Charmeleon, do you feel confident? He inquired softly. With a proud roar, Charmeleon expressed its determination, dismissing the Zubats with a haughty demeanor. TCH, just a bunch of pathetic bats. A few more 1T make a difference. Seeing Charmeleon's confidence, Yun Xiao composed himself, readying for battle commands. The Golbat, seemingly taken aback by Charmeleon's calm demeanor despite the numerical disadvantage, grew somewhat irate. It flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of sharp, purple poison needles aimed directly at Charmeleon. Simultaneously, the other Zubats sprang into action, utilizing their poison needle attack, converging their efforts from various angles to assault Charmeleon. Use Metal Claw, block what you can, evade what you cannot, Yun Xiao commanded, unfazed by the overwhelming onslaught. With a thunderous roar, Charmeleon activated its gleaming metallic claws, moving like a blur around its body, successfully deflecting a significant portion of the incoming poison needles. Those who could not evade in time were deftly maneuvered around by him. Yun Xiao observed this scene with great satisfaction. After its evolution, the power of the fire dinosaur had indeed increased significantly, and it was evident that the more robust its physique became, the more accustomed it was to its newfound strength. Coupled with its battle experience from a previous life, the results were commendable. On the other side, the Zubat, realizing that all of its skill attacks had been evaded, grew even angrier. It flapped its wings and circled in the air before suddenly halting, its mouth agape, unleashing a shrill cacophony. This was its signature move, the Sonic Boom. Opponents typically found themselves momentarily incapacitated by such a piercing sound, left vulnerable. However, Yun Xiao seemed to be well prepared for this. The instant the Zubat paused, he commanded, "Cover your ears," and immediately ordered a flamethrower attack. The fire dinosaur swiftly covered its ears, and the piercing noise had little effect on it due to this action. Meanwhile, a robust column of fire erupted from its mouth, enveloping the Zubat in a blink of an eye. The Zubat's shrill cry was abruptly cut off, and it plummeted to the ground, evidently suffering considerable damage. Nevertheless, given the disparity in levels, the attack did not render it completely incapacitated. Yun Xiao understood the significance of delivering a finishing blow and decisively commanded, "Finish it off with Metal Claw." With a fierce roar, the fire dinosaur charged forward, its claws glowing with a bright light, delivering a crushing final strike to the Zubat, which had failed to take flight in time. Within mere seconds, the Zubat lost its ability to fight, collapsing on the ground, its eyes spinning in disorientation. The system notification chimed in, "Ding. Your Pokemon, Fire Dinosaur, has achieved victory in battle, earning 280 experience points." Yun Xiao glanced at the message and chose not to dwell on it. Indeed, victories against higher-level opponents yielded greater experience. This Zubat, though only a few levels below the Nidoking, provided half the experience. After evolving, the Fire Dinosaur required even more experience to level up, and the recent battle had only filled its experience bar halfway. It appeared that he would need to seek out more encounters against superior foes in the future. Having concluded his contemplation, Yun Xiao cast a cold glance at the bewildered Golbats hovering in the air. "Your leader has been defeated. Why do you not flee? Who wishes to be the next?" Only then did the Golbats snap back to reality. Their leader had fallen in mere seconds, and as subordinates, they lacked the courage to remain. They flapped their wings in unison and retreated into the shadows of the cave, vanishing from sight. "Young man, I truly thank you. You have been a tremendous help," said the elderly woman who had witnessed the entire event as she approached Yun Xiao, a grateful smile gracing her face. Yun Xiao waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "It was nothing, madam. What brings you to such a place alone?" In principle, this shortcut, frequented by wild Pokemon, is typically chosen only by trainers. Yet, what brings this elderly woman here? Upon hearing the inquiry, the old woman sighed and replied, "I have a grandson, slightly older than you, who works in Hualan City. His favorite treat is almond cake. It has been a long time since I last saw him. and knowing how hard he works, I decided to bake a cake to bring to him. Xiao felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing her words. Such familial affection, perhaps without Mingyao's influence, he might not have fully comprehended. Nevertheless, he shook his head and said, "Dear lady, while this path may save time, it is fraught with wild Pokemon, making it quite unsafe for you. How about this? I am also headed to the other side of the cave. You may accompany me, but do remember not to take this route on your return." The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback, then expressed her gratitude, saying, "You are such a kind-hearted young man. I can't thank you enough." Xiao merely shrugged in response, holding up his flashlight, and began to lead the way. Fortunately, they encountered no wild Pokemon eager to attack, and they successfully exited the cave without incident. "How troublesome. Young man, I have little to offer you, but please take this as my gift," the old woman said before departing, pressing an object into his hands. Looking down, Xiao discovered it was a beautiful red bell. The system interface promptly refreshed with new data. Item, great item, soothing bell. Item effect, when shaken, it emits a melodious sound that significantly reduces the hostility of wild Pokemon, effectively avoiding battles. Note, effect is doubled against enraged Pokemon. Xiao's eyes brightened. This was indeed a valuable item. With this in hand, should he encounter any wild Pokemon that were beyond his capability to contend with, his safety would be greatly enhanced, at least allowing him to evade some battles. As for its actual efficacy, Xiao had never used such an item in his previous life, nor had he heard of anyone who had, thus he could not ascertain its effectiveness. However, given that it was a great item, combined with Xiao's innate affinity for Pokemon, it should yield commendable results. Having performed a good deed and received an unexpected reward, Xiao felt in high spirits. He whistled softly, tucked the soothing bell into his pocket, and gazed ahead. After departing from the Diglett Cave, he continued left toward Hualan City. In contrast, to the right lay his destination, Moon Viewing Mountain. The mountain itself was of moderate size, and as Xiao stood here looking toward it, his gaze reached the very summit. He glanced down at his watch. It was 7:30 in the evening, and the sun had only recently set. Although he had been delayed somewhat by the affairs concerning the largemouth bat and the elderly woman, Xiao felt confident that reaching the depths of Moonlit Mountain before dawn would not pose a problem. He set off once more in the direction of the mountain. Suddenly, a blue figure darted swiftly past the cave's entrance and vanished into the nearby thicket. Xiao heard the rustle and cast a glance toward the underbrush, but found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. He shook his head and continued on his way. 10 minutes later, Xiao arrived at the foot of Moonlit Mountain. Behind this mountain lay Hualan City, yet few opted to scale it for passage. The reason was simple. The mountain's surface was uneven and treacherous, presenting significant challenges for climbers. Generally, individuals preferred to traverse the mountain's interior instead. Xiao retrieved the flashlight he had prepared, took a deep breath, and entered the cave before him. The path within the mountain, while not as expansive as the burrows of a gopher, was at least quite dry, and there was no particularly unpleasant odor within, offering a sense of relief compared to the cave he had just left. However, there was a complication. The internal pathways of Moonlit Mountain were exceedingly intricate, interwoven throughout the entire structure, with identical forks appearing at every turn. In his previous life, when Xiao had entered this mountain, it had been solely to reach Hualan City swiftly, allowing him to simply follow the established markers. Yet this time, according to Xiao Gang's instructions, he needed to navigate the depths of Moonlit Mountain to locate the luminous stones. Soon, he realized a dilemma. Staring at the familiar, yet somewhat alien forks before him, he scratched the back of his head. Had he truly lost his way once more? This would not do. He quickly devised a solution. Drawing a pen from his backpack, he began marking the walls. From then on, whenever he encountered a fork without a mark, he would know he was on the right path. Conversely, if he saw a mark, he would turn back and seek an untraveled route. With this method aiding him, Xiao soon found himself in a spacious chamber. Above him were formations resembling stalagmites, and beneath his feet lay soft earth. From the depths of the darkness ahead, he could hear the calls of unknown sprites. With his flashlight in hand, he navigated through this expanse, noting that it was relatively untouched by human presence, yet numerous sprites were active nearby. Among them were the soundwave bats, paras, and even a rare soul-sucking eye. However, due to the presence of the fire dinosaur by Xiao's side, these Pokemon seemed to sense its formidable power and displayed no inclination to approach him, swiftly turning away instead. Xiao, pleased by this development, began to search for an exit in this expanse. Suddenly, he spotted a raised rocky platform ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he approached to investigate. discovering a uniquely shaped stone resting softly within the earth. Curious about this peculiar object, information from the system materialized before him. Special item, ancient Pokemon fossil. Description, a fossil left behind after the demise of a Pokemon in ancient times. Due to the passage of time, it has fragmented, containing remnants of the genetic material of ancient Pokemon. A fossil? Xiao was momentarily taken aback upon reading this notification. There had indeed been rumors among players in his previous life that ancient Pokemon fossils could be unearthed in Moonlit Mountain, yet many had dismissed this as mere myth. Initially, he had not held out much hope, but to his surprise, he had actually discovered one. He bent down to excavate the palm-sized fossil from the soil, examined it closely, and subsequently placed it into his backpack. Though uncertain of its utility, he decided to keep it for the time being. After completing this task, he wandered around the platform, hoping to uncover additional fossils. Fortune smiled upon him, as he soon found another one that appeared nearly identical. With both fossils secured, Xiao departed from the area, continuing his quest to locate a path deeper into the cave. However, an hour later, he encountered a dilemma. He had thoroughly explored the entire space, yet had still not found a route leading further in. Must he search once more? It was already 10 o'clock, and midnight was fast approaching. Xiao sighed to himself in frustration. Suddenly, a pink Pokemon caught his eye, startling him. Was that a Clefairy? A flurry of data then appeared before him. Pokemon, Clefairy, gender, qualification, blue, strength evaluation, 12 beginner level, ability, cute charm, may infatuate opponents that come into contact with it. Mood status, cautious, careful. Within Moonlit Mountain dwells a Pokemon that is abundant yet rarely seen by human eyes, Clefairy. With its pink form and round, adorable appearance, it is said to have originated from outer space. While its base stats are modest, it is nonetheless considered a rare Pokemon. In the rankings of favorite Pokemon among female players in his previous life, Clefairy held a prominent position due to its undeniable charm. However, this Pokemon is known to be exceedingly timid and shy, seldom revealing itself in front of humans, as it typically inhabits the depths of Moonlit Mountain, making it difficult to find. In the depths of Moonview Mountain, Xiao suddenly recalled something. If Pippi was indeed wandering in those depths, then perhaps he could directly inquire about the way from this Pippi and effortlessly reach his desired destination. With this thought in mind, Xiao promptly approached the Pippi, intending to ask for directions. Pippi, noticing the human's approach, was initially startled and instinctively turned to flee, a reaction quite befitting his timid reputation. However, Xiao was well prepared. He produced the soothing bell he had recently acquired and gently shook it. The melodious chime resonated from the bell, causing Pippi to halt. Curiosity piqued as he turned his gaze towards Xiao. What a delightful effect! Xiao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Stowing the bell away and retrieving a small jar of white cubes from his backpack. Hello, I mean no harm. I merely wish to make a friend, he greeted amicably. Despite Xiao's kind overture, Pippi remained somewhat hesitant. Yet, bolstered by the combined charm of Xiao and the soothing bell, he no longer felt the urge to escape. Seizing the moment, Xiao stepped forward, placing the jar before Pippi. This was a cube he had crafted earlier at the cube shop. While it bore no significant utility, its flavor was undoubtedly exquisite, prepared specifically for such occasions. This is a gift for our meeting, please enjoy it. Pippi hesitated momentarily. Truthfully, had any ordinary human encountered him, he would have fled long ago. Yet, this particular human exuded no malice, and the jar of goodies appeared rather enticing. After a moment's contemplation, Pippi cautiously approached, taking the jar and sniffing it gingerly before extracting a cube and sampling a small bite. Pippi's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight, for the flavor was truly delectable. Having lived in Moonview Mountain for so long, he had never tasted anything so exquisite. In a matter of moments, he devoured the cube, clutching the jar with newfound enthusiasm as he gazed at Xiao with increased warmth. Recognizing the opportune moment, Xiao spoke. I have come here in search of a luminescent stone that glows at night. I wonder if you have seen any. Pippi, still holding the jar, contemplated for a moment before eagerly nodding and calling out to Xiao. Pippi, yes, I have seen some. Yet, he suddenly hesitated, pondering whether it was wise to lead a human to the hidden lair of their kind. Observing this, Xiao produced another jar of cubes, tapping its edge and stating, I have plenty more cubes to share with you. Upon hearing this, Pippi's thoughts became clear. Pippi, all right, follow me. I will take you there. With that, Pippi took the lead, guiding the way. Xiao chuckled softly, shaking his head as he followed in step with the eager Pippi. Indeed, for a true gourmand, nothing holds greater significance than the act of eating. Before long, Pai Pai led him to a barren stone wall, from which he deftly slipped through a hidden entrance. It was then that Yun Xiao realized that, while it initially appeared to be a dead end, concealed pathways flanked both sides, allowing for further exploration. No wonder it had gone unnoticed earlier. With a silent acknowledgement, Yun Xiao bent down and followed suit. Upon emerging on the other side, he was momentarily taken aback by the breathtaking sight before him. Chapter 21. Pai Pai's Dance, an Unexpected Harvest. Upon beholding the scene, Yun Xiao comprehended why this locale was dubbed Moonview Mountain. Having traversed the stone barrier, he found himself deep within the mountain, where the ceiling was not enclosed. Instead, a vast opening revealed the night sky above. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, spilling over the clearing like a stunning tapestry, presenting a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. The interior of Moonview Mountain was constructed in such a manner that one could gaze upon the moon overhead while standing within the mountain itself. No wonder it bore the name Moonview Mountain. While Yun Xiao was still marveling at the view, the guiding Pai Pai tugged at his pant leg, prompting him to continue onward. After following Pai Pai for a while longer, another astonishing sight unfolded before him. A multitude of Pai Pai. Ahead, dozens of Pai Pai frolicked joyfully, their laughter filling the air, seemingly oblivious to Yun Xiao's arrival. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao steadied his racing heart. In his past life, he had heard tales of the rarity of such sprites. Even within Moonview Mountain, few had the fortune to encounter them. Yet now, he stood before dozens of Pai Pai, and remarkably, several of their evolved forms, the pixies. It appeared that these creatures had made the depths of Moonview Mountain their home, forming a vibrant tribe. As Yun Xiao pondered this, the Pai Pai that had guided him had already joined its companions, calling out to them and drawing their attention. Pai Pai, Pai. After its call, the other Pai Pai and pixies turned their gazes towards Yun Xiao. Under the scrutiny of so many sprites, he felt a twinge of nervousness. However, in the next moment, the Pai Pai approached him with enthusiasm, surrounding him with cheerful chirps and greetings. Although shy and timid, they radiated warmth and kindness. As long as one Pai Pai formed a bond with Yun Xiao, the rest would follow suit. Momentarily at a loss for words, Yun Xiao responded with a smile and retrieved the remaining white cubes from his backpack. Greetings, everyone. These are gifts for our meeting. Feel free to indulge. Initially hesitant, the Pai Pai soon gathered their courage, and when the first Pai Pai dashed forward to embrace a cube and began munching, the others gradually joined in. Soon, these delectable cubes were entirely consumed by a dozen Piplup and pixies, as such delightful morsels were a rare treasure for them. Piplup. Several Piplup gathered around Yun Xiao, enthusiastically expressing their gratitude, to which he responded with a warm smile, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As the clock struck 11, the clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the moon in its full glory. Yun Xiao was pleasantly surprised to discover that the moon appeared exceptionally round tonight, with gentle and clear silvery light cascading from the gaping hole above, illuminating the depths of the moonlit mountain. The Piplups surrounding him suddenly seemed to be summoned, gathering in a line beneath the moonlight, beginning to dance joyfully. Yun Xiao, sitting aside, pondered in mild confusion. The moonlight continued to shine, and under the shimmering silver veil, the dancing Piplup manifested ethereal silver wings behind them. Their movements became lighter, floating gracefully in the moonlight, creating a truly enchanting scene. Witnessing this rare spectacle, Yun Xiao felt a surge of astonishment, suddenly recalling a legend he had heard regarding Piplup. The tale spoke of Piplup as mysterious sprites that descended from the cosmos alongside fallen meteors, performing magical rituals and dancing under the full moon each month. To his astonishment, he realized that this was indeed true, at least the latter part. Contemplating this, Yun Xiao released his Charmeleon from its pock ball. Look how joyful they are. Are you interested in joining them? He jested, pointing towards the group of Piplup. Charmeleon rolled its eyes, indicating a complete lack of interest. Yet its gaze remained fixated on the dancing Piplup, with its swaying tail betraying its true feelings. Unable to contain his laughter, Yun Xiao patted Charmeleon on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, you'll soon evolve again, and then you'll be able to soar through the sky." Charmeleon remained silent, but nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the floating Piplup suddenly formed a circle and began to spin in the air. Beneath the center of the circle, a massive black stone seemed to sense their summoning and began to emanate a glow. Yun Xiao glanced at the time. 11:30, midnight had not yet arrived. So this could not be the stone that Xiao Gang had mentioned. What could this be? He wondered, when suddenly, a faint blue light illuminated from the black stone. Yun Xiao paused, then quickly advanced, fixing his gaze upon the source of the blue light. What shone was a round mineral, its black exterior encasing a blue core, exuding an air of mystery and intrigue. What on earth is this? Yun Xiao furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a system notification emerged, directly addressing his confusion. Discovery of a tier item, mysterious crystal. Item description. The effects of this item remain unclear, but it contains immense energy and may be intricately linked to mythical beasts. Host. Please exercise caution. Yun Xiao gazed at the notification before him, his heart racing with astonishment. A tier item. Such a level of item was something he had never even heard of in either his past life or this one. Moreover, according to the system's description, this object was somehow related to the legendary mythical beasts. In his previous life, players reached near mastery levels, with all initially believing that the pinnacle of strength in the Pokemon world was the champion, above the Elite Four. However, as time passed, they learned that beyond the champion, there existed another tier of power, the mythical beast level. The so-called mythical beasts are creatures that exist solely in the legends of the Pokemon world, possessing powers that far exceed ordinary imagination, elusive and rarely encountered. The strength represented by these mythical beasts corresponds to the mythical beast tier. Until the final moments of Yun Xiao's time in the game, he had only heard rumors of players encountering mythical beasts by chance, but he had never witnessed one himself. Now, however, he had unexpectedly discovered a mineral possibly linked to these mythical creatures right here in Moonlit Mountain. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao reached out and extracted the mineral from the rock. It appeared to have accidentally fallen here, and he easily took it away. The ritual involving the Pippi was unhindered, and his excited heartbeat gradually settled. If this object truly bore a connection to mythical beasts, it would be wise to keep it. Yet, considering his current strength, he feared a direct encounter with such mythical beings would result in his swift demise. Perhaps he should simply offer this item to the system for energy replenishment? After some contemplation, he decided it prudent to retain the item. A tier item should not be squandered so carelessly. He resolved to later investigate the origin of this mysterious mineral. Yun Xiao watched the Pippi dancing gracefully in the air, sighed, and carefully stored the mysterious mineral. Half an hour later, the clock struck midnight. The Pippis, having danced to exhaustion, lay down on the ground, sound asleep. Yun Xiao also noticed that a few stones on the surrounding rock walls began to emit a soft white glow. The system notification appeared once more. Tier item, glowing rock. Description, a special rock that has absorbed moonlight for an extended period, containing pure power capable of healing rock-type Pokemon ailments. Finally, he had found it. No wonder this quest was classified as a tier quest, without the guidance of the Pippis. Locating this hidden area within the depths of Moonlit Mountain would have proven quite challenging. Uncertain of how the player from a previous life had managed to uncover this place, Yun Xiao pondered whether he too had encountered the old woman and acquired the soothing bell. Nevertheless, such thoughts soon faded in importance. Shaking his head, he finally sighed in relief, casually instructing his Charmeleon to strike a few rocks before bidding farewell to the group of Pidgeys. Following the markers he had previously established, Yun Xiao successfully returned to the foot of Moonlit Mountain and re-entered the Diglett Tunnel, setting out towards Nibby City. Thus, his expedition to Moonlit Mountain came to a satisfying conclusion. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a cadre of individuals clad in black uniforms began to assemble discreetly at the base of the mountain. Armed with an array of detection equipment, they exhibited strict discipline. At the forefront of the formation stood two men wearing black hats. Had Yun Xiao been present, he would have recognized them as the two Team Rocket executives he had encountered in Shallow City. In that moment, both men tore away their disguises, revealing their true visages, one sporting a scruffy beard with a menacing glare, the other possessing shifty eyes and a prominent scar on his forehead. The bearded man turned to address the assembled group. Are we all prepared? This matter is of utmost significance. We have received intelligence from an insider within the League indicating that powerful energy fluctuations have recently been emanating from Moonlit Mountain, likely connected to mythical creatures. The higher-ups have dispatched us for a comprehensive investigation. Remember your objectives. Report any suspicious findings immediately. Understood? The crowd responded affirmatively. Excellent. This is no trivial matter. Our superiors have entrusted us with this task. Success will yield substantial rewards for each of you. Those who discover pertinent information will be promoted directly to captain. Let us proceed. With a sweeping gesture, the bearded man led the unit into the depths of Moonlit Mountain. Little did they know, the very item their organization sought had, by a twist of fate, already been taken half an hour prior by another. Yun Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that this item, which would have otherwise fallen into Team Rocket's hands, had come to rest in his possession, thereby altering the course of history. Chapter 22. New Traits and a clear day. Upon traversing the Diglett Tunnel, Yun Xiao found himself back in Nibby City at 3 in the morning. The gym had long since closed, and he decided to visit Brock the following morning to deliver the luminous stones. After returning to the Pokemon Center, he re-registered a room with Nurse Joy and enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The next morning, after breakfast at the center, he made his way to the entrance of the shallow gym. As fortune would have it, Brock was just about to open the gym for business. "I found the items you requested. Is this quantity sufficient?" Xiao called out, tossing a bag of sparkling stones he had collected the previous night towards Brock. He was initially concerned about the quantity being insufficient, so he deliberately took a few extra. When Xiao received the bag and opened it, his eyes widened with astonishment. "So many? This is more than enough. With these stones, my father's onyx should recover swiftly. I owe you one, Xiao." "Please wait a moment," he said, rushing into the gym. When he emerged, he held a disc-like object in his hand. "This is the Sunny Day TM. Sunny weather provides a substantial boost for fire-type Pokemon. If your Charmander can learn this move, its strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights." In truth, it was already a Charmeleon. Xiao silently acknowledged this in his mind and, without hesitation, accepted the disc from Xiao's hand. A cascade of data instantly refreshed before him. TM Sunny Day, Orange. Effect, consumable. When used on an appropriate Pokemon, it imparts the method of utilizing Sunny Day. Destroys after one use. Indeed, it was authentic. Xiao nodded in satisfaction and stored the disc. "I wish for your father's onyx to recover soon." Xiao appeared quite excited and suddenly recalled something. "By the way, your journey aims to collect all the badges and participate in the tournament, right? The nearest gym is in Celadon City. You can earn the Deep Blue badge by defeating the gym leader. Moreover, it seems that Celadon City is currently hosting a fishing competition. If you have time, you might want to participate." In response to Xiao's suggestion, Xiao nodded. "I understand, thank you." He indeed planned to head to Celadon City next, and regarding the fishing competition, he would assess the situation as it unfolded. His time was precious and should not be squandered on trivial matters. After bidding farewell to Xiao found an open space and claimed the reward for his task. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the special level task, Xiao's Worries, unique task. Congratulations, host, for receiving the task reward, Hidden Ability Capsule." As the system notification flashed, a small, entirely red capsule appeared in the palm of Xiao's hand. Item, Hidden Ability Capsule. Effect, consumable. When used on a Pokemon with a hidden ability, it will change the Pokemon's ability to that hidden ability. Upon reading the description, Xiao's eyes brightened. The capsule's effect was indeed as he had hoped, allowing a Pokemon to acquire its hidden ability. A hidden ability is a special trait that a Pokemon can possess at a very low probability upon birth. Some of these traits are rather lackluster. For example, Pidgey's hidden ability is called Big Pecs, which prevents its defense from being lowered. Truthfully, not particularly useful. However, certain hidden abilities stand out as exceedingly potent in comparison. For instance, the hidden ability of Beedrill, Sniper, allows it to detect its opponent's vulnerabilities with remarkable ease, striking at their weak points. Conversely, the hidden ability of Charmeleon, Solar Power, falls into the latter category. Under clear skies, its special attack is enhanced by 50%, albeit at the cost of some of its vitality. This side effect may seem rather severe at first glance, but in reality, the boost to its special attack, combined with the inherent damage increase of fire-type moves in sunny weather, can swiftly turn the tides of battle. At this moment, Xiao fortuitously acquired the Sunny Day TM from Brock, prompting him to summon Charmeleon without hesitation. "Take this, Charmeleon." Charmeleon glanced quizzically at the capsule handed to it by Xiao, but quickly consumed it. "How do you feel?" Xiao inquired after a few moments. Charmeleon, looking bewildered, shook its head. "Not really. If you count almost choking on it, then perhaps." After waiting a while longer and checking Charmeleon's information, Xiao finally felt reassured. The ability section now displayed Solar Power instead of Blaze. "Ah, and this isn't your first time using it. However, this particular move is somewhat different, so it may take you some time to master it." With the ability successfully modified, Xiao retrieved the TM given by Brock and placed it atop Charmeleon's head. The disc immediately transformed into an orange beam of light, merging into Charmeleon's mind, which sensed an influx of new information. The TM does not directly teach the Pokemon a new move. Rather, it imparts the method of usage in a manner akin to enlightenment. Ultimately, the ability to utilize it hinges on the Pokemon's strength and talent. Xiao was well aware of this, but harbored no significant concerns. He simply patted Charmeleon on the shoulder, explaining, "This is a weather move, and it is of orange grade. It's okay if you can't master it right away. Just remember to practice whenever you can. The benefits it brings are considerable, and you must learn it." Yet, before he could finish, Charmeleon suddenly closed its eyes and raised its claw. A sphere of searing red light formed above its head, shooting skyward before erupting explosively. In the following moments, Xiao could distinctly feel the air around Charmeleon warming several degrees. The system's notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, your Pokemon Charmeleon has learned the move, Sunny Day, Orange. Did it really learn it that quickly? Xiao found himself momentarily stunned. Weather-related moves are notoriously challenging to learn. They are generally reserved for Pokemon of Master level or higher. While Charmeleon certainly possessed commendable talent, they had never before encountered weather-type moves in their previous life. Although the Fire Dragon's strength in its previous life was adequate, the weather skill learning machine was exceedingly rare, and Xiao had exhausted numerous methods without success. Now, however, the Fire Dragon's power was merely at an entry level. Yet upon acquiring the skill learning machine, it effortlessly mastered the method of utilizing Sunny Day. This entirely exceeded Xiao's expectations. Though the effect was modest, lacking sunlight overhead and merely resulting in a slight increase in the ambient temperature, it nonetheless demonstrated that the Fire Dragon had begun to grasp this technique. That was sufficient. Chapter 23. The Fossil Museum. Is there truly such a Pokemon? Weather skills possess formidable effects, but they are not only difficult to learn, but also demand significant energy to utilize. As anticipated, the Fire Dragon, after struggling for less than half a minute, became breathless and ceased using Sunny Day. Nevertheless, Xiao was thoroughly satisfied with the Fire Dragon's performance. There was no need for haste. The fact that it could learn the skill so readily was already commendable, and practice would follow. The Fire Dragon was equally elated with its newly acquired skill, feeling a tremendous surge of power within itself while using Sunny Day. Although it could not quite comprehend the reason behind this, the sensation of strength captivated it. It was determined to master Sunny Day at the earliest opportunity. With this thought in mind, the Fire Dragon nodded emphatically and voluntarily returned to its Pokeball for rest. Xiao smiled, securing the Pokeball, and retrieved a grayish-white rock from his backpack, the glowing stone found deep within Moonlight Mountain. He had given the others to Xiao Gang, but kept this one to experiment with something. System, could you check if this stone contains any energy you require? He pondered, weighing the rock in his hand. Since the previous mysterious mineral was linked to a divine beast, it felt unwise to use it for energy replenishment. Xiao decided to test this other stone instead to see if the system would accept it. Initially, he harbored little hope for this rock, but to his astonishment, the system truly agreed. Returning to the host, this mineral contains a small amount of energy that can replenish the system's needs. Is that so? Xiao raised an eyebrow. Then you may take it. No sooner had he spoken than the mineral vanished from his grasp, transforming into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. The system's prompt echoed in Xiao's mind. The item has been converted into energy. Gaining energy value, 1 point. Current system energy reserves stand at 1100. A single use of a special skill template requires 19 energy points, while unlocking the inheritance function necessitates 99 energy points. Please continue your efforts, host. It worked. Although the energy gained was minimal, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He had merely wished to test whether this relatively unremarkable mineral could replenish the system's energy, and it appeared that it indeed could. As long as he could find similar items, he would eventually replenish the energy reservoir of the system, utilizing those 2 special templates. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a fossil he had discovered the previous day from his backpack. Might this item suffice? However, the system promptly rejected the notion. Please be advised. This system requires items imbued with rich energy. The majority of items do not qualify, including fossils. The luminous stones are capable of providing energy because they have absorbed vast amounts of moonlight energy over an extended period, enabling them to undergo transformation and replenishment. Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that replenishing the system's energy was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Well, he would set this matter aside for now and take one step at a time. Stowing the fossil away, he deactivated the interface and began his journey toward the outskirts of Nibby City. Having successfully completed the gym challenge and fulfilled Brock's special task, he was now prepared to set off for the next destination, Hualan City. Once again, he would traverse the mole tunnel. Xiao shook his head and followed the street in the direction he had taken to leave the city yesterday. Walking for an hour in the murky, low-visibility tunnel was hardly a pleasurable endeavor. Yet, there was no alternative. To complete Brock's task, he had to brave the tunnel once more. Just as he lamented his predicament, a building alongside the street suddenly captured his attention. This structure, approximately 3 stories high, appeared to be a museum. A sign with a white border hung at the entrance, bearing the bold inscription, Deep Gray City Museum. Initially disinterested, Xiao turned to leave, but caught sight of a notice board at the museum's entrance. The museum is temporarily open for free admission, featuring an exhibition of various ancient Pokemon fossils. Don't miss out as you pass by. The complimentary admission did not particularly concern him, but the fossil exhibition piqued his interest. Having inadvertently acquired 2 fossils in Moonlight Mountain, he was uncertain of their utility beyond mere collection. They contained no energy and were not accepted by the system, leaving him with no choice but to sell them for currency. If this museum was hosting an exhibition, they might indeed have an interest in fossils. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to enter and inquire, perhaps due to the limited-time free admission and the fossil exhibition. The first floor of the museum was already bustling with visitors waiting in line. Xiao patiently awaited his turn and soon found himself inside the museum. The first floor showcased artifacts from the history of Deep Gray City, alongside several models of spacecraft. As he casually perused the exhibits, he did not find the fossils he sought. After some contemplation, he approached a staff member responsible for guiding visitors and inquired, "Excuse me, on which floor is the fossil exhibition?" The staff member smiled gently and replied, "Hello, the fossil exhibition is on the 2nd floor. Should you harbor an interest in the ancient elven fossils, do not miss our newly unveiled simulation area dedicated to the ancient elven forms." The concept of ancient elven simulations lingered in Xiao's mind as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." Soon, he navigated through the throngs of visitors and ascended to the 2nd floor of the museum via the elevator. This level was not as expansive as the first, occupying only half the area, yet the number of tourists remained considerable. After considerable effort, Xiao managed to carve a path through the crowd, finally beholding the fossils displayed within the cabinets. These fossils varied in form, yet shared a common characteristic with the 2 he held. Each bore distinct skeletal patterns indicative of different ancient elves. In stark contrast, the 2 pieces in Xiao's possession were devoid of clear markings, featuring only odd protrusions. Contemplating this, he turned and weaved through the throng to locate the special area mentioned by the attendant. The scene before him caused Xiao to furrow his brow slightly. On the massive screen, an array of lines materialized, constructing the skeletal framework of an elven figure. As hues filled the spaces and details emerged, the visage of this elf was simulated into existence. It resembled a warrior-like creature with scythe-like claws. Logically speaking, this was merely conjecture and simulation, not an authentic representation of ancient elves. Yet before Xiao, a series of data suddenly appeared. Elf, simulation scythe helm. Due to being a simulated image, no detailed information is available. Could such an elf truly exist? Xiao was momentarily taken aback. His astonishment did not stem from the mere existence of such an elf, but rather from the revelation that the system indeed recorded information about these ancient beings. After all, these ancient elves had perished millennia ago, leaving only fossils as evidence of their existence. Players had often discussed related topics, yet no one knew what these ancient elves looked like or what names they bore. Now, the system had directly provided this information, capturing Xiao's attention and igniting his curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a glance at the virtual model before him and silently addressed the system. "System, if you possess knowledge regarding these ancient elves, may I pose a few inquiries?" "Host, please proceed." This system's database indeed contains records of ancient elves. The system's voice responded with clarity and precision. "Very well. First, what is the similarity index of this virtual model simulation?" Xiao posed this question because the virtual model displayed before him appeared quite fierce, exuding an air of striking elegance. If this were indeed the true appearance of the elf, it would certainly be to Xiao's liking. The system's voice resonated, declaring to the host, "The similarity of the scythe helmet's original image is an impressive 80%. As the words faded, an ethereal figure of an ancient spirit materialized within Xiao's mind. It appeared even more striking than the virtual projection before him. He marveled at the advanced technology of this museum, which could reconstruct such an image from merely a few fossils. Contemplating the scythe helmet's depiction provided by the system, he posed another inquiry. What about the strength and base stats of these ancient spirits? Can they be classified as rare spirits? This was the crux of his curiosity. After a brief silence, the system responded, to the host, "Ancient spirits have thrived under harsher survival conditions. Thus their abilities greatly surpass those of most modern spirits. In terms of base stats and growth rates, they are already superior to the ordinary spirits of today." Upon receiving this information, Xiao felt a tinge of regret. If spirits like the scythe helmet were still extant, they would surely be among the most sought-after spirits today. The same could be said for several other ancient spirits. However, their presence as fossils in this museum indicated their extinction long ago, prompting Xiao to shake his head in disappointment. As he turned to seek out the museum director, A magnetic male voice emerged from behind him. "Young man, you seem quite intrigued by the appearance of these ancient spirits." Xiao glanced back to find a slender man had appeared, clad in a standard white researcher-s attire and donning black-rimmed glasses. His keen gaze emanated from the thick lenses, scrutinizing Xiao with palpable interest. "Indeed. I was pondering how these ancient spirits might fare if they were to survive to this day." "It's a pity," Xiao replied, shrugging lightly. "Oh, you share that sentiment?" The man's excitement was evident as he stepped closer to join Xiao in observing the virtual model. "Indeed, look at these beings. They were the earliest indigenous inhabitants of this land thousands of years ago. Alas, time has passed, leaving only these fossils to chronicle their existence. By the way, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiao, the director of the Deep Gray Museum, the head of the Gray Rock Research Institute, and a certified senior researcher." The man spoke, removing his glasses and extending a friendly hand towards Xiao. Surprised, Xiao assessed the individual before him. A senior researcher was no small title, only slightly beneath the esteemed Professor Oak. He politely shook the offered hand and introduced himself, "Trainer, Xiao." Xiao withdrew his hand and put on his glasses once more, suddenly seeming to have made a momentous decision. He addressed Xiao, "My young brother. It appears you have a keen interest in these ancient spirits. How about this? Allow me to show you some top-secret matters." After contemplating for a moment, Xiao nodded in agreement. Since this individual was the curator he had been seeking, it seemed prudent to discover what he wished to reveal. "Let me clarify, young brother. What you are about to see must remain a secret," Xiao earnestly instructed before turning towards the elevator. Xiao followed closely behind, and the two entered the elevator together. Xiao produced an electronic card and swiftly swiped it beneath the buttons. The elevator began to ascend rapidly, and moments later, the doors opened. "Welcome to my secret laboratory," Xiao announced proudly, leading Xiao out of the elevator and gesturing grandly. Behind him, an array of peculiar and colorful machines buzzed with activity, and discarded sheets of paper littered the floor, adorned with strange symbols. "What are you researching in this laboratory?" Xiao inquired, perplexed. Xiao leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. "Do you not also feel it is a pity that those ancient spirits have been lost to the annals of time? My project aims to resurrect these ancient beings through fossils." Resurrect. Although Xiao had entertained similar thoughts upon entering the research facility, the notion seemed rather implausible, and he was skeptical. Yet, this man was indeed engaged in such endeavors. A wave of astonishment washed over Xiao. What if it truly is possible to revive those powerful ancient spirits? "Are you surprised by this revelation?" Xiao, noticing the change in Xiao's expression, clapped his hands in satisfaction. "There's even more. I embarked on this research several decades ago, and just a few months back, we made monumental strides. Do you recall the simulated images you just witnessed? I have nearly restored the forms of these ancient spirits through fossils. We are merely a step away from bringing them back into this world." Xiao's excitement mounted as he spoke, his face flushed with fervor as he gestured animatedly. Xiao felt a surge of anticipation at this information. Almost there. It made sense. The virtual images he had seen bore an impressive resemblance, suggesting that this individual truly possessed remarkable capabilities. "What is the final step you mentioned?" Xiao asked thoughtfully. Xiao took a breath and glanced at the machines beside him. "The final step might be somewhat complex. I need a boom." Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted, causing the entire museum to tremble violently. Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brow. What has happened? Chapter 25. An attack, an unfinished experiment. Was it an earthquake? Xiao, interrupted, came to his senses, his face filled with panic. "It's not an earthquake. Tremors do not last such a brief moment. Nor do they produce explosive sounds," Xiao calmly refuted. "The sound of the explosion came from downstairs. Something must have occurred below." "Something happened downstairs?" Xiao echoed, suddenly widening his eyes. "Oh no, the fossils. We must hurry down to investigate." Xiao grasped his hand and led him directly into the elevator. Arriving at the second floor of the museum, as the elevator doors opened, a thick cloud of black smoke rushed in, completely obscuring their vision and making breathing somewhat arduous. "What on earth is happening?" Xiao exclaimed, his brow furrowed. "Dual yolk cell sphere. Use your telekinesis to disperse this fog." He threw out a pokeball, and a green creature resembling a cell appeared in midair, glowing with a sudden blue light. The black mist enveloping the entire floor was swept away by its psychic power, revealing the scene before them. The window on the left side of the second floor was no longer intact. Instead, a massive hole had formed, seemingly the source of the earlier explosion. "The fossils! My fossils!" Xiao suddenly cried out in despair. rushing toward the exhibition cases only to discover that all the ancient fossils on display had vanished without a trace. Forget about the fossils for now. Let us check on the condition of these visitors. Xiao's expression grew grave. At that moment, the visitors who had been observing the fossils on the second floor were sprawled across the ground, none of them conscious, their fates uncertain. Fortunately, as Xiao and Xiao hurried to check on a few individuals, they found their breathing still steady, indicating no immediate danger to their lives. They had merely fainted due to the suffocating smoke. They're just having difficulty breathing. I'll call for a doctor. You report to the authorities, Xiao instructed, promptly retrieving her Pokédex to dial the League's emergency number, contacting the nearest hospital for assistance. Xiao, on his end, had also reached out to the League's law enforcement department, and after hanging up, he slumped against the wall, collapsing to the floor. It's over, my fossils. My research, it's all finished. The final step had been to extract the genes from the meticulously selected fossils, but now, they were all gone. He appeared utterly devastated, his complexion turning pale. Xiao promptly pulled him up from the ground, frowning as she said, "This is not the time for despair. We still have a chance to recover the fossils. We must first figure out what exactly happened." She looked around, pointing to a corner where an intact surveillance camera remained. "Where can we access the footage from this floor?" Upon hearing Xiao's words, Xiao, despite his grim demeanor, managed to muster a semblance of composure and stammered. "The surveillance records are in the security room on the first floor. Take me there. Let us proceed." Xiao replied affirmatively, and the two made their way down the stairs to the first floor, only to find that the situation was not significantly better than that of the upper levels. The oppressive black smoke was somewhat reduced, yet the crowd was in a state of panic, fleeing the museum in disarray. Upon entering the surveillance room, they discovered that both security personnel had succumbed to unconsciousness, slumped over in their chairs, utterly unresponsive to their attempts to wake them. Consequently, the two were left with no choice but to access the surveillance footage from the second floor. As Xiao scrutinized the images on the screen, a wave of despondency washed over him. The footage showed that prior to the explosion, all appeared normal on the second floor. Visitors were engaged in their exploration of the fossil exhibits. However, the cameras failed to capture the events leading to the chaos, obscured instead by the encroaching black smoke, followed by the violent eruption of flames. What are we to do if the surveillance captured nothing of significance? Xiao lamented, his expression one of despair. If we cannot ascertain what transpired through the footage, how shall we recover the vanished fossils? Yet, Xiao, with a sudden burst of determination, extended his hand to rewind the footage to the moments leading up to the explosion, replaying it twice and pausing at a pivotal moment. He pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the frame and pressed play once more. In the next instant, the video began to unfold, revealing several individuals clad in black uniforms materializing seemingly out of thin air in that very corner. Subsequently, the smoke billowed forth, followed by the explosion. This recent incident was orchestrated by these individuals. Xiao's realization dawned upon him as he fixated on the figures dressed in black. It was nearly certain they were responsible, for they belonged to Team Rocket. Xiao's expression grew complex as he noted the vibrant red letters emblazoned on the uniforms of those figures. "This is indeed the emblem of Team Rocket." "Team Rocket?" Xiao echoed, taken aback. "A vast criminal organization with a global reach. One of the most formidable adversaries faced by the League. If they have set their sights on your fossils, it is hardly surprising." Xiao continued, observing the footage of the Team Rocket members' sudden appearance with a furrowed brow. This group likely utilized the teleportation abilities of psychic Pokémon to materialize on the second floor, subsequently releasing gas to obscure their actions, stealing all the fossils before vanishing once more by means of teleportation. How can you be so certain of their method? Furthermore, if they departed via teleportation, why create such a large hole in the wall? Xiao inquired, momentarily taken aback. "I cannot be entirely sure. It may have been an arbitrary act, or perhaps a diversion. If there were formidable security personnel within the museum, they would undoubtedly pursue them upon discovering the breach." Xiao replied, shaking his head thoughtfully. However, none of this mattered anymore. If this matter concerned the rockets, the implications of those fossils were evident. Xiao did not finish his sentence, but Xiao understood his meaning immediately. Despair and anguish washed over his face. It was over. Why did it have to end like this? After years of research, only one step remained. The effort poured into this had been immense. Those fossils were truly one of a kind, painstakingly gathered over decades. Observing Xiao's descent into hopelessness, Xiao paused for a few seconds before suddenly retrieving two items from his backpack. "Although I couldn't do anything about what just happened, would you care to take a look at these two pieces?" "Huh." Xiao instinctively accepted the items offered by Xiao, But upon realizing what they were, his eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "These are living fossils. How could you possibly possess such things?" Chapter 26. Living Fossils. The Fallen King Living Fossils? Yun Xiao echoed the term with a hint of curiosity. Yes, living. The despair that had once clouded He Shuming's face was replaced by overwhelming excitement. Clutching the two fossils, he elaborated. Fossils of ancient spirits fall into two categories. The first type is the most common, containing skeletal remnants that allow us to speculate on the physical structure and appearance of ancient spirits. To resurrect these spirits, one must extract their genes from such fossils, which is an exceedingly arduous task. It took me a long time to select a batch that might be deemed suitable. However, within living fossils lies a portion of the ancient spirit's essence, allowing for direct extraction of their genes. After studying spirit fossils for over a decade, He Shuming could discern the nature of the items Yun Xiao had presented with a mere glance. As he spoke with increasing fervor, gratitude filled his eyes as he gazed at Yun Xiao, and suddenly, he knelt before him with a thud. Yun Xiao was taken aback by this display and hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Let us discuss this matter calmly. There is no need for such theatrics. With these two fossils, even without the previously selected ones, my research can advance to the next stage. You are my benefactor. A true benefactor, He Shuming exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, his fervor akin to that of a fan meeting their idol. Yun Xiao, taken aback by his fervent demeanor, found himself at a loss for words, letting out a resigned sigh. Initially, he had intended to sell these two fossils, but now they had taken on a significance far beyond his expectations. He decided to view this as a good deed. After all, this man had dedicated a significant portion of his life to the study of fossils. If these casually collected fossils turned out to be the key to resurrecting ancient spirits, he would gladly witness the process unfold. As Yun Xiao pondered, He Shuming wiped away his tears and suddenly stated, "Given the value of these fossils, you must have exerted considerable effort to acquire them. I cannot accept your generosity without offering something in return. Thus, should I succeed in resurrecting the fossil Pokemon, I shall promptly inform you. Should you desire to capture any particular specimen, feel free to do so. The ancient fossil Pokemon, if revived, would undoubtedly be of quasi-divine caliber in today's context, even rarer than some of the quasi-divine Pokemon. As a trainer, this is undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for you." Yun Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Capturing a fossil Pokemon, moreover, being the very first in the entire Pokemon world, it does sound rather enticing. Just as He Shuming mentioned, the system had also indicated that the talents and attributes of these ancient Pokemon far surpassed those of ordinary Pokemon. He too was quite eager to nurture an ancient Pokemon as his companion. "Very well, I shall await your good news," Yun Xiao encouraged, patting He Shuming on the shoulder. "Indeed, with these two fossils, my research will be completed within a month at the latest," He Shuming replied. At that moment, the urgent blare of sirens and the sound of an ambulance pierced the air, indicating that the Alliance personnel had arrived at the museum's entrance. "They have arrived. The recording will take at least half a day. Leave the subsequent matters to me. You should take this opportunity to leave," He Shuming urged. Time was of the essence for Yun Xiao, who was reluctant to waste a moment, nodded in agreement, and turned to exit the museum. The Alliance's search and rescue personnel had already surged into the first floor, beginning to assist those who had fallen. While law enforcement commenced their examination of the scene on the affected floors, Yun Xiao glanced around, intending to depart, but his gaze inadvertently locked with that of a woman standing at the entrance. She had long, light yellow hair cascading past her waist, and wore a black qipao, exuding an aura as frigid as an iceberg, imbued with a sense of authority. Yun Xiao's eyes fleetingly met hers, yet a tempest of emotions surged within him. He recognized her. She was none other than Cynthia, the champion trainer of the Sinnoh region. During the initial 6 months of his previous life, Yun Xiao had heard numerous tales about this legendary trainer. It was said that she possessed immense strength, with several of her primary Pokemon reaching the pinnacle of champion level, and as a trainer, her combat experience and command abilities were unparalleled. This champion, renowned for her exquisite beauty, appeared as an ice queen, yet her demeanor was gentle and unpretentious, devoid of the arrogance typical of the powerful. In battle, she was both resolute and composed, earning her a place among the top 3 in the Pokemon World's Goddess rankings as assessed by male players. Many players even claim to have been assisted by this champion when attacked by wild Pokemon, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. The image of this champion had long since become ingrained in the hearts of many. Yun Xiao, having heard these stories, felt a keen curiosity about what kind of person Cynthia truly was. Regrettably, by the time he logged into the game, this renowned champion was no longer present. According to player records, during the inaugural month of the server, Sharona tragically fell in a battle against a mysterious organization while valiantly protecting the innocent and her companions. This incident has since become an insurmountable hurdle in the hearts of many players, who often ponder that had Sharona not met her untimely demise years ago, she would undoubtedly be the champion of the entire region by now. At this moment, Xiao unexpectedly encountered Sharona, which prompted these memories to resurface. He continued walking without pause, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of this champion. As a Pokemon master, Sharona had performed countless benevolent deeds throughout her life and willingly extended her assistance to outsiders like the players, who were not embraced by the local inhabitants of the Pokemon world. The notion that such a remarkable individual could perish in an accident seemed utterly inconceivable. When this tragedy occurred in his previous life, players had only been logged in for a month, with most still grappling to understand the intricacies of the Pokemon universe. Even if they were aware of the event, it would have changed nothing. However, Xiao was different. In this life, he had the advantage of a system. Having logged into the game early, and he returned equipped with all the memories and experiences from his past life, granting him numerous possibilities. He was fully capable of devising a plan to rescue Sharona from her impending doom. Yet, the question of how to proceed loomed large in his mind, leaving him uncertain. He knew one thing for certain. To feign ignorance and allow this champion to fall was an act he could never condone. The mysterious organization that had the power to bring down a formidable figure like Sharona possessed a level of strength far beyond what Xiao could currently confront. After a month of contemplation, he suddenly halted, closing his eyes. When he opened them once more, his gaze was imbued with newfound resolve. No matter the circumstance, he must first grow stronger. Chapter 27. Journey to Hualan City. Troubles brought by the nouveau riche on the outskirts of Nibi City. A flash of blue darted between the trees, causing several withered leaves to cascade to the ground. Xiao looked up at the sound, but saw nothing above him. Shaking his head, he continued on, mentally tallying his acquisitions from the past 2 days in Nibi City. To begin with his battle prowess. His Charmander successfully evolved into a Charmeleon after defeating Nidoking, unexpectedly mastering the move Flamethrower. With the aid of Xiaojing's gifts, Charmeleon also learned the rare weather move Sunny Day and altered its ability to gain a hidden trait linked to Sunny Day. In just 2 short days, Charmeleon's rate of level advancement had far exceeded Xiao's expectations. In his previous life, after encountering Charmander, it took him several weeks to nearly achieve its evolution. As for other gains, the luminous stones acquired during his journey to the Moonlit Mountain had all been exhausted. However, he unexpectedly discovered a mysterious mineral associated with a legendary Pokemon, presenting an unexpected delight. The true nature of this mineral and its connection to any specific legendary Pokemon remained unclear to Xiao, leaving him with the task of uncovering its secrets in due course. Moreover, he acquired a soothing bell from the elderly woman whom he rescued from the mole's tunnel. Coupled with Xiao's remarkable affinity, this should help avert numerous unnecessary battles and troubles, marking a significant gain. Lastly, there is the matter of resurrecting the fossil Pokemon, which seems to be a serendipitous occurrence. According to Hishuming, it will take no more than a month to successfully revive the fossil Pokemon, provided one is patient. As the assessment of his gains concluded, Xiao rubbed his temples, his gaze tinged with concern. With just 5 days remaining until the game's launch, it meant that only 35 days remained since Sharona's demise in that incident. He needed to challenge all 8 gyms in the Kanto region and secure his qualification for the Alliance tournament before that event transpired, in order to obtain the Evolution Stone for Charizard. Although the exact utility of this precious item remained unclear, Xiao understood that it could very well become his trump card. Having made his plans, Xiao continued onward, his destination being Hualan City, a locale nestled near rivers and the ocean. His objectives in Hualan City were twofold: to challenge the Hualan Gym for the Water Drop Badge, and to pass the assessment of the local block-making association to become a certified creator, thus granting him access to high-quality berry materials and the use of the association's machinery. This time, he opted against traversing the mole tunnel, as the air within was rather stifling. Instead, he chose a relatively obscure route that did not significantly increase his travel distance. Although less frequented, this path would likely yield a higher chance of encountering wild Pokemon, allowing him to train his Charmeleon along the way. However, he had not walked far when he suddenly heard a considerable commotion emanating from the nearby thicket, accompanied by the exaggerated laughter of an individual. What could be happening? Pondering this, Xiao grasped the Pokeball containing Charmeleon and cautiously approached the source of the sound, determined to investigate. Upon navigating through the woods, He arrived at a clearing where two serpent-like Pokemon were encircling a blue Pokemon in the center. Raising an eyebrow, he recognized the two encroaching Pokemon as Arbok and Weezing, while the creature they surrounded was a Froakie. Standing just a meter away from the standoff was a short, portly youth, clad in ostentatious attire, adorned with large gold chains around his wrist and neck, epitomizing the term new money. A truly refined individual would never resort to such tasteless garb to showcase oneself, a fact Xiao was well aware of. The rotund youth gazed at the Froakie, cornered and with no escape, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Why don't you run away? Weren't you quite the sprinter before? Damn it. I spent so much money to buy you from the black market. You should be grateful and serve me well. Yet what is this? You actually smashed the Pokeball and still thought you could escape? I've finally tracked you down. Let us see where you can run. Once I confine you back into the Pokeball, should you attempt to flee again, I shall break your legs. The rotund man bellowed, spittle flying as the flesh of his face jiggled with his fervor. Xiao stood aside, already furrowing his brow. From the chubby man's words, he had discerned what had transpired. If this individual merely sought to overpower the weak and capture the Pokemon, Xiao might have remained indifferent. However, the present situation was entirely different. This Froakie had been purchased by him from the black market and did not acknowledge its captor as its trainer. It had smashed the Pokeball and fled, only to be caught by the rotund man. Such behavior, disrespecting Pokemon and treating them as mere slaves, was something Xiao could not abide, in both this life and his previous one. At that moment, the rotund man noticed Xiao standing to the side and cast a glance his way. Hey, you over there, who are you? What are you standing there for? Come here and help me out. Before Xiao could respond, the Froakie, surrounded by two Pokemon, turned its attention towards him. Its eyes sparkled with excitement as it nimbly darted to Xiao's side, exposing only its head, and began to call out loudly, as if taunting the rotund man. Froakie, Froak. The scene unfolded too suddenly for Xiao to comprehend. The rotund man, seeing this, became frantic. He had exerted considerable effort to locate this Froakie once again, and if it were to escape now, it would spell trouble for him. Hey, you over there. Are you a blockhead? Hurry up and help me catch it. Xiao feigned ignorance, merely glancing down at the Froakie hiding behind him. The creature's expression radiated confidence, as if it were already familiar with him. Yet, this situation could not be ignored. After a moment of contemplation, he raised the Pokeball containing his Charmeleon. Upon seeing this, the rotund man's expression shifted dramatically. Kid, what do you mean by this? Trying to steal my Pokemon? I'll deal with you later. Arbok, Weezing, don't mind that fool. Catch that Froakie for me. The two Pokemon, having received their orders, charged toward the Froakie hiding behind Xiao. In the face of this unfolding scene, Xiao remained silent, simply tossing the Pokeball in his hand. The rotund man's face contorted with rage as he shouted, If you want to die, I shall oblige. Arbok, Weezing, unleash your poison. In an instant, two columns of venom surged toward Xiao. Yet, he stood his ground, unmoving, and softly commanded, Charmeleon, unleash flamethrower. Boom. A fierce column of fire erupted instantaneously. Chapter 28. The might of the Charizard, a searing blaze, surged past Xiao. As two streams of corrosive venom were instantly evaporated by the flames, leaving no trace behind. Xiao remained utterly motionless, not even batting an eyelash. A cold glint flickered in his gaze as he glanced at the rotund individual before him. Although the attacks from the Pokemon were not lethal to humans if lacking sufficient power, a direct hit from either of those venomous strikes would have marred his visage irreparably. His ire towards this individual was unmistakably ignited. Best step aside quickly. I have no intention of settling this with you. However, the plump man remained oblivious, continuing to bellow towards Xiao, ignoring him entirely. Xiao's eyes swiftly scanned the two Pokemon flanking the man, and a cascade of information promptly refreshed in his mind. Both creatures were merely at the novice level, with the Arbok being slightly more formidable at level 16, while the Spoink stood at level 13. Such low-tier Pokemon, even in a 2-on-1 scenario, should pose little challenge for the Charizard. Then let us engage. Damn it. In that case, I shall dispose of you first. Seeing Xiao obstructing the path of his Froakie, the plump man clenched his teeth and issued commands to his Pokemon. Arbok, Spoink, ensnare that Charizard. The two Pokemon surged forward, racing across the ground to encircle the Charizard, preparing to launch their assault. Yet, at that very moment, Xiao issued his own command. Ignore the Arbok. Focus all your might on the Spoink with Metal Claw. Though the Charizard held an advantage in strength, facing two opponents could still prove troublesome. Therefore, it was prudent to eliminate the weaker foe first before turning to confront the Arbok one-on-one. With remarkable speed, the Charizard reacted. Its left claw suddenly awash in a brilliant white light, slicing through the air and landing squarely on the charging Spoink. The latter had no time to alter its course and was struck in the abdomen, the force propelling it backward, tumbling to the ground and rolling into a cloud of dust. Although it did not lose its combat capability outright, the damage inflicted was substantial, leaving it struggling to rise. Simultaneously, the Arbok, unimpeded, lunged forward, its purple form ensnaring the Charizard tightly. Now, bind him and use bite. The plump man was somewhat taken aback by the strength exhibited by the Charizard, yet he remained unfazed, convinced of his triumph in a 2-on-1 situation. Once the Charizard was struck by the Arbok's poisonous fangs, victory would surely be his. At that moment, the Arbok opened its gaping maw and lunged ferociously towards the ensnared Charizard, its fangs glimmering ominously with a purple hue, mere inches away. Charizard, unleash your flames. At that moment, Yun Xiao's command resonated softly. Although the fire dinosaur was immobile, its head remained free, lifting it defiantly to meet the gaping maw of the Arbok. In the next instant, a torrent of flames erupted from its mouth, engulfing the Arbok's entire head. As the flames dissipated, the Arbok lay motionless on the ground, stripped of its fighting spirit. A single strike had secured victory. Meanwhile, the spoon snake had just managed to rise from the ground when it met the steely gaze of the now-revived fire dinosaur. The spoon snake trembled violently, transforming into a flash of red light as it retreated into the pudgy trainer's Pokeball, unwilling to re-emerge. The opponent was far too terrifying. It had lost the will to continue battling. The trainer, his face ashen, had initially believed he was guaranteed victory, yet within mere moments, both of his Pokemon had been effortlessly defeated. He retrieved his Arbok into its Pokeball, mustering what little courage he had left to address Yun Xiao. How dare you oppose me? Do you know who I am? Yun Xiao, however, interrupted him coldly, uttering a chilling remark. I have no interest in your identity. Now, take your 2 pitiful snakes and vanish from my sight. I will count to 3. Should you fail to leave, I shall break your legs. His words, laced with a menacing frost, left the trainer dazed, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He suddenly grasped the gravity of the threat. If he did not depart, Yun Xiao would indeed carry out his promise. You will regret this, the trainer retorted, hastily retreating a distance, casting a venomous glance back before disappearing into the distant woods. Moments later, the coldness in Yun Xiao's gaze subsided. He patted the fire dinosaur's shoulder, softly praising, You have truly grown. Had you been at this level before, you could not have executed such a splendid performance. The fire dinosaur huffed in acknowledgement, a reluctant acceptance of the compliment, accustomed to its proud nature. Yun Xiao shrugged and turned his attention to the nearby Froakie. The little creature looked up at him with gratitude. Froak, Froak. Yun Xiao waved his hand dismissively, stating, There is no need for thanks. If you were to fall back into the hands of that scoundrel, it would be a tragedy. I could not stand idly by and witness such an event. On another note, why did you come to me first? Yun Xiao inquired, puzzled. The Froakie had dashed to him as though it had found a savior, seeking refuge behind him as if it had known him for ages. Yet Yun Xiao was certain this was their first encounter. In response, the Froakie gestured animatedly. Froak, Froak. Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, Oh? You claim you have been following me all along. Did you notice all the things I've done along the way? This makes sense. No wonder he always feels as though someone is watching him, and there are peculiar noises around. It's this fellow. But why are you following me? The Froakie hesitated for a moment, as if having made a decision, and leaped to Yun Xiao's side, pointing at the Pokeball at his waist. Froakie, do you wish to be my Pokemon? Naturally, Yun Xiao understood. Froakie. The Froakie nodded vigorously, indicating that this was indeed the case. During this journey with Yun Xiao, he discovered that this trainer was not only helpful and skilled, but also remarkably kind and respectful towards his Pokemon. Compared to that fat guy from earlier, this kind of trainer was exactly who he aspired to follow. Is that so? Well, your desire is understandable, but I must ponder it for a while. Yun Xiao replied thoughtfully, stroking his chin. This left Froakie somewhat dumbfounded. What? Shouldn't I be considered a rare Pokemon in the eyes of these trainers? Others would go to great lengths to capture me. Why does this one need to deliberate? Froakie began to panic. Chapter 29. The astonishing performance of Froakie Yun Xiao's reluctance to accept immediately was not without reason. If it were a typical trainer, encountering such a rare starter Pokemon would lead them to capture it without a moment's hesitation. Yet Yun Xiao was different. He believed that capturing a Pokemon required careful consideration before making a decision. To capture without thought would be irresponsible. Furthermore, his situation was quite unique. After logging into the game, numerous significant matters awaited his attention for alteration and resolution. Focusing his efforts on nurturing a single Pokemon, Charmeleon, would be the most efficient approach. Training each Pokemon necessitates a trainer to expend considerable time, energy, and resources. Capturing another Pokemon at this particular juncture might not be wise. However, Xiao reflected that he was no longer the same as in his previous life. He possessed abundant training experience, the advantage of the system's double experience, and ample resources. If he could nurture another combat-ready Pokemon, it might indeed be beneficial. With his thoughts resolved, he decided to assess Froakies' data. If the potential was not too lacking, then capturing him would be feasible. With that in mind, he focused on Froakie, and a series of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Pokemon, Froakie, gender, type, water, talent, orange, strength evaluation, 10. Entry level, ability, adaptable. During battle, the Pokemon's type changes in accordance with the type of the previous skill used. Mastered skills, strike, white, bubble, white. Water pulse, blue, affection level, 50. Your relationship is quite good. Mood status. Tense. Upon reviewing the data concerning the Froakie, Xiao's expression shifted slightly. This Froakie possessed commendable innate abilities, its orange hue categorizing it among the elite. Moreover, its ability was not torrent, but rather the hidden trait, adaptability. The distinction between a Froakie with this ability and one without is indeed monumental, and it is no exaggeration to say they are two entirely different Pokemon. When confronted with adversaries of varying types, this ability ensures that one will never be at a disadvantage. Additionally, when a Pokemon of the same type employs its respective moves, it receives a significant boost. These two factors decisively influence the remarkable potential that this ability can unlock. While harnessing the effects of adaptability demands exceptional command and adaptability from the trainer, Xiao felt no apprehension regarding this matter. He was confident in his capacity to fully exploit the capabilities of this divine trait. With these considerations in mind, Xiao closed the information panel before him and nodded towards Froakie. I have made my decision. You shall engage in a full-scale battle with Charmeleon to demonstrate your prowess. Should I be impressed, I will capture you. To become my Pokemon signifies that I will elevate you to heights unattainable by others. Thus you must prove yourself worthy. Upon hearing this, Froakie contemplated for a moment, then promptly nodded and leaped several meters away, assuming a combat stance. Be cautious, we are merely assessing his strength. Not engaging in earnest combat, Xiao whispered softly to Charmeleon. The disparity in level and power between the two Pokemon was vast, and should they fight seriously, Froakie might sustain injuries. Charmeleon snorted, conveying his understanding. He then stepped forward, positioning himself before Froakie, extending his claw in a gesture that clearly indicated, you may strike first. With a resolute Froakie wasted no time, propelling itself into the air and swiftly dislodging the dense foam encircling its neck, launching it towards Charmeleon. Although the foam appeared soft, it was capable of inflicting considerable damage. Charmeleon, unperturbed, unleashed Flamethrower, vaporizing the foam in midair. As the foam dissipated, white steam billowed in the high temperature, obscuring Charmeleon's line of sight. By the time he regained focus, Froakie's form had vanished without a trace. Xiao, from his vantage point, had clearly observed the earlier events and couldn't help but smile faintly. This is intriguing. Returning to the battle, Charmeleon was diligently searching for Froakie's silhouette, yet found nothing. Just as he pondered this perplexity, he suddenly felt a gust of wind stirring behind him. Although slight, he promptly sensed it and swiftly dodged to the left. To his astonishment, what came flying from that direction was an unripe fruit. In the next moment, a water wave had already struck behind him. Stop. That's enough. Xiao suddenly called for a halt to the skirmish and gestured toward a nearby tree. A blue figure emerged from the lush foliage. Agilely leaping down to stand before Xiao, it was the Froakie. The water pulse that had just occurred was unleashed from the tree by him. Although the Charmeleon held the advantage in strength, it had been struck by the water-type move, leaving its back slightly sore as it turned around to look at Xiao with frustration. Well done. Your combat techniques and performance have surpassed my expectations, Xiao remarked with a smile, producing a Pokeball. The intelligence displayed by this Froakie was truly exceptional, far beyond that of an ordinary Pokemon. In a situation of disadvantage, Froakie cleverly employed a strategic approach, using bubbles to lower the opponent's guard while utilizing steam to obscure its movements, swiftly relocating to a nearby tree, thus evading detection. Even more impressively, before launching the water pulse, Froakie had thrown a berry to distract its opponent. In truth, Charmeleon had already sensed Froakie's impending attack, only to be deceived by the fruit. Due to the disparity in their strengths, Charmeleon sustained only minor injuries. Had they been of equal power, the outcome could have been dramatically different. Achieving such a combat style requires not only a clever mind, but also agile reflexes. Xiao noted that Froki's speed was astonishing. Consequently, he had no reservations about capturing such a Pokemon. Froki proudly smiled, bouncing before Xiao and pressing the button on the Pokeball, transforming into a beam of white light that entered within. Since this was initiated voluntarily, the ball did not shake, emitting a sound confirming the capture success. Xiao picked up the Pokeball and released Froki once more. I am Xiao, and this is Charmeleon. From now on, we are family. I look forward to your guidance, Froki. Roar. Charmeleon, still slightly miffed, let out a weak growl, which served as a greeting. Froki also beamed with joy, raising its hand in excitement. Froki. Thus, Xiao acquired his second Pokemon. Chapter 30. Training Plan. After capturing Froki, Xiao chose not to leave immediately, but instead paused in the clearing. The distance to Hualan City was not too far, so he decided to undertake a task first, to begin training with his two Pokemon. For a Pokemon, relying solely on experience gained through battles to grow stronger is utterly insufficient. Levels merely provide a rough framework of strength, although they are an important indicator. They do not encompass the entirety of a Pokemon's power. True enhancement arises from relentless training, honing one's skills, and fortifying one's physique. Many players initially fail to grasp this concept, leading to situations where they possess a clear level advantage yet find themselves unable to prevail in combat. The disparity emerges from this misunderstanding. After his transmigration, Xiao found himself overwhelmed with information to sort through, leaving him with little free time over the past few days. And he had yet to conduct the inaugural training session with his Charmeleon. However, the present moment was perfectly suited for such an endeavor. Reflecting for a moment, he turned to his two Pokemon and declared, as your trainer, it is my duty to guide you towards strength. I will customize the training regimen based on your individual circumstances, and I hope you will diligently adhere to it. This statement was primarily directed at Froki, as Charmeleon was well-versed in training from his previous life, having experienced various intensities of training, making a repeat of the process trivial. Upon hearing this, Froki nodded in agreement, harboring a sense of anticipation regarding the training plan Xiao would devise to aid in his growth. To begin with, Charmeleon, your recent level progression has been rapid, which is certainly a good thing. However, this also means that your time to solidify your foundational skills is dwindling. Xiao began by assessing Charmeleon's condition before continuing. Today, we shall focus on the basics, a physical training session of at least 2 kilometers, and for your skill practice, concentrate on Flamethrower. You may manage this as you see fit. Drawing from his prior experience training Charmeleon, Xiao swiftly formulated a plan. As he had noted, Charmeleon's swift level advancement necessitated a commitment to reinforcing the foundational elements to prevent rapid leveling from becoming a burden. Charmeleon, familiar with Xiao's instructions, nodded and turned to find an open area to commence his warm-up. Having addressed Charmeleon, Xiao shifted his attention to Froki. This was the second Pokemon he had captured across both of his lives, and the training experience he had with Charmeleon would not be directly applicable here. The two Pokemon possessed differing attributes and combat styles, necessitating a tailored approach suitable for Froki. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Xiao began to consider Froki's unique characteristics. With the ability to change forms and a commendable speed aptitude, Froki could execute a variety of maneuvers in battle. For instance, he could specialize in speed, acting as a swift attacker to swiftly eliminate opponents, or leverage his speed and versatility to provide sideline harassment, disrupting the rhythm of the battlefield as a supportive presence. Both choices are commendable. However, there can only be one path to tread, for it is impossible to master 2 opposing avenues simultaneously. After some contemplation, Xiao swiftly arrived at a decision. He would guide Guagua towards the path of the assassin. With its exceptional agility, it could leverage its versatile attributes to swiftly eliminate adversaries, akin to a shadowy assassin striking amidst a throng of enemies with unparalleled ease. Furthermore, Guagua had demonstrated a commendable level of combat awareness during the recent skirmish, a quality essential for a creature of the assassin class. Moreover, there existed another rationale for this choice. The team's other Pokemon, Fire Dinosaur, embodied a style of brutal and overwhelming combat, delivering powerful blows with ferocity. While such a fighting style is undeniably potent, it becomes somewhat cumbersome when faced with opponents that exploit type disadvantages and employ evasive tactics. In such instances, it would be perfectly suitable for Guagua to intervene and address these challengers. The contrasting combat styles of the two Pokemon would create a harmonious synergy. In light of this, Xiao had made his choice. He elucidated this combat philosophy and style to Guagua, eager to ascertain its acceptance and enthusiasm. After hearing Yun Zhao's thorough analysis, Guagua Pao Hua found himself perplexed. Although he comprehended each word, the cohesive narrative left him bewildered. Nevertheless, this approach to combat seemed promising. His eyes sparkled as he nodded in agreement with Yun Zhao's suggestion. Excellent. Since you are also on board, let us delve deeper into the qualities required to cultivate this combat style. First and foremost is agility, which is your innate gift. Since you possess a speed advantage, we must amplify it to its fullest potential. Henceforth, speed training will be your primary focus. Yun Xiao clapped his hands and continued. Secondly, as an assassin, your strikes must decisively determine the outcome of battle. The power you can unleash is paramount. There is no need to rush on this front. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the skills you have acquired, given your current level is relatively low. As for the other aspects, I shall guide you when the time is right. Upon hearing this, Guagua Pao Hua's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, he had not misjudged his trainer. Such a mentor was rare to find, akin to searching for a lantern in the dark. He trusted Yun Zhao's words and was ready to strive for strength. Guagua, what should I do now? In response to Guagua Pao Hua's query, Yun Xiao pondered for a moment and then pointed towards the nearby trees. For today's training, do you see those trees? You will leap back and forth along the trunks without pausing for more than 3 seconds, and you must not touch the ground. If you find it too taxing, take a brief respite before continuing. The Guagua frog leaped onto the side of a tree, following Yun Zhao's guidance, and began to dart between the trees with agility. After observing for a while, Yun Xiao noted that although Guagua frog was quite swift, it was prone to missteps and fatigue, struggling to maintain endurance after just 3 rounds. Nevertheless, there was no need for concern. Training had only just commenced, and with the passage of time, Guagua frog's stamina and precision would undoubtedly improve. After a brief observation, Yun Xiao settled beside a tree. As the Pokemon trained, he seized the opportunity to enhance his own skills. He retrieved paper and a pen from his backpack and began to write. 2 advanced energy blocks required 3 specific formulas under the sun's radiance, while a gentle breeze caressed the woods, and time slipped by, second by second. Chapter 31. Arrival at Hualan City. Artisan-level formulas. 2 hours later, Yun Xiao smiled at the 2 panting Pokemon, announcing the conclusion of their training session. Throughout these 2 hours, he had witnessed the diligent efforts of both Charmeleon and Guagua Frog, leaving him immensely gratified. It was Guagua Frog, rather than Charmeleon, who exhibited the most remarkable progress, likely due to its initially lower starting point. Any improvement was thus more pronounced. From being exhausted after just 3 rounds at the beginning to managing 5 or 6 by the end, this rate of enhancement was visibly evident. After encouraging both Pokemon, he returned them to their Pokeballs and resumed his journey toward Hualan City. After traversing over an hour of mountainous terrain, he finally caught sight of the city's grand entrance. Hualan City, the closest urban area to Nibi City, was marginally more developed and housed the Hualan Gym. The city's most distinctive feature was a river that flowed through its center, fostering a unique atmosphere and various activities. Tourists flocked to see the river, and fixed cruise ships were constructed upon its waters. However, these attractions were of little concern to Yun Xiao, as he was not yet in a position to indulge in leisure. Upon entering Hualan's urban area, Yun Xiao bypassed the Pokemon Center and headed straight for the gym's location. Yet, upon reaching the gym's entrance, he was taken aback to find the doors tightly shut. It was only 5 in the afternoon. Logically, the gym should still be open for business. Puzzled, Yun Xiao furrowed his brow and was suddenly drawn to a conspicuous poster affixed to the notice board nearby. A special performance by the Hualan Water Sisters. Today at the Water Performance Hall, featuring a mysterious guest. Glancing at the poster, he noticed a line at the bottom. Note, the Hualan Gym is temporarily closed today, but will reopen at the usual time tomorrow. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. This clarified the situation. Upon gazing at the poster, Yun Xiao recalled that the 3 sisters managing the dojo, known as the Hualan Sisters, seemed rather indifferent to its affairs. Their primary occupation revolved around the unique water performances of Hualan City, which have attracted numerous tourists. It appeared that the dojo would not open today, leaving him with no choice but to wait until tomorrow. Shaking his head, Yun Xiao muttered to himself. With the dojo matters set aside, he decided to pursue another endeavor. Hualan City boasts an officially recognized block association, and Yun Xiao had initially intended to challenge the dojo, subsequently acquiring the qualifications of an official creator. Thus, he promptly made a decision, activated his navigation, located the block association's address, and began his journey along the streets. The block association lay on the opposite side of Hualan City, necessitating that Yun Xiao traverse the river that bisects the city center. Following the navigation's instructions, He arrived at the grand bridge spanning the river, but was momentarily captivated by a nearby poster before ascending. Are you an avid fisherman? Do you have a fondness for water-type Pokemon? Hualon City Special Event. Fishing competition, commencing tonight at 8 by the Clearwater River, where numerous fishing enthusiasts will gather. We will offer generous rewards based on final rankings. If you wish to participate, please head to the registration area on the south side of the river bridge. A fishing competition? Xiao was momentarily taken aback, as this was the first time he had ever heard of such an event. While he had never fished in the gaming realm, he often indulged in fishing by the river in reality. However, upon glancing at the competition's rewards, his interest quickly waned. The organizers seemed rather stingy. Even for the first-place winner, the prize was a mere 50,000 Poc dollars and a special commemorative Pokeball. These items held little significance for Xiao in his current circumstances. Just as he turned to leave, a series of notifications flashed before his eyes on the game interface. Ding! Host has triggered a secondary quest. King of Fishing. Quest requirements. Join the Hualon City Fishing Competition and secure a top 3 position. Quest rewards. Determined by final ranking 3rd place. 1 chance to draw an energy block recipe. Random attributes. 50% chance for master level. 50% for lower levels. 2nd place. 1 chance to draw an energy block recipe. Selectable attributes. 80% chance for master level. 20% for superior level. 1st place. 2 chances to draw an energy block recipe. Randomly 1 water or fire attribute. 75% chance for master level recipe. 25% for artisan level recipe. Among this cascade of information, Xiao's gaze lingered on the final line, leaving him speechless for a moment. His pupils began to constrict, as if he had encountered something utterly astonishing. An artisan level energy block recipe. Artisan level. These 3 characters symbolize the pinnacle of craftsmanship within the realm of the elves, representing the most elite and formidable block creators. It is said that energy blocks meeting this standard are irresistible treasures, even to those of divine beast caliber. However, according to Xiao's understanding, it has been nearly a decade since a craftsman-level creator has emerged. Below the craftsman level lies the master level, which is already an altitude difficult for ordinary individuals to attain. Without exceptional talent and insight, some creators may toil their entire lives without reaching such heights. Although Xiao possessed master-level crafting skills in his previous life, he was still a considerable distance from this level, let alone the craftsman tier. Yet now, this task presents a 25% chance to acquire a craftsman-level recipe, and there are 2 opportunities. This alone made it utterly impossible for Xiao to decline. He understood better than anyone the significance of the term craftsman level. Such things are exceedingly rare and invaluable. Even a mere glimpse of the thought process behind recipes of this caliber could yield immense benefits for him. Resolutely, Xiao waved his hand to dismiss the system panel and proceeded directly to the registration area by the bridge to record his information. This is your contestant card. The competition officially begins at 8 o'clock. Please arrive at the designated location 5 minutes early to collect your fishing rod. The staff member said with a smile as they handed Xiao a blue card. Thank you. May I inquire about the rules of the competition? Xiao asked as he accepted the card. Ah, this is your first time participating, isn't it? Allow me to explain, the staff member replied. The competition lasts for 1 hour, during which participants must catch water-type elves from the river and capture them using Pokeballs. At the end of the competition, points will be awarded based on the rarity of the captured elves, and the highest scorer will be declared the champion. Xiao nodded after listening. Thank you. If that is the case, luck plays a significant role in securing first place. No wonder this is a high-level task with such attractive rewards. Achieving the final tier of rewards is indeed no easy feat. Well, I shall do my best. He shook his head and turned to leave. Chapter 32. Will the block association be him? With 3 hours remaining until the fishing competition begins, he should have no trouble completing the assessment beforehand. After crossing the bridge, Xiao quickly followed the navigation instructions to arrive at his destination, the Hualon Energy Block Association Center. As a unique resource for trainers, energy blocks are naturally subject to regulation by the Alliance, which has established a dedicated Energy Block Creation Association, commonly referred to as the Block Association. The Block Association does not monopolize the production of blocks. However, obtaining the qualifications to create blocks, as well as purchasing machines and materials, cannot be circumvented without passing through here. Both block makers and trainers hold esteemed positions, with the former often regarded as even more illustrious than the latter. Once one successfully passes the official examination conducted by the Alliance to become a certified maker, financial worries can be largely alleviated. Should one advance further to become a senior or expert maker, numerous organizations may eagerly extend lucrative offers for you to join their ranks. After all, An advanced block maker can provide trainers with a continuous supply of blocks, an invaluable resource. However, this profession demands not only innate talent, but also relentless effort and a stroke of luck. All three elements are essential for success. Most individuals pursuing this path find it challenging to attain even the foundational status of a certified maker, while those with a modicum of talent often remain at the senior or expert levels. Yet, for Xiao, these concerns were trivial. His skill level was nearly indistinguishable from that of a master, leaving him untroubled about passing the examination. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the artisan-level formula reward, and upon arriving at the block center, he promptly approached the registration counter, presenting his POC decks. "Please register me for the formal examination. Thank you." The staff member at the counter, a middle-aged woman, lifted her gaze upon hearing Xiao's voice, instinctively responding before lowering her head to prepare the registration details. However, she quickly regained her composure, looking up with an incredulous expression. "Are you certain? The examination requires a fee, 10,000 coins per attempt. That is no trivial sum," she kindly reminded him, taken aback by the youthfulness of the boy before her, who appeared no older than 16 or 17. It seemed peculiar and rather odd for someone so young to seek an examination, although the regulations did not specify an age limit for candidates. The notoriously high difficulty of the formal examination was well known. Many individuals nearing their 30s still struggled with it. The woman thought that for someone of Xiao's age to pass, it would render the efforts of those who repeatedly failed year after year utterly futile. Deep down, she believed it improbable that this young man would succeed, yet out of goodwill, she offered a word of caution. Unfazed by the elderly woman's thoughts, Xiao understood her reasoning and merely nodded. "Just deduct the fee directly from my trainer account." Seeing his resolve, the woman refrained from further discussion, proficiently registering his information and handing him the wristband for the examination. "The examination will take place in the second-floor hall, and the next round is likely to begin in about 10 minutes, so do hurry." "Thank you." Xiao accepted the wristband and POC decks before turning to leave the counter. After he departed, the woman let out a sigh. This young man must surely be from some affluent family, unconcerned about casually wasting 10,000 coins, uncertain of when he might reach a similar stature. Xiao ascended to the second floor via the elevator, presenting his wristband to the staff before swiftly entering the hall. He casually selected an available seat and settled down. Having participated in a similar assessment in his previous life, where he successfully passed, he felt no anxiety. Instead, he sat calmly, examining the manufacturing machine before him. In comparison to the one at his former employer's establishment, this machine boasted significantly superior specifications and quality. Although it had yet to meet Xiao's personal standards, it was more than sufficient for his needs. As Xiao focused on adjusting the machine, he was suddenly drawn in by the murmurs of those nearby. "Hey, look over there." "Which one?" "Oh my, what's up with that kid? Is he here to try his luck?" "Come on, Lao Zhang. If anyone's trying their luck, it's probably us. At his age, he is likely just here to play." "Haha, you can't say that. What if he is a disciple of some master?" "Uft. A master's disciple? Do they really show up in places like this? If he actually passes, I'll eat all the blocks I create." Xiao listened for a while, feeling indifferent. After all, it was evident to these individuals that passing such an assessment was no small feat, and they were reluctant to believe someone of his age could succeed. He was about to lose interest when their conversation once again captured his attention. "By the way, did you hear? The examiner for today's assessment is a master." "Is that so?" "Yes. I'm telling you, we must perform well today. Perhaps the master will take a liking to us and accept us as apprentices." "Huh. I'd be satisfied if that master could just help me pass the assessment." As the two continued their idle chatter, Xiao raised an eyebrow. A master was coming to oversee the examination? A master-level craftsman possesses extraordinary skill and innate talent, and individuals of such caliber are exceedingly rare. Typically, a city may only boast one or two. To aspire to become a master, one must have developed a unique master-level block formula. In his previous life, although his crafting skills had reached this level, he hadn't had the time to research formulas, thus failing to pass the assessment. Reflecting on this now, he felt a twinge of regret. Xiao furrowed his brow. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence that he had indeed been in contact with a master block craftsman near Hualan City in his past life. He wondered if today's examiner might be that very individual. Just as he pondered this, a stir arose from the crowd. "They're here. Everyone, quiet down." Xiao's gaze shifted toward the entrance. Upon catching sight of the newcomer, he was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence. It truly is that person. Chapter 33. Former Friends. Master Wang, the individual who entered, bore a face adorned with stubble, thick eyebrows, and expressive eyes. Each of his movements exuded an air of solemnity, suggesting he was a person of meticulous seriousness. However, Xiao was intimately acquainted with this man and understood his true character. His name was Wang Yukai, a certified master craftsman within the Block Association, renowned as one of the most distinguished block artisans in the vicinity of Hualan City. To outsiders, this master might appear aloof and taciturn, yet in private interactions with Xiao, the reality was quite the opposite. In casual company, he was exuberantly lively and possessed the gift of gab, often speaking at length without pause. In a previous life, Xiao's acquaintance with him began through an unexpected encounter. Upon witnessing Xiao's crafting techniques, Wang Yukai initiated conversation, leading to frequent discussions about various formulas. In that past existence, Wang Yukai had suggested that Xiao should develop his own master-level formula to expedite his success in the league's assessments. Unfortunately, Xiao, preoccupied with financial pursuits at the time, had been unable to seize the opportunity, and the matter faded away. Now, upon seeing a familiar face once more, Xiao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his features before he regained his composure. It was uncertain whether this life would afford him further interactions with Wang Yukai, who was, in truth, a commendable friend. As Wang Yukai entered the examination hall, the other candidates fell silent, none daring to tarnish their impressions before a master craftsman. Wang Yukai settled himself at the examination table, casting a sweeping gaze over the room. Lingering on Xiao for a few extra moments before resting his head on the table, he began to mutter to himself, questioning the association's rationale for requiring his oversight in such a high-level assessment. Frustration seeped through his words as he lamented the recent difficulties he faced in refining a particular formula. Yet, he noted with interest the presence of an unusual candidate, someone so young willing to partake in the examination. He hoped that this young man would not disappoint him. Though Wang Yukai served merely as an overseer, the essence of the examination remained under the purview of the chief examiner. This chief examiner, a rotund middle-aged man, now stood before the gathered participants, loudly articulating the rules of the assessment. The entrance examination for the Block Association was straightforward. Candidates would draw from a selection of various fruit formulas provided by the association and craft them on-site. Their scores would be determined based on the complexity of the block creation and the quality of the finished product. Before long, each candidate was called forth in turn to approach the stage and draw a slip of paper from the box. The formula inscribed on the slip would dictate the content of their examination. Generally, the average individual could only master a limited variety of blocks, rendering the likelihood of passing the assessment somewhat reliant on fortune. If luck were to favor them with a familiar or previously crafted formula, their chances of success would be significantly bolstered. Should fortune prove unkind, and one draws an entirely unfamiliar and challenging recipe, then perhaps one must simply await the next opportunity. Individuals are called forth by name, each stepping forward in turn to select their recipe. Their expressions vary. Some radiate excitement and pride, clearly having drawn something familiar, while others wear frowns, visibly disheartened. Xiao, however, remains unperturbed, simply awaiting his turn, for his confidence rests upon skill rather than chance. Number 23, Xiao. As the seconds ticked away, the moment finally arrived for Xiao to draw his recipe. When he stepped forward, all gazes converged upon him, and murmurs of speculation arose once more. What if he draws the simplest one? What if he actually succeeds? I doubt that even if he were to draw that, he could manage to create it. Amidst the chatter and the gathered attention, Xiao reached into the box and retrieved a slip of paper. Upon discerning the characters inscribed upon it, he furrowed his brow slightly before returning to his seat. Once the final candidate had drawn their recipe, the head examiner announced, "Please relay your recipe to the staff, who will deliver the necessary materials to your stations. You are allotted 1 hour for production. Note that you may use only one set of materials. Should you fail, you may attempt again next time." With that, the head examiner returned to his position. Although the stipulation of a single set of materials may seem stringent, in reality, the hour allotted significantly exceeds the usual preparation time. This arrangement is intended to encourage candidates to exercise caution and diligence in their crafting. A cart laden with fruit materials was delivered to the candidate stations, and thus, the production assessment commenced in earnest. From his vantage point, Wang Yukai surveyed the crowd, ultimately focusing on Xiao. The initial step of production undoubtedly involves preparing the fruit materials, rendering them suitable for the machines to grind and mix. Yet, when Wang Yukai observed Xiao's actions, a look of surprise crossed his face. With hands flying deftly, he peeled, diced, and pitted with remarkable proficiency. In contrast, the other participants appeared sluggish, even clumsy by comparison. How could this young man exhibit such skill, seemingly far beyond that of a novice? Wang Yukai felt a flicker of curiosity, yet more so, he felt anticipation. Judging by his technique in handling the fruit, this young man was certainly not ordinary. What would be the quality of the cubes he produced? However, as time passed and Yun Xiao swiftly activated the machine to commence the formal production of the cubes, Wang Youcai's expression froze in utter astonishment. Something about this young man was decidedly amiss. Whether it was the adjustment of the rotation speed or the meticulous order and layering of the materials, every action exhibited an extraordinary professionalism that seemed beyond the capabilities of someone at this level. Even seasoned artisans might struggle to replicate such finesse. Wang Yongkong felt a surge of astonishment, tempered by a hint of skepticism. As a master craftsman himself, he possessed considerable experience in this domain. By merely observing the movements and demeanor, it could be said that this young man was performing flawlessly. Yet, could it be that this was merely a fortunate accident? After all, at such a tender age, how could he possibly possess such masterful techniques? Just as Wang Yongkong wrestled with his thoughts, the machine before Yun Xiao suddenly came to a halt. He then raised his hand, proclaiming, "I have completed the creation." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated distinctly in that moment. All the participants in the assessment simultaneously ceased their handling of the tree fruits, casting incredulous or mocking glances at Yun Xiao. Had this young man lost his mind? How could he have finished so quickly? Chapter 34. Do you know you still refuse me? It was not just the participants who were astonished. Even Wang Yukai, seated at the examination table, found it hard to believe that Yun Xiao had already completed his creation. It is well known that crafting a block is a task that demands exceptional skill and meticulous attention to detail. Any minor error during the process, be it a slight decrease in rotation speed or an incorrect order in the addition of materials, could severely impact the quality of the block. Or worse, lead to complete failure. Thus, it is customary for everyone to exercise extreme caution, deliberately slowing their pace to avoid mistakes, especially during such a serious evaluation. Yet, in less than 10 minutes, while everyone else was still working on the raw materials, how could one individual have already completed their creation? An unspoken thought arose in the minds of all contestants. This young man was merely here for amusement, a source of entertainment for others. In 10 minutes, one could only produce a mass of utterly useless sludge using the machine. Accomplishing anything else was inconceivable. Wang Yukai was equally perplexed. While it was not impossible to produce a block of this caliber in 10 minutes, doing so required the creator to possess exceptional technical prowess and a thorough familiarity with the recipe to achieve such results. Alternatively, a master might be able to create a lower-tier block at that level, but therein lay the dilemma. Could this young man truly possess master-level skills? Frankly, even he found it hard to believe. Unbeknownst to Yun Xiao, the thoughts swirling around him were irrelevant. He simply awaited the arrival of the examiner. Number 23. Frivolity in the examination hall may result in disqualification. I hope you take this seriously. Upon the examination platform, the chief examiner furrowed his brow and reprimanded aloud. Clearly, he too did not believe Yun Xiao's claims. Not at all. I have indeed completed it, Yun Xiao replied, his expression devoid of emotion. You. The examiner felt a surge of anger, but just as he was about to speak, another individual intervened. Turning, he was astonished to find it was Master Wang. Everything is fine. Let me take a look, Wang Yukai chuckled, then descended from the examination seat, making his way towards Yun Xiao. The onlookers exchanged glances, a hint of schadenfreude creeping into their expressions. Let this rascal make a scene. Now he has provoked a master. It will be difficult for him to navigate the association afterward. They even began to anticipate the unfolding drama. Wang Yukai approached Yun Xiao and leaned down to inspect the apparatus, retrieving the blocks with a nearby container. Wait, are these toxic blocks? He suddenly inquired, his brow knitting in confusion. Yun Xiao nodded and tossed the recipe note towards him. Indeed, Wang Yukai took the note, unfolded it, and then picked up a purple block. Scrutinizing it closely, it was crystalline and pristine, even emitting a faint purple glow. The quality was exceptional. His expression shifted to one of intrigue, and after a lengthy pause, he inquired, could you share how you managed to create this so swiftly? Yun Xiao pondered for a moment, then grasped the block and squeezed it gently. Practice makes perfect. The more you do it, the more accustomed you become. Wang Youcai's expression faltered, rendered momentarily speechless by this response. The recipe Yun Xiao had drawn was, in fact, the most challenging of the examination. Though the toxic block was a grade block, its complexity rivaled that of many high-level blocks. According to examination protocol, simply producing one successful block from such a recipe sufficed for passing. However, it was widely known that those who drew this recipe invariably faced failure. Yet, This young man had managed to create such a formidable block in a mere 10 minutes. Moreover, based on Wang's recent inspection, the quality of this batch was astonishing, exceeding 90%. This was a staggering figure. Even he, as a master of fruit trees, could scarcely achieve such results under time constraints. Therefore, Yun Xiao's performance left him utterly astonished, were it not for the stringent scrutiny and surveillance prior to the examination. And the fact that this young man had crafted the blocks right before his eyes, he would find it impossible to believe that no cheating had occurred. Thus, only one conclusion remained. This young man was a genius, one of those rare talents that appear once in a century. As Wang Yukai pondered, the evaluators surrounding him were already in an uproar. What could this mean? Shouldn't the master have approached the young man to deliver a scathing criticism and subsequently expel him from the examination hall? How could it be that during their conversation, this youth had genuinely crafted a cube within 10 minutes? Moreover, it was not just any cube, but a cube imbued with poison. The individuals present were not novices to the assessment. They were acutely aware of the formidable difficulty of this formula. To draw such a task was tantamount to declaring one's own failure. Yet, this young man left everyone dumbfounded, plunging the examination venue into a profound silence. Ultimately, it was Wang Yukai who shattered the stillness with a single remark. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Yun Xiao, sincerely stating, "Young man, would you have any interest in becoming my apprentice?" If this youth possessed such extraordinary talent, it was only natural for Wang Yongping to seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, the others erupted in astonishment. An apprentice. To have the chance to study under a master craftsman was a dream beyond their wildest imaginings, something they could only regard as a jest. Yet, Master Wang had actively extended an olive branch. How fortunate could this young man be? Just as envy and admiration swirled among the crowd, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In response to Wang Youcai's invitation, the young man, without a moment's hesitation, shook his head in refusal. "No, I'm not interested." A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. Was this young man out of his mind? This was a master, they raged internally, with some even wishing to take Yun Xiao's place. Wang Yukai, too, was taken aback by this response. As a master, he had turned down countless individuals seeking to be his apprentice. Yet, this young man offered him no respect whatsoever. Contemplating for a moment, he chuckled and said, "Young man, do you know who I am?" This youth likely had no inkling of his identity. If he understood that he was a master, surely his attitude would be markedly different. Wang Yukai thought to himself. However, reality delivered a sharp rebuke to his expectations. Yun Xiao, with an impassive expression, glanced at him and nodded. "I do, Master Wang." "Wang Yukai, you do? And yet you still directly refuse me." Chapter 35. Wang Yukai was quite a decent fellow, easy to get along with. As a master, it was rather normal to feel a twinge of irritation at being scorned by such a youthful individual. Yet, Wang Yukai was not particularly angered. He merely furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Conversely, the chief examiner, unable to bear the sight any longer, strode forward and pointed an accusatory finger at Yun Xiao, furiously exclaiming, "Young man, it is a privilege for someone of Master Wang's stature to acknowledge you. How can you fail to recognize this opportunity? Refrain from putting on a fade before others. The distance between you and him is still considerable." To this remark, Yun Xiao appeared to disregard the speaker entirely, as if the words had not registered with him. Considerable distance? What a jest! In my previous life, my craftsmanship far surpassed that of Wang Yukai. After all, Wang Youcai's techniques are not particularly formidable among masters. His forte lies in the exploration of new formula types. Moreover, according to the timeline, that is several years hence for Wang Yukai, who at present has likely just recently attained mastery, with his skills even less refined. If you are unwilling, it truly matters not. It is not a requirement for you to become my disciple. I merely believe that my level of craftsmanship and wealth of knowledge would undoubtedly surpass yours, enabling you to circumvent many obstacles, Wang Yukai remarked with a smile after a moment of contemplation. His intentions were genuine, as the talent exhibited by the young man before him had stirred a sense of admiration within him. "Master Wang, why are you being so courteous to him?" The invigilator, upon hearing this, grew increasingly anxious, preparing to rush towards Yun Xiao, only to be halted by Wang Yukai. At this moment, Yun Xiao finally raised his head to look at Wang Yukai and began to speak in a leisurely tone. "Master Wang, may I inquire if you have heard of the lava block?" How do you know of this?" Upon hearing the question, Wang Youcai's face reflected surprise, unable to suppress his curiosity. The lava block is an exceptionally challenging crafting block that significantly elevates the flame temperature emitted by fire-type spirits and enhances the duration of their flames. It is a highly sought-after category in the market. Due to its complexity, it is often regarded as the benchmark between crafting experts and masters. A success rate exceeding 50% in its creation guarantees that the craftsman possesses master-level skills. Now, with Yun Xiao unexpectedly mentioning such a block, Wang Yukai found himself perplexed. Most individuals might not even be familiar with the name of this block. As Wang Yukai pondered, Yun Xiao continued. May I ask what your highest success rate for crafting such a block is? 60%, Wang Yukai instinctively replied. Having only recently become a master and not particularly excelling in technique, his success rate barely reached 60%. Yet, he remained curious as to why Yun Xiao posed such a question. Yun Xiao's subsequent words clarified his confusion. I see. My success rate is slightly higher, around 70%. As he spoke, his expression remained calm and unruffled, yet Wang Yukai could not maintain his composure. 70%. How is that possible? The highest mastery among the finest artisans barely achieves 80%. At this moment, he found it utterly incredulous to believe Yun Xiao's claims, suspecting them to be mere bravado. However, unbeknownst to him, Yun Xiao was indeed speaking the truth. In a previous life, having discovered his extraordinary talent for crafting blocks, he devoted himself tirelessly to the pursuit of profit, spending countless sleepless nights focused solely on creating blocks. He produced whatever type of block commanded a high market price, ultimately setting his sights on the coveted lava blocks. Within the span of merely 1 month, he dedicated over 8 hours each day in the workshop, to the point of feeling nauseated at the mere sight of these blocks. That month marked the apex of his earnings, but alas, it was followed by a treacherous betrayal. Returning to the present, Yun Xiao, having engaged in countless productions, indeed possessed an 80% success rate, which was no mere fabrication. Yet, words alone could not convince Wang Yukai, who remained skeptical. Yun Xiao, I find your talent intriguing, but it appears you are somewhat restless at this moment, he remarked, a serious expression overtaking his features. How about we make a wager? He proposed. Yun Xiao nodded in agreement. I will supply the materials and machinery. You shall create a block for me. If you genuinely possess an 80% success rate, both the block and the surplus materials shall be yours, and I shall apologize. Conversely, should you fail, you will become my apprentice and work on tempering your impetuous nature. Very well, let us not insist on 80%. If you achieve merely 50%, I shall concede your victory, Wang Yukai said, stroking his chin, preparing to impart a lesson to the young man. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Xiao maintained an impassive facade, yet internally he rejoiced. Such a fortuitous opportunity. The lava blocks represented significant enhancements for all fire-type spirits, and in his previous life, the rapid growth of the fire dinosaur owed much to these blocks. However, the difficulty in crafting these blocks was paralleled only by the exorbitant cost of materials. With even a modest amount requiring tens of thousands of spirit coins, the prospect of acquiring them without cost was irresistible. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao agreed. Observing this, Wang Yukai instructed the proctor to consider Yun Xiao's entrance assessment as passed, and the two departed the premises. The remaining candidates were left bewildered, questioning the surreal events that had just unfolded. Many felt disheartened at the thought of continuing their assessments. How could someone so young engage directly with a master, and upon losing, still become an apprentice? They, with their years of experience, remained stuck in entry-level assessments. Exhausted, they felt the urge to give up. As for those who had mocked Yun Xiao earlier, their expressions now mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao followed Wang Yukai to a private area on the 4th floor of the crafting center, designated for advanced artisans. Masters like Wang Yukai naturally had their own machines and spaces. The staff had already delivered the materials as per his instructions. Let us begin. Show me if you truly possess the skill, Wang Yukai commanded. Wang Yukai stood to the side, clapping his hands. Yun Xiao gazed at the small cart of materials, filled with admiration in his heart. Indeed, Wang was a man of action and capability. Thus, he resolved to be unreserved. Chapter 36. Do not call me master anymore. Yun Xiao cast a glance at the prepared tree fruits beside him and took a seat before the machine, a more serious expression gracing his countenance. The difficulty in crafting such cubes was undoubtedly significant, and even for someone like Yun Xiao, who had replicated this process numerous times in his previous life, utmost concentration was required to ensure success. He took a deep breath and began operating the machine. As time passed, in the quiet room, Wang Yukai closely observed Yun Xiao's movements, his expression shifting continuously. From initial skepticism and anticipation to a growing sense of confusion as things seemed amiss, and finally, upon discerning Yun Xiao's crafting technique, his eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with astonishment, As the saying goes, an outsider watches the spectacle while an insider discerns the subtleties. Just by observing, he could discern the caliber of Yun Xiao's skills. Indeed, there was substantial merit. Finally, when the machine's rumble subsided in unison with Yun Xiao's actions, a red cube, both in color and form, emerged before Wang Yukai, leaving him utterly speechless. What do you think? Does it match what I mentioned, with an 80% success rate? Yun Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling as he addressed Wang Yukai. A good machine truly operates smoothly. This crafting process rekindled the feelings he had when he first created cubes, a sensation he found quite enjoyable. Wang Yukai, his expression stiffening, stepped forward to closely examine the cubes within the machine. Eventually, he relented and acknowledged the undeniable truth. This batch of lava cubes indeed possessed the 80% perfection rate that Yun Xiao had claimed. This indicated that the youth before him had surpassed his own skills in cube crafting. It took Wang Yukai several seconds to accept this reality. Though his own crafting abilities were respectable among masters, he had believed himself to possess notable talent and achievements in this field. The fact that a novice, fresh from an entry-level assessment, could surpass him was somewhat disheartening. Well, I concede to the wager. I apologize for questioning your crafting skills earlier. The gaze Wang Yukai directed at Yun Xiao had transformed. Where once there was mere appreciation for a junior, now there was profound respect for an equal. That is unnecessary. It is perfectly normal to harbor doubts. Yun Xiao shrugged, beginning to place the pile of lava cubes into jars. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The materials he had just utilized would surely cost hundreds of thousands to procure. He has spent not a single penny and is enjoying the benefits without cost. Subsequently, this batch of lava blocks will sustain the fire dinosaur for an extended period, further accelerating his strength enhancement. As for whether this constitutes a betrayal of a former friend, Yu Xiao is rather indifferent. The value of these master-level craftsmen typically starts in the millions. A few hundred thousand is merely a trifling sum. However, I am still curious about your crafting techniques. How did you hone them? Wang Yukai furrowed his brow, deeply conflicted as he posed this question. As Yun Xiao placed the final block into the container, he replied, "That is a personal secret. However, rest assured, aside from these blocks, I am unable to achieve such remarkable feats with other high-difficulty blocks. I am well aware that my skills are certainly not on par with yours." This statement was, of course, a falsehood, but Yun Xiao wished to prevent any potential issues with his former friend's mindset, hence his explanation. Wang Yukai, upon hearing his words, felt his confusion linger, yet his expression softened somewhat. According to this young man's assertion, it seemed somewhat acceptable. What a surprise. He still believed that the crafting prowess displayed by this youth was utterly extraordinary, unless one had been learning to craft blocks since birth. It was inconceivable to possess such skill at this age. Yet, he refrained from pursuing the matter further and instead withdrew a business card from his pocket. Handing it to Yun Xiao, "Allow me to introduce myself, Wang Yukai, master of block crafting." Yun Xiao secured the container in his backpack, glanced at the card, and then stored it away. "Greetings, Master Wang, I am Yun Xiao. Please, do not call me Master, Xiao Yun. Your skills are truly astounding. Although I lack the qualifications to guide you, I must inquire, have you considered becoming a master craftsman yourself?" Wang Yukai sincerely proposed. He simply could not fathom why someone with such talent would participate in the most basic entry-level exams. Currently, I have no such intentions. I am, in fact, a trainer, Yun Xiao replied, shaking his head and speaking candidly. Wang Yukai? A trainer? Aren't you dedicated to this craft? Upon hearing this, Wang Yukai felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Well, I am indeed very interested in this field, and if I ever decide to pursue it, I will certainly reach out to you. Yun Xiao smiled, shouldering his bag and glancing at his watch. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave for now. I will contact you later. Take care, Wang Yukai managed to utter, holding his forehead in disbelief. Yun Xiao nodded, took a step away, but suddenly turned back. Master Wang, if the juice of the wick fruit does not blend well with that of other tree fruits, you might consider substituting it with ground golden leaf powder. The effect is quite similar. Having uttered that disjointed remark, Yun Xiao swiftly departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Wang Yukai remained rooted in place, instinctively echoing Yun Xiao's previous words. The grinding powder of Jinpingji is similarly effective? In an instant, the confusion and skepticism in his eyes vanished, replaced by a glimmer of excitement. I must try it right away. He turned on his heel and exited the room, disappearing down the corridor. At that moment, his formula was likely still in its incomplete state. My direct words should make old Wang understand. Within the elevator, Yun Xiao watched the descending floor numbers, speaking to himself. According to his recollections, Wang Yukai had recently attained mastery. And although his newly developed block formula was of master-level quality, it bore certain flaws that troubled him greatly. In a previous life, when Yun Xiao encountered Wang Yukai, he had just resolved those issues and had engaged in a friendly conversation about it. Yun Xiao held a favorable impression of this friend, who had assisted him on numerous occasions in his past life, such as lending money and sourcing rare materials. Now, having been granted a second chance, Yun Xiao was inclined to extend his assistance once more. Ding! The elevator chimed, bringing Yun Xiao back to the lobby on the ground floor. The fishing competition would commence in an hour, and he had another task to attend to. Chapter 37. The fishing tournament begins. The fish are biting. In his previous life, Yun Xiao had a profound fondness for fishing. He relished the tranquility of sitting by the pond, patiently awaiting a bite. Fishing requires bait, and in the realm of sprites, the principle remains the same. However, the bait Yun Xiao prepared for the upcoming competition would be somewhat unique. He intended to use energy blocks that could attract water-type sprites as his bait. Upon receiving his official blockmaker qualification certificate in the lobby, Yun Xiao headed directly to the second floor to procure materials. Once recognized as a certified blockmaker by the association, one could purchase a variety of materials necessary for crafting energy blocks from the second floor of the association in various cities. This location not only boasted a more extensive selection of fruit materials, but also offered prices that were somewhat more affordable than those in the marketplace, representing a significant benefit for association members. However, as Yun Xiao entered the purchasing area, he was promptly halted by a security personnel stationed at the entrance. "Young man, only official-level blockmakers and above are permitted to enter. Please turn back." The guard clearly doubted that someone of Yun Xiao's age could be a certified maker, thus politely issuing a dismissal. Yet, upon noticing the qualification certificate hanging from Yun Xiao's chest, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically. Surprise flickered across his face, swiftly replaced by respect. "My apologies, please come in." He stepped aside and bowed respectfully to Yun Xiao. Out of courtesy, Yun Xiao refrained from speaking and strode into the materials purchasing area. Once he had distanced himself, the man resembling a security guard let out a sigh of relief, casting a glance in Yun Xiao's direction, appearing utterly astonished. Is he a disciple of some master? At such a young age, he's already a certified craftsman. How terrifying. With the competition fast approaching, Yun Xiao swiftly procured the necessary materials and utilized the public machines on the second floor to create a batch of energy cubes before departing for the competition venue. As dusk descended, the sky darkened, yet the streets of Hualan City were ablaze with lights. The neon signs flickered vibrantly, and being a weekend, the atmosphere was particularly lively. The Clearwater River, a major waterway traversing the heart of Hualan City, boasted clear waters and was home to numerous aquatic sprites. The fishing competition was set to take place beneath the Clearwater River Bridge, where the midsection of the river flowed gently and was exceptionally conducive for fishing. Upon Yun Xiao's arrival at the competition site, most contestants had already taken their positions, and the host was stirring up excitement among the crowd, who lined up eagerly, animatedly discussing the event. "This is your fishing rod. You may use your own bait during the competition. After catching an aquatic sprite, you must use the pokeballs we provide to capture it, in order to tally your points at the end of the contest. Here is the detailed scoring manual. Wishing you an enjoyable competition." After inspecting Yun Xiao's participation wristband, the staff handed him a fishing rod, 15 pokeballs, and a small booklet. "Thank you," he replied. Taking the items and finding his designated spot, he readied the fishing rod and began perusing the scoring manual. I see. The competition's scoring was linked to the rarity and growth status of the caught sprites. According to the manual, the least valuable and most common sprites, such as Magikarp, Goldfish, and Onyx Jellyfish, garnered between 1 to 3 points each, depending on specific circumstances. Next in line were slightly rarer sprites like Shelder, Psyduck, and Seahorse, yielding 5 to 8 points per catch. The highest scoring category consisted of rare sprites like Croconaw and Marsh Stomp, with the score heavily reliant on the fisher's luck. Should one manage to catch such a rare sprite, it could result in a significant score exceeding 10 points. At first glance, this seemed overly reliant on fortune. However, since it was merely a recreational competition, questions of fairness were moot. Nevertheless, for Yun Xiao, achieving first place was imperative if he wished to secure the highest tier of task rewards, which was a source of considerable concern for him. "Well, I shall do my utmost." Rubbing his temples, Yun Xiao lifted his gaze to observe the surrounding competitors. Many individuals came to participate in the competition, including youth, elders, and middle-aged men. However, the majority had not even brought their own bait. They merely sought to join in the festivities. Yun Xiao surveyed the crowd and noticed an elderly man seated directly opposite him, to his left, with a glass jar containing bait beside him. From Xiao's extensive fishing experience, he discerned that the old man's posture and demeanor were distinct from the others. After casting a couple of glances his way, Xiao returned his gaze and patiently awaited the commencement of the contest. Thank you for your patience. The traditional fishing competition of Hualan City is about to begin. Contestants, please pick up your rods and prepare for an exhilarating angling experience. The competition will last for 1 hour. Now, I declare the contest officially open. At the moment the host announced the start of the competition, the spectators gathered along the riverbank erupted in cheers. Amidst the clamor, hooks adorned with bait plunged into the water as most contestants eagerly cast their lines. Yet, Xiao remained composed, carefully observing the flow of the water before finding the optimal angle to precisely launch his weighted hook into the depths. Fishing demands not only luck, but also experience and patience. The elderly man opposite him, indeed experienced, mirrored Xiao's actions and cast his line as well. As time ticked away, the atmosphere at the venue quieted, each participant eagerly anticipating who would be the first to catch an elusive spirit. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment pierced the air. I've hooked one. All eyes turned in his direction, where a young man clad in shorts excitedly raised his rod, engaging in a struggle with the spirit beneath the surface. Within moments, amidst the crowd's eager gaze, a figure was dramatically pulled from the water. With its crimson body, golden whiskers, and vacant eyes, the young man had caught a king carp. The onlookers erupted in laughter. After all, this was the most common and foolish of water spirits. Even without bait, the dim-witted king carps could easily be lured, rendering the scene quite comical. This spectacle lightened the atmosphere considerably. Amidst the revelry, Xiao's attention sharpened. The float was moving. He did not rush. Instead, he patiently awaited the moment when the float began to bob vigorously before he abruptly pulled up the rod. A tremendous force surged from the fishing line. Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. He had hooked a sizable fish. Chapter 38. An unexpected spirit appears during the competition. Feeling the immense tug from the rod, Xiao understood that this spirit would not yield easily. Rising from his seat, he planted his legs firmly, channeling all his strength into his upper body as he battled against the creature pulling beneath the surface. It must be said that this fellow possesses immense strength. Had Xiao not possessed fishing experience, an ordinary person might have found themselves not only entangled, but potentially losing their fishing rod to the depths. Xiao's conspicuous movements naturally drew the attention of the onlookers, who turned their gazes in this direction. It appears this young man has hooked a substantial catch. What good fortune! Such vigorous struggle, could it be a rare sprite? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao maintained a delicate balance of power with the creature, patiently awaiting its exhaustion. As the seconds ticked by, the traces left by the bobber on the water's surface diminished, signaling to Xiao that it was time to reel in. With a forceful motion, he raised the rod high, splashing water everywhere, and a violet figure was yanked from the depths, crashing onto the ground. The creature that had been caught resembled a scallop, adorned with a spiky purple shell, its crimson eyes glaring furiously at Xiao from behind layers of armor. The latter was taken aback. He had anticipated that his catch would not be an ordinary sprite, but he had not expected it to be a shellmet. Shellmet, the evolved form of Carablast, is renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, with a shell that can effectively withstand most attacks from adversaries. Recalling the information about Shellmet, Xiao's gaze lingered on the creature for a few moments, as details about it gradually materialized before him. Sprite, Shellmet, type, ice, water, ability, shell armor, in battle. It becomes difficult to strike critical hits, and its defense is somewhat enhanced. Qualification, blue, gender, strength rating, 17, official level, mood status, furious. In the fishing competition, catching the sprite is merely a part of the challenge. Contestants must also defeat the sprites they capture in battle to earn points. Fortunately, this Shellmet's level was not excessively high. Had it been even slightly stronger, it could have posed a significant challenge for Xiao. At this moment, the irate Shellmet glared at Xiao, seemingly poised to launch an attack at any moment. Naturally, it held no goodwill towards the human who had pulled it from its aquatic domain. Xiao remained unperturbed and casually tossed out the pockball containing his Charmeleon. I entrust this to you, Charmeleon. In a flash of white light, Charmeleon stood before Shellmet, stretching its body and glaring fiercely at the creature. The battle was officially underway. Suddenly, Shellmet's form trembled without warning, and a jet of water erupted from its body, hurtling straight towards Charmeleon. However, Charmeleon appeared to be fully prepared, leaping to the left to evade the incoming water gun, its claws glowing with a radiant light as it dashed towards Shellmet. The trajectory of this strike aimed directly at the vulnerable body beneath Shelmet's heavy shell. Clang! A sharp, resonant clash echoed as the metallic claws of the fire dragon struck the shell of the iron shell, sending sparks flying. Luo-Chen stood nearby, frowning slightly. The iron shell was not foolish. It was aware that its vulnerable point lay within its body. In response to the fire dragon's attack, it promptly closed its shell, successfully blocking the strike. Despite the advantage in strength, the outcome of this encounter saw the fire dragon at a disadvantage. At this moment, the fire dragon staggered back a few steps, its expression contorted with discomfort. The iron shell's exterior was exceptionally hard. It felt as though its claw had struck steel, causing a sharp pain. The iron shell then reopened its shell, casting a smug, taunting glance at the fire dragon, seemingly pleased with its tactical maneuver. Observing this, Xiao contemplated for a moment before leaning in to whisper a few words into the fire dragon's ear. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement ignited in the fire dragon's eyes. With a fierce roar, it charged forward once more, ready to unleash its metallic claws against the iron shell. Unperturbed by this repetitive tactic, the iron shell felt a twinge of disdain. Its shell represented the pinnacle of defense. Even if faced with a dozen such attacks, it would bear not a single mark. In anticipation of the next strike, it once again withdrew into its shell, planning to bide its time. Yet, just as the iron shell retreated, the fire dragon abruptly halted its advance, canceling its claw attack. With a fearsome roar, a searing, blazing flame erupted from the fire dragon's mouth, transforming into a serpentine line of fire that encircled the iron shell, now withdrawn into its protective casing. Although the initial power of this flame was not particularly formidable, the fire dragon maintained the fiery line, continuously enveloping the iron shell in heat. As moments ticked by, the shell began to glow faintly red under the oppressive heat, and the iron shell, sensing the alarming temperature, realized it was on the verge of being roasted alive. Faced with this dire situation, it had no choice but to open its shell, revealing its internal body, preparing to douse the flames with a watertight move. However, the fire dragon had anticipated this very moment. The fiery line abruptly shifted, intensifying as it surged into the fissure of the iron shell's body. This was no mere gentle roasting. It was a furious, jet-like burst of flame. Before the iron shell could react, its entire body stiffened, unable to unleash its water gun, and it collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. A pockball flew in from the side, successfully capturing it. Exquisite. Xiao stepped forward to retrieve the pockball, praising the fire dragon for its performance. Although the strategy to force the iron shell out of its shell was his idea, one could not deny the fire dragon's execution and timing were truly commendable. Congratulations on your fiery Charmeleon achieving a splendid victory in battle, earning a reward of 640 experience points. Your Charmeleon has now ascended to level 18. The Shelder, with its considerable level and strength, has provided ample experience, facilitating Charmeleon's advancement. Moreover, Shelder is classified among the elite tier of Pokémon in fishing competitions, primarily due to its prevalence in marine environments and its evolution from Cloyster. As such, its rarity is not insignificant. This single Shelder alone can yield approximately 20 points of benefit for Xiao, marking a promising start. With a light chuckle, Xiao grasped his fishing rod once more, preparing for the next catch. However, upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that the surrounding spectators were all fixated on him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and astonishment. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Unbeknownst to him, his stature had transcended the ordinary in the eyes of the audience. The competitors in the fishing tournament were predominantly regular trainers, and the water-type Pokémon they typically caught were not of particularly high levels. Thus their captures were often modest achievements. The majority of the onlookers were not even trainers. They had merely come to witness the spectacle. The recent battle between Charmeleon and Shelder had been nothing short of eye-opening for them, elevating Xiao's image in their perception. Oblivious to this shift in reputation, Xiao resumed his fishing with a sense of ease. Meanwhile, the spectators began to murmur among themselves. I expected to see a Magikarp or something, but it turns out to be a Shelder. That must be one of the highest tier Pokémon in terms of points, right? I was thinking the Charmeleon was incredibly impressive, remarked a group of boys who appeared to be students, exchanging their thoughts. They had yet to own a Pokémon of their own, but witnessing the battle ignited their aspirations, even if they did not fully comprehend the intricacies involved. Suddenly, one of them pointed at Xiao, eyes wide with excitement. Look, he has hooked another one. The crowd turned their attention to Xiao, noticing that he had only just cast his line moments ago and had already reeled in a Kingler. Generally, the interval between bites from Pokémon spans several minutes. Yun Xiao's luck seemed extraordinary. However, the spectators dismissed it as mere coincidence, not something worthy of astonishment. Yet, it soon became apparent that the situation was far from ordinary. Within a mere 10 minutes, every time Yun Xiao cast his rod, a new Pokemon was caught within mere seconds. Initially, 1 or 2 occurrences could be attributed to chance. But after 7 or 8 consecutive catches, silence enveloped the crowd. In less than 10 minutes, Yun Xiao had already caught 1 Shelder, 1 Psyduck, 2 Magikarp, and 1 Kingler. The king of Carp he selected was one among several, while the others were released. Initially, everyone was perplexed by his choice, but now it was clear. He was concerned that the 15 Pokeballs provided by the competition might prove insufficient. Yun Yao's line was continuously snagging fish, causing the audience to twitch with excitement, and the surrounding competitors could barely contain their curiosity, casting glances in Yun Yao's direction. The old man on the opposite bank, with trembling hands, repeatedly stroked his beard, his astonishment palpable. After years of fishing, he had never encountered such a scenario. It was as if an abundance of Pokemon were queuing in the river, eagerly awaiting their chance to bite. Yun Yao, meanwhile, rhythmically cast his line, feeling a sense of comfort. This special cube truly proved effective, serving as an extraordinary bait. In his past life, he had inadvertently learned the crafting method of such a cube. Although it had no practical effect, it was a rare delicacy for water-type Pokemon, possessing immense allure. To his surprise, he found it useful today. As time passed, the competition neared its conclusion. Yun Yao had only 1 Pokeball left, having amassed an impressive score of over 150 points. If things continued this way, securing first place seemed assured. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tug on his line. Another catch. He swiftly prepared himself, yet sensed something unusual about the force transmitted through the rod. Frowning, he attempted to lift the rod, only to find the resistance surprisingly minimal, unlike the struggles of a Pokemon. This was peculiar. Yun Yao furrowed his brow further and exerted more force to lift the rod. A blue figure emerged before his eyes. Upon recognizing the Pokemon's form, his expression changed dramatically, and he promptly threw the Pokeball to capture it swiftly. After completing this task, he glanced around and noticed that the spectators seemed somewhat numb, oblivious to his situation. As the competition was nearing its end, the other competitors were focused on their fishing, unaware of his actions. Yun Yao let out a sigh of relief, gazing at the Pokeball in his hand, though his heart still raced with excitement. This was due to the astonishing information that appeared as his gaze lingered on the Pokemon. Marfina, mythical Pokemon. Special title, Prince of the Vast Seas. Type, Water. Qualification, Red. Strength evaluation, 70. Champion level. Mood status, unconscious. Power exhausted, severely injured. This was a mythical Pokemon, boasting a level of 70. Although Yun Yao had never encountered such a creature, he was somewhat familiar with mythical Pokemon. As the name suggests, they are dreamlike existences, comparable in rarity to divine beasts, yet the world seemed more acquainted with them. In a previous life, Yun Xiao had heard of the mythical spirits, including the dreamlike Mew and the deity of victory, Victini. Although they were not classified as divine beasts, their powers were sufficient to overshadow all players, possessing terrifying unique abilities. For instance, it was said that Mew could communicate with the world tree, harnessing its immense energy. Victini, endowed with formidable energy, could bestow tremendous enhancements upon other spirits. Such information was elusive, known only to the top-ranking players, while Yun Xiao had merely been aware of their existence without ever encountering them firsthand. However, to his astonishment, he had actually managed to fish up a spirit of the same caliber as Mew and Victini. He gazed at the Pokeball in his hand, his emotions a tumultuous blend of excitement and trepidation. This spirit, named Marfina, was inexplicably in a gravely injured state, although Yun Xiao was unaware of its abilities. The title of champion level loomed large, and he had little understanding of what such a spirit entailed, let alone how to aid its recovery. It was rumored that champion-level spirits possessed remarkable self-healing capabilities, yet if gravely injured and unconscious, mere transportation to a Pokemon Center would not suffice for healing. Furthermore, this was a mythical spirit. He could not simply deliver it to the Pokemon Center. In his memory, he recalled that the blocks he possessed were incapable of healing severe wounds. After all, blocks were merely supplements to enhance a spirit's strength and offered little in terms of therapeutic effects. Even if there were, ordinary blocks might not yield any results for a mythical spirit of this caliber. Pondering this predicament, Yun Xiao furrowed his brow, filled with anxiety. If Marfina had been caught without even the strength to resist, it would imply a grave severity to its injuries. What was he to do? In the midst of his contemplation, a thought struck him. If he were to secure first place in the fishing competition, he might be able to draw a recipe for a craftsman-level energy block. Perhaps that recipe could be of assistance. Beep. At that moment, the whistle blew, marking the official conclusion of the fishing competition. Chapter 39. The competition ends. Recipe draw. The staff worked swiftly, and within minutes, the scores of all competitors had been tallied. Without exception, Yun Xiao's score was the highest among all participants, earning him the title of champion of this fishing contest. Amidst the crowd, the host, cradling a golden trophy adorned with an engraving of Kingler, announced with a smile, "The champion of this clear water river fishing competition is Mr. Yun Xiao. Let us extend our congratulations to him. Now, we invite contestant Yun Xiao to come forward to receive his trophy and commemorative pokeball." His voice resonated throughout the crowd. Yet strangely, Yun Xiao did not make an appearance. The surrounding spectators were bewildered, and even the host himself was left in confusion. For the first time in many years, he found himself in such an unusual situation. Who could fathom a champion neglecting to attend their own award ceremony? Yet, with no other choice, he swiftly changed the subject, proceeding to award the other competitors in turn. The lively discussions by the banks of the clear water river continued unabated. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao strode purposefully along the night streets, making his way towards the central square. For a creature as terrifyingly powerful as the illusory spirit, ordinary Pokemon centers and hospitals could offer little effective treatment. His hopes now rested on the upcoming extraction of formulas. Should fortune not favor him, he would have no option but to seek assistance from Professor Oak or Wang Yukai, both of whom he deemed trustworthy. He understood all too well that revealing the existence of the illusory spirit to the outside world would invite immense trouble. At that moment, the system panel before him was inundated with rapidly refreshing lines of text. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest, King of Fishing. Quest requirements. Participate in the Hualan City Fishing Competition and secure a top 3 position. Quest rewards. Based on final ranking first place. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 opportunities to extract energy block formulas. Would you like to extract immediately? Without hesitation, Yun Xiao continued his stride and resolutely thought, extract. Ding. 1 extraction opportunity consumed. Extracting random formula. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a master-level energy block formula, Indomitable Flame. Composition, 300 grams of molten fruit. 20 strands of wick grass. Energy block effect. When consumed by a fire-type Pokemon, it directly elevates their flame temperature and significantly boosts their speed. Prolonged use will also enhance the Pokemon's resistance to attacks of its countering attributes. The system's voice echoed continuously, yet Yun Xiao's expression grew increasingly grim. As a master-level formula, this recipe was undeniably impressive, boasting extraordinarily powerful effects. However, in the current predicament, this formula was of no aid. He took a deep breath and swiftly resolved within himself, proceed with the second extraction. Ding. Second extraction opportunity consumed. Conducting random formula extraction. Extraction successful. In the next moment, a line of colorful text erupted before Yun Xiao's eyes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a craftsman-level block formula. Heart of the Ocean. Energy block information as follows. Heart of the Ocean, craftsman level, contains powerful primordial water attribute energy. When consumed by a Pokemon, it will significantly replenish their internal primordial energy. Prolonged use will enhance the recovery speed and strength of the Pokemon's primordial energy. A craftsman-level water attribute block. Yun Xiao's eyes brightened, yet he furrowed his brow at the block's effects. No matter his past or present, he had never encountered such terminology. What did the system mean by primordial energy? The system's voice soon echoed, dispelling his uncertainties. Host. The source power is a high-level force that can only be gradually mastered by elves who have reached the champion level. This unique power represents the most significant gap between divine beasts and ordinary elves, embodying immense strength. Moreover, once the source power is lost, it is exceedingly challenging to restore through conventional means, necessitating a slow recuperation by the elves themselves. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao seemed to recall something and quickly inquired, "Is it true that this Manaphy has also lost source power?" Although this phantasmal elf did not appear to possess divine beast-level strength, Yun Xiao surmised that source power still resided within Manaphy. Indeed, came the system's affirmative response, easing Yun Xiao's furrowed brow. He dismissed the information before him and hastened toward the center of the square. A few minutes later, he returned to the hall of the building. As it was rather late, only a handful of individuals remained. Yun Xiao surveyed the area and retrieved his Pokédex, dialing a number, specifically that of Wang Yukai. After several rings, the call connected, and Wang Youcai's voice, brimming with excitement, resonated from the Pokédex. Yin Xiao, you were right. I followed your suggestion and replaced the wick fruit with the golden leaf, and it indeed increased the success rate significantly. You are a genius. I've noted this down. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Yin Xiao paused for a few seconds before responding. Let's set that aside for now. I need your help with something. Speak, and I shall assist in any way I can. Wang Yukai replied eagerly. 10 minutes later, on the 4th floor of the square, in a room filled with various crafting machines and an assortment of fruit materials, Wang Yukai laboriously placed a large box before Yin Xiao. With a hint of confusion, he asked, what level of cube are you planning to create that requires so many rare materials? I'll explain later. I'm in a hurry, Yin Xiao replied, shaking his head, his expression serious as he inspected the materials within the box before activating the nearby machine. Observing his demeanor, Wang Yukai hesitated, unsure whether to continue questioning. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and exited the door. If you run into any issues, just call for me. I'll be waiting downstairs. All right, Yin Xiao acknowledged, closing his eyes and repeatedly reciting the crafting method for the artisan-level cube. It must be said that even with Wang Youcai's assistance in obtaining the necessary materials and utilizing the highest-grade crafting machines, he could not guarantee success. The difficulty of crafting an artisan-level cube was exponentially greater than that of a master-level cube. Yet Yin Xiao understood the urgency of the situation. With each passing minute, Manifai's endurance could wane. He clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and pressed the machine switch. In that moment, the room was enveloped in the sound of the machine's operation, devoid of any other noise. The production commenced. Chapter 40, Artisan-Level Energy Cube, the Sole Task. As time ticked away, Yin Xiao's hands remained in constant motion, adjusting the machine's speed, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. As he had anticipated, the creation of the artisan-level cube proved to be exceedingly challenging. Had he not mentally prepared himself in advance, he might have faced failure. 10 minutes later, the roar of the machine subsided, and Yin Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief. The production was successful. He cast his gaze towards the pile of cubes within the machine, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Despite his utmost efforts, the probability of producing a viable cube was astonishingly low. From that heap of indeterminate black objects, Yin Xiao managed to extract only 3 successfully crafted pieces. These energy cubes were a brilliant sky blue, and under the light, one could clearly discern the faint glow pulsating from within their cores, alongside their aesthetically pleasing patterns. Yet, at that moment, Yin Xiao was not inclined to admire them. He raised his head to ensure there were no surveillance cameras in the room before retrieving a Pokeball. Pressing the button atop it, with a flash of white light, a blue figure lay on the ground. It was none other than the gravely injured and unconscious Manaphy. Yin Xiao now beheld the appearance of this mythical Pokemon, a diminutive blue and white body, adorned with 2 long antennae atop its head, embellished with beautiful patterns. At present, Manaphy was deeply unconscious, the furrowed brow and pained expression indicating that its condition was far from favorable. Yin Xiao knelt down to examine it, discovering no external injuries, further solidifying his suspicions. He carefully picked up the freshly crafted cube and gently placed it into Manaphy's mouth. As if sensing the energy contained within the cube, the unconscious Manaphy surprisingly complied and swallowed it whole. As time passed, under Yin Xiao's anxious gaze, a faint blue glow began to emanate from Manaphy's body, though it quickly vanished. Following the disappearance of the light, its expression softened, and the once pale visage regained a hint of color. It worked. Seeing this, Yin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. If even the artisan-level energy cube had proven ineffective, he would have truly been at a loss. Since it was effective, should he craft another? Just as Yin Xiao hesitated, he suddenly heard a child's voice filled with confusion echoing in his mind. I feel so unwell. Who are you? Where am I? This was not the voice of the system, so the owner of the voice could only be one person. Yin Xiao turned to look, and indeed, the Manaphy had awakened, gazing at him with a perplexed expression. Why, you can speak? He could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. A talking spirit was indeed a first for him. It hurts. Wait a moment, I can no longer feel it. The Manaphy, however, did not respond to his inquiry, but suddenly recalled something and appeared eager to rise. Yin Xiao quickly pressed down on the spirit's body, saying, Do not get overly excited. We are in Hualan City. I inadvertently caught you during a fishing competition today, and then I crafted a cube to replenish your primordial energy. However, your condition is still unstable, so refrain from moving about. Human, you replenished my primordial energy? Is that truly so? Manaphy's small eyes scrutinized Yin Xiao with suspicion. He had some understanding of humans. Yet his impression of trainers was that few could venture into such realms. This human before him appeared quite young, and by all accounts, he should not be capable of such feats. Indeed, I possess a unique method for crafting cubes that can restore the primordial energy of water-type spirits. Xiao gestured towards a heap of black objects in the nearby machine. These are the products of failed attempts. The successful ones have already been administered to you. How do you feel now? Manify closed his eyes to sense the changes, shaking his head in a pout. I feel somewhat better, but at this rate, I do not know how long it will take for me to feel it again. He sensed his body was exceedingly weak, unable even to move normally, let alone float. With this thought, Manify's demeanor grew even more despondent. Xiao furrowed his brow and suddenly inquired, "You just mentioned that you could no longer feel something. What exactly do you wish to sense?" Manify glanced at Xiao, appearing hesitant, but recalling that this human had aided him, he began to elucidate. "Fool. I was referring to the Sea Goddess Temple." The Sea Goddess Temple? Xiao felt even more bewildered. Fortunately, Manify soon elaborated on the matter of the Sea Goddess Temple. It was a sanctuary located deep within the ocean, belonging to Manify and serving as his dwelling. Within the temple lay treasures he had amassed, and he could utilize it for swift travel across the seas, reaching any marine domain he desired. Most importantly, Manify could communicate with the terrifying entities residing within the ocean through the temple. Xiao was uncertain whether he referred to legendary beasts or merely formidable ordinary spirits. But he now comprehended why this spirit was titled the Prince of the Vast Sea. Yet, a new question arose. Xiao pondered and frowned, asking, "You mentioned that you have always resided within the temple. Why did you suddenly appear in the river, and how did you sustain such grave injuries? If what you say is true, what could have transpired to leave you in this state?" Manify displayed an expression of reminiscence, her face reflecting a profound sense of grievance. I cannot recall," she lamented, "yet I truly cannot perceive the location of the temple anymore. This has never occurred before. How could this be? I can't remember." Xiao's countenance darkened further. If Manify herself could not recall, how could he possibly discern what had transpired? What kind of being could bring about such a fate for a spirit that governed the ocean temple? Amidst her confusion and contemplation, Manify suddenly lifted her gaze, tears welling in her eyes as she addressed Xiao. "Human, could you assist me? I must recover my temple. If you succeed, I shall share with you treasures I have collected over many years." Before Xiao could respond, a series of notifications flashed before his eyes. Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have received a unique mission. Save the Ocean Temple. Mission requirements. Assist the illusionary spirit Manify in reclaiming her temple and uncover the truth of what transpired. Mission reward. Level-specific item. Froke's Bonding Bracelet." Chapter 41. The second return of Manify's power, yet another unique mission. Xiao furrowed his brow as he gazed at the information displayed on the panel before him. Moreover, this unique mission bore an astonishing difficulty rating. However, his attention was drawn to the line detailing the reward. A level-specific item, the Froke's Bonding Belt. Although he had never heard of such an item in his previous life and was unaware of its function, his instincts informed him that this item was undoubtedly as rare and valuable as a Charizard's evolution stone. Having recently captured a Froakie, he realized that this item would prove useful when it eventually evolved into a Greninja. With this thought in mind, Xiao focused his thoughts, dispersing the information before him, and redirected his gaze back to Manify. To fulfill this mission, he would require her cooperation. Noticing Xiao's attention fixed on her, Manify paused momentarily before speaking. "Human, I am quite serious. My temple indeed holds many treasures. If you assist me, I shall offer you 1/10 of them." She had anticipated that upon revealing her identity, this human would readily agree, yet to her dismay, he hesitated for what felt like an eternity without providing a response, which caused her anxiety to swell. Given her current state, it was evident that she could not recover the Ocean Temple alone. Therefore, she needed to devise a means to persuade this human to aid her. Seeing that Xiao remained unresponsive, Manify clenched her teeth and continued, "If it must be, I can offer you 2/10." Yet, Xiao suddenly shook his head. "It is not merely a matter of treasure. I am indeed willing to assist you. But, do you truly have no recollection of what occurred? Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Manify has encountered some event that has led to its present state. If Manify itself is unaware of what has transpired, how can Xiao begin to assist?" Upon hearing these words, Manify closed its eyes and covered its head, contemplating earnestly for a moment before shaking its head with tear-filled eyes. "No, I truly cannot recall anything at all." After a brief pause, it added hastily, "But rest assured, although I currently lack contact with the Ocean Temple, as soon as I draw near, I will be able to sense its presence. Yin Xiao, having moved a chair to sit down, inquired, "How close do you mean by drawing near?" "Approximately 5 kilometers." Manifai blinked. Yin Xiao replied, 5 kilometers is entirely insufficient. If what Manifai claims is true, the ocean temple can move freely within the sea. Who knows its current location within the vast ocean? If Manifai can only sense within this limited range, does that not mean I must traverse every expanse of water with it? This seems rather impractical, at least for now. Noticing the change in Yin Xiao's expression, Manifai thought for a moment and quickly added, 5 kilometers is due to my current weakness. If you help me regain my strength, this range could expand significantly. At least 100-fold. This sounded somewhat more plausible. Yin Xiao gazed deeply at Manifai and retrieved the Pokeball that once contained it. Your identity is unique. And should others see you, it could cause me considerable trouble. Thus, you must temporarily endure residing within the Pokeball. As a mythical Pokemon, Manifai's appearance would undoubtedly cause a great commotion. Not only would there be concerns about how the League might respond, but if Team Rocket were to take notice, it would indeed become a serious predicament. Therefore, Yin Xiao's first thought was to have Manifai remain quietly in the Pokeball. However, upon hearing Yin Xiao's words, Manifai shook its head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. No, it is small and dark in there. I refuse to stay inside. Yin Xiao, at a loss for words, patiently responded. It won't be like that. While the space may indeed be limited, it is quite comfortable for a Pokemon to reside within, especially since you are injured and need to rest. Manifai's concerns are entirely unwarranted. The Pokeball, designed as a habitat for Pokemon, is a subject of extensive study, ensuring that the space is not only spacious but also quite pleasant for its inhabitants. Though he was aware of certain Pokemon, like Xiao's Piku, that inherently dislike entering Pokeballs, Manifai's situation was unique, leaving him with no other recourse. Manifai hesitated for a moment after hearing Yin Xiao's reasoning, but still stubbornly refused, pouting. I have personally been inside, and compared to my temple, it pales in comparison. Yin Xiao, the spirit balls that can be purchased for a mere 100 spirit coins are indeed incomparable to your temple. He felt a slight headache, contemplating other methods to persuade Manaphy when, suddenly, a soft blue glow emanated from Manaphy's form. Subsequently, his body began to blur in the air. Manaphy explained, this way? Only you can see me. Are you invisible? Yin Xiao inquired, intrigued. Of course. Despite my current frailty, I can still manage this feat, Manaphy replied proudly, raising his head. This indeed resolved the issue, but how would I carry you? Yin Xiao mused, resting his chin on his hand. Manaphy paused for a moment at the question. Then his gaze fell upon Yin Xiao's shoulder. Is your creation complete? Was it successful? You seem rather serious. As Yin Xiao exited the crafting room with his bag, Wang Yukai was casually lounging outside, engrossed in his phone. It went rather smoothly. Thank you. Yin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. That's great. You needn't be so formal. You've been a tremendous help. Wang Yukai clapped him on the shoulder with a beaming smile, but then a hint of confusion crossed his face. But I've always been curious. How did you know my formula? This had puzzled him for quite some time. He had never disclosed the formula to anyone. So how could Yin Xiao know it so well? Naturally, Yin Xiao had no way to answer this question. He merely shook his head and exited the room. Wang Yukai stood there, shrugging his shoulders as he watched Yin Xiao walk away, then sighed. Well, he did help me significantly. If he doesn't wish to share, that's his prerogative. Without the modifications from before, that formula might indeed hold little value. As night deepened, after experiencing so much and traveling a considerable distance, Yin Xiao felt weary. After leaving the Cube Center, he returned to the Pokemon Center, rented a room, and chose to log off. In the real world, upon removing his helmet, he glanced out the window. It was early morning in the game, and the lights of the old town had long since extinguished, enveloping everything in darkness. The fragmented moon hid behind the clouds, casting a faint glow. Where am I? Yin Xiao pondered, as Manaphy's curious voice filled his mind, reminding him that he had brought back another Pokemon. This might be a bit difficult to explain, but just stay in the room and rest well. Yin Xiao replied thoughtfully. Manaphy seemed to regain some strength, taking a leisurely turn around the room before comfortably lying down on the sofa. When will you take me to find the underwater temple? Yin Xiao donned her pajamas, drew the curtains, and spoke. Do not rush. You have only just escaped the clutches of peril. Once your strength is sufficiently restored, I shall undoubtedly take you to the temple. Tomorrow, I will craft that particular cube for you again to aid in your swift recovery. Manaphy, upon hearing this, could only acquiesce obediently. By the way, can all of you illusionary spirits become invisible at will and converse with humans? Yin Xiao suddenly recalled something and furrowed her brow as she inquired. Manaphy shook her head vigorously, refuting Yin Xiao's assertion. How could that be? While we illusionary spirits are indeed rare, each possesses its unique ability. For instance, those from the waveguide lineage wield waveguide power, and those 3 mushrooms each have their distinctive capabilities. However, not every illusionary spirit possesses the versatility akin to mine. Manify exclaimed with pride, continuing, "It's no secret. I acquired invisibility from an ancient tome of powers, while communication is intrinsic to my abilities. I can even connect with formidable spirits and legendary beasts dwelling in the depths of the ocean temple. I have heard tales of them several times." Xiao, maintaining a stoic expression, interrupted her. Manify, waving her tiny hands in protest, retorted, "This is only the 2nd time." With a smile, Xiao retrieved the pockballs of Charmeleon and Froggy from the table and gently caressed them. "Very well, if you say so, it is time to sleep. Good night." She yawned and reclined onto her bed, contemplating her future plans. Once she secured the badge from the Hualan Gym in the morning, she would proceed directly to the nearest city with a gym, namely Goldenrod City. In her recollection, the gym there was a psychic-type establishment, roughly at level 20, and not particularly formidable. For her current Charmeleon, it should pose no significant challenge. As she reflected on this, a memory struck her, causing her brow to furrow. She recalled that a month after the game transitioned into the real world, a significant event would transpire in Goldenrod City. This month referred to the days in the game world, and shortly after this event, the Sinnoh champion Cynthia would meet her untimely demise. Xiao pondered whether there might be a connection between these 2 occurrences. After contemplating for a moment, she ultimately could not discern any clear relation. Perhaps the 2 events were merely coincidentally proximate in timing. However, one certainty remained. She was destined to intervene in both matters and uncover the truth of what transpired. If possible, she would strive with all her might to alter any unfavorable outcomes. This was the only course of action available to her at present. After a few moments of silence, Xiao suddenly addressed the system in her mind. "System." The system's voice promptly responded, "I am here. I wish to know whether altering these historical events would trigger a butterfly effect." Xiao furrowed his brow. The butterfly effect, in simple terms, describes how a seemingly insignificant occurrence can cascade into a series of interconnected events, ultimately culminating in an unpredictable outcome. For instance, the flutter of a butterfly's wings could eventually lead to a tempest sweeping through a city. Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his forthcoming actions, for they would irrevocably alter the course of history, leaving the eventual results uncertain, whether for better or worse. However, the system's response brought him a sense of relief. "The host need not worry. Your early login has already instigated the most significant change in history." Xiao remained silent for a few moments before clenching his fists. Indeed, his rebirth had already introduced immense variables. Thus, rather than succumbing to futile anxieties, he resolved to dedicate himself to averting the impending disasters and rewriting the unsatisfactory endings of certain narratives. This was his true purpose. The night passed without conversation. Meanwhile, within the realm of the elves, in a dimly lit chamber, an electronic display suddenly illuminated with a stark white light, revealing the gaunt figure of a man standing before it. On the screen, a man clad in a suit faced away from him and spoke softly. "How are preparations for the affairs in Golden City progressing?" The emaciated man displayed a respectful demeanor, lowering his head as he replied, "My lord, the reconnaissance has been completed. We have confirmed that the item resides within the dojo of Golden City. It is said that the dojo is overseen by a mere young girl. Our personnel are already in position. Should we proceed with immediate action?" Yet, from the screen came a deep male voice, "No, do not rush. This matter is of great importance. I need a thorough investigation of the dojo's conditions. Do not underestimate any alliance dojo among those masters. Some are not to be trifled with. Remember that." "Understood," the gaunt man bowed again. "Additionally, continue searching for the item in Moonview Mountain." The male voice on the screen suddenly turned cold. "We must not allow that object to fall into the hands of the Alliance." The emaciated man's face reflected even greater reverence as he repeatedly affirmed, "Yes, we are searching with all our might. Should we locate that special mineral, we will seize it at any cost, for Team Rocket. As long as you understand," the voice concluded, and the electronic screen dimmed once more. The room returned to a profound silence. Chapter 42. The complimentary dojo badge plans for the next step. The following morning, Xiao rose early. Upon hearing his movements, Manify awakened at that moment, rubbing its eyes with its antennae, appearing drowsy. "How did you rest? Do you feel any better?" Xiao inquired with concern. "It was tolerable, but I am hungry." Manify floated gracefully from the sofa, landing softly upon Xiao's shoulder. "Have a little snack first. I'll prepare those cubes for you when I return," she said. Yin Xiao casually grabbed a piece of chocolate from the bedside and offered it to Manify while he began to dress. The latter accepted the chocolate with a puzzled glance, unwrapped it, took a bite, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Such treats are scarce in the Oceanic Temple. As they exchanged glances, Yin Xiao finished dressing and stepped out of the room to freshen up. Yundermieo wouldn't be back until the weekend. Leaving Yin Xiao alone at home during this period, which alleviated any concerns about concealing his online activities, a silver lining. He had no intention of sharing the matters of the Elven World with Yundermieo just yet, believing it wise to wait until the game world manifested and the timing was right. After completing his morning routine, he hurried downstairs for a quick breakfast of a bun before returning to his room, donning his helmet to once again immerse himself in the game. Upon returning to the Elven realm, Yin Xiao approached the front desk of the Elven Center to check out of his room, glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. The synchronization of time appeared to have improved slightly. It was only 10 in the morning in the Elven World. After a moment's contemplation, he exited the Elven Center and made his way back to the gymnasium in Hualan City. There was no performance scheduled for today, and the water gym was open for regular business. The Hualan gym was considered the weakest in the entire Kanto region, even inferior to Brock's gym. Should he let his Froka practice its skills, or allow his Charmeleon to swiftly conclude the battle? Yin Xiao furrowed his brow, muttering to himself as he walked towards the gym. The three sisters in charge of the Hualan gym were truly lacking in combat prowess, and they had previously been humorously dubbed as a welfare gym by players in his past life. Never mind, I'll let Charmeleon finish this quickly. This battle won't provide much growth. Having made his decision, he shook his head and pushed open the gym's grand door. Hello, is anyone here? His eyes were met with an indoor swimming pool, complete with several floating boards, making it hardly resemble a gymnasium. To his surprise, a blonde girl in a swimsuit yawned and strolled past him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Fortunately, in the next moment, the girl noticed him, sizing him up with a curious expression. This guy has a handsome face and a perfect build, not to mention a mature demeanor. Definitely a handsome lad. Wow, little handsome guy. Are you here to challenge our gym? Upon her first words, Yin Xiao was taken aback by her demeanor. The blonde girl, her face beaming with a smile, approached him, continuing to scrutinize him. You really are quite handsome. How about this, little brother? I still have training to do today. Why don't you leave your contact information, and I'll just give you the badge? Before him stood a girl of striking beauty, yet her fiery gaze rendered Yin Xiao somewhat uncomfortable. He took a couple of steps back and said with a serious demeanor, I apologize, but I hope to engage in a proper gym battle. The golden-haired girl, noticing his demeanor, cleared her throat and slightly reined in her infatuated expression. Oh, there's no need to be so serious. If you don't wish to battle me, feel free to take the badge. I have rehearsals to attend to in the morning and performances in the afternoon and evening, so I truly have no time to accept your challenge. I hope you understand. She tossed a water droplet-shaped badge to Yin Xiao, cast him a flirtatious glance, and turned to leave. Yin Xiao, holding the badge, was utterly bewildered. How could the league permit such a gym to continue its existence? At that moment, he comprehended why players in his previous life referred to this as a welfare gym. The badge was essentially a gift. He carefully stowed the badge away, sighed, and reluctantly turned to exit the gym. Perched on his shoulder, Manify observed the entire episode with an odd expression and inquired, Are all human females like this? Yin Xiao was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, shrugging as he replied, This is a rare occurrence, indeed. Well then, where to next? Manify asked, shaking her antennae. I am currently collecting the 8 badges of the Kanto region, and the nearest gym from here is the Psychic Gym in Goldenrod City. Which will be our next destination? Yin Xiao explained as he walked toward the gym's exit. The words of Manify resonated in his mind, and he could engage in dialogue with her through thought. We still need to visit another location. An hour later, Yin Xiao had packed 3 cubes into his backpack and exited the cube center. Before leaving Hualan City, he sought out Wang Yukai to borrow his machine and purchasing privileges, crafting 2 jars of unyielding flame and a small jar of Ocean's Heart. The materials for these cubes were quite sophisticated, and as a mere official craftsman, Yin Xiao lacked the purchasing authority, thus relying on Wang Yukai to procure them. Moreover, he felt hesitant to impose further on Wang Yukai for funds. Merely acquiring a few materials had depleted his prize money from the fishing competition and his previous earnings, leaving him penniless once more. Fortunately, this time he had become slightly more adept at crafting artisan-level cubes, resulting in nearly double the output from the same quantity of materials. However, even this meager amount was evidently insufficient for Manify. A single small jar would likely last only a day. The master-level cube used by his fire dinosaur would suffice for merely 3 days. Upon departing Hualan City, both funds and avenues for acquiring materials loomed as significant concerns. Yun Xiao had no choice but to devise a solution later. After all, there were myriad ways to earn money. The most crucial aspect remains the enhancement of one's own capabilities. After completing the construction at the Cube Center, Yun Xiao was finally ready to depart from Hualan City, embarking towards the next destination, Jinwang City. However, prior to his departure, he had an alternative plan. Although the superpower gym in Jinwang City was not particularly formidable, it was certainly not weak. Before initiating his challenge, he intended to take his Charmeleon and Froakie to a familiar locale for specialized training, the Hualan Cave. Chapter 43, Hualan Cave. Mysterious encounters. The journey from Hualan City to Jinwang City would conveniently lead him past the cave located to the south of Hualan City, known as Hualan Cave. According to records, this cave mysteriously emerged several years ago, drawing numerous local trainers eager to explore its depths. However, it quickly became apparent that the cave's intricate layout resembled a labyrinth, with winding paths leading deep underground, where one could easily become lost. Moreover, the lower sections of the cave were inhabited by formidable wild Pokémon. Some speculated that the incredible strength of these Pokémon stemmed from the harsh environmental conditions within the cave, where only those of sufficient level could thrive. The complex terrain and the presence of powerful wild Pokémon posed significant challenges for trainers seeking to explore this cave. What lay at the deepest part of Hualan Cave remained a mystery. Nevertheless, this did not deter trainers from the surrounding areas, who flocked to the cave for rigorous training sessions. Yun Xiao was quite familiar with this cave. After the game had been released for some time, Hualan Cave became a favored spot for players seeking to level up. Although the Pokémon deep within were exceptionally powerful, often approaching master level, ordinary players found them to be formidable adversaries. However, the Pokémon residing in the shallower regions ranged between levels 15 to 30, with higher levels found deeper within. Naturally, this made the cave a prime training ground and a coveted location among various player guilds. In his previous life, Yun Xiao had joined a top-ranking guild and had frequently ventured into the cave for leveling up. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the cave, observing the trainers meandering inside, and felt a wave of nostalgia. Once players discovered this place, the entrance was almost always bustling with people, and numerous guilds would engage in battles to assert their claim over the cave for the day. Shaking his head, he released Charmeleon and Froakie from their Pokeballs and prepared to step into the cave, only to be confronted by a man approaching him. The man was tall, approximately 6 feet, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, and sported casually tousled light blue hair. At that moment, a series of information prompts appeared before Yun Xiao. Key character, Steven, champion of the Hoenn region. Upon seeing this line of information, Yun Xiao could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. The champion of the Hoenn region? What brings him here? At that moment, Steven approached Yun Xiao, casting a discerning glance at the Charmeleon beside him, before suddenly taking an interest in the Froakie. One must admit, you possess keen insight. Both of these Pokémon exhibit remarkable talent. After observing, Steven stood up and offered Yun Xiao a warm smile. Yun Xiao felt a wave of admiration wash over him. It is evident that the champion can discern a Pokémon's potential with just a glance. He reciprocated with a polite smile and replied, "Thank you, Champion Steven, for your kind words." "Not at all," Steven replied. "I have every confidence that you will become an exceptional trainer in the future. Keep striving." Nodding in acknowledgement, Steven chose not to linger further in conversation, instead brushing past Yun Xiao and departing with purpose. From a distance, a voice echoed back from the cave entrance, offering a concerned warning. Avoid descending below the 3rd level of the cave. The strength of those Pokémon may prove too formidable for you at this stage. Yun Xiao was well aware of this caution. He glanced back toward the direction in which Steven had vanished, furrowing his brow in contemplation. In the span of just 2 days, he had encountered both Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region, and now Steven of Hoenn. Could this be mere coincidence? Perhaps something significant is unfolding in the Kanto region, prompting these champions to converge here. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and continued deeper into the cave. May it simply be serendipity. Meanwhile, Steven emerged from the cave, casually tossing a Pokeball into the air, which released a magnificent bird clad in metallic armor. "Metallic bird, I entrust you with this task," he said, reaching out to stroke the creature's head. It responded affectionately, lowering its body in anticipation of Steven's ascent. At that moment, a ringing sound emanated from Steven's person. He retrieved a communicator-like device and pressed a button to answer. "Yes, this is Steven. I have just exited the Moss-Deep Cave. I heard rumors of mysterious Pokémon sightings deep within, so I decided to investigate. Regrettably, I found no trace of these enigmatic creatures." "Oh, you say Team Rocket is making new moves? Very well, I shall arrive shortly." With that, Steven ended the call, his expression turning grave. He murmured to himself, why would Team Rocket set their sights on such a place? With that, he mounted the armored bird. The silvery figure soared into the sky, swiftly disappearing into the clouds above. Charmeleon. Evade, then counter with flamethrower. Froakie, use bubble to obstruct that Zubat and be mindful of your positioning. In the second layer of the cave, the commanding voice of Xiao intermittently resonated, accompanied by the tremendous commotion of battle. Upon entering this level, he immediately took 2 sprites and began to proactively challenge the wild creatures residing here. They thoroughly searched for various beings, including Geodude, Zubat, and Tadbulb. Naturally, the rewards of such continuous combat proved to be quite substantial. After more than an hour of skirmishes, Charmeleon had successfully reached level 20, while Froakie, although merely assisting in the battles, garnered considerable experience as well, advancing from level 10 to 14, just 2 levels shy of evolution. Noticing the time had drifted into the afternoon, Xiao glanced at his 2 panting sprites and beckoned them over, opening his backpack. You both performed admirably. You've worked hard. Let us take a moment to have lunch and rest. Afterward, we will train a bit longer before resuming our journey. Froakie and Charmeleon nodded in agreement, each grasping their respective energy cubes and beginning to feast. Xiao also retrieved a piece of bread he had prepared earlier, settling for it as a makeshift lunch. Meanwhile, Manaphy perched upon Xiao's shoulder, nibbling on a cerulean cube with a puzzled expression. It's curious, your 2 sprites appear so weak. And you don't seem particularly formidable yourself. How is it that you possess this essence of primordial power? Xiao replied, silence would serve you better. With a furrowed brow, he took the jar from in front of Manaphy, saying, what did you say? Manaphy, unperturbed, responded, I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. Xiao then returned the jar, and Manaphy continued to munch quietly on the cube, internally grumbling. Stingy fellow. Can't even speak the truth. After observing Manaphy for a moment, Xiao suddenly initiated a conversation. Manaphy, I have a question. What question? Manaphy inquired. Having finished half of the cube and patting its belly contentedly, Xiao pursed his lips and asked, what exactly is primordial power? Chapter 44. An explanation of primordial power and special training within the cave. He had harbored doubts regarding this matter for quite some time. Now that he had the leisure, he thought it best to have Manaphy elucidate the nature of this power. Manaphy popped the final piece of the cube into its mouth, satisfiedly patting its belly before speaking. To be honest, it won't be of much use to you, but since you wish to know, I will share. Primordial power refers to the transformative essence of a sprite's inherent attribute energy, which undergoes a qualitative change. This power is exponentially more potent than ordinary attribute energy, with a significantly faster recovery rate. Once a sprite masters this power, they undoubtedly rank among the strongest of the strong. However, Manaphy paused for a moment, then continued. This power is not attainable by all sprites. Only those formidable beings, by virtue of their nature, can directly possess such power. Upon hearing this, Xiao pondered briefly before frowning and inquiring, are the formidable beings you refer to those divine beasts? Manaphy nodded. Divine beasts? Indeed. It seems that is the term you humans use. In any case, it is exceedingly challenging for ordinary spirits to grasp such extraordinary powers. Xiao contemplated this. His curiosity piqued. You mentioned it is difficult. Does that imply there is a possibility? Given the unique and potent nature of this power, he certainly could not afford to overlook any opportunity. Manaphy regarded him for a moment before continuing. Yes, there is indeed a possibility. But for ordinary spirits to attain the primordial power, they must cultivate their physical strength and internal energy to the utmost, reaching the pinnacle of their species, before they can even hope to undergo such a transformation. Upon hearing this, a thought suddenly flashed through Xiao's mind. No wonder, according to historical records, there are so few trainers capable of contending with divine beasts. The most significant disparity between them lies in this extraordinary power. The innate advantages of divine beasts form a vast chasm, which is why their strength appears so exaggerated. However, if Manaphy speaks the truth, then ordinary spirits might also have the opportunity to achieve the strength of divine beasts, much like those renowned champion trainers throughout history, whose spirits may have already reached this realm. Xiao felt a pathway to becoming a top-tier powerhouse unfold before him. He took a deep breath, calming himself, and continued to question Manaphy. To attain this power, one must reach the limits of their species. This species limit is not an easy target to achieve. Most spirits spend their entire lives without reaching such heights. Even the top trainers of the league, the champions of various regions, would not dare claim they have trained their spirits to the species limits. Not to mention, who barely reached the mastery level in my past life. Thus, he contemplated whether there might be alternative methods, aside from this one, to enable his current Charizard and Froakie to directly wield such power like newly born divine beasts. In response to Yun Xiao's queries, Manaphy provided an affirmative answer. Indeed, given your current strength, whether you can meet that standard is questionable. There are indeed other methods. Yun Xiao held his breath, focused, awaiting Manaphy's next words. However, this method is not simple. Aside from the first scenario, to enable ordinary spirits to acquire primordial power, one must rely on those formidable beings, or, as you would call them, divine beasts. Manaphy reflected for a moment before adding, as long as you can persuade a divine beast to acknowledge you and infuse a portion of its primordial power into your spirit would then be able to master such strength. Is that truly possible? Yun Xiao exclaimed, taken aback. Noticing Yun Xiao's expression, Manaphy quickly shook her head and said, "Oh dear, do not assume this will be a simple endeavor. Let us not even mention those formidable beings, each with a fiery temperament, who utterly disdain humanity. Gaining their acknowledgement is a Herculean task. Moreover, can your spirit withstand the energy they might impart? That remains a significant question. Talent also dictates whether a spirit can master the primordial forces. Otherwise, even if divine beasts are willing to assist, it would be in vain. I possess the dual gifts of the Ocean Sanctuary and telepathic communication, which qualify me to engage with those grand entities." Although Manaphy did not articulate the latter part, Yun Xiao was acutely aware of her intended meaning. Yet, upon hearing Manaphy's words, Yun Xiao felt a surge of exhilaration. Regarding the issue of talent, setting aside the Gua Gua Pao frog for the moment, the fire dinosaur's potential is indeed of the highest caliber, marked by the color red. If that were insufficient, it would be utterly absurd. As for strength in the matter of persuading divine beasts, Yun Xiao did not harbor excessive pessimism. He believed that with the system at his disposal, he would inevitably ascend to such heights. "Thank you. I shall treat you to a delightful meal later," Yun Xiao said, patting Manaphy's shoulder before turning to approach the fire dinosaur and Gua Gua Pao frog. Manaphy watched Yun Xiao's retreating figure, momentarily perplexed. Typically, upon learning such matters, wouldn't humans feel somewhat disheartened? After all, this signifies the chasm between ordinary spirits and divine beasts, which could be rather discouraging. Why, then, did Yun Xiao appear somewhat thrilled? Never mind. He mentioned treating her to delicious food, so why concern oneself with such thoughts? With this in mind, Manaphy shook her head and burrowed into Yun Xiao's backpack, drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao found Gua Gua Pao frog and fire dinosaur, who had just finished their meal and elaborated on the concept of primordial power. Although both spirits lacked a clear understanding of the might of divine beasts, Yun Xiao's vivid descriptions stirred their interest. Gua Gua Pao frog's eyes gleamed with excitement as it looked up at Yun Xiao, brimming with anticipation. Fire dinosaur, while appearing considerably more composed, could not conceal its eagerness, as evidenced by its vigorously swaying tail. Well, this is not a matter to be accomplished overnight. Whether we can reach such heights ultimately depends on our dedication and effort. Yun Xiao smiled and continued, "Leave the matter of persuading divine beasts to me. You too should focus on your training. If you wish to pursue powerful strength, you must not relent." Both spirits nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness and motivation to begin. After contemplating for a moment, Yun Xiao determined today's training regimen. Gua Gua Pao frog, as usual, 50 sets of stamina training. Fire dinosaur, today we shall modify your stamina training to 25 sets, and afterward, we will focus on honing the sunny day skill. Roar, Gua Gua. Within the cavern, two elves immediately dispersed, commencing their earnest training. Yun Xiao stood beside them, consistently providing guidance and instruction. Unbeknownst to them, a curious gaze was cast from a shadowy corner of the cave, observing their endeavors. Chapter 45, Training on a Sunny Day, Another Illusory Elf? The training regimen for the bubble frog remained relatively rudimentary, although it possessed a distinct advantage in speed and demonstrated an innate combat awareness. It was still merely an entry-level elf, necessitating a solid foundation. Conversely, the Charizard was an entirely different case. Its prowess had already ascended to a formal level, bolstered by prior battle experiences. For it, foundational skills were less critical. At first glance, acquiring the ability to unleash Flamethrower, a technique typically mastered by high-level Pokémon on sunny days, seemed promising. However, challenges arose. Given its current strength, Charizard would find it increasingly difficult to execute both skills effectively. Thus, Yun Xiao concentrated the training efforts on these two techniques. Once more, unleash Flamethrower, and pay attention to controlling the intensity. With a fierce roar, a blazing column of fire erupted from Charizard's mouth, enduring for several seconds before extinguishing completely. Yun Xiao offered a reassuring glance and patted Charizard's shoulder, saying, "Well done. This time, you maintained it for an additional second compared to before. Keep this momentum. And I believe you'll soon reach the level you once had with this move." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Let us conclude the training for this move here. Next, we shall attempt Sunny Day." While Charizard was somewhat familiar with Flamethrower from its past life, Sunny Day represented a truly novel skill. Moreover, this weather-related technique inherently posed greater difficulty than Flamethrower, justifying the need for additional practice. Nodding in agreement, Charizard closed its eyes and began to channel the skill. As before, an orange-yellow radiance emanated from its body. In the next instant, the brilliance coalesced above its head, transforming into an orange sphere of light that burst and dissipated in the air. Given the cave's cooler temperature and insufficient lighting, Yun Xiao could distinctly perceive the effects of the Sunny Day skill. In the seconds following the luminous display, he noticed an elevation in temperature by at least 3 to 4 degrees, illuminating the cavern and revealing the surrounding rock walls. However, this effect was fleeting, vanishing in less than a few seconds. Indeed, that was the effect of Sunny Day, but it barely qualifies as a minor Sunny Day, Yun Xiao mused, stroking his chin. While there was some efficacy, it was evident that it fell significantly short compared to a true Sunny Day. He was fortunate enough to witness a quasi-legendary trainer's Pokémon unleash the skill of Sunny Day in actual combat, a spectacle that was truly difficult to remain composed. Yun Xiao still vividly remembers that moment when the match venue, originally shrouded in dark clouds, was instantly transformed into a clear azure sky, illuminated by radiant sunlight. The reason weather skills demand such rigorous learning is due to their astonishing effects, capable of defying conventional wisdom by summoning sunlight in an area beset by rain. Although the underlying principles remained a mystery to him, Yun Xiao was well aware of the typical effects of weather skills. He reasoned, the Sunny Day skill is somewhat unique. It seems to harness the fire energy within you in a special manner, using this power to alter the current weather conditions. As one's level increases, he believed the energy one could summon would also grow, but there was no rush on that front. The primary focus now was to feel the flow of power within when employing this skill, to remember that sensation, and to practice it repeatedly. After Yun Xiao spoke, the fire dinosaur nodded thoughtfully and moved aside to train independently. Yun Xiao let out a sigh. After all, it was his first encounter with weather skills, and he had limited training insights to offer the fire dinosaur. If an opportunity arose, perhaps he could seek out a trainer well-versed in weather skills for advice. Just as he pondered this, a panicked voice echoed in his mind. "Oh no, there's a thief." A thief? Yun Xiao was taken aback, turning to sprint towards the direction of his backpack, where he found Manaphy shielding the bag protectively, glaring at a Pokémon before her with an expression akin to that of a mother hen guarding her chicks. Upon seeing Yun Xiao approach, she clutched the backpack and ducked behind him. "You finally made it. Hurry, he's trying to steal our stuff." Hearing this, Yun Xiao shifted his gaze to the Pokémon standing in front of the bag. This creature appeared rather peculiar, standing at barely half a meter tall, its head resembling an oversized nut, while its body was an amorphous gray liquid that grew increasingly bizarre upon closer inspection. Yun Xiao had never encountered such a Pokémon before, and just as his curiosity piqued, the system's information prompt appeared before him. Illusory Pokémon, Malotan, Soul of Steel, Gender, None, Type, Steel, Qualification, Red, Strength Evaluation, 10 Beginner Level, Ability, Magnet Pull. Pokémon with the Magnet Pull ability prevent opposing Steel-type Pokémon from switching out while present. Skills learned. As he read through the lines of information, the corners of Yun Xiao's eyes twitched. What was going on? Another illusory Pokémon? Aren't these creatures exceedingly rare, often seen only once in a lifetime? How could two appear in just 2 days? Could it be that the elusive spirits have united for a spring outing? As Yun Xiao's mind swirled in confusion, a spirit named Milutin seemed to take notice of him, its curious eyes rolling as it slowly approached. "Quickly deal with it, Yun Xiao." The roar of Manaphy echoed in his heart. "Clarify your intentions. What exactly does it wish to steal from us?" Yun Xiao furrowed his brow. "What else could it be? The finest treasures in your bag are those delectable cubes, right? Thankfully, I was napping in the bag just now. Otherwise, it would have devoured everything." Manaphy exclaimed anxiously. "Eat cubes?" Yun Xiao glanced at Milutin, momentarily taken aback. "So that's how it is." After a brief contemplation, he retrieved his backpack and placed the 2 jars of cubes before Milutin. However, to his surprise, Milutin merely glanced at the jars before losing interest, continuing to gaze up at Yun Xiao with eager eyes. This left Yun Xiao quite perplexed. Was it not after the cubes? Then what could it possibly want? Chapter 46. capturing my Lewittin and Professor Oak's astonishment since it did not seek the energy cubes. What could this spirit named my Lewittin be interested in within his backpack? After a moment's thought, Xiao took the backpack from Manify and opened it for a closer examination, methodically pulling out each item inside. My Lewittin stood by silently until Xiao revealed a stone, at which point it began to excitedly wave its short arms. Melu. Xiao glanced at my Lewittin and then at the stone in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. This little creature was evidently drawn to this mysterious mineral associated with divine beasts. Could there be a connection between the divine beast linked to this mineral and the spirit named my Lewittin? As he pondered, my Lewittin scampered closer, fixating intently on the stone in his hand, drooling in anticipation. Witnessing this, Xiao felt a jolt of alarm and quickly concealed the stone in his embrace, shaking his head vigorously at my Lewittin. This is a high-grade item. Even if you are a legendary spirit, I cannot simply offer it to you as a snack, he declared. I'm sorry, but this item is of great value and truly cannot be given to you. In response to Xiao's actions, my Lewittin displayed a hint of disappointment but did not press the issue, merely standing there with a pitiful gaze directed at Xiao. Meanwhile, Xiao was rapidly contemplating the situation. This little creature was an exceedingly rare legendary spirit, and for Xiao, my Lewittin was an entirely different concept from Manify. Manify was merely an unexpected encounter. The nature of their relationship resembled that of partners rather than one of a captured spirit. Ultimately, regardless of rank or strength, Xiao currently lacks the qualification to capture Malotin. Conversely, Malotin is entirely different. Although this little creature is a phantom sprite, it possesses only a level 10. Xiao can certainly capture it. Such an opportunity, he mused, would be missed by no fool. However, the pressing issue lies in how to retain Malotin's interest if he cannot provide the mysterious mineral. As Xiao pondered, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Of course, the mineral. Since this little fellow exhibits a fondness for consuming minerals, why not cater to its tastes directly? He promptly crouched down, aligning his gaze with Malotin's, and offered a friendly smile. Malotin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao, a trainer. I won't say much more. Simply put, if you choose to accompany me, I will ensure that you are provided with a variety of minerals to enjoy. I promise. He paused, except for the one you just admired. If you find this agreeable, how about we shake hands? Upon hearing this, Malotin hesitated, seemingly unsure for a moment. Take your time to consider. Following me will not lead to disappointment. You can indulge in as many minerals as you desire. Xiao encouraged gently. Finally, Malotin appeared swayed by his words, its eyes sparkling with delight as it extended a hand to shake Xiao's. Relieved, Xiao retrieved the Pokeball he had prepared, gently tapping it against Malotin's head, transforming the creature into a beam of red light and drawing it inside. The ball remained still, emitting a successful capture notification. Xiao smiled at the ball. I look forward to working together, Malotin. He had not anticipated that his training session at the Hualan Cave would yield the unexpected capture of a phantom sprite. He felt exceptionally fortunate. Meanwhile, Manaphy, having witnessed the entire process of Xiao's persuasion, could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. All you do is deceive these naive sprites. How can you have the audacity? In response to Manaphy's remark, Xiao did not deign to glance her way, merely securing Malotin's Pokeball and retorting, better than some sprites who gluttonously consume others' resources and chatter incessantly. I'm not referring to you. Don't take it personally. Manaphy replied. You are clearly talking about me, aren't you? Enough of this banter, Manaphy. Since you are both from the same region, how much do you know about this sprite? At this moment, Xiao had finished repacking his belongings and placed them before Manaphy, watching her with curiosity. He was entirely uninformed about Malotin. Without the system's assistance, he wouldn't even know its name. Since Manaphy was also a phantom sprite, perhaps she would possess some knowledge. However, Manaphy lay upon the backpack, shaking its head vigorously and waving its antennae in protest, exclaiming, Who is related to this nut? I know nothing about this species. Sighing, Xiao retracted his gaze, contemplating before retrieving his Pokédex. The device contained a wealth of information on various Pokémon, predominantly common species, making it nearly impossible to find data on mythical Pokémon such as Meloetta or Manaphy. He had taken out the Pokédex to reach out to someone, Professor Oak. Mythical Pokémon are exceedingly rare, and Xiao was reluctant to disclose the presence of such beings in his company, especially since he possessed more than one. However, an old acquaintance like Professor Oak was deemed trustworthy, and revealing the information to him would pose no threat. Thus, Xiao proceeded to make a call to Professor Oak. After 2 rings, the call connected, and Professor Oak appeared on the screen, displaying a look of surprise. Oh, it's young Yun. What brings you to call me? How have you been these past few days? Have you completed your first gym challenge? Xiao smiled politely. Thank you for your concern, Professor. I am now preparing to challenge the third gym. I called to inquire about a particular Pokemon. The third gym already? Your progress is quite remarkable, Professor Oak remarked, surprise deepening in his eyes as he stroked his chin. If you're asking about Pokemon, you've certainly come to the right person. What Pokemon is it? Xiao nodded and inquired. Professor, have you heard of a Pokemon called Meloetta? Meloetta? Professor Oak's voice suddenly escalated, his expression shifting to astonishment. That is an exceedingly rare Pokemon. According to records, it has appeared a few times in distant regions, yet to this day, no trainer has ever captured one. That is all I know. Most people are not even aware of this Pokemon's name. Young, where did you hear about it? Professor Oak inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Xiao, however, displayed no signs of emotional fluctuation as he retrieved the Pokeball containing Meloetta and waved it before the camera. Because I just captured one. Professor Oak, you just captured one? Ah. Chapter 47, The Origins of Meloetta. Continuing onward. It took a considerable moment for Professor Oak to regain his composure, clearing his throat as he urgently exclaimed, Young, please do not jest with me. You truly captured a Meloetta? He simply could not fathom that Xiao, a novice trainer, could manage to capture such an extraordinarily rare Pokemon, one for which the academic community had no concrete information. Aside from historical records, there had been no news of this Pokemon in the last 30 to 40 years. Faced with Dr. Oak's inquiry, Xiao remained silent, merely nodding earnestly. Observing this, Dr. Oak leaned heavily against the chair behind him, his expression taking on a serious demeanor. Xiao, listen closely. You must not disclose the existence of Melutin to anyone, and for the time being, do not allow others to discover that you have captured this Pokemon. You may not be aware, but Melutin is an exceedingly rare creature. If certain interested parties were to learn of this, it could lead to complications. Once you have matured and your abilities are sufficient, you may decide for yourself whether to reveal Melutin to the world. This is my heartfelt counsel. Upon hearing Dr. Oak's words, Xiao felt a warmth in his heart and nodded repeatedly. Doctor, I understand. You can rest assured. The old man's character indeed mirrored what he had known in his previous life, earning his respect. You understand my meaning, which is regrettable. Not only myself, but the entire realm of Pokemon Academia possesses a rather superficial understanding of this creature, and I cannot provide you with further information. However, I shall endeavor to compile a dossier on Melutin and send it to you shortly. I hope it aids you in nurturing him. Dr. Oak hesitated momentarily before continuing. However, Xiao, if you would be willing, could you possibly allow me the opportunity to observe Melutin? I am exceedingly curious about this Pokemon, which I have never encountered before. Xiao nodded in agreement. Of course, once I become more familiar with Melutin, I will find a suitable time for you to study him. Moreover, the more you understand him, the easier it will be for me to nurture him, right? Dr. Oak is a leading researcher in the academic world, and Xiao believed he would require little time to obtain the desired information. Such a minor request was certainly reasonable, provided that Melutin was amenable. Wonderful. I await your good news. Xiao, remember to exercise caution while you are out there. Recently, that group from Team Rocket has been unusually active for some unknown reason, so please be vigilant, Dr. Oak advised. Xiao nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then ended the communication. His gaze returned to Melutin's Pokeball, lost in contemplation. How could a mythical Pokemon, so rare and elusive that the entire academic community lacked detailed information about it, appear in a place like the Azure Cave? After pondering for a moment, he suddenly recalled something. Of course, why not simply ask Melutin directly? He released Melutin and posed the question to the little creature. Melutin, why are you here? Melutin tilted its head in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp Xiao's words. The latter then elaborated, what I mean to say is, how long have you been in this cave? Where did you reside before coming to this cave? This time, Melutin finally understood and took a moment to contemplate before responding to Xiao. Beautiful road, beautiful road. Xiao furrowed his brows upon hearing this. You say you have slept for a long time and then suddenly awoke in this cave, constantly searching for ores to consume? Melutin nodded, affirming this. What about the events prior to that? You cannot recall any of it? Xiao inquired. This time, Melutin shook his head, clearly unable to remember what he had experienced before his slumber. I see. Wait, is this the shallow part of the cave? Did you awaken here? Or did you climb up from below? Xiao suddenly pondered a question. The Hualon Cave is not only complex in its geography, but also astonishingly deep, said to extend several hundred meters underground. Moreover, this cave had formed abruptly over a decade ago. This suggests that Melutin likely awakened not long ago from the depths of the cave and ascended to this upper layer. Yun Xiao immediately arrived at the most plausible explanation. Furthermore, Mei Luton's response lent additional credibility to this theory. He indeed had climbed up from a very deep part of the cave to arrive here. Decades ago, your kind vanished. And then the sudden emergence of the Hualan cave revealed the depths below, after which you awakened, Yun Xiao mused, frowning as he contemplated an even more astonishing possibility. Perhaps there are still more of Mei Luton's kin slumbering deep within the Hualan cave. However, this remains a mere conjecture, and Yun Xiao could not ascertain its truth. Moreover, given his current strength, advancing further into the cave would prove somewhat arduous. The deeper one descends, the more formidable the wild spirits become. Thus, Yun Xiao decided to temporarily set this conjecture aside and recalled Mei Luton into his Pokeball. He resolved to explore further when his strength permits. 2 hours later, the daily training of his Charmeleon and Froakie had concluded. Yun Xiao departed from the Hualan cave, setting off once again towards Golden City. As he walked along the path, he suddenly felt overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks awaiting him. Unraveling the mystery of Dragonite's lineage, assisting Manaphy in reclaiming the Ocean Temple, uncovering the fate of Mei Luton's kin, and dealing with that ore. Additionally, the impending turmoil in Golden City loomed, alongside the fall of Cynthia. According to recent intelligence, Team Rocket, which had been lurking in the shadows, seemed to be stirring for reasons unknown, robbing fossils and infiltrating Nibby City. His instincts told Yun Xiao that they were likely plotting something significant. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao cast aside these thoughts. He could only take one step at a time and resolve to give his all. He must seize the moment to grow stronger. With that determination, he began to run towards Golden City. Chapter 48. Arrival in Golden City. The history of Zillifu Corporation Golden City is not in close proximity to Hualan City. However, the road connecting the two is notably flat and expansive. Throughout his journey, Yun Xiao encountered no significant obstacles, and after a swift afternoon of travel, he finally arrived in this vibrant city. At this moment, gazing at the distant city gates and the bustling pedestrians around him, he could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Truly, it is the most prosperous city in the Guandu region. Situated at the very heart of Guandu, Golden City stands as the most developed urban center in the area. As evening descends, the lively chatter of passers-by fills Yun Xiao's ears, and the streets are teeming with visitors from afar, creating a scene of remarkable vivacity. He raised his gaze to the towering structures surrounding him, ultimately resting his eyes upon a skyscraper, the renowned headquarters of Zillifu Corporation. He regarded the whimsical ball-shaped sign with a sense of gravity. Zillifu Corporation is one of the most esteemed conglomerates in the entire Guandu region, primarily responsible for the production and distribution of Pokeballs. This company has also engaged in extensive development of various Pokemon tools, providing trainers with numerous conveniences. However, what etched this corporation into Yun Xiao's memory was a significant world quest from his previous life, which involved aiding the Alliance in reclaiming control of the company from Team Rocket. At that time, he had only recently logged into the game, gleaning information about the quest from other players. It was said that Team Rocket had set their sights on the technological prowess of Zillifu Corporation, infiltrating its headquarters and coercing researchers into conducting clandestine experiments for them. Yet, the specifics of the situation remained unclear to Yun Xiao. During that world quest, players were generally of low levels and could only contend with the minions of Team Rocket, earning points for rewards while the more pressing matters were handled by the Pokemon League. The skyscraper before him is indeed the headquarters of Zillifu Corporation. He squinted at the building, contemplating whether the company had yet fallen under Team Rocket's control at this juncture. As he pondered, a voice resonated within his heart, that of Manaphy. "Ah, it feels so comfortable to rest. Have we arrived?" "We are here. This is Golden City." Yun Xiao replied silently as he set his backpack down and placed the invisible Manaphy upon his shoulder. To onlookers, this action might seem peculiar, but fortunately, amidst the throngs of people, none took notice of his unusual behavior. "Great. When can we have dinner?" Manaphy inquired, her tone drawn out. "Patience. We must first challenge the gym. Otherwise, they might close early," Yun Xiao responded, retrieving his Pokédex to activate the navigation feature, directing him towards the location of the Golden City gym. "This way. Come on, hurry up. I'm on the verge of starvation." Manaphy's voice of complaint echoed once more. "Did you not just have lunch a few hours ago?" Yun Xiao replied helplessly. "Lunch is lunch. It is nearly evening now. I want dinner." Manaphy protested, waving its tentacles earnestly. Yun Xiao sighed in resignation. To his surprise, the Golden Pavilion was situated quite a distance from the city center. After a while of walking, he finally arrived in the vicinity of the dojo. Compared to the bustling heart of the city, this area appeared rather desolate, with pedestrians scattered about and several streetlights broken. The cold wind swept through, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to swirl, imparting a sense of melancholy to the scene. Faced with such a sight, Xiao couldn't help but frown. Is the dojo always this desolate? What is going on? He glanced at his navigation device, confirming that the dojo was just around the corner. I must not have taken a wrong turn, he thought, shaking his head as he prepared to proceed towards the dojo. However, as he rounded the corner, a middle-aged man in a coat suddenly blocked his path. The man bore a scruffy beard and appeared somewhat haggard, yet his eyes retained a sharp glimmer, suggesting a distinguished presence that marked him as no ordinary person. Before Xiao could utter a word, the man scrutinized him from head to toe and spoke. Trainer? Here to challenge the Golden Pavilion? Yes. Is there something you need? Xiao replied calmly. Upon hearing his response, the man's gaze grew complex as he regarded Xiao intently. Kid, I advise you to turn back. Do not challenge the Golden Pavilion. It will spare you from unnecessary suffering. The man's words caused Xiao to furrow his brow. I don't quite understand your meaning. What is wrong with the Golden Pavilion? The man's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow, yet he remained silent, merely shaking his head. You need not concern yourself with that. Just remember my words. Do not challenge the dojo, or you will undoubtedly regret it. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished into thin air before Xiao's eyes, leaving no trace behind. Confronted with such an extraordinary occurrence, Xiao's brow furrowed even deeper. What was happening? Manifai, perched on his shoulder, spoke up leisurely. Don't be alarmed. He seemed to have used a supernatural ability to teleport. It's fascinating. Humans with such powers are rare. Upon hearing Manifai's words, Xiao immediately inquired. You mean he possesses supernatural abilities? Manifai nodded proudly. Absolutely. I just sensed the fluctuation of that power from him. After all, I have some knowledge of such forces. It would be impossible for me to be mistaken. With Manifai's explanation, Xiao felt a slight easing of tension. Once a wielder of extraordinary powers, he pondered the meaning behind his words. Why was he unable to challenge the gym? What had transpired at the Golden Gym? What course of action would you take now, given his warning of danger? Would you still proceed? Manifai observed Xiao lost in contemplation and inquired. After a moment of reflection, he nodded. Since we have come this far, how can we know what truly occurred without investigating? However, we must tread cautiously. How is your strength recovering? Manifai closed her eyes to assess her condition and shook her head. It's barely at 10%. If anything goes awry, do not expect me to assist. Manifai hesitated again. He has warned us of danger. Should we not reconsider? Yet, Xiao shook his head resolutely, continuing towards the gym. No, we must see for ourselves. My instincts tell me that something is amiss. Manifai rolled her eyes and resignedly sat back down. If trouble arises, I shall be the first to flee. Xiao remained silent, steadfastly advancing toward the gym. Observing his determination, Manifai could only sigh. Very well. If there is indeed a situation, I will do my utmost. Thank you, Xiao murmured. At that moment, he reached the entrance of the Golden Gym. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonated across the sky, and a blinding flash of lightning illuminated his figure on the street. Torrential rain soon followed, a dense curtain enveloping the thoroughfare. Xiao inhaled deeply and pushed open the grand door before him. Chapter 49. The enigmatic Golden Gym. Upon entering the Golden Gym, its interior bore resemblance to a mansion. A long corridor extended into the depths of the building. The corridor was unlit, save for the dim glow of candle sconces affixed to the walls, which heightened the tension of the atmosphere. The entire gym was eerily silent, apart from the sound of rain and the howling wind. Only the echo of Xiao's footsteps could be heard. With deliberate steps, Xiao advanced deeper into the corridor, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He soon noticed peculiar and unsettling paintings adorning both sides of the walls, their chaotic and abstract lines evoking a sense of discomfort. After several minutes, he reached the end of the hallway, where another door awaited him, framed by an ornate picture frame above. Activating the flashlight function of his device, he illuminated the darkened environment and discerned the contents of the photograph. It depicted three individuals, seemingly a family portrait: a beautiful young woman, a bearded gentleman, and a sweet smiling girl in the middle. After a brief glance, he shifted his focus, inhaled deeply, and slowly pushed open the door before him. Once again, darkness greeted him, this time devoid of even candlelight. With no choice but to reactivate the flashlight, Xiao sought to illuminate the path ahead. As he stepped into the darkness, he noticed the light flicker momentarily before extinguishing entirely. Even more bizarre, the entire interface fell into a state of paralysis, unresponsive to any manipulation. Suddenly, the door behind him closed of its own accord. In the enveloping darkness, Xiao struggled to maintain a steady breath, clenching his fists. The occurrences around him were so peculiar that he could almost believe he had wandered into a haunted house. After a few seconds of silence, a crisp giggle echoed from the shadows. It sounded as if a little girl was laughing, her laughter innocent and lively. Yet in this eerie atmosphere, it was profoundly unsettling. Xiao promptly released his Charizard and Froakie from their Pokeballs. Both Pokemon were immediately aware of the situation. Froakie, upon emergence, fixed its gaze cautiously in the direction of the laughter, while Charizard intensified the flames at the tip of its tail, illuminating the surroundings. As Xiao peered ahead in the flickering light, a chill ran down his spine. The source of that laughter was a tattered doll, suspended in midair. The doll's eyes were hollow, and its mouth twisted into a sinister grin, waving at Xiao as he stared in disbelief. After a few moments, he managed to compose himself and whispered, "What is happening? Is this another display of psychic ability?" The voice of Manaphy echoed in his mind. "It seems so. I can sense that this entity is being manipulated by someone." Just as he finished explaining, the doll waved once more and turned, drifting away into the distance. A hint of fear tinged Manaphy's voice as it resonated in Xiao's thoughts. "What should we do now? Should we continue to follow it? I believe we could still escape if we ran." Furrowing his brow, Xiao decided to pursue the doll. "Let us observe. Since it hasn't attacked us directly, we can afford to advance further. Charizard, Froakie, follow me." The doll floated at a moderate pace, occasionally glancing back at Xiao, as if intentionally guiding him. He maintained his distance, cautiously trailing behind. After a few minutes, the doll finally came to a halt in a spacious area, drifting toward the opposite side. Brilliant lights illuminated the space, casting their glow solely on Xiao and the battlefield beneath his feet. However, in the bright light, he was able to discern the scene on the other side. There sat a throne-like chair, occupied by a woman with flowing hair and vacant eyes, gently caressing something in her hands. It was the very doll that had led Xiao here. A hauntingly ethereal voice resonated within Xiao's mind. "Greetings, challenger. I am Nasi, the leader of the Golden Gym. Should you emerge victorious, this badge shall be yours." As soon as the words left her lips, a golden circular badge floated before her, circling around and returning to her hand. "But if you lose, you must stay and play a game with me," she remarked. At this moment, a strange smile suddenly adorned her previously expressionless face. Xiao remained silent, yet his heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the master of the Golden Gym was no longer the elderly figure he had known in his previous life, but a woman he had never encountered before. Furthermore, this individual, named Nasi, seemed to possess formidable supernatural abilities, even capable of manipulating objects from a distance. Moreover, her earlier words, "if he lost, he would have to play a game," instilled a sense of foreboding within Xiao. His intuition warned him that this game could prove to be anything but benign. This woman named Nasi was undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. However, at this juncture, he found himself standing there, with no alternative but to engage in battle. "Very well. But I hope for a fair gym match," Xiao declared. "Rest assured, that is only natural," Nasi replied, as a pale yellow figure abruptly materialized on the battlefield before her. It was a Kadabra. Instantly, a series of details appeared before Xiao's eyes. Pokemon, Kadabra, type, psychic, qualification, orange, level, 10, strength evaluation, novice, ability, synchronize. When it suffers a status condition, the opponent receives the same negative status. Observing this information, Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brow. Level 10, novice. Indeed, this Kadabra appeared weak. Yet he had an unsettling feeling that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. He whispered to his Charmeleon beside him, "Do not underestimate. The opponent is likely formidable." Charmeleon gazed at the frail Pokemon across the battlefield, unable to fully comprehend the words, yet still chose to trust Xiao. It stepped forward to the battleground, fixating intently on Kadabra. The battle was structured as one-on-one, wherein the first Pokemon to lose its fighting capability would be deemed defeated. The challenger would strike first. In the next moment, Nasi's ethereal voice echoed within the arena, and Xiao issued his command. "Charmeleon, use Flamethrower." With the command given, Charmeleon unleashed a powerful stream of fire toward the seemingly fragile Kadabra. Having honed this move during training in the Hualan Cave, Charmeleon executed it with even greater speed and enhanced intensity. Logically, with Kadabra being only level 10, it should succumb to Charmeleon's Flamethrower upon impact. Yet, Kadabra remained unfazed. And Nasi did not issue any commands, simply sitting quietly, her vacant gaze fixed ahead. As the towering flames drew alarmingly close, a faint blue luminescence suddenly radiated from the body of the Kadabra. In the next instant, a jet of fire surged through the air, striking the ground and leaving behind charred marks. Yet, the Kadabra had instantly appeared several meters away, remaining eerily still in midair. Xiao clearly discerned what had transpired. The Kadabra had deftly employed teleportation to evade the fiery onslaught. Such an occurrence was anticipated. The most formidable skill of psychic-type Pokemon is indeed teleportation. And it is hardly surprising that a creature like Kadabra, which inherently possesses this ability from birth, could execute it flawlessly. However, while teleportation is a highly advantageous skill, it demands a tremendous amount of energy from the Pokemon. A level 10 Kadabra would likely struggle to use it repeatedly without considerable fatigue. Thus, Xiao commanded his Charmeleon without hesitation, instructing, "Charmeleon, unleash another jet of flames." With a fierce roar, Charmeleon pivoted, once again aiming at Kadabra, and exhaled a torrent of fire. To Xiao's astonishment, Kadabra once more utilized teleportation to evade this attack. Again, he muttered through gritted teeth, his resolve unwavering. The flames erupted once more, yet Kadabra vanished from sight once again, only to reappear a moment later, maintaining its aloof demeanor. Eyes narrowed as if the exertion had posed no burden whatsoever. This time, it was not just Charmeleon who found the situation peculiar. Even Xiao himself sensed that something was amiss. The repeated use of teleportation with such apparent ease was beyond the capacity of a mere level 10 Pokemon. Even a master-level psychic Pokemon would require a respite after executing such feats in rapid succession. The more Xiao pondered, the more he felt a sense of foreboding. At that moment, however, his peripheral vision caught sight of Nasi making a gesture. She extended her hand, cradling the doll that floated before her in her embrace. An enigmatic smile graced her face, and her voice echoed throughout the battlefield. "It seems your strength has reached its limits. Why not stay and play with me? We could become wonderful friends." Xiao furrowed his brow, fixating intently on Nasi, acutely aware of her movements. To his surprise, she lifted her left hand and waved it gently. Buzz! A deep blue halo suddenly manifested around Nasi, accompanied by a piercing hum and an indescribable aura of terror. Not only that, but the Kadabra in the arena also erupted with the same azure radiance. "What is happening?" Xiao's brow furrowed deeply as he whispered urgently to the Manaphy perched on his shoulder. The latter responded with a voice laced with tension, "It's psychic energy. This woman has astonishingly utilized her extraordinary abilities to enhance a Pokemon? How is that even conceivable? Do not be hasty, let us clarify." Xiao cast a glance at the Kecleon enveloped in a cerulean aura and murmured. Manaphy's voice was tinged with an unmistakable tremor of distress. "How could one not be anxious? Xiao, you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. While it is true that humans can wield supernatural powers, the disparity in strength between even the mightiest of humans and their psychic Pokemon is immense. Yet, the power emanating from her is already exuding a sense of peril. We should flee. There is no way you could contend with her." As Manaphy's barrage of explanations echoed in his mind, Xiao felt a profound alarm resonate within him. Although Manaphy's current strength had diminished significantly, she had once been a Pokemon of the highest echelon. This signified that the power being unleashed by Naza had already ascended to the level of a champion. This was no longer a mere human. She had transformed into a humanoid Pokemon. At this moment, he comprehended fully why that elder had previously intercepted him, warning him against challenging the gym. Is this how gym battles are conducted? Typically, trainers command their Pokemon to engage in combat. Yet here it had devolved into a shared struggle of strength between trainer and Pokemon. However, having reached this juncture, Xiao could only contemplate an escape. As for battling, that was utterly impossible. The Kecleon, even prior to its enhancement, had executed several teleportations in rapid succession. What chance did he stand against it now? Having been fortified by champion-level psychic abilities? As Xiao's brow furrowed in deep contemplation, the blue aura surrounding Kecleon began to dissipate, revealing its transformed state. The once diminutive Kecleon had vanished, replaced by a towering entity radiating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Upon witnessing this transformation, Xiao's eyes involuntarily twitched. Remarkably, after undergoing enhancement, Kecleon had directly evolved. Even more astonishingly, it had undergone 2 successive evolutions, emerging as an Alakazam, bypassing the stage of Kadabra entirely. Xiao beheld the Alakazam standing at the center of the arena, emanating a formidable presence and aura, while his information panel frantically refreshed. Pokemon, Alakazam, temporary evolution from Kecleon. Qualitative rating, Orange, type, Psychic, strength level, 70 champion level, temporary, 70 levels. Champion caliber. What could he possibly do? Upon reading this information, Yun Xiao realized that his earlier assessment had been entirely accurate. Engaging in battle was out of the question. Even at the pinnacle of his previous life, he would have stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. He had to devise a means to escape swiftly. Yet, it seemed Naza perceived his intentions, a faint smile gracing her lips as her ethereal, uncanny voice reverberated throughout the arena. "Oh, do you no longer wish to fight? If you no longer wish to continue, then as agreed, you must stay and play with me." As soon as the words left her lips, a terrifying surge of psychic power erupted from the Hu's eyes. This force was overwhelmingly potent. Yun Xiao and the fire dinosaur found themselves utterly suppressed by the psychic energy, unable even to utter a word or regain control of their bodies. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not break free. The situation took a dramatic turn for the worse. Chapter 51. The mysterious man escapes. Behave and stay to play games with me. Naz's eyes glimmered with a deep blue light as she rose from her seat and slowly approached Yun Xiao and the fire dinosaur. A hint of anxiety crossed Yun Xiao's face, yet he remained calm, communicating with Manify in his mind. "You are also of the king level. Can you think of a solution? In this dire situation, if we do not wish to sit idly by, we must inquire whether Manify can resolve it." "That sounds simple. However, I am not adept at psychic powers, and I have only just begun to regain my strength." Manify replied quickly, remaining motionless on Yun Xiao's shoulder. "We do not need to defeat her. Just help me resist the psychic control and buy us a chance to escape." Yun Xiao urged in his mind. "I can try, but I won't last long. You must run swiftly," Manify said, closing her eyes to begin gathering her power. An invisible wave of blue water immediately emanated from her body, enveloping Yun Xiao. At last, Yun Xiao felt himself breaking free from the psychic control, regaining command over his body. He was already prepared. The moment he regained control, he swiftly retrieved the Pokeball and recalled the fire dinosaur. Then he took off running. The water waves surrounding him countered Hu's formidable psychic powers, visibly resisting the onslaught. Manify's anxious voice echoed in Yun Xiao's mind. "She is far too strong. You must run faster. If we get caught again, we are finished." "I am fully aware." With every ounce of strength, Yun Xiao sprinted away, quickly reaching the periphery of the arena, where the grand door loomed before him. Meanwhile, Naz's powerful psychic waves intensified, her furious voice reverberating throughout the venue. "You are cheating. If you lose, you must stay and play with me." The spoon in Hu's hand began to radiate with light as the overwhelming psychic force surged toward Yun Xiao, completely obliterating the protective water waves around him. "Yun Xiao?" Manify called out in desperation. The previous defense had exhausted all her energy. She could provide no further assistance in the immediate future. "I understand." In that critical moment, Yun Xiao dashed towards the door, bursting through with all his might, escaping Naz and Hu's line of sight. "All right, run. That woman is truly terrifying. I knew we should have stayed away." Manify lay on Yun Xiao's shoulder, gasping for breath as if having narrowly escaped death. Yun Xiao, without glancing at him, sprinted through the darkness, panting. "How was I to know it would be this exaggerated? That guy can't possibly be human." In the enveloping darkness, only the sound of his heavy breaths and footsteps could be heard, suggesting that Nasi had been left far behind and was not pursuing them. Yet, this realization suddenly struck Yun Xiao as odd. Why was she not chasing them? At that moment, he had returned to the corridor, knowing that if he could just push a little further and reach the next corner, he would escape this dojo. However, his hurried steps abruptly halted mid-stride. "What's wrong? You can't be out of breath already. Just a bit more." Manify was startled by his sudden stillness. Yun Xiao, however, remained silent, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. There, standing where he had expected to leave Hu behind, was the very figure, waiting silently for him. Behind him, the ethereal and eerie voice of the little girl echoed. He. Being dishonest is not good. Come back and play games with me." Turning to look, Yun Xiao discovered that the doll which had previously guided him had somehow reappeared behind him. "I knew it couldn't be this easy to escape," he muttered, his brow furrowed in concern. Manify, utterly at a loss, leaned against Yun Xiao's neck in despair. "What now?" Buzz. The heavy atmosphere did not linger for long before Hu began to unleash its psychic power, poised to suppress Yun Xiao once more. Just as the situation grew dire, a shadow suddenly flickered before Yun Xiao. A man draped in a black cloak appeared from nowhere, seizing his arm. In the next instant, both vanished from the corridor without a trace. Hu, having lost its target, halted its actions, glancing around to ascertain that the duo had indeed escaped. Before dissipating into the air, Yun Xiao felt a blur before him, and suddenly found himself standing on the street outside the dojo. Boom! The torrential rain had not ceased. A flash of lightning illuminated the deserted street, casting his shadow upon the ground. "Do not return. This is your final warning," rasped a male voice. The cloaked man beside Xiao uttered these words before striding toward the street corner. Xiao watched his retreating figure, a frown creasing his brow as he suddenly asked, "Are you Nazi's father?" The man's movements halted abruptly, as if he had exhaled a long sigh before turning around, removing his hood beneath the rain, revealing a weary face. He was indeed the uncle who had previously warned Xiao against entering the dojo. He regarded Xiao for a long moment before asking, "Why do you say that?" "Just moments ago, in the corridor of the dojo, I stumbled upon a photograph that appeared to be of a family of 3. The little girl in the picture must be Nazi, and the man in the image, his face is familiar to me. You bear a striking resemblance to him." Xiao calmly analyzed the situation and added, "There was just thunder. I saw your face." The man fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, "That is not me. You have mistaken me for someone else. I apologize." With that, he turned to leave. Xiao did not stop him, but quickly uttered a series of words. "The League will not permit such a dojo to exist for long. If word of what transpires here gets out, I imagine you are aware of how she will be treated by the League's representatives." At this, the man paused, glancing at the dojo's grand entrance beside him and then back at Xiao, before he spoke again. "I am well aware of what you are saying. But what is it that you truly wish to accomplish with these words?" "I am indeed Naji's father." Xiao nodded, his expression serious. "It's simple. Tell me what has transpired. If I can assist, I will do my utmost." The man regarded him for a moment, then sighed, a flicker of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. "I can share this with you, but I must advise you to leave after you hear this story." Chapter 52. The Past of the Golden-Haired Girl, an extremely important objective amidst the relentless downpour. The man began to recount the tale of Naji. "I am her father, the master of the Golden Dojo, and a practitioner of supernatural abilities. Over a decade ago, I met a woman at a conference for those with extraordinary powers. She is now my beloved wife and Naji's mother. Both of us possess supernatural abilities, and according to the laws of nature, our offspring are likely to awaken similar powers. Just as we anticipated, Nazi displayed her own extraordinary abilities from the moment she was born, which brought us immense joy. Given that I am the master of the Golden Dojo, if Naji were to possess such powers, she could inherit the dojo, providing a promising future. However, when she turned 6, she unveiled a terrifying aspect of her abilities." At this point, the man lifted his gaze to Xiao, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes. Can you imagine a young girl, who has only recently grasped her powers, lifting an entire house into the air? Xiao's mind conjured the image he described, leaving him momentarily speechless. "That is quite an exaggeration." "Indeed," the man continued. "From that day onward, my wife and I realized that within Naji resided an unfathomably terrifying force. Once unleashed, it could yield incalculable consequences. The most alarming aspect is that she cannot control this power. At times, it even overwhelms her thoughts." Xiao wiped the rain from his brow and frowned. "Just like she is now." The man sighed. "Precisely, just as she is now. Both her mother and I are endowed with extraordinary abilities, and we swiftly assisted Naji in momentarily suppressing her powers, enabling her to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Initially, we believed that as Nazi matured, she would ultimately master her abilities. However, on the day of her 10th birthday, we discovered that her powers had begun to exceed our expectations. Whenever her emotions oscillated violently, the eruption of this force became something even we could not manage. In the days that followed, we were left with no choice but to confine Naji within the dojo, shielding her from the outside world. I recognized the cruelty of this decision for a young girl, yet we felt utterly powerless. At this juncture, the elder's eyes glistened with sorrow as he let out a deep sigh. Xiao remained silent, merely standing there, listening intently. Such a tragic plight evoked a sense of sympathy within him. Judging by her appearance moments ago, Naji must now be of age, indicating that for all these years, she had been akin to a bird imprisoned within a cage, never having ventured outside the dojo. "Have you not sought any solutions over these years?" Xiao pondered before speaking. The elder cast a glance his way, his expression darkening further. "Of course, but the magnitude of the power within her is overwhelming. For the past 8 years, we have tirelessly sought ways to help Naji control her abilities, yet we have never succeeded. Her mother and I are already distinguished figures in the realm of extraordinary powers, yet even we find ourselves at a loss." The elder did not finish, but Xiao understood the implication. If they were powerless, it was unlikely that anyone else could provide assistance. "Where has her mother gone?" Xiao inquired after a moment's thought. Given the current situation, Naji's dominance over the dojo indicated that her father was no longer able to contain her, which explained his present state. Yet, Naji's mother had never made an appearance. Upon hearing this, the elder offered a bitter smile, followed by a deep sigh. A week ago was Naji's 18th birthday. On that day, we had a fierce argument, and her powers spiraled out of control once more. To our horror, we realized that we were on the verge of being unable to contain her abilities. Her mother had just learned of a master specializing in extraordinary powers who had arrived in the nearby town of Zihuan. Xiao furrowed his brow. So she went to seek out this master a week ago, and has yet to return? The middle-aged elder nodded, his eyes filled with confusion. Indeed. Precisely as you have articulated. Xiao fell silent. If that is the case, why have you not gone after her? Even if a solution cannot be found immediately, the two of you could continue to suppress Naji for a time, rather than allowing her to harm others here. The elder's expression suddenly shifted to one of urgency. It is not that I do not wish to go. I am unable to leave this place. I have, in fact, remained near the dojo, continuously monitoring Naji's condition, suppressing that overwhelming power to allow her to retain the last vestiges of her humanity. Until now, she has not harmed anyone. She merely uses her supernatural abilities to transform them into puppets, releasing them after a night of companionship. However, should I stray too far from the dojo, that power spirals out of control. His tone was urgent, yet he suddenly fell silent at the end of his statement. Amidst the curtain of rain, Xiao gazed at the man before him, momentarily at a loss for words. He suddenly remarked, "It has been 7 days since Naji lost control. According to your account, there must have been many trainers who entered the dojo before me, and they should have also been left behind by Naji, playing her games, correct?" The older man nodded in affirmation. Then, why, after their departure, did those trainers not report the situation to the League? As far as I know, the League acts swiftly when challengers are treated in such a manner. Xiao furrowed his brow and continued, "Yet it has been a week. Why have the League's representatives not arrived?" The older man remained silent. After a long pause, he finally shook his head and spoke. "Throughout these 7 days, I have interfered with the memories of every trainer who left the dojo, ensuring they cannot recall what transpired. As a father, I cannot bear to witness my daughter being taken away by the League. If they were to discover the power she possesses within her, how would they treat her?" His words were laced with a mixture of defiance and determination. Xiao gazed intently into his eyes and asked, word for word, "Then why did you not erase my memory, but instead allowed me to leave?" Upon hearing this, the older man's expression shifted. He averted his gaze from Xiao, eventually collapsing against the wall in defeat. "I too am nearing my limit, whether it be erasing others' memories or suppressing her ever-strengthening power. There will come a day when I can no longer endure. Perhaps it will be today, perhaps tomorrow. I cannot predict the day. But one thing is certain. Once that day arrives, the entire vicinity of the Golden Dojo will descend into chaos. Thus, the moment I encountered you, I resolved to let you leave with your memories intact, to relay everything to the League." His words were imbued with profound bitterness. And he added in a hushed tone, "You may not comprehend why I cannot inform the League myself. It is because I am her father. I cannot bring myself to do such a thing." The rain continued to pour. Through the layers of rain, Xiao could see the weary man before him shedding tears. His hoarse voice resonated once more. "Therefore, having heard this tale, you should depart and convey everything to the League." With that, he staggered away with weakened steps, heading towards the corner of the street. "Wait," Xiao called out to him. The uncle turned around, gazing at Xiao, awaiting his next words. Xiao took a deep breath and swiftly articulated, "In such dire circumstances, should we inform the Alliance? They would undoubtedly revoke your right to manage the gym and take Nazi away, imprisoning her until the terrifying power within her is subdued. This is not the outcome you desire. Typically, notifying the Alliance would be the most prudent course of action. However, he had no intention of doing so. For in Nazi, he perceived the shadow of his younger sister. During the years when Yao was diagnosed with a grave illness, she, in the bloom of her youth, could only lie in a sterile, white hospital room, staring at the ceiling as the days dragged on interminably. While other girls laughed and played outside her window, Yao's eyes were always filled with longing and desire. These were the moments when Xiao felt the deepest remorse towards her. Now, Nazi, confined to the gym since childhood and unable to escape, reminded him of those days in Yao's life. Thus, he wished to assist this girl. Moreover, there was another reason compelling him to make this choice. Returning to the present, the uncle trembled slightly, remaining silent. Observing this, Xiao seized the moment. The previous challengers have lost their memories, aside from you and me. No one knows what truly transpired at the Golden Gym. If we can resolve Nazi's issue ourselves, she can avoid such an ordeal." The uncle appeared swayed, looking at Xiao with a mix of skepticism and hope, and tremulously inquired, But what shall we do? Yun Xiao did not respond immediately. Instead, he gestured towards a nearby CAF. It's inconvenient to converse in the rain. Let us go inside. The uncle paused, adjusted his hood, and made his way toward the CAF. Yun Xiao followed behind, casting a glance at the system panel before him, and sighed softly. The host has obtained a special mission, the Cage Girl of Golden City. Mission requirements. Travel to REWOUND Town to retrieve Nazi's mother and find a solution to the problem. Mission rewards. Grade item, reverse scale potion. Grade item, talent enhancement potion. Special reminder. Nazi is a crucial figure in historical events. Please do everything possible to prevent her power from erupting or the Alliance from discovering her abnormalities. The host must be particularly cautious. Upon fulfilling the above conditions and completing this mission, the system will unlock a new feature, sealed historical events. This was the second reason he chose to assist Nazi. Chapter 53. Yun Xiao's decision to head to REWOUND Town at this moment. It was evening, and heavy rain fell outside, leaving the CAF nearly devoid of patrons. Yun Xiao and Nazi's father settled into a corner, each ordering a cup of coffee. Please share your thoughts. Our conversation is shielded from eavesdropping. The man placed his hands on the table, fixing his gaze upon Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao lifted the coffee before him and took a sip, saying, "The most pressing issue now is that you can no longer suppress the power within Naji, correct?" Naji's father nodded in agreement. If her mother were here, could we manage to restrain Naji for a while longer? Yun Xiao inquired further. Indeed, her mother's superpower surpasses mine by a margin. If she were present, we could alternate in suppressing the power, allowing us to endure for at least another 6 months. The man responded affirmatively, though a hint of concern lingered in his demeanor. However, you are aware that this is merely a temporary solution. If the fundamental problem remains unresolved, that day will inevitably arrive. I understand. But for now, retrieving her mother and buying us more time is the only course of action we can take, Yun Xiao replied. Stirring his coffee with a spoon, his head bowed. As for managing Naji's power over the next 6 months, I will devise a plan. The uncle seemed poised to speak again, but Yun Xiao abruptly interrupted him. I know what you are about to say. You might find it hard to believe me or consider this too perilous, fearing that Naji's power may erupt at any moment. I have a sister whose experiences are perhaps quite similar to Naji's. You are Naji's father, and I am also a brother. Please place your trust in me. As he spoke, a resolute light shone in his eyes. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, then suddenly relaxed his tense posture. I can sense your sincerity. You do not appear to be deceiving me. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. I am pleased that you trust me. In that case, please share the information regarding Naji's mother's whereabouts in REWOUND Town, and I will set off immediately to find her. The man nodded. Very well, here is the situation. The rain had ceased, as such heavy downpours often arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. At that moment, Yun Xiao was seated on a bus heading to REWOUND Town, gazing out at the scenery rushing past the window. Hey, why didn't you say a word while I was conversing with that uncle? He suddenly prodded Manifai, who was resting on his shoulder. Manifai's weary voice echoed in his mind. What do you expect? After helping you escape from the dojo, I'm nearly exhausted. That uncle possesses superpowers too. Had I not feigned unconsciousness, he might have discovered me. Yun Xiao turned his head to look out the window, yet his thoughts were engaged in a dialogue with Manifai. Thank you. But why were you so chatty back in the dojo with Naji? Manifai's irritated voice resonated in his mind. Hey, that was a completely different situation. That girl is practically a humanoid spirit. Who could focus on such matters then? Moreover, why on earth did you involve yourself in such troublesome affairs? Do you enjoy making life more difficult for yourself? Yun Xiao chuckled helplessly. It's rather complicated, and I cannot explain it to you at the moment. But I must assist her. Manifai replied. All right, by following you. I suppose I've boarded a pirate ship. The bus came to a halt at the roadside, and the driver's voice echoed through the speakers. Dear passengers, we have arrived at REWOUND Town. Chapter 54. The Enigmatic Tower in REWOUND Town, an Eerie Shadow. REWOUND Town, located to the left of Golden City, is the closest small town to this grand metropolis. As Yun Xiao disembarked, the clock was nearing midnight. The streets lay desolate, illuminated only by the dim glow of street lamps. In the damp, chilly air, the town exuded an unsettling silence. I have a dreadful feeling about this place. Why do you always gravitate towards such locales? Manifai, regaining a modicum of energy, surveyed the surrounding streets and lamented. Yun Xiao shot him a glance. I have no desire to be in such a place either, but Naji's mother is supposed to be nearby. Do we have any other options? Manifai fell silent, opting instead to perch on Yun Xiao's shoulder, feigning lifelessness. Yun Xiao proceeded down the streets of REWOUND Town, step by step. He encountered no one. The town was enveloped in profound quietude. save for the peculiar howling of the wind sweeping through the streets. According to Naji's father, her mother had arrived in Xiwan Town 7 days prior, seeking a master with extraordinary abilities to assist Naji. However, beyond this scant information, Naji's father was uncertain, only knowing that she had come to Xiwan Town. With such limited knowledge, Xiao found a chair by the roadside and sat down to ponder. Naji's mother's powers were purportedly stronger than those of an uncle. Thus, it seemed unlikely she could have been abducted. Perhaps she had encountered some other predicament that prevented her from extricating herself. Yet, Xiao could not be certain of this either. If Naji's mother had not come to Xiwan Town at all, or if she had since departed, it would pose a significant dilemma. In the current circumstances, he had no clear course of action and would need to seek someone for information. But at this late hour, where could he find anyone? As Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation, he suddenly noticed an elderly man emerging from around the corner, making his way toward a nearby house. Xiao promptly stood and greeted the old man politely. "Hello." The man appeared startled. Upon recognizing Xiao, he lowered his voice and urgently remarked, "Young man, what are you doing out here at this late hour? Are you not aware that there are ghosts roaming about recently?" "Ghosts?" Xiao was taken aback. The old man glanced around cautiously before passing by Xiao and opening the door to the house, standing vigilantly behind it. "Indeed, you look like an outsider. Let me tell you, in this town, once it hits midnight, terrifying ghosts emerge. Several people have encountered them, leaving them utterly frightened and dazed. They have yet to recover. I advise you to return swiftly. Any matters can wait until daylight." "Is there really such a thing?" Upon hearing the words, Xiao furrowed his brow and took out a photograph of Nazi's mother. "I understand. May I inquire if you have ever seen this lady?" The old man glanced at it and swiftly replied, "I don't recognize her. I've never seen her." "You should leave." Before Xiao could further inquire about the master, the old man abruptly slammed the door shut, ceasing any further dialogue. Left with no other choice, Xiao tucked the photograph away and returned to the bench. Now, with Nazi's situation unresolved, a mysterious ghost had inexplicably emerged. Truth be told, Xiao was rather skeptical about supernatural entities such as ghosts. However, judging by the old man's fearful eyes and actions, he certainly did not appear to be lying. With this thought lingering in his mind, Xiao raised his gaze towards a towering spire at the heart of the town. This was the Elven Tower, the most iconic structure in Xiwan Town. This towering edifice was, in truth, the final resting place for countless elves. Legend has it that the tower was erected eons ago, and that bringing deceased elves to its heights would grant their souls eternal peace. Consequently, many trainers would travel to Xiwan Town to lay their departed elves to rest within the Elven Tower. This practice contributed to the town's peculiar atmosphere, as a settlement associated with death inevitably instilled a sense of dread. Yet, Xiao speculated that the terrifying ghost the old man mentioned was likely a ghost-type elf that had escaped from the Elven Tower, rather than a true specter. In the previous life, if players sought to capture a ghost-type elf, the Elven Tower was the prime location, teeming with such entities. With this in mind, Xiao temporarily set aside thoughts of the ghost and continued to ponder the matter of Nazi's mother. Given the circumstances, finding someone else to inquire was increasingly challenging. He could either return home and seek answers the following day, or continue to wander Xiwan Town in hopes of uncovering new leads. With time pressing on, Xiao opted for the latter, deciding to visit the Elven Tower. Recalling from his past experiences, the Elven Tower housed numerous special minerals birthed from the souls of deceased elves, often collected by players to sell for a handsome profit. With this thought, he made his way toward the Elven Tower. Traversing the entire town, Xiao did not encounter any of the ghosts the old man spoke of and arrived smoothly at the base of the tower. "This tower is so high. It looks rather intimidating," Manifai remarked as she gazed up at the Elven Tower. "It is a place where people bury their deceased elves," Xiao succinctly explained. "If elves possess souls after death, then countless spirits may be wandering around this tower. Death is certainly not a pleasant affair. Fortunately, our kind enjoys a relatively long lifespan," Manifai said, her expression shifting as she reflected on this fact. Xiao was indeed intrigued by his words. "How long? Generally, how long is it?" Manifai pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Well, it's not particularly long, perhaps around 1,000 years?" Xiao decided to refrain from pursuing the topic further and proceeded toward the entrance of the Elven Tower. However, upon arrival, he discovered 2 men clad in black blocking the doorway. One of the slender men, noticing Xiao's approach, stepped forward with an impatient wave of his hand. "Where did this kid come from? Go away. The spirit realm has recently sealed off the Elven Tower. Haven't you heard?" "Sealed? Why?" Xiao furrowed his brow and inquired. "What good does it do to know so much? I can't be bothered to explain. Just leave. We won't let you in. The other man interjected, displaying a look of disdain. Yun Xiao glanced at the tightly shut gates of the Elven Tower. When will it be open again? Not sure, at least a week. If you have any sense, stop bothering us, the first slender man urged, his expression darkening. After a moment's reflection, Yun Xiao turned to depart. Hey, are you just going to leave because they told you to? Manifai's discontented voice rang out. Yun Xiao continued walking for a distance, then paused to explain. Do you know about the spirit realm? Manifai shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. Never heard of it. Yun Xiao's expression turned contemplative as he began. Well, the spirit realm is both a place and the name of an organization. To elaborate, the spirit realm is a vast space independent of the real world, inhabited by various ghostly spirits that wander about. Accessing it requires special entrances. Those who control these entrances and have established bases within the spirit realm to explore and manage it are known as the Spirit Clan. At the top of this Elven Tower, there exists an entrance to the spirit realm. Such information had circulated among players in his previous life. Although he had never ventured into the spirit realm himself, he was still aware of these details. Manifai pouted, seemingly dissatisfied. Those two should not have been so rude. How could they treat someone as noble as me in such a manner? Yun Xiao shrugged helplessly. I must say, you are becoming increasingly vain. They didn't even see you. Regardless, it seems something has occurred within the spirit realm, hence the sealing of the Elven Tower. Try to understand. Manifai waved her antennae in protest. Who is being vain? Yun Xiao ceased his jesting, his expression turning serious. Let us not dwell on that. Since we cannot enter the Elven Tower, what shall we do next? Manifai huffed. How would I know? Wait, what is that thing up ahead? Upon hearing the words, Yun Xiao immediately halted his steps, noticing a vague shadow not far ahead, obstructing his path. The silhouette, humanoid in form, emanated a dense black mist that evoked a profound sense of despair and terror. Furthermore, the shadow imparted an overwhelming aura of oppression, reminiscent of the earlier manifestation by Hudi. The figure stood silently, motionless. Manifai was in a state of panic. Could this possibly be the ghost the old man had just mentioned? Yun Xiao was less than 5 meters away from it. At that moment, he forcefully suppressed the fear surging within him and took a deep breath. A cascade of information materialized before him, quickening his heartbeat. Spirit, Huayan monster, fragmented soul, possession state. Note: this entity is a soul fragment within the Huayan monster's body, currently in a state of possession, thus lacking detailed information. Strength assessment. Master level. This entity was neither a vengeful spirit nor a fairy, but rather a soul fragment from within the Huayan monster, now inhabiting a human vessel. Just then, Manifai's voice rang out urgently. Wait, Yun Xiao, take a closer look at the black mist. With focused attention, Yun Xiao discerned something even more astonishing. The shadow before him was, in fact, a woman, though her long hair cascaded over her face, obscuring her features. Her attire and physique suggested that this possessed individual was most likely Naji's mother. In a flash of thought, a new development unfolded. The woman, possessed, slowly raised her head, seemingly aware of Yun Xiao's presence. The black mist enveloping her instantly became animated, swirling with fervor. Why are you still standing there? Run! Manifai cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao sprinted away. This phenomenon was too sinister, merely a fragment of a soul, yet possessing master-level strength. How was one to confront such a being? In an instant, he had dashed several meters, but when he glanced back, he was taken aback to find the woman had vanished. A wave of intense danger surged within him. He promptly dropped to his left side, pressing himself against the ground. Boom! A terrifying beam of black light shot over his head, obliterating a nearby street lamp. The woman had reappeared in his path, launching an assault. Gritting his teeth, Yun Xiao cursed under his breath. Damn it, there was no escaping this. Yet, Manifai's voice echoed in his mind. Superpower. She just utilized a superpower. This woman is Naji's mother. You must find a way to communicate with her. Rising from the ground, Yun Xiao acknowledged that Manifai's words confirmed his suspicions. But in this dire situation, the priority was to devise a means to free her from the grip of the fragmented soul. He responded loudly, I know. Do you think I don't want to? She is now under the control of a ghostly spirit. Do you have any way to free her from this state? Manifai shook her head repeatedly, her voice filled with panic. No. Besides, I've exhausted my powers today. This time, you truly have to rely on yourself. Be careful. She's attacking again. Yun Xiao immediately dashed to the side, and where he had just stood, a burst of black light erupted, creating a pit in the ground. Hee hee. The shadow, seeing Yun Xiao evade the attack, was not in a hurry. Instead, it let out a strange laugh. It seemed to mock its prey like a cat filled with malice, eagerly anticipating Yun Xiao's fear. Yun Xiao steadied himself and realized that dragging this out was futile. He had to attempt to fight back. Even if the opponent possessed master-level strength, he could only find an opportunity to escape through battle. Charizard, be cautious. He threw the Pokeball, and a flash of white light appeared as Charizard stood alertly before Yun Xiao, fixating its gaze on the shadow. Flame burst, Yun Xiao commanded, and a scorching pillar of fire erupted from Charizard's mouth, shooting directly towards the shadow. However, in the next moment, something bizarre occurred. From within the black mist, Naz's mother gently raised a hand, and the fire pillar inexplicably curved in midair, landing on the ground beside her. What the hell? Yun Xiao cursed inwardly. Why did this ghost possess someone like Naz's mother, a psychic? This significantly multiplied the difficulty of the battle. No, it seems I must find a way to retreat. As Yun Xiao contemplated, the figure of Naz's mother in the shadow suddenly erupted with blue light in her eyes. Seeing this familiar scene, alarm bells rang in his mind. This meant that he and Charizard would soon be suppressed by psychic powers. At that critical moment, however, a figure interposed itself before him. Jinghost, Night Curse. Chapter 55. A powerful man and another major quest? Beside the man, a black shadow suddenly leaped from the darkness, revealing its crimson eyes and showcasing its pristine white teeth in a sinister grin. Following this, a terrifying specter over 3 meters tall manifested in front of Naz's mother, lifting her as easily as one would a chick. The master-level spirit possessing her had no ability to resist before this Jinghost, and could only struggle in the grip of the giant apparition, emitting horrifying cries. Jinghost, be careful not to harm her, the man before Yun Xiao gently reminded, his tone remarkably relaxed, as if he had no concern for the spirit's threat. The Jinghost nodded in agreement, and the massive specter trembled slightly. Yun Xiao was uncertain about the events that had transpired, yet he could vividly perceive a dense, black mist screaming as it erupted from the body of Naz's mother, swiftly soaring several meters away, seemingly poised to escape into the heavens above. Intercepted. Gung-Gui. The man's tone finally bore a hint of seriousness. The Gung-Gui then dispelled the shadow of night, its form vanishing into the void. In the next instant, it materialized before the ominous shadow, its eyes aglow with a gray luminescence, unleashing a terrifying, twisted beam that struck the black mist. The dark vapor began to evaporate at a visibly rapid pace, accompanied by countless anguished screams that emerged only to fade away. It was as if the souls of hundreds were being extinguished in their torment. Moments passed, and under Gung-Gui's onslaught, the black mist was entirely dissipated into the air. Gung-Gui then fluttered unsteadily to Naz's mother's side, gently lifting her and scrutinizing her condition. Indeed, this was the trouble caused by that entity. What a significant predicament it had created. The man beside Yun Xiao murmured to himself, shaking his head. At that moment, Yun Xiao finally discerned the man's appearance. Clad in a tailored black suit and adorned with a formal top hat, he embodied the essence of a Western gentleman, his tall, slender frame exuding sophistication. However, his demeanor was notably relaxed and languid, creating a stark contrast with his attire. At this moment, he turned to Yun Xiao, a smile gracing his lips, and said, "My boy, I apologize for startling you. That creature did not frighten you, did it?" Yun Xiao returned his fire dinosaur to its Pokeball and shook his head. "No. That is good to hear. Had I encountered such a situation at your age, I would surely have been left with psychological scars," the man jested. A playful smile on his face, Yun Xiao maintained a neutral expression, yet his heart was far from tranquil as he gazed at the information displayed before him. Important figure, Weirdeo's, champion-level trainer, Lord of the Spirit Realm. It was indeed him. In his previous life, Yun Xiao had never ventured into the spirit realm and was not well versed in its circumstances, yet he had heard much regarding the lineage of the spirit realm. The conditions within were harsh, and wild spirits were of an unreasonable level, compelling players to tread carefully, lest they provoke formidable spirits. To establish a base within the spirit realm, one must possess overwhelming strength. In a prior assessment of the top 10 strongest trainers in the Pokemon world, this leader of the spirit realm, Weirdeo's, ranked among the top 3. Such a remarkable figure had appeared before him in this manner. Yun Xiao felt a profound astonishment within, simultaneously realizing why the master-level soul had been utterly powerless before the Gung-Gui. After all, this Gung-Gui was a champion-level spirit. Meanwhile, Weirdeo's remained oblivious to the wealth of information the young man had just acquired. He pulled out a cigar, pondered for a moment, then returned it to his pocket. Nodding towards Yun Xiao, "Young man, I know you have numerous questions. Feel free to ask. Consider it a compensation for startling you." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao contemplated briefly before furrowing his brow and inquiring, what exactly was that black mist? Why did it attach itself to a person and pursue me? According to the system's data, the entity possessing Nasi's mother was a fragment of a Hua Yin monster's soul. However, Yin Xiao was entirely ignorant of such spirits. So he decided to feign ignorance, hoping to extract some information from this realm master. Werdeos glanced at Yin Xiao and sighed. Well, all right, young man. This is somewhat our fault. I can tell you, but do not speak of it outside. That thing earlier was not mere black mist. It was a fragment of a Hua Yin monster's soul. Seeing this, Yin Xiao immediately put on a bewildered expression. Hua Yin monster? Werdeos shrugged. It's not surprising you haven't heard of it. It is an exceedingly rare ghost-type spirit, its form constructed from hundreds of souls. The black mist you witnessed was one of them. Then why did this black mist attach itself to a person? Yin Xiao pressed further. Werdeos shot him a sidelong glance and shook his head. To speak frankly, this matter is connected to the recent turmoil in the spirit realm. Those ghost-type spirits have inexplicably fallen into a peculiar state, actively launching assaults against us. Moreover, they are attempting to breach the exits of the spirit realm to enter the human world. You know, once such spirits escape. He cast Yin Xiao a meaningful look before continuing. The good news is that we have managed to suppress this upheaval, and no spirits have infiltrated the human realm to wreak havoc. However, the bad news is that a formidable Hua Yin monster, previously subdued, has seized the opportunity to unleash its soul fragment, intending to instill fear in humans and absorb negative emotions to aid in its recovery and break free from its seal. What you witnessed was indeed such a fragment. As he spoke, his smile abruptly faded. Ah, it's truly troublesome. That wretched creature has been restless ever since we discovered it. If only I were strong enough to contend with it. After hearing Werdeos' explanation, Yin Xiao was momentarily rendered speechless. Such spirits existed? And one that could pose a challenge even to a champion-level trainer. What level of power did that entail? Was it on par with those divine beasts? Yin Xiao was filled with curiosity and astonishment regarding this Hua Yin monster, yet he found himself unable to inquire further, silently committing this matter to memory. As he pondered, the system's notification chime suddenly resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the side quest, the powerful entity of the spirit realm, level quest. Chapter 56 reached a temporary conclusion. Returning to the realm of reality. Level side quest, the powerful entity of the spirit realm. Quest description. You have learned of a terrifying floral rock monster sealed deep within the spirit realm. But this information is insufficient. Who sealed it? Why was it sealed? Is there a possibility of its escape? These questions await your personal exploration. Quest requirements. Journey to the depths of the spirit realm to locate this floral rock monster and utilize the system's scanning function to gather information about it, thereby preventing its imminent escape into reality. Quest rewards. Level item. Soulstone of the Wronged. When carried by a ghost-type sprite, it will grant immunity to control states. A speed increase of 50% and a 30% boost to both attack and defense. Yin Xiao gazed at the information displayed on the system panel, unable to suppress a sigh. Is this even a trigger for a quest? Although the effects of this quest's rewards were indeed formidable, the requirements of the task, to prevent a suspected divine beast from breaking its seal, left him at a loss. How was he supposed to handle such a formidable entity? Moreover, based on the quest's description, Yin Xiao surmised that one day, this floral rock monster would surely break free from its confinement. It was alarming to consider that even a fragment of its soul could wreak such havoc. He could hardly fathom the chaos it would unleash upon the real world should it escape the spirit realm. Well, the quest must be undertaken. Yet, there was no need for haste. After all, in his previous life's memories, he had never heard of such a floral rock monster breaching the spirit realm within the 2 years since the game's launch. Furthermore, his current workload was already overwhelming. The taskbar on the system panel was densely populated with various quests. Level side quest. The Past of the Fast Dragon. Main quest. Pinnacle Cornerstone. Level side quest. Manify and the Oceanic Temple. Level side quest. The Maiden of Golden City, and now. Another quest had emerged. To be frank, there were moments when Yin Xiao felt that his system was rather excessive. In his previous life, during 2 years of gameplay, the highest level quest he had undertaken was merely level, while most tasks typically barely reached level. Yet, the system had consistently presented him with quests that seemed to start at no less than level, which had begun to numb him to the experience. However, there was little he could do. The rewards for these quests were undeniably enticing. Moreover, the objectives of these tasks were aligned with his own desires, to explore the origins of the Fast Dragon, to assist Naji, to help Manify reclaim his temple, and now. to impede the floral rock monster's escape from its seal. Rather than merely issuing demands, the system appeared to be formulating goals in accordance with his actions and aspirations, rewarding him for his endeavors. Xiao was not averse to this. Rather, he found it quite agreeable. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Wieldos suddenly spoke up. "Ah, she has awakened." Upon hearing this, Xiao turned to see that Nasi's mother had regained consciousness, trembling as she stood with the support of Gungui. She reached out to smooth the disheveled hair from her face, revealing a look of bewilderment. "Where am I?" Wieldos, seeing her confusion, expressed his apologies and recounted the events that had transpired, assuring her that he could take responsibility for the spirit realm and offer compensation. However, upon recognizing his appearance, Nasi's mother became suddenly agitated. "Why, you are the lord of the spirit realm?" Wieldos was momentarily taken aback, touching his face in surprise. "Oh, has my reputation reached such heights?" Yet, Nasi's mother did not respond to him, but instead urgently inquired, "Is there a master who is proficient in supernatural abilities visiting your spirit realm?" "I do not seek anything else. May I meet him?" Wieldos shook his head, indicating that he could not assist her. "Ah, that individual? Regrettably, he departed from the spirit realm through the other side of the passage after assisting us in resolving the turmoil caused by the spirits. However, if you wish to find him, there is a way." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Before he left, he mentioned that he intended to stay at a hot spring resort on Red Lotus Island for a while, treating it as a vacation. "If you seek him, you might find him there." After hearing this, Nasi's mother lowered her head and muttered to herself, "Red Lotus Island. Thank you. I shall depart at once." With that, she turned and walked away. Xiao, realizing the urgency of the situation, hastily attempted to follow her, but was stopped by Wieldos. He glanced at Nasi's mother, who was already far off, then turned to Xiao and produced a card from his chest pocket, placing it in Xiao's hand. "Fortunately, you delayed the splitting of the soul. You have been of great assistance to me this time. This is my business card. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Until we meet again." With that, he turned and left with Gungui. Xiao tucked the card away and quickly pursued Nasi's mother. "Wait." Nasi's mother turned at the sound, eyeing Xiao with a perplexed expression, seemingly curious about the intentions of this unfamiliar youth. Her gaze was filled with urgency, prompting Xiao to let out a sigh. "It has been a week since you left Golden City, and Nasi is on the brink of losing control." Upon hearing this, the expression on the woman's face shifted dramatically. "This." She then regarded Xiao with suspicion, her eyes filled with wariness. "Who are you? How do you know about my daughter?" Xiao shook his head helplessly. "It's a long story. Let us talk on the way. We must hurry back to Golden City." 2 hours later, within a guest room at the Golden City Spirit Center, Xiao sat at the head of his bed, gazing at the golden badge in his hand. Exhaling a sigh, accompanied by Naz's mother, he swiftly returned to the Golden Path Pavilion, where, with her assistance, he successfully subdued the tumultuous power within Naz. As a token of gratitude, Naz's father directly bestowed upon him the badge of the Golden Path Pavilion. However, the matter remained unresolved. The power within Naz had not undergone any fundamental transformation. Thus, the quest to seek the master of extraordinary abilities in Honglian Town naturally fell upon his shoulders. Xiao tucked the badge away and glanced at Manify, who was seated beside him. "I owe you a debt of gratitude today. Without your help, I fear I wouldn't have made it out of the Golden Path Pavilion," he remarked. "Well, you should be aware. I'm nearly regretting following you. It's perilous every single day," Manify retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Xiao chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Though her words were sharp, she remained dependable in critical moments. "All right, let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I shall find a way to prepare some origin blocks for you." "That sounds more like it. Good night." Manify pouted and retreated into her pokeball to rest. Xiao drew the curtains, silently invoking the notion of return. With a flicker of light, he vanished from the room. Chapter 57. The arrival of the game ahead of schedule. Re-entering the game world upon returning to his familiar chamber. Xiao removed the gaming headset from his head and suddenly realized something significant. He was now logging into the game with his physical body, even without exiting. He could simply rest and sleep within the game world, rendering a return unnecessary. This realization brought a smile to his lips. Perhaps it was a habit carried over from his previous life. After all, he had spent countless hours in the game, diligently earning money until exhaustion drove him to finally log out and return to the real world for rest. Were it not for the inability to replicate the effects of real sleep in the game, he would have relished the idea of remaining in the game for an entire week without emerging. As he finished reminiscing, he lifted his gaze to the city outside the window, sighing softly. He had experienced quite a bit today and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Just as he was preparing to wash up and retire for the night, he suddenly noticed my Luton had somehow escaped from its Pokeball and was perched on the table, happily gnawing on something. When Xiao discerned what it was consuming, he was momentarily at a loss for words. The creature was munching on, or gold, no less, which qualified as ore. My Luton had devoured an entire gold bracelet, leaving only fragments behind. Observing the creature's blissful demeanor, Xiao hesitated before ultimately choosing silence. After all, this gold bracelet was one he had found on the bus a year ago. At that time, he had sought numerous individuals in hopes of locating its rightful owner. But alas, his efforts had yielded no results. Originally, he intended to sell this item. However, since it belonged to someone else, Xiao ultimately decided to leave it in the room. As a result, today, my Luton devoured it voraciously. Xiao watched as my Luton, having finished the bracelet, let out a satisfied burp before returning to its Pokeball, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. What a predicament! I have found yet another companion that will require a significant financial investment. After resting at home for a night, Xiao rose early the following morning. After skillfully attending to his morning routine and changing his clothes, he prepared to head downstairs to purchase some breakfast. Unintentionally, he glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall. It had been 3 days since his return to this world. According to his recollections, there were still 4 days remaining before the Pokemon world would make its grand debut. The current flow of time in the game was relatively slow, indicating that he still had approximately 7 days to navigate within the game before its official launch. Xiao pondered aloud, stroking his chin. However, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly interrupted him. Ding! The system has detected fluctuations in the river of time. Due to this interference, the flow of time in the game world has synchronized with that of the host's world. Moreover, the timing of the game's arrival may also change. The system will monitor its status and inform the host promptly. Xiao's expression froze momentarily. Just as he had spoken, he was swiftly contradicted. Nevertheless, even if the game were to launch today, he already possessed a terrifying advantage over other players, which would be more than sufficient for him to pursue his ambitions. With this thought, Xiao shook his head, losing interest in going downstairs for steamed buns. Instead, he grabbed a few slices of bread to quell his hunger and returned to his room, donning his helmet to re-enter the game world. After vacating his accommodation at the Pokemon Center, Xiao settled into the lobby, contemplating his next course of action. The matter concerning Nasi had reached a conclusion. He had successfully reunited her with her mother, and he no longer needed to worry about her affairs. However, Xiao did not intend to leave Golden City for 2 reasons. The first reason was the challenge mechanism of the Pokemon League's gyms. It is well known that to participate in the regional trainer competition held annually by the League, one must collect 8 gym badges to qualify. The gyms thus serve as venues for assessing a trainer's strength. Each region typically has 1 or 2 particularly weak gyms to help novice trainers familiarize themselves with battles and encourage their progress. For instance, in the Kanto region, the Dark Gray Gym and the Azure Gym fulfill this role. However, the other 6 gyms are presided over by leaders who possess formidable, gym-level Pokemon. This level of strength is quite significant, ranking above Masters and below Champions, and it is a tier that no player in his previous life had yet reached. Naturally, these gym leaders do not unleash their full strength against challengers. Otherwise, the trainers coming to challenge them would stand no chance at all. They will dispatch Pokemon of varying battle strengths based on the number of badges currently possessed by the trainer. For instance, if a trainer has 4 badges, the Pokemon they send forth will be approximately at level 25. With 5 badges, the level may rise to 30 or beyond. When a challenger arrives possessing 6 badges, they will immediately send out Pokemon around level 40, which signifies mastery-level combat prowess. While these levels may appear modest, they present a considerable challenge for the average trainer and player to attain. This is precisely the purpose of the League establishing gyms, to prevent individuals of significantly lesser skill from infiltrating competitions and disrupting the order of the matches. Xiao has now obtained his 3rd badge from Nasi's father. Acquiring 1 more badge will grant him the 4th. From the 4th gym onward, the intensity of battles will escalate, becoming increasingly formidable. Currently, his strongest Pokemon, Charmeleon, has just reached level 20. Given that he has over 20 days remaining for his task, he decides to deliberately slow his progress and focus on enhancing his own strength, which is indeed the prudent course of action. Moreover, there is another reason for remaining in Golden City: financial constraints. With the assistance of Old Wong previously, he still possesses a sufficient number of cubes to sustain Charmeleon. However, the elemental cubes for Manaphy, the cubes needed for Froakie's growth, and the ores for Melmetal all require funding to procure. Additionally, purchasing move tutors, suitable items, or other resources will also necessitate money. In his current state of financial destitution, he cannot continue to persist. Fortunately, in his previous life, Yun Xiao amassed considerable experience in rapid monetization. Being a trainer is an expensive vocation, yet it is also one that can yield swift returns. Faced with this predicament, Yun Xiao immediately conjures the most suitable solution: entering competitions. To promote the development of trainers, the league frequently sponsors various minor tournaments in addition to the annual regional trainer championships. Events such as elite trainer battles and water-type trainer contests are commonplace. The prizes for these competitions are notably lucrative. Moreover, participating in contests allows for the acquisition of experience points through battles, effectively serving two purposes. Having made his decision, Yun Xiao promptly retrieves his Pokédex, connects to the network, and begins searching for recent competitions in Golden City. Before long, his eyes brighten with excitement. Ah, this could work. Chapter 58. Registration for the tournament, an old acquaintance? As it happens, among the recent competitions held in Golden City, there is one that is perfectly suited for Yun Xiao. The Newcomer Cup, restricted to trainers possessing fewer than 4 badges, is specifically designed for novice trainers with a grand prize of 200,000. Yun Xiao reflects on the information he has found. This competition is classified as a city-level event, typically characterized by its modest scale, primarily designed for the sake of enjoyment. However, given that this is the illustrious Golden City, the largest and most bustling metropolis in the Guandu region, even though the competition may not be of the highest caliber, the prize money remains quite substantial, amounting to a commendable 200,000. For Yun Xiao, such a sum is precisely what he needs to alleviate his pressing financial concerns. Moreover, trainers possessing 4 badges usually do not exceed level 25 in strength, and Yun Xiao believes he can hold his own in this contest. After all, the innate talent, combat experience, and training resources of his Charizard far surpass those of ordinary Pokémon. The competition is scheduled for this afternoon, with the registration deadline set for the morning. Glancing at the time, Yun Xiao swiftly made his decision and activated the navigation system to head towards the registration venue. Participants, please queue in an orderly fashion. Do not crowd, and ensure the security of your personal belongings, echoed the repeated announcements from the loudspeakers. The crowd was considerable. As Yun Xiao navigated through the throngs of people, he caught sight of the line of registrants and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What are we doing here? Manify stirred awake on his shoulder, rubbing its eyes in a state of drowsiness. To earn some money for you to enjoy your treats, Yun Xiao replied succinctly, stepping into the queue. With this understanding, Manify settled comfortably on his shoulder, ready to resume its slumber. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao began to observe the individuals in line. Most of the registrants appeared to be around his age, with several younger children, seemingly eager to partake in the competition for fun. Many had their Pokémon out, perhaps to flaunt them. However, as Yun Xiao scanned the group, he noted that the highest level among them barely reached 20, with the majority only at levels 12 or 13, many still classified as novice. It was reasonable to surmise that truly skilled trainers would likely not engage in such ostentatious and trivial displays. After a brief survey, Yun Xiao returned his focus to waiting patiently as the line progressed. Thanks to the orderly nature of the queue, the line moved swiftly, and before long, it was Yun Xiao's turn to register. The staff member looked up at him, offering a courteous smile. Hello, please present your Pokédex or identification, and register your Pokémon's information. Yun Xiao nodded and handed over his Pokédex. After a series of operations on the computer, the staff member inquired, Yun Xiao. 3 badges, correct? Yun Xiao nodded, releasing his Charizard. This is my Pokémon, Charizard. The staff member expressed surprise at the sight of one of the starter trio. You possess a starter Pokémon. However, 1 Pokémon is insufficient. If you advance to the finals, you will need to compete with 2 Pokémon. It's all right. Then it's settled. Yun Xiao recalled his fire dinosaur and released his Froakie once more. At this moment, the staff members were utterly speechless. Their gazes towards Yun Xiao now imbued with a hint of peculiar emotion. Goodness, yet another starter Pokémon. Surely this young lad must be the offspring of a wealthy family? Despite their surprise, they nonetheless smiled as they completed the registration process for Yun Xiao, handing him a competition qualification certificate along with the previously issued Pokédex. You are number 83. The first round of the competition will take place this afternoon at the Golden City Battle Arena, commencing at 3:30. Please arrive early to prepare. Wishing you the best of luck. Yun Xiao accepted the items with gratitude, but just as he turned to leave, he was suddenly startled by an exclamation from beside him. Is that you? He turned to find a rotund figure clad in gaudy attire and adorned with a golden necklace, glaring at him with gritted teeth. Confused, he inquired, do we know each other? Don't play dumb with me. So you're bold enough to act arrogant in front of me, huh? The hefty man retorted viciously. Suddenly noticing the items in Yun Xiao's hands, his expression twisting into something more sinister. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you here. Are you participating in the competition? Very well, you'd better pray not to cross paths with me. Otherwise, I shall make you understand what regret truly means." Yun Xiao cast him a fleeting glance, his expression impassive, and quickly departed. The man, seeing Yun Xiao's demeanor, snorted disdainfully to himself. "Last time, I lost face because of you. This time, I shall make you pay double. You must be quite unfortunate to have fallen into my hands today." As he spoke, he glanced at a pokeball at his waist, a smug grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, who was that rotund fellow? "Do you know him?" Manify inquired, perched on Yun Xiao's shoulder and waving its tendrils in discontent. "I know him all too well," Yun Xiao nodded, continuing to walk forward. That very man was the one who had commanded his Pokemon to attack him while pursuing Froakie, and Yun Xiao had certainly recognized him. He shrugged and explained, "But engaging with such a person feels rather humiliating, and I have no desire to acknowledge him." "Humiliating? What did he do?" Manify asked, puzzled. Yun Xiao briefly recounted the incident involving Froakie, and upon hearing it, Manify's expression shifted dramatically. "How can there be such humans? Weren't you supposed to have frightened him? Why is he still so brazen this time?" Yun Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. Judging by his demeanor, he likely has some new source of confidence. Akin to a dog finding its master, it's understandable. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Engaging with such individuals is akin to wrestling in the mud. It only serves to soil oneself. Manify shook her head and said, "All right, you decide. What shall we do now?" Yin Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us visit the Cube Production Center in Jinwang City." Chapter 59. The Overwhelmed Staff. Yun Xiao currently possessed 4 Pokemon. Aside from Malotan, each one required specific energy cubes. With Wang Yotsai's assistance, Yun Xiao had successfully produced enough lava cubes to sustain a Charizard for approximately a week, along with several primordial energy cubes that aided Manify in escaping peril. However, this was undoubtedly insufficient, given that energy cubes are a crucial resource for nurturing Pokemon. Yun Xiao's demand for them would only escalate in the future. Moreover, he felt increasingly uncomfortable troubling old Wang for material purchases. After a few more times, it would become somewhat embarrassing. Thus, Yun Xiao resolved to head directly to the Cube Production Center in Jinwang City to obtain the qualifications of a senior producer, thereby securing the authority to procure the materials he needed. Following the navigation instructions, Yun Xiao took some time and soon entered the lobby of the Cube Production Center in Jinwang City. He navigated effortlessly to the registration counter for assessments and tapped lightly on the surface. "Hello, I am here to register for the Intermediate Energy Cube Producer Assessment." "Thank you," he stated. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman. Upon hearing his voice, she looked up and was momentarily taken aback by his appearance, bursting into a hearty laugh, her face adorned with a look of disdain. "This kid thinks he can participate in the intermediate assessment? Has he mistaken his capabilities? Young man, if you wish to become an intermediate producer, you must first pass the most basic entry level." However, her words faltered as her expression froze mid-sentence. She had noticed the qualification certificate that Yun Xiao had placed on the counter. Instantly, she felt a wave of unease wash over her. Her previous demeanor vanished, replaced by a respectful tone as she addressed Yun Xiao. "I apologize. I will assist you with your registration immediately. Please bear with me for a moment." She swiftly took Yun Xiao's qualification certificate and began typing on the computer with great speed. After a brief moment, she returned the document to him along with an admission ticket. "There is an upcoming assessment on the 3rd floor. I wish you success." Yun Xiao nodded, retrieved his qualification and admission ticket, and turned to leave. Once he was out of sight, the woman behind the counter finally relaxed. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and muttered softly to herself, "What on earth? At such a young age, he is already a certified producer. Could he be a disciple of some master? Is there really someone of his caliber near Jinwang City? I must keep an eye on this." She continued to speak to herself, her face displaying a hint of lingering fear. Individuals of such status were not someone a mere registrar like her could afford to offend. However, the elderly lady suddenly reconsidered, gently tapping her fingers on the table, her brow furrowed as she mused. Yet, the intermediate assessment is not easily passed. Even for a Master S apprentice, aspiring to succeed at this age seems rather premature. She had registered countless individuals for the intermediate evaluations. Yet the successful candidates were scarcely a fraction of that number, a testament to the formidable nature of this assessment. But half an hour later, when Yun Xiao reappeared at the counter holding a certificate, the lady was utterly taken aback. What was happening? Had he truly succeeded? Internally astonished, she managed a smile and exclaimed, "You passed so swiftly? Congratulations. Please hand me your qualification certificate, and I shall assist you in updating your information." However, The young man then uttered words that left her utterly speechless. No need for that. Please assist me in registering for the Advanced Creator Assessment. I will return to register after I pass, to avoid any inconvenience. The lady was bewildered. Do you think this is akin to swiftly progressing through levels in a dungeon? Completing one layer only to descend directly to the next? I must inform you, each creator has but one opportunity per year to undertake the advanced assessment. Should you fail this time, you must wait until next year. As she instinctively cautioned him, she suddenly realized the flaw in her reasoning. This young man likely wouldn't succeed next year either. Upon hearing her words, Xiao nodded expressionlessly. I understand. The elderly lady was at a loss for words. Very well, please hold on a moment. Gritting her teeth, she proceeded to register Xiao for the Advanced Creator Assessment. Their essay session on the 4th floor in 5 minutes. Thank you. Xiao accepted the examination permit and departed. The lady, watching his retreating figure, thumped the table in disbelief, deep in thought. If he could pass the intermediate level, perhaps he possesses some skill, but to leap directly to becoming an advanced creator? I refuse to believe it. The difficulty of the advanced assessment was not something an ordinary person could surmount. It required nearly a decade of dedicated research into energy blocks and exceptional talent. Yet, as she contemplated, the memory of Xiao's demeanor as he left flickered in her mind, causing her to shudder. For an exam of such caliber, he appeared utterly unfazed. Could it be? Was it truly possible for him to succeed? After much deliberation, she resolutely shook her head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Reality, however, proved that nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. An hour later, the elderly lady slumped in her chair, gazing at the ceiling, questioning her very existence. Occasionally, she muttered to herself, what a calamity! What kind of monster is this? How could this be? Meanwhile, Xiao glanced down at the golden badge indicating his status as an advanced creator, nodding in satisfaction. The difficulty of the advanced assessment was indeed significantly greater. He had to approach it with utmost seriousness, spending an hour before finally emerging from the examination hall. Certainly, as he departed after passing the assessment, the expressions of those who had just begun their journey into the production phase were truly remarkable. This rank sufficed. Xiao tucked the badge into his pocket and nodded. As a senior artisan, he was now eligible to purchase all the block materials available at the association and gain access to the advanced block crafting recipes made public by the Alliance. In addition to enjoying a monthly stipend of 100,000. Such benefits would satisfy most individuals upon reaching this level. However, Xiao held a different perspective. While 100,000 might sound appealing, for a trainer of his caliber, it was merely a supplementary income. In his previous life, he had attained a senior rank within the block association, yet that was merely because the higher-level expert assessment required a visit to the Quartz Plateau's headquarters, a task he had neglected in favor of leveling up due to its cumbersome nature. This time around, however, the circumstances were different. Xiao intended to invest more time and effort into this field, one in which he was adept, yet had never delved deeply. Nevertheless, such matters could be postponed. There was no rush. Just wait a bit longer. Tomorrow, when I receive the championship prize, I will craft new blocks for you. He whispered to Manify perched on his shoulder. The latter nodded vigorously, eyes sparkling, waving its antennae. You mustn't lose. Go all out and crush them. Xiao chuckled. All right. I will do my best. Yet, a sigh escaped his heart. The fundamental blocks consumed by his ancestors required rare materials for crafting, none of which were inexpensive. Based on previous production efficiency, it was likely that even with 200,000, it would barely suffice for Manify to last a little over a week, necessitating frugal consumption. How daunting. Nevertheless, one step at a time, he would deal with future matters as they arose. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao took his leave. Chapter 60. The competition begins after acquiring his advanced qualification certificate. Xiao returned to the Pokemon Center for lunch. Following a brief respite with a few Pokemon, he set off for the venue of the competition, the Golden City Grand Arena. As its name suggests, this was one of the largest open battle arenas in Golden City, specifically designed to host a variety of competitions. Remarkably, the arena resembled a miniature version of the bird's nest, featuring an open-air design atop. Fortunately, although the weather was not particularly bright, it was at least dry, with only a slightly overcast sky, alleviating concerns about battling in the rain. Upon arriving at the battle arena, Xiao was surprised to find a considerable number of spectators discussing as they made their way inside. This caught him off guard, as he had presumed that such a competition would attract minimal attention. However, upon reflection, Golden City had a vast population, yet only a fraction truly embarked on the path of a trainer. For those remaining, even matches of a lower tier are quite captivating. Xiao shook his head and, accompanied by Manify, proceeded towards the competitor's passage. Unbeknownst to him, a malevolent gaze emerged from the shadows, fixated upon him. The owner of this gaze was none other than the corpulent individual who had previously issued a stern warning. Observing Yun Xiao's retreating figure, he snorted disdainfully. I wonder if you'll maintain your composure when you inevitably face defeat. I've already envisioned the expression on your face when that moment arrives. He muttered to himself as he stepped into the arena. Dear esteemed audience, welcome to the venue of this year's Rookie Cup. I am your host, Sun Ran. At the forefront of the arena, a man clad in a suit was warming up the crowd. He was none other than Sun Ran, the host of the event. His tone was both professional and infectious, igniting excitement among the spectators, filling the air with fervor and lively discussions. Seizing the opportune moment, Sun Ran nodded in satisfaction and once again grasped the microphone. All right, I understand your excitement, but first, I must introduce the sponsor of this competition, Mr. Harufu. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, at the judges' table, a middle-aged man dressed in a black coat and topped with a black round hat rose to his feet and waved to the spectators. Yun Xiao stood in the arena and took note of this individual. He had never encountered the leader of Harufu Corporation in his past life, making this his first introduction. Internally, he etched the man's visage into his memory before retracting his gaze. Now, I shall elucidate the arrangements for this Rookie Cup competition. Sinran's voice once again resonated, silencing the arena. Over 80 competitors had registered for this event, and the competition would unfold over 2 days. This afternoon would consist of several rounds of elimination matches, wherein the contestants would engage in one-on-one battles across 4 zones simultaneously, ultimately determining the top 16 competitors. The remaining 16 would compete tomorrow to establish the top 8, the top 4, and the champions. The final showdown is scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow evening, with the victorious contestant receiving a prize of 200,000 from Harufu Corporation, along with a special mysterious gift. Now, all competitors, please proceed to the drawing area to obtain your match numbers for the first round. The competition is about to commence. With Sinran's conclusion, amidst a chorus of cheers and applause, the tournament was officially underway. Yun Xiao was fortunate to draw the first match in his zone. His opponent was a trendy youth sporting a spiky hairstyle. I look forward to your guidance, Yun Xiao remarked. I look forward to your guidance as well. But I assure you, I shall not hold back, the youth replied. The young man exhibited an expression of assured victory as he winked at Yun Xiao. Both contestants, send forth your Pokemon. The referee's voice echoed, and the youth across from him swiftly released his Pokeball, revealing a small Rattata that materialized onto the battlefield. Go, Rattata. Show them your prowess. A cascade of information flashed before Yun Xiao's eyes. A mere glance confirmed that this Rattata bore similar attributes, possessing a rather feeble strength at level 12, a novice rank. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly retrieved the Pokeball containing his Froakie. Froakie, I entrust this battle to you. An opponent of such low caliber provided an ideal opportunity for Froakie to hone its skills. Froakie nodded at Yun Xiao, its gaze fixated intently on the opposing Rattata. This marked Froakie's inaugural battle since being captured by Yun Xiao, and it was determined to perform admirably. The child opposite exhibited a flicker of surprise, yet maintained an air of smugness. The referee waved the flag, signaling the commencement of the match. Without hesitation, the child commanded Rattata to initiate the assault. Rattata, use tackle. Simultaneously, Yun Xiao issued his command. Dodge, then ensnare it with bubble, and finish with quick attack. As his instruction concluded, Rattata lunged forward to execute its tackle against Froakie. Rattata, cried the child. Froakie, however, deftly evaded the oncoming attack, sidestepping Rattata's relatively sluggish charge. Subsequently, it unleashed a flurry of bubbles from around its neck, ensnaring Rattata within their confines. As the latter struggled in panic, Froakie propelled itself like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful blow that sent Rattata flying. In less than 10 seconds, the match was concluded, with Rattata rendered incapable of continuing. The referee, taken aback by the swiftness of the battle, took 3 seconds to declare Yun Xiao the victor. Rattata is unable to battle. Contestant Yun Xiao wins. The sheer dominance displayed in this encounter left the child momentarily speechless. Well done, Yun Xiao praised as he recalled Froakie, then turned to leave. Such a battle seemed devoid of significance. Despite the potential for double experience points, Froakie gained little due to Rattata's low level. As for the child's mindset, well, one must be prepared to confront the harsh realities of competition once they step into the arena. This was not a fault of his own. Chapter 61. The elimination round concludes. The top 16 emerge having participated in the first round of battles. Yun Xiao found himself with ample time to observe the ongoing matches of other contestants after completing his inaugural contest. Understanding oneself, and understanding one's opponent. One can engage in 100 battles without peril. This principle is quite clear to Xiao. He certainly does not wish to stumble in a competition of such modest caliber, for that would indeed be rather embarrassing. After departing from the arena, Xiao casually selected a nearby battle venue and took a position to observe. It must be said that these small-scale competitions aimed at novice trainers lack substantial merit. Many participants possess rather average skills, most being trainers who have just begun to capture their Pokemon. After watching for a considerable time, he found himself witnessing matchups such as Pidgey versus Caterpie and Rattata against Houndour, which nearly lulled him into drowsiness. Just as he was on the verge of losing patience, he unexpectedly noticed an individual stepping onto the battlefield. This was a young man, sporting black-framed glasses and fringed black hair, appearing to be of a similar age to Xiao. From the moment he appeared, Xiao sensed that this individual was markedly different from the surrounding novice trainers. It was an intuition honed over years of experience as a trainer. Although he could not be entirely certain, he felt an overwhelming likelihood. As expected, when the young man sent forth his Pokemon, Xiao was taken aback. On the battlefield, before the young man, appeared a Bayleaf. Species, Bayleaf. Type, grass. Talent, orange. Ability, Leaf Guard, prevents status conditions in sunny weather. Strength evaluation, 20. Official level, Xiao regarded the information that materialized before him and nodded in acknowledgement. This was the evolved form of Chikorita, one of the 3 starter Pokemon, and could indeed be considered a relatively rare specimen. Moreover, its official level strength and notable orange talent altered Xiao's perception of this individual. He possessed genuine ability. As he pondered, the referee issued the command to commence the battle. Wang Wen's Bayleaf was to face Hong Shi's Rattata. The match began. Wang Wen, huh? Xiao quietly noted this name, choosing not to continue watching but instead turned to depart. The outcome of this battle was undoubtedly predetermined. Although he did not catch a glimpse of Rattata's level, it was evident that it was merely another novice. There was no conceivable way for Bayleaf to lose. Sure enough, just a few steps into his departure, the referee's voice resonated behind him, announcing the result. Rattata is unable to battle. Bayleaf wins. Congratulations to contestant Wang Wen for advancing. It seemed to have been a swift victory. Xiao mused. Yet while this Bayleaf displayed some strength, his Charmeleon was no slouch in battle either. And with the type advantage, he felt little concern about encountering Wang Wen. If encountered, perhaps this Laurel Leaf would transform into an experience package. Xiao was preparing to explore other competition venues when a few contestants beside him began to chatter animatedly. Did you see that? It was truly a single move. Wang Wen's Laurel Leaf is simply formidable. One exclaimed. I reckon if we were to compete, the outcome would likely be similar. After all, he is Wang Wen, a practitioner sent by the Floral Origin Organization. It is only natural for him to possess such prowess. Another sighed, if only I had a rare Pokemon like his. I suggest you cease dreaming and focus on strategizing for the next match instead, came the laughter. From their discussions, Xiao gleaned some information. This individual, named Wang Wen, was a disciple dispatched by an organization known as Floral Origin. To be honest, Xiao had never heard of this organization, yet it reminded him of a somewhat familiar location. Nevertheless, these details were inconsequential. What did it matter if he was a disciple? Currently, his strength was no less than that of these young trainers hailing from prominent factions. With that thought, Xiao shook his head and continued towards the next venue. The first round of the elimination matches concluded swiftly, as 4 venues held competitions simultaneously, greatly enhancing efficiency and speed. After this selection round, Xiao soon drew his match arrangement for the second round. His opponent appeared to be a young child, though the latter's Pokemon had shifted from Rattata to Beedrill. The match, from start to finish, mirrored the previous one. In less than 10 seconds, Beedrill succumbed. Its eyes swirling, rendered unable to fight. Xiao effortlessly secured yet another victory, finally capturing the attention of some contestants and spectators. Who is this Xiao? He seems rather formidable, one whispered. Come on, think logically. Can someone who wields starter Pokemon be weak? Another remarked. Though that Froakie is undeniably impressive. Xiao, oblivious to their musings, resumed watching the matches after his bout. It was not until evening, when the draw for the third round of eliminations commenced, that Xiao returned to his designated area. Fortune favored him this round, as he drew a bye, allowing him to advance without contest. With time to spare, he decided to wander around the various venues once more, hoping to discover some worthy opponents. Indeed, he stumbled upon one. As he approached the area, he witnessed the aftermath of a recent battle. A Beedrill was encased in a thick block of ice, immobile. Meanwhile, a Snover stood on the ground, exuding an innocent demeanor. Yin Xiao immediately fixed his gaze upon the Snover, and a flurry of information began to materialize before him. Sprite, Snow Child, Qualification Rating, Orange, Attribute, Ice, Strength Rating, Official Level, 24. Ability, Mood Fluctuation. During battle, every minute, one random attribute will increase by 2 levels, while another will decrease by 1 level. Level 24. Yin Xiao could not help but be taken aback. This was even higher than the previous Bayleaf. Moreover, this Snow Child possessed the hidden ability of mood fluctuation. If encountered, misfortune could easily ensue if luck were not on his side. A 2-level increase in attributes is no trivial matter. Curiosity piqued. Yin Xiao wondered who the trainer behind such a formidable sprite could be. He glanced towards the opposite side of the battle stage, where a girl with long, dark hair and a cold demeanor entered his line of sight, dressed in cool-toned clothing. Her expressionless face made her appear akin to an iceberg. At that moment, the referee announced the result of the match. The B-drill was unable to continue, and the Snow Child emerged victorious. Congratulations to contestant Luo Bingning for advancing. Luo Bingning? Yin Xiao had certainly not heard of this name before, but he made a mental note of it. She was indeed a strong opponent. As he pondered, Luo Bingning suddenly turned her head, locking eyes with Yin Xiao. Fortunately, she exhibited no reaction and quickly turned away, leading the Snow Child off the battle stage. After contemplating for a moment, Yin Xiao also turned to leave. What a woman! She seemed to possess a rather irritable temperament. Chapter 62. The Provocation of the Overweight Man. The Crisis of the Xyloph Company. As evening descended, the first day of the elimination rounds finally concluded. Over 80 contestants had been narrowed down to the top 16 within this short span of a day. In other competitions of higher standards, such rapidity would be unthinkable. However, given that this was a novice-level contest, such swiftness was deemed reasonable. With this, the day's proceedings reached their conclusion. Tomorrow morning, the matches will progress from 16 to 8, followed by the quarterfinals and semifinals in the afternoon, with the finals set to commence in the evening. At this moment, Yin Xiao was making his way through the contestant corridor towards the exit of the battle hall, reflecting on the sights and experiences of the day. Among the remaining 16 contestants, he had gleaned the strength of most through observation, noting that only the 2 he had seen earlier had reached official level, while the rest hovered around level 15, lacking anything particularly noteworthy. Regrettably, Yin Xiao seemed to have missed every match of the overweight man and remained oblivious to his capabilities. Oh well, it mattered little. With that thought, Yin Xiao shook his head. Just as he mused, the very figure of the overweight man, adorned with excess flesh, suddenly blocked his path. It was indeed the fat man. He gazed at Yin Xiao with a smirk, raising an eyebrow, and remarked, "Oh, I never anticipated that little frog would actually show some improvement after following you." Yin Xiao halted his steps, casting a cold, disdainful look at the loathsome individual before him, and replied in a low voice, "Speak plainly." The chubby one, noticing his attitude, felt his expression darken abruptly. "Oh, quite arrogant, aren't we? Then let me be straightforward. You think that worthless frog has great potential, so you intend to challenge me, right? Fine, I concede it to you. However, I must clarify that the 2 of you merely congregate as refuse, unable to effect any change." The chubby one continued to hurl his taunts and provocations, yet Yin Xiao's face remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, coldly regarding him. "If you have nothing of value to say, you may leave now." The chubby one was momentarily taken aback by his icy gaze, but soon donned a playful grin. "Oh dear, I'm so terrified. I can't be bothered to chat further. I came here to ask if you dare to use that worthless creature to battle me. If you can endure until the finals, I will use my Aber monster, and you can employ that useless frog. I want to make it clear that it's not that I relinquish this sprite to you. Rather, I simply do not regard it as worthy. What do you say? Do you dare?" In the face of the chubby one's mockery and provocation, Yin Xiao merely nodded slightly. "If I encounter you in the finals, I will ensure that Gua Gua teaches you a lesson on humility. Furthermore, neither I nor my sprite is worthless. Yet, there is a considerable amount of refuse present here." Upon finishing his words, Yin Xiao brushed past him and departed. The chubby one stood stunned for a few seconds before comprehending the meaning behind Yin Xiao's words, his eyes now glinting with malice. "How dare you insult me? Very well, I shall see how long you can remain arrogant." He displayed a sinister smile before turning to leave. After exiting the battle arena in the heart of Golden City, Yin Xiao returned to the Pokemon Center for dinner and subsequently rented a room. He summoned Gua Gua from its Pokeball. "You performed admirably today. Well done. You must have heard what that chubby one said while in the Pokeball." Gua Gua's face displayed fury at these words. "Gua Gua, excellent. Since we have been looked down upon, we must strike back fiercely. If we face that chubby one tomorrow, I will send you in first to showcase your training results and demonstrate your strength. Yun Xiao encouraged. Guo nodded vigorously, indicating complete readiness. Very well. Rest for 10 minutes, and we shall commence special training shortly. Observing Guo's spirited demeanor, Yun Xiao smiled. Just as he finished speaking, a series of messages suddenly materialized before him. Ding! Attention, host. The rocket team plans to launch an assault on the Shuruff Company tomorrow night. This event is as significant as the major occurrences in Jinwang City, marking a pivotal moment in history. It is imperative that the host prevents this attack. The host has received a mission: save Shuruff Company. The task requirements are clear, by any means necessary. Ensure that the headquarters of Shuruff Company does not fall into the hands of the rocket team. The reward for completing this mission is a random high-level item. Yun Xiao gazed at the task information, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Just the other day, upon arriving in Jinwang City, he had reminisced about this very matter, and to his astonishment, the actions of the rocket team had come so swiftly. Tonight, they would send operatives to infiltrate the Shuruff Company headquarters, covertly controlling the building for an extended period until their presence was eventually discovered. However, the thought of thwarting the rocket team's plans filled him with concern. He was merely a novice trainer embarking on his journey. The members dispatched by the rocket team were certainly not mere foot soldiers, but rather formidable individuals. In terms of raw strength, he was completely ill-equipped to engage in battle. What should he do? Yun Xiao furrowed his brow. Should he simply call the Shuruff Company and inform them? Upon considering this, he shook his head. It would be absurd for them to trust the cryptic words of a child. If he were to directly alert the League or the police without any evidence, they would likely dismiss his claims as well. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him. He picked up his Pokédex and dialed a number. The phone rang, and soon the call was connected. Yun Xiao cut to the chase. Hello, Professor Oak? I have a very serious matter to discuss with you. On the other end, Professor Oak's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing Yun Xiao's words. Xiao Yun, what is this important matter? Speak. With a grave demeanor, Yun Xiao replied. I am currently in Jinwang City, which I believe you know is the headquarters of Shuruff Company, correct? Professor Oak nodded. Indeed, that is true. But what is the matter concerning Shuruff Company? Yun Xiao continued. Tomorrow night, the rocket team plans to attack Shuruff Company, aiming to secretly take control of the organization. He added, I understand that you might have doubts regarding my words, but I overheard two mysterious individuals on the street today. They indicated that the operation would commence tomorrow night to seize Shuruff Company. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious. You speak the truth, do you not? Xiao Yun, you must not jest about such matters. Yun Xiao nodded affirmatively, confirming the gravity of the situation. Without a doubt, Doctor. I implore you to reach out to the individuals at the Alliance and urge them to take preemptive measures and prepare accordingly. Observing his demeanor, Professor Oak ultimately chose to place his trust in Yun Xiao. From their very first encounter, the boy had left a favorable impression on him, appearing far from the sort to utter such deceit. However, after a moment of contemplation, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Why don't you simply notify the Alliance? Or report it to the authorities? Yun Xiao shook his head and replied, Doctor, do you truly believe that someone like me, a novice trainer, would be taken seriously by the Alliance if I were to convey such information? The Shuruff Corporation stands at the forefront of technological advancement globally. If Team Rocket seeks to covertly seize control here, they are surely intent on utilizing these technologies for nefarious purposes. This matter is far too grave. I can only choose to inform someone who I know will believe me. Professor Oak nodded repeatedly at his words. Excellent, Yun. You are absolutely correct. I will promptly inform the higher-ups at the Alliance about this issue. While you are in Golden City, you must prioritize your safety. Yun Xiao nodded and ended the call, letting out a sigh of relief. With this, there should be no further complications. As he had articulated, if he were to disclose this matter to Miss Jun Xia or anyone from the Alliance, they might not take him seriously. However, Professor Oak was different. Yun Xiao understood his character thoroughly. In such situations, Professor Oak would undoubtedly choose to believe him. Furthermore, as a leading figure in the realm of Pokemon academia, Professor Oak held a prestigious position, enabling him to make direct contact with the highest echelons of the Alliance. Thus, the issue was resolved. Yun Xiao shook his head and waved at his Froakie. Let us go. The break is over, and training must commence. In the backyard of the Pokemon Center, there lay an expansive area designated for trainers. Yun Xiao brought forth his Pokemon, releasing them all into the open air. His gaze first settled upon Charmeleon. Roar! Charmeleon emerged with a displeased roar. After an entire day of competitions, it had been relegated to a mere spectator, leaving it in a foul mood. All right. Such low-tier battles hold little meaning for you. Tomorrow's matches will feature opponents who are unlikely to be weak, and I assure you, you will take the stage. Xiao smiled gently, offering words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Charmeleon's discontent began to fade, and it crossed its arms with a huff. Among the remaining 8 competitors, only 2 of their Pokémon warrant caution. One is that icy behemoth, Frostless. Its ability is quite troublesome, so a swift resolution is preferable. Xiao paused momentarily before continuing. The other is Li Yang's Bayleaf, but compared to Frostless, it should be significantly easier to handle. As long as we do not underestimate it, we will prevail. After all, both of these Pokémon are at a disadvantage against you due to their typings, giving us an inherent upper hand. After listening, Charizard could not help but roll his eyes at Xiao. I am already quite seasoned. There is no need for your instructions. As long as you are aware, we shall proceed with our usual training under the clear skies tonight. Xiao ceased his nagging. Charizard nodded and retreated to a corner to practice the weather skill in which he had made slight progress. Having addressed Charizard, Xiao turned his attention to Froakie. The upcoming match may pose some challenges for you, so Charizard will primarily take the lead. Froakie nodded in understanding. However, Xiao's tone shifted as he furrowed his brow. Nonetheless, should we encounter that rotund fellow, if he dares to send out his Arbok, we shall show him who the true underperformer is. Froakie concurred with Xiao's assertion. Excellent. But mere enthusiasm is insufficient. For the sake of securing victory against that chubby adversary, I shall conduct special training for you tonight. Xiao nodded and beckoned to the nearby Manaphy. Manaphy, come here for a moment. Manaphy, seated on a flower bed and tugging at a petal, looked over in bewilderment. Huh, I am training too. Get it straight. I am not your Pokémon. Of course I know. Do not worry. I only need your assistance, Xiao replied with a smile. Only then did Manaphy drift over, its antennae drooping as it lethargically asked, what do you want me to do? Simple. You are a mythical Pokémon. Your strength must be formidable, correct? Xiao inquired. Manaphy paused, a hint of pride crossing its face. Indeed. Let me tell you, if all my powers were restored, not even your entire team could hope to defeat me. Xiao regarded the creature with a hint of skepticism, pondering to himself. Although the system indicated that this being possessed champion-level strength, he could not shake the feeling that this Prince of the Sea was merely a mascot, even if it regained its powers. Ahem, in that case, you must know some basic skills, such as water gun. Manaphy shot Xiao a disdainful glance. Of course. Such a simple skill can be executed effortlessly, even in my diminished state. Upon hearing this, Xiao asked, then how many times can you use it consecutively? Manaphy scoffed. As many as I wish. This trivial skill expends virtually no energy on my part. After Manaphy spoke, Xiao snapped his fingers, satisfied. Excellent. Now, direct your water gun at Froakie continuously. Be mindful of your strength. After all, there is a significant disparity in your abilities, and we wouldn't want to injure him. Froakie, you simply need to evade. Manaphy responded with a puzzled expression. Something seems off here. Am I being tricked into becoming a training dummy? Noticing Manaphy's confusion, Xiao quickly added a clarification. Rest assured, tomorrow, upon winning the championship and receiving the prize, I shall promptly create the primordial block for you. Upon hearing this, Manaphy's expression shifted once again. It seemed that perhaps it was not an impossible task after all. Chapter 64. The calm before the Malotan finals. Although Manaphy exhibited a reluctant demeanor towards Xiao's proposal, considering that he was indeed benefiting from the hospitality of others, he begrudgingly accepted the role of practice partner for the Froakie. The training results were akin to what Xiao had anticipated. Even if Manaphy's abilities were diminished, the king-level Pokémon could still effortlessly wield water gun. Amidst the barrage of water projectiles, Froakie endeavored to evade, yet due to the swift speed of Manaphy's water gun, it was inevitably struck by droplets. After observing for a while, Xiao nodded in satisfaction. You have all worked hard. If you feel fatigued, do not hesitate to take a break. This training method was a spontaneous idea of his. Should Froakie master the art of dodging Manaphy's attacks, it would surely excel at evading the skills of its opponents in genuine battles. This was the initial step in cultivating Froakie's combat style. After arranging the training for the 2 primary Pokémon, Xiao shifted his focus to Malotan. Though this little creature was of a low level, it was still a mythical Pokémon with remarkable red aptitude, arguably possessing even greater potential than Charmeleon. However, Xiao felt a tinge of concern. What if this little one was disinclined to battle? After all, each Pokémon possesses a unique personality. Some revel in combat, while others prefer a peaceful existence. He had an inkling that Manaphy might belong to the latter category. Pondering this, Xiao ultimately decided to inquire Malotan. Malotan, since you have chosen to accompany me, we must have a conversation. Besides your fondness for consuming minerals, are there other pursuits that bring you joy? Melotin lifted its head to glance at Xiao and shook its head. Xiao fell into silence for a few moments. Well, let me explain. You enjoy eating minerals, correct? I presume the more precious the mineral, the more delightful its flavor must be. As you continue to grow stronger, you will be able to savor even more of such exquisite minerals. Upon hearing this, Melotin's eyes twinkled, seemingly contemplating the connection between these two matters. Xiao gently elaborated. You see, precious minerals either require a monetary investment to acquire or can be found in remote locations. As your strength increases, it will indirectly enhance my earning potential, thus granting us access to those secluded places. Wouldn't you agree? Melotin appeared taken aback by Xiao's words, realizing that there was indeed some logic in them. So, for the minerals you cherish, let us strive together, Xiao encouraged. Melotin nodded vigorously, indicating that it fully understood. Thus, Xiao successfully guided the elusive spirit that had joined his team onto the path of empowerment. Meanwhile, within the arena of Golden City, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit was engaged in conversation with a respectfully attentive gentleman beside him. If others had been present, they would undoubtedly recognize the former as the leader of Silver Company, Mr. Silver, and the latter as the host of the current competition. What are your thoughts on today's match? Mr. Silver inquired, casting a glance at the battlefield with a smile. To be honest, I did not anticipate that a competition of this caliber would feature several noteworthy contenders, the host replied. Which ones? Do elaborate, Mr. Silver prompted. First, there is Li Yang from the Land of Blossoms. My goodness, at such a tender age, he has already attained the formal level. And the prowess of his laurel leaf is truly formidable, the host remarked, visibly impressed. And then there is that one named Luo Bingning. Although her origins remain a mystery, her snow sprite appears to surpass Li Yang's laurel leaf in strength, he continued. Mr. Silver smiled faintly. This young lady's background is quite remarkable. She is a disciple of a prominent figure. Upon hearing this, the host displayed an expression of realization. Mr. Silver continued, Li Yang and Luo Bingning. Keep a close watch on them. Ensure they do not face off too soon in the competition. It would detract from the excitement. I understand, the host acknowledged. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Silver suddenly added, also include that one named Xiao in your considerations. Do not allow them to confront each other before the semifinals. The host paused in surprise. Xiao? That name rings a bell. He is the trainer of the Froki. Correct? Mr. Silver nodded. Indeed, that's him. The host appeared somewhat perplexed. While this Xiao's Froki is indeed one of the starter Pokemon, it seems its strength has yet to reach the formal level. Why is that? Mr. Silver retrieved a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before speaking slowly. Intuition. I have observed this young fellow's battles, and although it is true that his Froki may not possess formal level strength, I suspect this might merely be his second Pokemon. Mr. Silver's eyes widened in surprise. Are you suggesting that he has another, even more powerful primary Pokemon that has yet to make an appearance? Mr. Silver nodded in affirmation. Exactly so. However, I cannot be entirely certain. It is simply that Xiao gives me an impression of being rather extraordinary. In any case, follow my advice. We shall ascertain the extent of his capabilities in the finals, provided he advances that far. Just as Mr. Silver concluded his statement, his phone, which had been nestled in his pocket, suddenly rang. He retrieved it and answered the call. Hello? This is Mr. Silver. Who is speaking? Moments later, a sudden shift in expression crossed his face, revealing a blend of surprise and seriousness. I cannot believe such a thing has occurred. I understand now. I shall return shortly. He ended the call, excusing himself to the host before swiftly departing. Although the host was unaware of the exact circumstances, he could surmise that it pertained to the affairs of this esteemed executive's company. Thus, he found no reason for astonishment and turned to exit the competition venue himself. On a corner of Golden City, a large delivery truck was parked not far from the Silver Tower. The vehicle appeared quite inconspicuous, drawing no attention. However, within the driver's seat, a tall, slender man was speaking in hushed tones. Sir, I have arrived near Silver Company and am about to commence reconnaissance before the operation. Chapter 65. The Battle of the Croaking Frogs. The following morning, the main competition hall in Golden City was nearly filled to capacity with spectators. The host's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, echoing across the venue. Welcome, everyone. I believe all of you understand why we are gathered here at such an early hour. Today, the Newcomer Cup competition reaches its climax, with the remaining 16 contestants set to battle until a champion is crowned. Now let us welcome these 16 competitors into the arena. The host raised his arms in enthusiasm, and one by one, the contestants emerged, standing before the eager audience. Cheers erupted from the stands. Go Miss Luo Ningxuang. You are destined to be the champion. Liang, give it your all. Crush them with your laurel leaves. The majority of the cheers were directed towards these two individuals. In the eyes of the current audience, their prowess was unparalleled, making them the foremost contenders for this year's title. In contrast, Xiao, who had only showcased the croaking frog thus far, naturally paled in comparison to them. Next, let us invite the event's principal sponsor, Mr. Shilif, to address the audience. The host waited for the crowd to settle down before continuing. At the judges' table, Mr. Shilif, clad in a suit, stood and waved to the audience. I shall be observing the upcoming matches in their entirety and will personally present a special reward to the ultimate champion. Now, I shall announce the matchups for the top 16 competing for the top 8. Shilif produced a list and began to read the names aloud. Among the competitors, Xiao listened intently as expected. Luo Ningxuang and Li Yang were indeed grouped together. From the perspective of the competition organizers, there was a clear hope that these two would face off in the finals. Otherwise, the event would lack excitement. Xiao's opponent in this round was a girl with twin pigtails and glasses. The individual in question had previously participated in a match that Xiao had observed, employing a level 14 oddish. While its raw strength was rather unimpressive, it excelled in utilizing sleep powder and poison powder to establish a competitive advantage. After some contemplation, Xiao swiftly devised a counter-strategy. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the match, Xiao, having reached the 4th round of competition, took a seat among the audience, quietly watching the unfolding battles. From this round onwards, each match would be conducted independently, allowing him to closely assess the abilities of each remaining competitor. The first contestant to enter the arena was the rotund individual. This time, Xiao finally witnessed his battle, as he sent forth the same arbok from before, which had only marginally increased in level from 16 to 17. His opponent, a contender who had also reached the top 16, commanded a Pidgey. The two Pokemon clashed fiercely, and within 5 turns, Pidgey succumbed to the venomous onslaught of Arbok. Observing Wang Wan, who descended from the battlefield with an air of triumph, Xiao furrowed his brow. Although Arbok had not significantly improved, the audacity to provoke him indicated the presence of another Pokemon specifically trained to counter his Charmeleon. Yet, whether he would reveal this second Pokemon before the finals remained uncertain. After some reflection, Xiao ultimately shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Regardless, he would inevitably face it, and he was prepared to fight. Given Charmeleon's current strength and foundation, even encounters with opponents of significantly higher levels would not be insurmountable. In the second match, Liang took the stage, deploying his trusty Bayleaf. With a swift leaf blade and a vine whip, he effortlessly dispatched his adversary's Krogunk. Xiao had gathered a fair understanding of Liang's capabilities. He felt confident that if Charmeleon were to confront Bayleaf, the odds of victory would exceed 90%, considering the remaining 10% as a mere act of humility. In the third match, Luo Bingning stepped forward, and this time, his opponent possessed a modicum of genuine strength, a level 16 Beedrill, boasting a purple aptitude. It was noteworthy that throughout this tournament, most Pokemon he had encountered exhibited blue or green qualities, making the sight of a purple aptitude Pokemon quite remarkable. This was, in fact, expected, as orange aptitude was already deemed exceedingly rare. However, Xiao's team, with all members exhibiting orange aptitude or higher, and even 3 possessing red aptitude, created an impression of orange being plentiful and red being ubiquitous. Returning to the match, confronted by Beedrill's fierce assault, Frostlass unleashed an ice beam, compelling the opponent to maintain a distance. Subsequently, a deep crimson light flashed across Frostlass's form. Observing this scene, Xiao shook his head in disbelief. The deep crimson hue signifies a special attack, and this time, the ability of the Ice Ghost activated, elevating its special attack by 2 levels. The Beedrill, already at a disadvantage, found itself rendered even more helpless. As anticipated, just as Xiao had surmised, the Ice Ghost unleashed a precise ice beam that struck the airborne Beedrill, encasing it in ice. The referee announced Luo Bingning's victory. In the audience, a wave of cheers erupted, evidently captivated by the girl named Luo Bingning. Xiao sat in his seat, furrowing his brow. This scene felt oddly familiar, but he brushed it aside. Rising from his chair, he made his way towards the battlefield. With the first 3 matches concluded, it was now his turn to compete. The battle was about to commence. Both contestants were summoned to send forth their Pokemon. As the referee proclaimed, the girl opposite Xiao was the first to present her Pokeball. Here we go, Oddish. A flash of white light revealed an Oddish, brimming with fighting spirit as it gazed intently at Xiao. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao ultimately chose to deploy his Froakie. despite the type disadvantage and level disparity. This presented a challenge for Froki. Now at level 15, it was but a step away from evolution, and victory in this battle would likely see it evolve into a Frogadier. Thus, Xiao decided to send out Froki. Oddish, we have the type advantage. Let us give it our all. Upon seeing Froki, the girl encouraged her Oddish, which responded by shaking its leaves in acknowledgement. As the two Pokemon took the stage, spectators began to engage in discussions. Hey, who do you think will win, Froki or Oddish? Isn't it obvious? Although Froki has performed well in previous matches and is one of the starter Pokemon, I think Oddish is no pushover. Just its Sleep Powder and Poison Powder could spell trouble for Xiao, especially with the type disadvantage. So you believe Oddish has the upper hand? Well, even though I find Froki quite impressive, I think his journey might end here. Most of the audience discussions leaned towards the belief that Xiao would lose this match. The battle was structured as a one-on-one duel. Whichever Pokemon lost its fighting capability would determine the victor. Now, the match was set to begin. At that moment, the referee waved the flag, signaling the commencement of this battle. Chapter 66. The quarterfinals commence. Will the Fat One strategy be revealed? Alright, Oddish. You know the drill. Use Sleep Powder. The girl barely finished her sentence when Xiao swiftly issued his command. Use Bubble to obscure its vision. Having strategized his approach prior to the battle, Xiao had already set his command in motion the instant the girl began to speak. The reaction speed of the Qua Pow frog is remarkably swift. As Xiao finished speaking, it had already seized the white foam encircling its neck and hurled it at the unsuspecting Hua flower across from it. Caught off guard, the latter found its face plastered with the white foam, rendering its vision a blinding white and leaving it unable to act. Witnessing her Pokemon in a state of disarray, the girl stomped her foot and exclaimed, "It's just some foam. Hua flower, shake it off." Upon hearing her command, Hua flower immediately attempted to shake off the foam. However, the foam, originating from the Qua Pow frog's neck, possessed a uniquely adhesive quality that made it impossible to dislodge. Meanwhile, Xiao was not about to let the Qua Pow frog stand idle. Charge forward. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as the Qua Pow frog, having just released the foam, propelled itself forward with a burst of silver light, crashing directly into Hua flower's abdomen and knocking it to the ground. This impact inflicted significant damage, causing Hua flower to struggle to its feet as the foam finally dissipated, allowing it to use its skills again. Strike back. Use Sleep Powder. The girl commanded immediately, clenching her fists in contemplation. Although Hua flower was at a disadvantage now, if the Sleep Powder could successfully hit, followed by a series of toxic and paralyzing powders, the tide of battle could be turned. Yet, Hua flower was engulfed in confusion, for the Qua Pow frog had vanished from sight, completely eluding it. In the midst of its bewilderment, Xiao issued another order. Now, charge in again. Just as Hua flower was regaining its senses, it felt a tremendous force collide with its back, sending it crashing down once more. At the moment it was knocked over, the Qua Pow frog had silently repositioned itself into Hua flower's blind spot. Get up, you useless creature, the girl urged, her voice laced with encouragement. Yet internally she was beginning to panic. Despite having faced numerous battles alongside Hua flower, her experience was still relatively limited, rendering her a novice trainer. In situations of such overwhelming disadvantage, it was only natural to lose a bit of clarity in judgment. In contrast, Xiao remained composed, continuing to issue commands. Do not give it a moment to recover. As before, use foam for cover and then rush in for successive strikes. The Qua Pow frog once again unleashed a barrage of foam, obscuring its opponent's vision and leaving the still recovering Hua flower bewildered. Not this again. Quickly use Vine Whip to clear the foam. In a moment of desperation, the girl finally conceived a solution to counter this tactic. However, it was evident that her response had come too late. In the midst of the fierce contest, the agile Froki, after a series of powerful strikes, finally subdued the already delicate Oddish, which collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Before Xiao, a cascade of notifications from the system materialized. Ding! Congratulations! Your Froki has achieved victory in battle, earning 202 for 140 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your Froki has leveled up to level 16. Yet, despite the notifications, Froki exhibited no reaction, leaving Xiao somewhat perplexed. Logically, reaching level 16 should have triggered an evolution. After some contemplation, he arrived at a singular conclusion. Froki's prior battles had been overly simplistic, lacking the necessary weight to activate its potential, thereby preventing its evolution. This was not merely a game. Evolution is fundamentally the result of an accumulation of power within a Pokemon, culminating in a qualitative transformation when sufficiently stimulated by leveling up. As Yun Xiao pondered this, the referee announced the victor of the battle. With Oddish incapacitated, the winner was declared to be Yun Xiao. Congratulations to Yun Xiao for advancing to the top 4. A wave of excitement surged through the audience. Could one truly triumph despite the elemental disadvantage? Moreover, this victory seemed almost effortless. Those who had previously believed Oddish invincible were now left in stunned silence. What a cunning use of bubbles, some thought, their hearts racing with admiration. Who would have imagined that Froakies bubbles could serve such a purpose? This is not dirty play, it is strategy. Do you understand strategy? The audience, though comprised of locals from the Pokemon world, had limited exposure to such combat techniques, hence their astonishment. Amidst this, the judge, Silver, cast a meaningful glance at Yun Xiao, recognizing that this young contender was indeed formidable. As time passed, 2 hours later, the final list of the top 8 had been revealed. Yun Xiao, Li Yong, Wang Wen, and Luo Ningxiang were all prominently featured. As for the remaining competitors, Yun Xiao had observed their matches. Despite possessing some skill, they posed no real threat to his Charizard, rendering them insignificant. After a brief intermission of 10 minutes, Silver announced the matchups for the semifinals. Yun Xiao scrutinized the pairings, his brow furrowing slightly. Firstly, one of the remaining 8 competitors appeared to have forfeited their intention to continue, granting Yun Xiao a direct advancement without an opponent. Secondly, Li Yong was set to face off against the rotund Wang Wen. Should Li Yong deploy his Abomasnow, he would undoubtedly struggle against Wang Wen's Bayleaf. This implied that the hefty contender would need to bring forth his second Pokemon for this matchup. Yun Xiao reflected on this and returned to his seat among the spectators. At that moment, the first battle was entering its preparatory phase. The 2 combatants in the arena are none other than Li Yong and Wang Wen. Yun Xiao gazes at the confident Wang Wen on the battlefield, murmuring to himself, "I am curious to see what has bestowed upon you such confidence." Chapter 67. Unexpected strength, or perhaps a grueling battle. The spectators in the audience share a consensus regarding this impending clash. Wang Wen's prior performances in competitions appeared rather mediocre, in my opinion. His Arbok could hardly rival the prowess of the Bayleaf. Is there even a need to mention it? Li Yong, after all, is backed by an organization with ample resources, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary trainer. Based on previous match outcomes, it is only natural for them to believe that Li Yong is destined for victory. At this moment, both Li Yong and Wang Wen have assumed their positions on the battlefield. May both competitors release their Pokemon. Upon hearing this, both trainers simultaneously cast their Pokeballs, and 2 beams of radiant light swiftly emerged. Before Li Yong stands the illustrious Bayleaf, its leaves shimmering in the sunlight. However, on Wang Wen's side, the creature that materializes is not the Arbok. Instead, on the battlefield stands a centipede-like Pokemon, resplendent in shades of purplish red, its sharp horns gleaming menacingly in the light, evoking a sense of trepidation. This is a Centiskorch. The aura of this Centiskorch appears to eclipse that of the Bayleaf, its towering figure dwarfing the latter significantly. With an air of disdain, the Centiskorch looks down upon the Bayleaf, as if regarding its opponent with contempt. In the judges' area, Mr. Shuruff, who had previously displayed no expression, suddenly furrows his brow upon witnessing the Centiskorch. The power of this creature may indeed be exaggerated. He turns his head towards the host beside him and instructs, "Investigate this Wang Wen. Ascertain whether this Centiskorch belongs to him." The host, taken aback, nods vigorously and promptly seeks assistance. Meanwhile, murmurs arise among the audience. What kind of Pokemon is that? I've never seen it before, but it seems incredibly formidable. I know. I believe it's called Centiskorch. Like the Bayleaf, it is not a native Pokemon of our Kanto region, so I am not entirely certain about its specifics. It appears that Wang Wen has kept a trump card hidden. Suddenly, I sense that the outcome of this battle may not be as predictable as once thought. Yun Xiao attentively absorbs the spectator's remarks, his gaze fixed intently on the Centiskorch. The outcome of this match, however, is not shrouded in uncertainty, for the Bayleaf is destined to lose. Before his eyes, a flurry of information begins to materialize upon the system panel. Sprite, Centipede King, Attribute, Bug, Poison, Qualification, Purple, Ability, Bug Sense, when health is below 1/3. The power of bug type moves increases by 50%. Strength evaluation, level 30, official top tier, at level 30. A true pinnacle of strength. This is a full 10 levels higher than Charmeleon, and 8 levels above his opponent, Bayleaf. It is worth noting that although level does not dictate everything, Such a significant disparity in levels creates an immense chasm. Xiao could hardly fathom that this rotund individual would present such a formidable Pokemon for the competition. There was no doubt that Bayleaf would face defeat. The grass type is severely disadvantaged against both the poison and bug types, and the level difference was glaringly apparent, rendering victory nearly impossible. However, Xiao's thoughts had shifted away from the battle at hand. Firstly, this Centipede King was undoubtedly not a Pokemon cultivated by the rotund trainer himself, given his apparent lack of experience in commanding Pokemon. He could be deemed a novice trainer. A Pokemon of such strength typically requires at least 2 to 3 years of dedicated training to develop. Even players benefiting from game systems would need several months to achieve similar results. It was highly likely that this Centipede King had been purchased specifically by the rotund trainer. This blatantly contravenes the tournament rules, yet since the opponent managed to register this Pokemon, Xiao resolved to set that consideration aside for the moment. What he needed to contemplate now was the potential odds of Charmeleon prevailing against this opponent in the finals. As Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the official commencement of the battle. Liang regarded the Centipede King with a troubled expression. Based on his experience, he recognized that this Pokemon was exceptionally powerful, exuding an unprecedented sense of pressure. Bayleaf, your opponent is formidable. Proceed with caution. Bayleaf nodded, casting a wary glance at the Centipede King, sensing the extraordinary prowess of the creature before him. Meanwhile, Wangwen stood confidently with his hands on his hips. A smug expression plastered across his face, brimming with certainty of victory. He muttered to himself, "Humph, with this fellow on my side, the championship is as good as mine." That Luo Chun must be utterly stunned upon witnessing this behemoth. In the next moment, the referee announced the official start of the match. Bayleaf took the initiative. Executing Leaf Blade, Liang issued the command, intending to first gauge the battle tactics of the opposing Pokemon before proceeding. With a swift shake of its head, Bayleaf launched 3 gleaming, sharp leaves towards the Centipede King. The rotund trainer chuckled, remarking, "You think such an attack could hit the Centipede King? Dodge." Yet, in the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Centipede King audaciously disregarded the commands of the hefty individual, bowing its head and charging forward with fervor in the face of the incoming razor-sharp leaves. The expression of satisfaction on the hefty one's face abruptly froze. Curse it! This creature truly does not heed my words. Yet, Wangwen found himself powerless. The Centipede King was not his own, but rather a loan from his father. Meanwhile, the sharp horns atop the Centipede King's head erupted in a brilliant purple light, its myriad of legs propelling it forward with astonishing speed. The swift attack of the laurel leaves barely inflicted any harm upon it. Not even a fraction of its speed diminished. How could this be? Liang was momentarily bewildered. Before he could issue a command, the Centipede King had already lunged toward the laurel leaves, its horns striking with tremendous force. The laurel leaves were sent flying by the sheer might, landing at the edge of the arena with a cry of anguish. It struggled to rise, but ultimately succumbed to the devastating blow of the super horn strike, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. At that moment, the audience fell silent. The favored contender, the laurel leaves, had exhibited no resistance and was vanquished in a single strike. The referee, momentarily stunned, eventually declared the victor of this battle. With the laurel leaves rendered incapable of fighting, Wangwen advanced to the semifinals. It was only then that the spectators regained their senses, erupting into fervent discussions. Goodness, this sprite is astonishingly powerful. Even Li Yang's laurel leaves were defeated in one blow. I could barely grasp what transpired. Who exactly is this hefty individual? Amidst the murmurs, Wangwen recalled the Centipede King, lifting his gaze to scan the front rows of the audience. His eyes ultimately connected with Xiao's. "See you in the finals," he mouthed mockingly to Xiao. With that, he descended from the battlefield. Xiao, in contrast, displayed no signs of anxiety or concern, merely a contemplative expression. To be frank, he did not regard the Centipede King as invincible. However, winning would not be a simple endeavor. He fell into deep thought. Chapter 68. Conclusion of the quarterfinals and semifinal arrangements. Following the conclusion of the first battle, the remaining contestants began to enter the arena one by one for their matches. Xiao was the last to compete in this round, facing a boy who wielded a large tongue shell, whose abilities were even slightly inferior to those of the girl who had previously used the mouth flower. Thus, Xiao did not dwell on this match too much. His thoughts were entirely consumed by how to deal with the Centipede King. To be honest, under normal circumstances, he would not even consider engaging in a battle of such a disparate level, as the gap in strength was insurmountable. Yet, the current situation was somewhat different. Firstly, Although the Centipede King has attained a level of 30, its strength evaluation has not reached the elite tier, remaining firmly in the realm of the top tier. In contrast, Yun Xiao's fire dinosaur has been at the official level for a considerable period, likely nearing the mid-tier of that classification. Consequently, the disparity in their abilities is not as pronounced as it might initially appear. Secondly, it is evident that the Centipede King was not trained by the fatty himself, as indicated by its lack of obedience to commands. This means that the Centipede King will act independently during battle, providing the fire dinosaur with ample opportunities to capitalize on. The third point pertains to the fire dinosaur situation. There exists no fire dinosaur at this level that has mastered the art of flame projection with considerable combat experience. Moreover, considering that the Centipede King is of the bug type, the fire dinosaur still maintains a type advantage. In light of these factors, Yun Xiao feels he possesses a fair chance of victory. However, he must acknowledge the undeniable gap in raw strength between the two Pokemon, and thus he cannot guarantee a win. Should the fire dinosaur face the Centipede King, it will undoubtedly be a challenging battle. As Yun Xiao pondered, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Ah, how refreshing it is to sleep. What is the current situation? Manify had been asleep since the morning and had finally awakened. Yun Xiao glanced at the battle roster on the screen. He still had some time before his turn, so he briefly explained the situation to Manify. You mean that Fatty went and bought a formidable Pokemon? How despicable. If I weren't so drained of strength right now, I would surely give him a good thrashing. Manify exclaimed, puffing up in indignation as it waved its tentacles. Yun Xiao shrugged. We still don't know if that Pokemon is indeed purchased, but in any case, we are not without our chances, so let's remain calm. Upon hearing this, Manify's expression turned disdainful. This isn't merely a matter of winning or losing. Isn't he violating the rules of the competition? Is no one going to address his behavior? Yun Xiao replied. The prize for second place is only a little over 50,000. If we lose, you won't be able to enjoy any cubes. Manify paused at this revelation. No, you must win. As noon approached, the morning matches had concluded. After 2 rounds of elimination, only 4 competitors remained. Luo Bingning, Wang Wan, and another young man. In the quarterfinals, Yun Xiao sent out his Froakie once again, easily defeating his opponent and securing a spot in the top 4. Unfortunately, Froakie had not evolved following the battle. At this moment, Yun Xiao sat in the contestant lounge, enjoying lunch provided by the competition organizers while contemplating the upcoming challenges. Among the remaining 3 competitors, encountering that young man in the next round would be the most favorable outcome. This would ensure that Wang Wan and Luo Bingning would face off in a back-and-forth clash. After all, the formidable Ice Ghost Guardian of Luo Bingning possesses significantly greater strength than the previous Laurel Leaf, and its attributes are by no means inferior. While victory may not be certain, it will at least enable Yun Xiao to gather more combat information on the Centipede King. As he pondered, the Pokédex nestled in his pocket suddenly emitted a sound. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from Professor Oak and promptly answered. On the screen, Professor Oak bore a serious expression as he regarded Yun Xiao. I have conveyed all the information you shared with me to the League. They have contacted the Sylph Company and summoned a champion to assist in defense. Should Team Rocket indeed launch an attack tonight, they will undoubtedly meet with failure. Yun Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him at these words. With a champion's involvement, the security of the Sylph Company headquarters was assured, and his mission could proceed without hindrance. He nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Professor Oak. Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities, Xiao Yun. If what you say is true, the League may even express their gratitude towards you. As you mentioned, Team Rocket has been unusually active lately. This situation is certainly more complex than it appears. To dare to strike at a corporation of such magnitude, they must have prepared extensively. The consequences of a high-tech company like Sylph falling silently into the hands of Team Rocket would be dire. Therefore, Xiao Yun, if the League successfully thwarts Team Rocket's plans tonight, you will earn merit points once again. Moreover, compared to your previous endeavor, this merit reward will be substantial. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao recalled that on his very first day in the Pokemon world, he had earned 2 merit points by assisting the Dragonite in capturing poachers. However, the multitude of events that followed had caused him to forget this. With a nod, he replied, It is merely what I ought to do, Professor. Very well then. I must return to my research. Take care. Professor Oak smiled before ending the call. Yun Xiao also put away the Pokédex, considering the merit points an unexpected boon. Nonetheless, the most pressing matter at hand remained the upcoming match. He could not allow someone like Wang Wan to revel in triumph. Yun Xiao clenched his fist. At that moment, a staff member entered the room. Mr. Yun, the schedule for the semifinals has been released. Yun Xiao nodded and accepted the list from him. only to furrow his brow upon seeing that his first match in the semifinals was against Luo Ningxiang. Chapter 69. You've provoked my wrath. The current circumstances clearly deviated from Yun Xiao's expectations, although he had not faced the rotund opponent beforehand. Now that his adversary had transformed into Luo Bingning, he had no choice but to deploy his fire dinosaur. In this manner, not only was Guagua Pao unable to participate, but it also faced an inability to evolve before encountering the hefty opponent, all while showcasing the prowess of the fire dinosaur. Moreover, this Luo Bingning's Ice Ghost Guard was no trivial adversary. Even if victory was attained, the fire dinosaur would inevitably suffer some depletion of stamina, rendering it disadvantageous for the subsequent battles against higher-level foes. Under such circumstances, Yun Xiao could only sigh inwardly, resigning to the notion of having merely encountered a stroke of bad luck. As the midday intermission concluded, the semifinals swiftly commenced within the arena. This marked the final milestone before the championship, determining which two competitors would vie for the coveted title, an event that captured the eager anticipation of the audience. Now, let us welcome competitors Yun Xiao and Luo Bingning to the stage. The referee's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, and amidst the applause of the spectators, both Yun Xiao and Luo Bingning stepped onto the battleground. With their appearance, murmurs of speculation erupted among the audience. It seemed that Yun Xiao possessed commendable strength, yet his Guagua Pao paled in comparison to Miss Luo's Ice Ghost Guard. The outcome of this battle appeared rather predictable. While Luo Bingning might struggle against Wang Wan, facing Yun Xiao should pose no significant challenge. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Xiao Luo is unbeatable. She is destined to be the champion. As the audience engaged in animated discussions, on the battlefield, Yun Xiao extended a polite greeting. Luo Bingning, I look forward to your guidance. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the girl named Luo Bingning was indeed strikingly beautiful, her features and figure flawless. Nevertheless, his heart remained unmoved. Women, after all, only serve to hinder my agility in the game. Yun Xiao, likewise, Luo Bingning replied, her expression remaining composed and cool. The referee was already in position, ready to declare the commencement of the match. However, at that moment, an unexpected ringing pierced the atmosphere of the arena. Luo Bingning lowered her head and retrieved a communication device from her waist, placing it to her ear. It's me. Her face, previously devoid of emotion, revealed a hint of disturbance, as though she had received momentous news. Although subtle, Yun Xiao's keen perception caught the shift. Understood. I will return shortly. In the next instant, Luo Bingning set down the communicator and executed an unexpected maneuver that left the audience in astonishment. Before all eyes, she raised her hand. I forfeit. With that declaration, she turned and swiftly exited the competition area. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? The Pokemon had yet to be unleashed, and yet she chose to forfeit? It took the referee a few moments to regain composure. Since Luo Bingning had opted for forfeiture, Yun Xiao advanced to the next round. In such circumstances, the spectators were increasingly restless. Many regarded Luo Bingning as the foremost favorite to clinch the championship. Despite Wang Wen's Centipede King exhibiting formidable prowess, they remained convinced that Luo could triumph over the Centipede King. However, to their astonishment, during the semifinals, Luo Bingning opted to forfeit without even competing, leaving the audience at a loss for words. It was akin to the disillusionment of fans upon discovering their idols fall from grace. Whispers of speculation and dissatisfaction filled the air as everyone pondered the reasons behind Luo Bingning's unexpected decision. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao, who had just exited the competition arena, furrowed his brow and spoke softly. Are you certain? To this, Manify, resting upon his shoulder, nodded emphatically. Absolutely certain. Just moments ago, I overheard a frail male voice on the other end of the call she received, mentioning something about a frozen mountain and an avalanche. During Luo Bingning's communication, Manify had exerted a subtle effort to catch snippets of the conversation emanating from her device. A frozen mountain? Yun Xiao echoed, his brow knitted in confusion. He had never heard of such a place. However, this detail seemed of little consequence now, since Luo Bingning had chosen to forfeit. He had effortlessly secured his place in the finals. This not only spared the exposure of Fire Dinosaur's current strength, but also conserved energy, allowing Fire Dinosaur to face Wang Wen's Centipede King in peak condition. He chose to dismiss further thoughts and return to the player's resting area to meditate. Moments later, the arena was suddenly filled with murmurs akin to crashing waves. Puzzled, Yun Xiao approached a staff member to inquire about the commotion, only to learn the cause. The other competitor grouped with Wang Wen had, realizing his inability to defeat the Centipede King, also opted for forfeiture. Consequently, 2 matches in the semifinals had gone unplayed. leaving the audience dissatisfied. In light of this situation, the event organizers had no choice but to advance the final match by half an hour. Upon receiving the news, Xiao expressed his gratitude to the staff member, who then departed. No sooner had they left than a figure Xiao was reluctant to see appeared, Wang. Striding arrogantly towards him, he leaned against a nearby wall, a knowing smile gracing his face. In half an hour, you shall taste defeat at my hands. Here's a proposition. Frankly, I have no need for the prize money or the title. If you kneel and apologize to me now, I shall grant you mercy and allow you to forfeit the final. What say you? His words dripped with disdain, his expression one of petty triumph. Xiao, however, feigned ignorance, turning on his heel and departing the players' lounge, firmly closing the door behind him. Wang stood in place, momentarily stunned, the smile on his face vanishing without a trace. In its stead emerged a countenance of dissatisfaction and anger. Well, don't say I never gave you a chance, Xiao. When the time comes, your Charmeleon will certainly have its share of suffering. It's quite normal to break an arm or a leg in battle, he muttered, turning away from the arena. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao was merely a partition away, standing there, having heard every word Wang uttered. Did he intend to harm my Pokemon? A flicker of anger ignited in Xiao's eyes. This Wang had truly provoked him. Chapter 70, The Final Showdown. Where enemies meet with heightened tension backstage at the battle arena, the investigation results had been revealed. Mr. Zillafu, there are indeed no issues with Wang's registration. The host stated, presenting a document to Zillafu. No issues. Zillafu glanced at the document, his expression unperturbed as he reiterated the words. The host's demeanor grew slightly awkward. At least the staff confirmed it during his registration. Zillafu remained silent, placing the document on the table. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, do you know who the fastest rookie trainer to reach elite level in history is? I'm not quite sure, the host replied, though he was baffled by the question. Yet, he answered resolutely. Zillafu maintained his impassive expression. It is the current Sinnoh champion, Miss Cynthia. She successfully elevated her Pokemon to elite level merely 6 months after acquiring her starter. My point is, are you suggesting that this Wang possesses the same caliber as Miss Cynthia? His tone intensified, resembling an interrogation. Naturally, that cannot be the case. The host quickly gestured in denial, sensing the gravity of the situation. However, the tournament has progressed this far, and as you are aware, the audience is already dissatisfied with the semifinals. If Wang were to be disqualified in the finals, it would not sit well with them. Zillafu shot him a piercing glance. The audience? My concern lies with how such violations could occur in an event that I sponsor. Find out which staff member approved this overweight individual's registration. Do so swiftly. I expect results before the conclusion of the tournament. His tone was laced with authority, and the seriousness of his expression sent a shiver down the host's spine. After all, this man was the leader of a top-tier global corporation, far beyond the reach of someone like him. Nodding vigorously, the host replied, yes, I will attend to it immediately. With that, he exited the room, leaving Zillafu alone on the sofa, gazing at the arena, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he finally retrieved a communicator from his pocket and dialed a series of numbers. How is the arrangement going? Strengthen the security measures and cooperate fully with the Alliance to ensure that there are no casualties, he instructed before terminating the call, shaking his head lightly. He wondered which individual had managed to acquire such crucial intelligence. He would inquire with the Alliance later and must express his gratitude appropriately. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and within the grand arena of Golden City, the final match of the Rookie Cup was about to commence. The host continued to recite lively phrases to energize the atmosphere, while the audience engaged in fervent discussions. Well, with Luo Bingning absent, that rotund fellow is likely to seize the championship. Though I find him rather disagreeable, I must admit. His Centipede King possesses formidable strength, lamented a bespectacled youth. If you ask me, that Centipede King probably isn't even his own Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon disregards its trainer's commands? Retorted a burly man, crossing his arms with a skeptical expression. Some in the vicinity nodded in agreement, while others scoffed at his assertion. For instance, a tall, wiry man with a sharp face countered, "Oh, spare us. You clearly don't understand. The fact that he was able to register through the competition's organizing body indicates that this Pokemon indeed belongs to him. Are you implying that the organizers are incompetent, unable to discern such matters?" The burly man frowned at this. All right then, tell me why his Pokemon refuses to follow orders. What's so peculiar about that? It could simply have a bad temperament, came the response from the audience. Despite the discussions swirling around them, everyone seemed to believe that Wang would undoubtedly emerge victorious. After all, In their eyes, Yun Xiao's strength could never match Li Yang's. If Li Yang had already lost to Wang Wen, how could Yun Xiao possibly stand as a contender against him? Amidst the clamor of speculation, the host officially announced the commencement of the finals. As the battle was set to begin, the ultimate champion awaited determination. Would it be the astonishingly powerful Wang Wen or the elusive Yun Xiao, who concealed a Pokemon? The final confrontation would consist of 11 rounds, allowing competitors to voluntarily substitute their Pokemon as the battle progressed. A contender would be deemed defeated once all their Pokemon were rendered incapable of combat. I will provide live commentary throughout this match, enabling everyone to fully appreciate the allure of this exhilarating battle. Please welcome our two contestants, Wang Wen and Yun Xiao. As the host's words faded, the two participants stepped onto the battlefield for the finals. Wang Wen, without a moment's hesitation, prepared to launch a taunt, but upon meeting Yun Xiao's gaze, he felt momentarily dazed. In stark contrast to his usual demeanor, Yun Xiao now appeared as if he were an entirely different person. His gaze imbued with an icy intensity that seemed capable of penetrating the very defenses of the human heart, threatening to rend the soul asunder. Wang Wen suddenly recalled the first time he encountered Yun Xiao, at which point the latter had also revealed a similar expression, suppressing the fear that bubbled within him. He took a deep breath and resumed a defiant glare. With that look, I shall not show mercy. The consequences of provoking me are clear. Prepare to face defeat. Yet Yun Xiao retorted coldly, I hope your self-talk was mere jest, for if not, I shall truly break your legs. Perhaps more than that. Wang Wen fumed you. The host, overhearing their exchange, quickly interjected, it seems these two competitors are old acquaintances, which adds an intriguing layer to the contest. Now, allow me to introduce our contestants. Competitor Wang Wen wields a formidable abyss snake and a powerful centipede king, having even triumphed over Li Yang to become the frontrunner for the championship. Competitor Yun Xiao commands a quack frog. While his prior performance may suggest a disparity with Wang Wen, it is rumored that he possesses an even mightier Pokemon, poised to make a significant impact in the finals. Let us await the spectacle. With that, he nodded at the referee, who waved the flag to signal the commencement of the match. Now, both contestants, please send forth your Pokemon. The battle begins. Go, Abyss Snake. Let the weak recognize their place, Wang Wen declared, adhering to the agreement by unleashing his Abyss Snake. Quack Frog, it is time for you to prove yourself. Yun Xiao responded, releasing his Quack Frog. As the age-old adage suggests, seeing one's adversary ignites a fierce intensity, and the atmosphere immediately became charged with tension. The referee's flag fell, marking the official start of the contest. Chapter 71. Quack Frog faces Abyss Snake. Free play? In the first round, Quack Frog faced off against Abyss Snake, and the battle commenced. The host's voice rang out as the fight ignited. It was evident that both competitors intended to deploy their weaker Pokemon initially to gain an advantage for the final confrontation. A wise strategy indeed. However, based on previous performances, Yun Xiao's Quack Frog had the upper hand over Abyss Snake. Wait, Wang Wen has taken the initiative to attack. On the battlefield, Wang Wen chuckled and issued his command. Abyss Snake, use Poison Sting. Upon hearing this, Abyss Snake reared up, opening its gaping maw wide. Countless sharp, glimmering poisonous barbs surged forth. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao, standing across the field, suddenly appeared to realize something, and his expression shifted dramatically. Quack Frog, dodge. Though the Froakie felt little threat from the Arbok's venom, upon hearing Yun Xiao's urgent tone, it did not hesitate to evade with all its might. The sharp, poisonous needles whizzed past Froakie, landing on the ground not far away. To everyone's astonishment, the needles, which one would expect to possess minimal power, corroded large swathes of the terrain, leaving behind patches emanating a mysterious purple mist. It is noteworthy that this Arbok was only at level 16, and it should not have been capable of unleashing such formidable needles. Yet, at that moment, Yun Xiao understood precisely why the Arbok's venom had such an effect. At the instant combat commenced, he had clearly observed through the system panel that this Arbok was equipped with a Toxic Orb. Toxic Orb, item of level. Effect, when carried by a Pokemon. The toxins contained within the orb will automatically release, causing the Pokemon to remain in a state of poisoning, while also enhancing the power of its poison-type moves by 20. He had not anticipated that this rotund individual would go to such lengths to procure such a rare item in order to defeat him. The Toxic Orb, according to his past experiences, could be sold for no less than 300,000 in player markets. While this item appeared to have significant side effects, for poison-type Pokemon, immunity to poison meant they would thrive on these toxins, beneficial with no drawbacks. The enhancement this item provided to poison-type Pokemon was far beyond what was merely indicated. This was why the Arbok's recent attack had such devastating power. It was for this reason that Xiao had decisively instructed Froki to dodge. Engaging directly with Bubble would undoubtedly result in defeat. At that moment, on the battlefield, Wang Wen looked at Xiao with a smug expression. Don't run away. Weren't you supposed to prove yourself? Are you too afraid to face me directly? Xiao shot him a cold glance. Although poison-type Pokemon could gain substantial boosts from the toxic orb, the toxins within were not something a Pokemon of average strength could withstand. While the toxic orb was indeed a fine item, only sufficiently powerful poison-type Pokemon could completely disregard the orb's toxins. For those of slightly lower strength, wearing the orb meant being constantly eroded by poison. The strength of this Arbok was evidently inadequate. Although no immediate issues were apparent, once the toxins accumulated to a certain level, a catastrophic breakdown would ensue. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Wang Wen was momentarily taken aback. How did he know that I specifically purchased a toxic orb for the Arbok? However, he quickly crossed his arms, displaying a smug expression. Do I need your guidance? Mind your own business and that useless creature of yours. Arbok, unleash poison jab. The Arbok immediately opened its gaping maw, unleashing a thick, purple venom towards the Froki. This wretched creature displayed utter disregard for the feelings of others and their Pokemon. Xiao frowned, internally cursing, yet resolved to secure victory in this battle. Froki, improvise and engage in long-range harassment, he commanded, issuing an unexpected directive that left the audience astounded. Even the host gasped in disbelief. Goodness, did I hear correctly? Improvise? Is the contestant Xiao conceding? Allowing a Pokemon to act freely is not uncommon in higher-level battles, as those creatures have endured countless skirmishes and possess ample combat experience to make sound decisions in various situations. However, in a novice competition, Pokemon with little battle experience might find themselves paralyzed in the face of crisis. Thus, Xiao's command bewildered not only the referee but also the spectators. Yet, unbeknownst to them, there was a rationale behind Xiao's choice. The Froki's displayed intelligence and combat prowess had already surpassed that of any Pokemon at its level. Given the short time Xiao had spent synchronizing with Froki, allowing it to act autonomously might yield superior results. Furthermore, this presented a chance for Froki to fully prove itself. Should Froki manage to defeat Wang Wen's Arbok without trainer guidance, it would be a resounding humiliation for the latter. Thus, after careful consideration, Xiao issued such a command. However, the onlookers were not inclined to share this perspective. Some even began to mock his decision. Is he for real? Improvise? Does he truly believe himself to be a champion? Dismissive and scornful murmurs filled the air. Yet, within half a minute, all fell silent. 4. In the arena, Froki, upon receiving Xiao's order, executed a series of deft maneuvers. It nimbly leapt to the left, skillfully evading the venomous onslaught. Immediately thereafter, it released a smoke screen, shrouding its position and causing Arbok to lose its target. Just as Wang Wen prepared to command Arbok to charge in, countless white bubbles pierced the smoke, obscuring Arbok's line of sight. Thanks to the cover of the smoke screen, once the bubbles appeared in Arbok's view, it was too late. The Arbok, much like a bewildered flower, found itself ensnared by the sticky, horrifying foam that splattered across its face. Witnessing this, Wang Wen shouted in desperation, quickly, wipe them off your face. Arbok could only flail its tail, awkwardly attempting to rid itself of the bubbles clinging to its visage. Amidst the veil of smoke, a cerulean water ring, propelled by a fierce gust, struck the abdomen of the Arbok, inflicting considerable damage. Within mere moments, Wang Wen found himself at a significant disadvantage. The spectators were left in a state of disbelief. Is this what they call free play? Surely, this cannot be an unscripted battle. Who would believe such a thing? Chapter 72. The Final Battle, Fire Dinosaur and Centipede King. Throughout the ensuing encounter, even though the Arbok's poison-type abilities were augmented to terrifying levels by the toxic orb, it was utterly unable to mount a counterattack amidst the incessant disturbances caused by the Froki. The relentless barrage of bubbles forced the Arbok to dodge desperately or attempt to erode the bubbles using its skills. Yet, no matter the strategy employed, it remained firmly on the defensive. Wang Wen, in a fit of frustration, resorted to shouting various commands, urging the Arbok to unleash poison sting upon the Froki. But all his efforts were in vain. Xiao observed the scene with a sense of resignation. The battle instinct exhibited by the Froki was unparalleled among all low-tier Pokemon he had witnessed. Meanwhile, the Arbok, under Wang Wen's inadequate command, was unable to showcase its true potential. This battle could hardly be attributed to the Froki's prowess. Rather, it was a testament to the weakness of its opponent. As time ticked away, the smoke created by the Froki dissipated, revealing its figure to all. In stark contrast to the battered and weary Arbok, the Froakie appeared virtually unscathed, exuding an air of confidence. Froakie. It opened its mouth, unleashing another wave of water. Fool. Strike back quickly, Wangwen shouted in exasperation. However, the Arbok was now exhausted. The toxic orb had only bolstered its offensive capabilities, leaving it lacking in all other aspects. Thus, it came as no surprise when the wave of water struck the Arbok once more, sending it flying. As the splashes settled, the Arbok lay motionless on the ground, devoid of combat capability. Before Xiao, a series of notifications flashed. Ding. Congratulations, your Froakie has achieved victory in battle, earning 300,2600 experience points. Froakie's level has risen to 17. Suddenly, a radiant, multicolored light enveloped Froakie. It was the light of evolution. After defeating the Arbok and leveling up, Froakie had finally succeeded in evolving. As the brilliance faded, a new form of the Froakie, now notably taller and possessing an air of charm, appeared before Xiao. It was none other than Froakie's evolved state, the Frogadier. A splendid battle. The Froakie, under the guidance of its trainer, astonished us all by delivering such a remarkable performance without direct commands. Moreover, he has directly evolved into a Frogadier. The host's voice rang out, and the audience fell into a brief silence, only to erupt into murmurs thereafter. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, the combat techniques exhibited by the Frogadier were nothing short of dominating. What is most remarkable is that this was achieved without any trainer's guidance, showcasing his innate prowess. Those who had previously hurled scornful remarks were now rendered speechless. Simultaneously, in the spectators' area, Shuruf displayed a hint of surprise. He pondered to himself, no wonder I sensed something different about this young man. His command style, along with the battle acumen and experience of his Pokemon, far exceeded that of a trainer of his rank. Shuruf mused, I wonder if your second Pokemon will astonish me even further. After defeating the Arbok, Frogadier cast a disdainful glance at Wangwen and leaped back to Xiao's side. Witnessing this, Wangwen felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. He had invested considerable resources into acquiring an item to ensure Arbok's victory over Frogadier, hoping to decisively outmatch Xiao. Yet, to his dismay, he had suffered such a crushing defeat in the first round. With a furrowed brow, he barked at Xiao, do not revel in your triumph too soon. This Centiskorch of mine can take on all your Pokemon combined. Let us see how you contend with that. With that, he hurled his Pokeball, and the imposing figure of Centiskorch emerged onto the battlefield, radiating a formidable presence. The referee waved the flag and announced, Wangwen has sent forth his second Pokemon. Xiao, do you wish to make a substitution? Xiao nodded toward Frogadier. Well done, congratulations, Frogadier. However, for the ensuing battle, I shall entrust it to Charmeleon. Even with evolution, Centiskorch's strength presents an insurmountable gap for Frogadier, and a careless encounter could result in severe injury. To ensure safety, he had no intention of allowing Frogadier to confront Centiskorch in a futile trial. Ribbit. Frogadier had no objections and willingly returned to its Pokeball. Xiao lifted his gaze to the imposing Centiskorch opposite him, took a deep breath, and retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, enlarging it. I count on you, Charmeleon. In a flash of white light, Charmeleon's silhouette appeared upon the field. The moment he entered, the host gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought? Xiao truly possesses a second, even stronger Pokemon, concealing his true strength. The audience began to murmur with excitement. This Xiao is impressive. Charmeleon is a fully evolved starter Pokemon. What is the origin of this individual, possessing two such rare Pokemon? This sentiment expresses astonishment that Xiao's second Pokemon also belongs to the iconic trio, and its apparent strength is commendable. However, there remains a faction of skeptics who harbor reservations regarding Xiao. So what? They scoff. Li Yang's Bayleaf was obliterated in a single strike by Centipede King. It was utterly crushed. Does anyone truly believe that this Xiao, despite concealing his prowess, can surpass Li Yang? An analysis was offered. This perspective resonated with the crowd, who refocused their attention on the formidable Centipede King that loomed above the battlefield. Although Charmeleon seemed to possess decent strength, its chances against Centipede King appeared grim. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, the second round of combat commenced. What of the first victory? Do not celebrate prematurely, Centipede King. Crush them, Wangwen proclaimed with a laugh. Yet, Centipede King appeared indifferent, responding with a disdainful gaze directed at Charmeleon. In its eyes, the Charmeleon, which stood a head shorter, posed no threat whatsoever. Charmeleon, however, refused to be intimidated. After all, he was once a master-level combatant in his previous life, and he could not accept being belittled by a Pokemon of such caliber. The two Pokemon locked eyes, tension palpable. as if a spark could ignite an explosion at any moment. Ultimately, it was Centipede King that made the first move, seemingly incensed by Charmeleon's defiance. It let out a roar, lowered its head, and charged towards Charmeleon with astonishing speed, akin to an unstoppable locomotive. There was no way for Charmeleon to evade such a collision. Nevertheless, Xiao remained composed in the face of Centipede King's onslaught, issuing a direct command. "Block it!" Charmeleon roared, extending its claws forward, lowering its center of gravity to assume a defensive stance. Witnessing this, the audience erupted in disbelief. Wasn't this tantamount to courting disaster? Did Xiao not comprehend the terrifying power of Centipede King? They were convinced that Charmeleon would share the same fate as Bayleaf, being dispatched in a single blow. As Centipede King drew near, many shook their heads in resignation. It's over. There's no suspense left in this match with Xiao's strategy. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. Chapter 73. The Might of Centipede King, Charmeleon's Grueling Battle. On the battlefield, against Centipede King's charge, Charmeleon astonishingly managed to brace itself with its claws against the opposing horn, effectively halting Centipede King's advance. With a fierce roar, Charmeleon exerted its strength, contesting the might of Centipede King. Even Centipede King was taken aback by this outcome, letting out a howl as it intensified its force, compelling Charmeleon to stagger back several steps. The commentator's astonished voice resonated throughout the venue. Wow! Faced with the full force assault of the Centipede King, Xiao's Charizard astonishingly exhibited a power that was equally matched. This was truly unexpected. As he had mentioned, although the Centipede King's strength was superior, forcing Charizard to retreat a few steps, this slight disadvantage appeared miraculous in the eyes of all the spectators. They were now wide-eyed, intensely fixated on the unfolding battle. Could it truly have held its ground? One must understand that the terrifying power of the Centipede King could effortlessly disregard Li Yang's Leaf Blade and eliminate it in a single strike. Yet, Xiao's Charizard was capable of facing it head-on. Just as the crowd was taken aback, the situation shifted once more. As Charizard and the Centipede King remained locked in a stalemate, Charizard suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of blazing crimson flames that struck the unsuspecting Centipede King directly. The Centipede King let out a pained howl, momentarily dissipating its force and retreating several steps to evade the subsequent flames. However, due to the proximity, it had endured the full brunt of the fiery attack. My goodness! Not only had Xiao's Charizard demonstrated astonishing power, but it also launched a counterattack against the Centipede King. Was that a flamethrower? The Centipede King was weak to fire. This must have been excruciating. The commentator spoke rapidly, capturing the audience's attention completely as they fixated on the two Pokémon in the arena. Initially, everyone presumed that even if Xiao deployed Charizard, the odds of victory were slim. Yet now, Charizard had not only revealed unexpected strength, but also seemed to be gaining the upper hand in this battle. A select few who had faith in Xiao were already cheering for Charizard. Meanwhile, Xiao's expression was less than favorable. Although the Centipede King had, as he anticipated, initially underestimated its opponent, allowing Xiao to seize the initiative, it was undeniable that the level disparity between the two Pokémon was still evident. With the enhanced damage from the dual-type advantage, the high-damage flamethrower, and the held item augmenting Charizard's capabilities, that recent fiery attack had not dealt a significant blow to the Centipede King. It had only inflicted minor damage. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the battle had merely begun. As he understood, the greatest strength of the Centipede King lay not in its power, but in its speed. This was precisely what Charizard could not contend with. Sure enough, within the arena, the pain from the burns had thoroughly enraged the Centipede King. It could not accept that such a formidable being had been injured by such an opponent. With a roar, the Centipede King trembled, its eyes ablaze with fury, and its aura surged dramatically. In the next instant, it surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, unleashing a terrifying speed as it charged once more at Charizard. Xiao's voice resonated with an urgency that could not be overlooked. Be careful. The fire dinosaur had been meticulously prepared by Xiao prior to the battle, fully aware of the formidable nature of its opponent. In this moment, its reflexes were exceptionally sharp. Nevertheless, the speed at which the Centipede King unleashed its assault exceeded Xiao's expectations. Just as the fire dinosaur assumed a defensive stance, the colossal form of the Centipede King loomed ominously close, its dual horns suddenly radiating a rich brown light, signaling the execution of its signature move, Super Horn Attack. In this critical moment, the fire dinosaur remarkably adjusted the angle of its block, employing its metallic claws to intercept the Centipede King's horns. The clash of metal rang out, and it became increasingly evident that the fire dinosaur was at a disadvantage. Following the confrontation, it staggered backwards several steps before barely regaining its footing. Yet, the encounter was far from over. The Centipede King, having missed its initial strike, retreated a few steps only to surge forward with terrifying speed once more. The fire dinosaur, left with no alternative, concentrated fiercely to withstand the onslaught of the Centipede King. The sounds of claws and horns colliding echoed repeatedly, and the audience, captivated by the relentless duel between the two Pokémon, felt their hearts race as they held their breath. However, the Centipede King's speed was overwhelming. After several exchanges, the fire dinosaur began to show signs of fatigue. As time ticked away, it started to breathe heavily. This was not due to a lack of strength. For a Pokémon of such caliber, keeping pace with the Centipede King's velocity was nearly an impossible feat. The fire dinosaur relied heavily on the extensive combat experience it had amassed in its previous life, anticipating movements to execute its blocks. Yet even so, the intensity of the confrontation was taking its toll. Meanwhile, the Centipede King, enjoying a level advantage, although also experiencing some fatigue, clearly maintained the upper hand. It seemed to have noticed the weariness in the fire dinosaur's eyes. With a fierce roar, its dual horns glimmered with a brilliant white light as it charged towards the fire dinosaur with all its might. It cannot be delayed any longer. Yun Zhao's warning rang out. In the face of this impending attack, the fire dinosaur's expression shifted, as if it had resolved to take a decisive action. Suddenly, flames erupted from its tail. Instead of opting for a clawed defense against the impending horns aimed at its chest, it relinquished a portion of its position to the left and opened its mouth wide. A searing wave of flame erupted instantaneously, meeting the Centipede King head-on. This dramatic scene unfolded in an instant, leaving the audience barely able to comprehend what transpired before both Pokémon were sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. The host's voice soon followed. My goodness. Faced with the relentless assaults of the Centipede King, the competitor Yun Xiao chose to have the fire dinosaur exchange injury for injury. It must be said that this was indeed a rather unwise choice, considering the evident strength of the Centipede King. The audience murmured in regret, and the host was correct. It seemed unlikely that the fire dinosaur would rise again. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Centipede King, under the relentless barrage of flames from the fire Tyrannosaurus, endured considerable damage. Portions of its shell were singed black, and a searing pain coursed through its body. Yet, the Centipede King remained unfazed. The fire Tyrannosaurus had been foolish enough to withstand my assault. It surely could not rise again. Standing behind him, Wang Wen was already beaming with joy. Initially, when the fire Tyrannosaurus displayed unexpected prowess, he felt a twinge of anxiety. However, it now appeared that victory was still assuredly his. Liang, though smiling, suddenly found his expression frozen in disbelief. For he witnessed the fire Tyrannosaurus, which had previously collapsed, shakily rising once more, clutching its shoulder and wearing a grimace of pain. It indeed managed to stand again. How could this be possible? How could it withstand the full force of the Centipede King's strike? Wang Wen exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 74. The astonishing skill that shocked everyone, reaping what one sows. In truth, as everyone had speculated, had the fire Tyrannosaurus truly absorbed the Centipede King's super horn strike head-on, it would have likely been rendered completely incapacitated. However, at that crucial moment, the fire Tyrannosaurus executed a subtle maneuver that significantly mitigated the damage it suffered. It shifted its position slightly to the left, causing the Centipede King's horn to strike its shoulder instead of its chest. This adjustment in position considerably lessened the impact of the blow, enabling it to rise once more. How is it? What is the situation? Yun Xiao inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. The fire Tyrannosaurus displayed a hint of pain, yet its eyes were filled with determination as it nodded while supporting its right shoulder. Roar. It must be said, the strength of the Centipede King was indeed formidable. A wave of excruciating pain radiated from its right shoulder. Nevertheless, this battle could continue. Yun Xiao nodded, taking a deep breath. Having come this far, they must secure victory. Otherwise, the fire Tyrannosaurus's injuries would have been in vain. Roar. At that moment, the Centipede King let out a sudden roar, and a surge of deep green light flickered around its body. The already exaggerated aura of the Centipede King ascended to new heights. What is happening? What skill is this? Why do I feel the Centipede King has grown even stronger? Murmurs rippled through the audience, and the host promptly provided clarification. Heavens! The Centipede King selected by contestant Wang Wen possesses the ability known as Bug Sense, similar to abilities like Torrent and Blaze. When the Centipede King's health falls below a certain threshold, its skill damage significantly increases. This spells danger for the fire Tyrannosaurus. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew tense. After all the effort it took for the fire Tyrannosaurus to rise again, would it be swiftly eliminated by the activated ability of the Centipede King? From the very beginning, they harbored little hope for the Charmeleon. However, after witnessing its performance, many who held a disdain for Wang Wen began to express concern for the Charmeleon. Yet, in the current situation, Wang Wen gazed at the Centipede King, glowing with a verdant luminescence, and could not help but chuckle. I must concede, Xiao. You possess some skill. But what of it? You remain my defeated foe. It is not too late to surrender. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your Charmeleon. Xiao cast a cold glance at the rotund opponent, disregarding him entirely, and instead nodded toward the Charmeleon. Use that one. At this, the Charmeleon's eyes suddenly brightened, turning to roar fiercely at the Centipede King before closing its eyes, as if preparing for something monumental. Witnessing this, Wang Wen's expression immediately soured. Unaware of your own peril, Centipede King, obliterate him. Whether the Centipede King finally heeded Wang Wen's command or was simply enraged by the injury inflicted upon it by the enemy's Pokemon, it let out a furious roar, lowered its head, and began to gather strength anew. At such a critical juncture, the Charmeleon closing its eyes prompted speculation. Was it preparing to concede? The perplexed voice of the commentator echoed in the arena, while the spectators collectively held their breaths, their hearts racing. What was happening? Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, the Charmeleon suddenly opened its eyes wide. A brilliant scarlet flame erupted from its body, soaring towards the heavens. The day, which had been overcast, now saw the clouds parting in response to this radiant pillar of light. The searing and dazzling sunlight pierced through the sky, illuminating the Charmeleon, enveloping its form in a resplendent glow. What is this? Not only the audience, but even the commentators stood in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a scene. Under the radiant sunlight, Xiao, seated in the spectator area, found it hard to believe his eyes. His brows furrowed in disbelief. He instinctively recognized this as the effect of a weather-related ability. Yet, the execution of such abilities was notoriously difficult, achievable only by Pokemon of master rank or above. To witness such a phenomenon from a Pokemon not even at the elite level was beyond his comprehension, leaving Xiao questioning his own perception. Meanwhile, in the arena, Wang Wen regarded the Charmeleon's actions with a tinge of unease, yet he forced himself to issue a command. No tricks will avail you. Centipede King, deliver the final blow. At that moment, the Centipede King unleashed its full power, charging forth with a super horn attack, its twin horns glistening with a chilling light as it mercilessly surged toward the Charmeleon. However, the latter, unflinching in the face of the assault, let out a tremendous roar. A breathtaking scene unfolded before the audience, as an exaggerated crimson pillar of fire surged forth from his mouth, far thicker than the flames emitted previously. The terrifying heat distorted the very air surrounding it. The Centipede King had no time to evade, as its massive form was engulfed by the flames, vanishing without a trace. In that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence, with not a soul daring to utter a word. Thud! As the flames receded, the Centipede King lay heavily on the ground, the sound of its fall unmistakable. Roar! Under the radiant sun, the fire Tyrannosaurus proudly raised its head, unleashing another burst of flames into the sky, like a sovereign proclaiming its victory. The audience was momentarily hushed, only to be followed by an overwhelming wave of applause. An exhilarating battle. The fire Tyrannosaurus had unleashed an incredible power, triumphing over such a formidable foe. The host's voice rang out with palpable excitement. Let us congratulate contestant Xiao for securing victory in this Rookie Cup final and becoming the champion. Amidst the cheers, Xiao nodded at the fire Tyrannosaurus. At the critical moment, the fire Tyrannosaurus successfully executed the Sunny Day skill, turning the tide of battle. It must be said, although the process was perilous, the outcome was favorable. As for Wang Wen, he gazed at the unconscious Centipede King, its shell charred black, his face turning pale. I actually lost. How is that possible? Confusion, humiliation, and a tinge of panic flooded his mind. This Centipede King was the strongest Pokemon his father had secretly bestowed upon him. How could he explain its current state upon returning home? Misfortunes seldom come alone. Just as he was engulfed in panic, the host's voice resounded once more. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an important announcement. Following our investigation, contestant Wang Wen was found to have colluded with the registration staff, using a Pokemon that was not of his own breeding, which constitutes a serious violation of the competition rules. Wang Wen's results in this competition are hereby nullified, and he is permanently banned from participating in any events hosted by the league. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, Wang Wen's face turned ashen, and he stood in a daze. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but the words died in his throat. It's over. This time, it's truly over. He understood all too well what it meant to be barred from league competitions. He had effectively doomed his own future. Beside him, Yun Xiao watched as the disheartened Wang Wen was escorted away by the staff, feeling no pang of sympathy. This was purely his own doing. There was nothing more to say. Now, it was time for him to reap his rewards. In the distance, Sheriff had already risen, trophy in hand, making his way to the stage. Chapter 75. The competition concludes. Unexpected gains. Amidst the cheers and applause of the audience, Sheriff personally approached the battleground to present the trophy to Yun Xiao, heralding his championship victory. After the conclusion of the competition, Yun Xiao was graciously invited by Sheriff to the office of the event organizers. Yun Xiao, please take a seat. There's no need to be nervous, Sheriff said with a slight smile as he settled into the sofa opposite Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, leaning back against the sofa, responded politely, Mr. Sheriff, it is an honor to finally meet you. May I inquire what this meeting is about? At that moment, he found it somewhat curious that the owner of such a prestigious company in the Pokemon world had summoned him for a discussion. No need for such formality. It's merely a casual visit, Sheriff remarked with a smile, pouring himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table as he glanced at Yun Xiao. Would you care for some? Thank you, but I do not drink tea. Yun Xiao politely declined with a shake of his head. Ah, I see. Young people these days tend to shy away from such bitter and astringent beverages, Sheriff mused, shaking his head as he set the teapot down. In today's final match, the prowess you displayed truly exceeded my expectations. I must admit, I was rather astonished. Sheriff's eyes sparkled with approval as he took a sip of tea and continued. You are far too modest. Not at all, Yun Xiao smiled, remaining silent. Not at all. Among trainers of your age, you are the second most talented I have encountered, Sheriff stated, raising two fingers. Yun Xiao's curiosity was piqued. The second? May I inquire who holds the title of first? You are surely acquainted with her, the current Sinnoh champion. Miss Cynthia, Sheriff replied, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. It is quite remarkable when I reflect on the prodigious trainers of Cynthia's generation, each of whom I witnessed grow and flourish. What I wish to convey, young man, is that your talent is truly extraordinary. Maintain your original intentions and continue to strive. I believe you will achieve even greater heights, perhaps one day ascending to the status of a champion yourself. Yun Xiao smiled, but remained silent. Well then, I shall conclude my personal reflections here. The reason I called you here is not merely to share these thoughts. As the champion of this competition, I wish to personally present you with a special gift. Standing up, Sheriff retrieved a wooden box from his jacket pocket. This is a reward for the champion. Our company recently unearthed this artifact at a site of historical significance. Although its purpose remains a mystery, its exterior alone suggests a value of at least 300,000. He handed the wooden box to Yun Xiao, turning to leave. The champion's prize money has already been transferred to your account. Young man, I look forward to our next encounter, where I hope to be equally astounded by your progress. Perhaps one day, you may stand even taller than I. Yun Xiao watched as this esteemed figure exited through the door, quietly observing until he vanished from view. Manaphy's voice erupted with excitement, brimming with anticipation. We've struck it rich. Hurry, I'm starving. Hold on a moment. Yun Xiao interjected with a furrowed brow as he opened the wooden box in his hand. In the next instant, a warm, multicolored radiance burst forth from the box, enveloping the entire room in a luminous aura. At the bottom of the box, resting upon silk, lay a vibrant gemstone, exuding a captivating and pure glow. Before Yun Xiao's eyes, a series of information materialized. Item level, keystone, description, a special stone imbued with formidable power. Essential for the evolution of spirits. Keystone quality, ordinary. Yun Xiao swiftly scanned through the system's information, his heart racing with sudden revelation. An essential item for the evolution of spirits? He was unclear about the concept of evolution itself and had never encountered such a notion before. In his previous life, he had acquired a special stone for a fire dragon, but had barely begun to study it before being pursued relentlessly by guild members. Yet now, a preliminary hypothesis began to form in Yun Xiao's mind. Evolution, as the term suggests, likely required the use of a spirit's exclusive stone along with this keystone to facilitate a unique form of evolution. Furthermore, the necessity for two-level items to achieve this evolution indicated that the resulting power would be immensely profound. After some contemplation, Yun Xiao decided to confirm his assumptions with his system. The system's explanation aligned closely with his speculations. To the host, evolution refers to the process whereby the keystone and the stone's power enable certain spirits, previously deemed incapable of further evolution, to transcend their limitations and attain a temporary advanced form of evolution. Evolved spirits can experience a significant surge in their power for a brief period, achieving an enhancement that renders them unmatched by spirits of the same level. Xiao listened in astonishment. It was no wonder that such stringent conditions were required to complete the evolution. However, he found himself puzzled. Had it not been for the serendipitous encounter with the keystone today, he might have remained oblivious to the concept of evolution until he acquired the stone for the fire dragon. System, why didn't you inform me sooner? He frowned. To the host, you never inquired. The system's response was remarkably nonchalant. Xiao, noticing Manaphy's curious gaze, realized he had been speaking to himself. He absent-mindedly waved his hand in front of his eyes. Hey, are you lost in thought? Wake up. Finally snapping back to reality. Xiao closed the wooden box and tucked it away, shaking his head. Well, it seems I unexpectedly gained a treasure from Hilv. This is indeed fortuitous. Moreover, after winning the championship, I will finally have the means to craft blocks for Manaphy. They first headed to the Pokemon Center to restore Charmeleon's health before proceeding to craft some blocks. He communicated this to Manaphy, who responded by playfully swaying its antennae, expressing agreement. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Shilif strolled along a deserted path when he suddenly halted. He glanced back at the Golden Battle Arena not far behind him, and a sigh escaped his lips, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. Once upon a time, my dream was to become a top-tier trainer. Alas, I have grown old. I hope these youngsters can carry forth my aspirations and strive for greatness. Charmeleon, an elite-level Pokemon capable of utilizing weather skills, muttered to himself, shaking his head repeatedly. What a peculiar creature this boy is. Chapter 76, Future Plans. Am I going to get rich? After departing from the Golden City Battle Arena, Xiao returned directly to the Pokemon Center, entrusting Charmeleon to Nurse Joy for examination and treatment. The diagnosis revealed that Charmeleon had merely sustained a minor shoulder injury and required a day or two of rest. Otherwise, it was in good condition. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. That said, Charmeleon's victory over Centipede King was attributed not only to the opponent's blind arrogance and type advantage, but also to a stroke of fortune. At a critical moment, Charmeleon successfully executed the weather skill it had been diligently practicing, and based on its performance, Xiao estimated that with the combination of multiple abilities, weather effects, and held items, Charmeleon under the blazing sun had at least doubled its offensive capabilities. Such an enhancement is beyond what most can fathom. Xiao's thoughts returned to Charmeleon's prowess. Following the battle victory, due to Centipede King's significantly higher level, the experience gained could only be described as immense. Charmeleon soared from level 20 to level 23 in a mere instant. This rate of advancement was undeniably exhilarating. As for Froakie, it successfully evolved, further augmenting its strength. The primary team continued to develop steadily. Following this match, Xiao resolved to leave Golden City. The nearest city with a gym was Rainbow City, a considerable distance away. It would take at least a day to reach, so Xiao planned to stay another night in Golden City and set off early the next morning. With a firm decision, Xiao headed to the Block Crafting Center, purchasing a large assortment of materials needed for crafting. An hour later, he successfully created enough elemental blocks for Manaphy to last 2 days, along with a substantial jar of blocks designed to enhance water-type Pokemon's affinity for water energy, specifically prepared for Froakie. Afterward, he found himself nearly out of money, with less than 10,000 remaining. It seems that even 10,000 would scarcely suffice. I must also purchase some gold from the jewelry store for Malutin, which will cost me several thousand more. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, I secured a complimentary room and observed my 4 Pokemon enjoying their dinner, suddenly feeling a twinge of headache. The 200,000 I had just received seemed to evaporate instantly. It must be said that none of my companions are particularly frugal. As the saying goes, a wealthy man is a man of strength, while a penniless man struggles. A clever housewife finds it difficult to cook without rice. As a trainer, I cannot afford to be without funds. I must devise alternative methods to generate income, for if this continues, I shall inevitably be bankrupted by Malutin and Manaphy. Just as I was frowning in discomfort, a deafening explosion erupted outside, followed by a cacophony of sirens. I was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Wait. I suddenly recalled that the Pokemon Center where I was staying was less than 2 streets away from the headquarters of the Sheriff Company. It must be Team Rocket engaging in a confrontation with the Alliance's prepared forces. Holding my breath, I waited for a moment, when suddenly a series of system notifications appeared before me. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. Save Sheriff Company. Mission requirement, by any means necessary. Prevent the headquarters of Sheriff Company from falling into the hands of Team Rocket. Mission completion reward, a random high-level item. Distributing mission reward. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a high-level item, Super Berry Fertilizer. Effect upon use. All berries and plants within a 10 by 10 meter area will mature, limited to high level and below. I raised an eyebrow at this mission reward. I must admit, I had yet to conceive of its practical application. However, the crucial point is that I had received this string of notifications, which signifies one important fact. The Alliance has indeed thwarted Team Rocket's plans, preventing them from successfully occupying Sheriff Company. According to the system, this is also a pivotal moment related to significant future events. Although I am unclear about the nature of this event, since I have resolved the immediate issue, I need not dwell on it further. Matters of such magnitude seem beyond my current capacity to influence. I must first focus on enhancing my strength. Dingling. The melodious ringing echoed as my Pokédex illuminated. I picked it up to discover that the caller was none other than Professor Oak. At that moment, Professor Oak wore an expression of surprise and nodded towards me. Xiao, as you suggested, the Alliance had arranged personnel at the Sheriff Company headquarters tonight, and they indeed encountered an assault from Team Rocket. Under the Alliance's intervention, nearly all members of Team Rocket involved in tonight's operation have been apprehended. This year marks the most significant triumph for the Alliance in its efforts against Team Rocket, a success attributable to your commendable actions. Xiao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing, truly. I hardly did anything. Dr. Oak is overly generous in his praise. Your humility is commendable, but do not underestimate the rewards that await you for thwarting Team Rocket's schemes. Anticipate your merit points. They are highly coveted by ordinary trainers. With that, Dr. Oak ended the call. Xiao suddenly came to his senses. Given the nature of the Alliance, any incident related to Team Rocket would undoubtedly yield a substantial amount of merit points. Merit points are indeed a valuable currency. Not only can they be exchanged for countless rare items from the Alliance's resource repository, but they can also be converted directly into POC dollars. 1 merit point is equivalent to 40,000 POC dollars. And what Xiao currently lacks most is money. Just as he was contemplating how many merit points the Alliance would bestow upon him, a new message appeared on the screen of his Pokédex. Mr. Xiao, the Alliance sincerely appreciates the crucial leads you provided. Given the significance of this event, we have decided to reward you with 50 merit points. Please continue to uphold your exemplary conduct and persist in your fight against lawbreakers. Once again, we thank you for your cooperation. Xiao stared at the message, momentarily taken aback, before regaining his composure. 50 merit points. Converted into POC dollars, that amounts to a staggering 2 million. Has he just struck it rich? Chapter 77, Merit Point Redemption and Team Rocket Scheme. Of course, despite the excitement, Xiao was not foolish enough to convert all these merit points into POC dollars. As Dr. Oak rightly stated, merit points are exceedingly precious and coveted by ordinary trainers, often unattainable. In his previous life as a master trainer, Xiao had never encountered such a bounty of merit points. Acquiring merit points necessitates extraordinary luck, requiring players to undertake rare merit tasks to earn even a handful. For native trainers in the Pokémon world, the path to earning merit points is far from straightforward. Significant contributions to the Alliance are essential to earn such accolades. For instance, when Xiao apprehended that poacher in Dr. Oak's backyard, it was actually uncommon for the Alliance to grant merit points for such actions. His receipt of those 2 points was solely due to the fact that the poacher had invaded Dr. Oak's territory. Given the stringent conditions for obtaining merit points, their value is indeed remarkable. Exchanging merit points for money is, in fact, the least prudent course of action. The true purpose of merit points lies in redeeming them for precious items and rare resources from the Alliance's repository, such as technical machines, special energy cubes, or exceedingly rare Pokémon eggs. As long as one possesses a sufficient number of merit points, one may even hire a celestial being to serve as a bodyguard for a day. However, the modest amount of merit points in Xiao's possession is certainly inadequate for such aspirations. Contemplating his current predicament, Xiao swiftly arrived at a decision. He retrieved his illustrated guide and logged into the merit shop to commence his exchanges. After surveying the list of available items, he ultimately selected 2 skill manuals, Substitute and Fire Spin, expending a total of 30 merit points. The Substitute skill was naturally intended for his Froakie. This technique is renowned in battles, allowing the user to sacrifice a portion of their stamina to create a perfect replica of themselves, which can either absorb attacks or confuse opponents, an ideal fit for Froakie's future combat style. However, the rarity of this skill is exceedingly high, costing Xiao a significant 20 merit points. The Fire Spin skill, on the other hand, was purchased for his Charmeleon. Xiao distinctly recalls a moment from his past life when he encountered this coveted purple skill machine at an auction. Regrettably, he hesitated due to the exorbitant bidding price and consequently missed the opportunity. In the ensuing time, he found himself filled with remorse. Fire Spin is arguably one of the most formidable area of effect skills that Charizard can master. Its unique attack characteristics and high skill ceiling can significantly enhance Charizard's combat prowess. Reflecting on it now, he realizes he should have seized that opportunity without hesitation. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, Xiao was determined not to let this manual slip through his fingers again. Compared to the substitute manual, the Fire Spin 1 seemed relatively affordable, requiring merely 10 merit points. Of course, if placed on the market, it would still command a high price, starting at no less than 500,000. Items purchased through the merit platform are swiftly delivered by specially trained Dragonites, which is indeed quite considerate. After selecting these two items, Xiao converted the remaining 20 merit points entirely into currency in his account. 20 merit points translate to a substantial 800,000. As he observed the ever-increasing balance displayed on the screen finally settle at 800,000, he exhaled a sigh of relief. At long last, his financial woes had been temporarily alleviated. The efficiency of the Alliance's operations is commendable. An hour later, a massive figure appeared at Xiao's window. It was a Dragonite, adorned with a satchel and the Alliance's uniform, evidently tasked with delivering supplies. After placing a package before Xiao for his signature, the Dragonite promptly turned and vanished into the sky. Xiao then unwrapped the parcel, revealing both skill manuals. It is worth noting that skill manuals are not mere machines that can be placed upon a Pokémon's head to instantly bestow mastery of a skill. Rather, they are meticulously crafted methods, derived from the extensive experiences of formidable trainers, designed to facilitate Pokémon in learning their respective skills. The learning manuals for advanced skills like the Substitute and Flame Vortex are exceedingly rare treasures. Consequently, it is uncommon for individuals to share such manuals after acquiring them. However, it is inevitable that copies of certain skill manuals circulate within the market. Nonetheless, those purchased from the Alliance's resource library are of unparalleled quality, providing the most detailed explanations and ensuring the absence of any errors. Thus, Xiao is willing to invest his merits to acquire such invaluable resources. Regrettably, the notion of reselling them post-utilization is strictly prohibited by Alliance regulations, with the consequence of imprisonment for any violations. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiao retrieved 2 skill manuals from his satchel and settled by the bedside, illuminated by the soft glow of a lamp, and began to read. Both skills are of a purple grade. Their complexity is quite extraordinary, with the manuals as thick as bricks. Yet, this did not impede Xiao's reading pace. Being a top student in the sciences, he faced no challenges in comprehending such logically structured material. After half an hour, he tossed the manuals onto the bedside and summoned his fire lizard and Froakie. You all have performed admirably these past few days, but due to certain exceptional circumstances, we do not have much time to rest. I hope you understand. Now, let me explain the training methods for the new skills. First, regarding the Flame Vortex. The principle of this skill is as follows. 20 minutes later, Xiao, parched from his extensive explanation, took a sip from a nearby cup. Did you all comprehend that? Froakie and Fire Lizard stared blankly, seemingly grasping bits of the information but not fully understanding. Observing their bewildered expressions, Xiao sighed and retrieved the manuals from the bedside. Practice according to these materials, and feel free to ask me any questions if you encounter difficulties. As night deepened, in a wooded area on the outskirts of Golden City, a disheveled man, smeared with blood and dirt, staggered through the trees. Suddenly halting, he surveyed his surroundings before fumbling in his pocket for a communicator, his trembling hands inputting a series of numbers. My lord, the plan to seize the Shillif Company has failed. Moments later, a chilling male voice emanated from the communicator. Failed. You know that failure is not an option within our organization. Since you have failed, you must bear the consequences. The bloodied man shouted in desperation, My lord, this was truly not our fault. The Alliance somehow learned of our operations and even dispatched a champion. I do not know who leaked the information. We cannot be blamed for this. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end finally spoke. Is what you say true? The man replied hastily. It is true. I would never dare deceive you, my lord. Once again, silence fell over the communicator, followed by the man's mutterings. It appears that members of the Alliance have indeed set a trap in advance, indicating that someone has leaked the plans for this operation. Given the level of secrecy surrounding this scheme, it can only be surmised that there exists a mole within the Alliance. This situation presents quite a conundrum. After a prolonged silence, a somber voice finally broke through, stating, "If that is the case, let us discuss other matters upon our return. However, I trust you understand the significance of this mission to Lord Sakake's ultimate plan. I can at most assure you that you will not face execution." Upon hearing this, the bloodied man trembled slightly and expressed his gratitude. "I understand. Thank you very much, my lord." The next moment, the communication was abruptly terminated. The man, shivering, carefully stowed away his communicator and vanished into the dense foliage ahead. Shortly after his departure, a man with white hair and a duckbill cap emerged from behind a tree. He gazed in the direction the man had gone, furrowing his brow. What is the true intention of Team Rocket behind this important plan? Chapter 78. Malotan, do you wish to grow stronger? Just invest more money. After a night of respite, Xiao rose early the next morning and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare his breakfast. He watched as the eggs sizzled in the pan. Stealing a glance at the calendar hanging on the wall, just 2 days remained until the game officially arrived on Earth. Coincidentally, 2 days later marked the day Yun Mingyao would return home from school. According to Yun Xiao's memories from his previous life, Yun Mingyao had not entered the game even after falling ill and lying in bed. By her own account, she seemed uninterested in the world of such games, hence her reluctance to engage. However, Yun Xiao later learned that she had chosen not to join the game out of a desire to continue her studies and not disappoint him. Her subsequent illness had further prevented her from participating in the game. Now, with just 2 days until the first wave of logins, Yun Xiao was uncertain whether to broach the subject with his sister. If she wished to enter the game, it would certainly be a positive development. Yet, given the current circumstances, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Unlike Yun Mingyao, he would be entering the game as his true self. A series of significant events loomed on the horizon, and he simply did not have the energy to attend to Yun Mingyao's needs within the game. After much contemplation, he resolved not to mention the matter to his sister just yet. He decided it would be best to wait until he had stabilized his own abilities in the game and resolved the ensuing troubles before inviting her to join. With this thought in mind, Yun Xiao retrieved the eggs from the pan, placed them between 2 slices of bread, and brought the meal to the table. Charizard, Piplup, and Manaphy were seated, enjoying their respective portions of energy cubes. After a moment's reflection, Yun Xiao took out a small piece of gold he had intentionally purchased and summoned Malotan. Upon catching sight of the object in Yun Xiao's hand, Malotan's eyes sparkled with excitement as it eagerly waved its small arms and stuffed the gold bar into its mouth. Yun Xiao couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This peculiar creature rejected ordinary sustenance, relishing only the taste of ores. Moreover, it seemed that standard minerals could not satisfy Malotan's appetite. Only ores of a rarity akin to gold would suffice. It appeared that Yun Xiao would need to devise a means to secure a dedicated source of minerals for this little ancestor. Lost in contemplation, Yun Xiao's gaze inadvertently drifted over Malotan's head, and he suddenly froze. He distinctly recalled that when he first captured Malotan, the creature was precisely at level 10. Yet at this moment, he could clearly see on the interface that Malotan had ascended to level 11. Although this advancement seemed modest, merely a single level, the perplexing issue lay in the fact that Yun Xiao had not permitted Malotan to partake in even a single battle. How then had this level been attained? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yun Xiao's mind. Could it be that this little creature could directly level up simply by consuming ores? In the past 2 days, he had only fed it 2 pieces of gold. Could this truly be the connection? Just as Yun Xiao was lost in doubt, he noticed a significant development. After Malotan finished the gold bar in his hand with a contented burp, its level instantly surged to 12. Yun Xiao pondered, is it truly possible to level up by consuming minerals? A wave of disbelief washed over him, yet shortly after, another thought crossed his mind. If this were the case, did it mean that by simply feeding Malotan more ores, its level could skyrocket? This method of enhancing combat prowess was akin to a pay-to-win scheme. Resolutely, Yun Xiao decided to return to the game and purchase additional ores to test the validity of his hypothesis. If this were indeed the reality, it would be utterly outrageous. He could effectively invest money to summon a formidable creature. After breakfast, with this notion in mind, Yun Xiao returned to Golden City and promptly visited a jewelry store to acquire a larger gold bar, which he then offered to Malotan. Malotan was overjoyed, feeling as if the sun had risen in the west, and it swiftly devoured the gold with gusto. However, to Yun Xiao's dismay, this time Malotan did not level up. Pondering deeply, he began to question his understanding. Had he made an error? No. He had indeed witnessed Malotan's level increase after consuming ores. That fact remained indisputable. A new hypothesis emerged in his mind. Though gold was precious, according to the system's guidance, it was merely a level 1 ore. Could it be that Malotan required higher grade, ores to level up through this peculiar method? As the level of my lutin rises, the ores required become increasingly precious. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Yuan Zhao's spine. Gold is already exorbitantly priced. How much would it cost to purchase ores of a higher grade? This notion of strengthening through monetary expenditure appears far less straightforward than it seems. Chapter 79. Journey to Yuhong City. Surely, I am not this unfortunate. Regarding the matter of feeding my lutin ores for leveling, Yuan Xiao had to set it aside for the moment. After breakfast, he returned to his room and donned his helmet to log back into the game. In Jinwang City, two pressing matters awaited Yuan Zhao's attention. The first concerns Naji's situation. According to the previous remarks of the Spirit Realm's Lord, the esteemed master capable of assisting Naji is currently resting on Honglian Island. Coincidentally, Honglian Island is the last destination on Yuan Zhao's itinerary, home to the 8th gym he must challenge, the Honglian Gym. This master is expected to remain on the island for at least a month, yet Yuan Xiao aims to resolve this matter swiftly within a week. This urgency ties into the second issue awaiting his resolution. Presently, only 9 days remain until the anticipated attack by Team Rocket on Jinwang City. An event etched in his memory. Yuan Xiao harbors an instinctive feeling that Team Rocket's actions may be connected to Naji. The primary reason for this deduction stems from his memories of a past life, wherein Naji had never existed since the game's inception. The gym leader of Jinhuang was not her parent, but had been replaced by an unfamiliar gentleman. Yuan Xiao even speculated that Team Rocket might have targeted Naji for the power within her, leading them to abduct her directly. This notion appears to be the most plausible explanation thus far. However, the true motivation behind Team Rocket's impending assault on Jinhuang City will only be unveiled in 9 days. In light of this, it seems I have little time remaining. Yuan Xiao contemplated as he glanced at the calendar in his Pokédex. Within the week following the game's launch, he must regain his mastery-level prowess and challenge the remaining 5 gyms to obtain the 8th badge. Completing this task to acquire the Evolution Stone is essential for him to possess a formidable advantage during the events in Jinwang City. Additionally, he must locate the esteemed master before that day arrives to aid Naji in controlling her powers. This is Yuan Zhao's immediate concern. In the past, if someone had told him he needed to elevate from an elite to a master level within just over a week, he would have found it utterly implausible. Yet, in this second chance at life, Yuan Xiao discovered that everything seemed different. Drawing upon the experiences of his previous life and the support of the system, his pace of improvement in this life has soared to remarkable heights. Within 5 days of entering the game, his fire dinosaur neared elite status. Thus, breaking through to master level within the 9-day time frame may not be beyond his reach. Suddenly, Yuan Xiao recalled something significant. Master-level strength may prove inadequate in the face of the dark organization that is the Rockets, yet he was accompanied by a celestial-level illusionary sprite. With this thought in mind, he extended his hand and gently prodded the Manify perched on his shoulder. If I were to provide you with a greater quantity of primordial blocks, could you fully restore your strength within a week? Had Manify been able to completely regain her power before the turmoil in Golden City, Yuan Zhao's confidence would be greatly bolstered. Unfortunately, upon hearing this, Manify rolled her eyes at him. Hey, you don't really believe that such power can be easily restored, do you? Even if I were to gorge myself daily, I could only recover about 30% of my strength in a week. To fully recuperate would take at least a month. After saying this, she cast a wary glance at Yuan Xiao. When did you suddenly become so benevolent? Wait, you're not expecting me to assist you in battle, are you? I assure you, that is not happening. A month. Yuan Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Fine. I suppose I must rely on myself for the matters in Golden City. As for the timing of a month later, it conveniently coincided with the incident of Cynthia's downfall. That was acceptable. Regarding the latter part of Manify's remarks, Yuan Xiao chose to selectively disregard them. After all, this sprite was currently resting on his shoulder, consuming his resources. How could she refuse to lend a hand? Nevertheless, he understood that Manify was dependable in critical moments, just as she had been during the Golden Gym incident. Without her, he might have been left playing games alongside Nashi. With this in mind, Yuan Xiao shook his head and rose from the guest room. After checking out at the front desk, he departed from Golden City and set his course towards the next destination, Yuhong City. The terrain between the two cities was intricate, and with no suitable means of transportation, he had no choice but to proceed on foot. As previously mentioned, this journey would be somewhat lengthy, requiring at least the better part of a day. We must have officially entered the wilderness region, Yuan Xiao observed, glancing at the map on his Pokédex and deducing based on the positioning function. Wilderness region? What is different about it? Manify inquired from her perch on Yuan Xiao's shoulder, perplexed. Usually, you remain dormant in the temple, do you not? Yuan Xiao replied, somewhat at a loss for words, and proceeded to explain to Manify. The area within a few kilometers surrounding the city can only be considered suburban. Although numerous wild sprites inhabit this vicinity, their strength is typically not formidable and they lack aggression. However, once we venture beyond this range and enter the wilderness, the situation changes. The sprites inhabiting the wild can vary greatly in power. Some may be exceedingly fearsome, and they possess a strong territorial instinct, often exhibiting hostility towards humans. If we encounter any today, we could find ourselves in peril. At the mention of danger, Manify instinctively shrank back. Don't scare me. I must confess, I am of little assistance at this moment. Xiao chuckled lightly and continued onward. It is not as exaggerated as you might think, even in the wild. The kind of spirit I mentioned is rather rare. Furthermore, I am traversing a route deemed relatively safe by the Alliance authorities, so there should be no issue. However, before he could finish his thought, Xiao's steps suddenly froze. He had unexpectedly spotted a colossal figure standing quietly in a nearby clearing. A cascade of information promptly materialized before Xiao's eyes. Spirit, armored bird, qualification, red, attributes, steel, flying. Ability, keen eye, accuracy will not be reduced. Strength evaluation, 65 champion level. Xiao was utterly taken aback. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he had indeed encountered a spirit of such caliber? Just as his mind was swirling with conflicting thoughts about whether to turn and flee, the armored bird slowly turned its head, locking eyes with Xiao. The atmosphere abruptly descended into an eerie silence. Fortunately, this silence did not linger for long, as an unexpected voice soon pierced the stillness. Oh, it's you again? Chapter 80, Dawu. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao suddenly recognized the voice as somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. He turned toward the source of the voice and discovered that beside the armored bird stood a person he had met not long ago. It was none other than Dawu, the champion of the Fengyuan region. Once again, we meet, young man. Dawu greeted Xiao with a smile. Xiao politely responded, "Good day, Mr. Dawu. May I inquire what brings you here?" At that moment, it dawned on him that the armored bird must be Dawu's own spirit. It was no wonder a champion-level spirit with a red qualification would appear in such a desolate area. That explained everything. He had nearly believed his luck was unfathomably extraordinary. "Oh, I was carrying out a task in Jinhuang City last night and planned to wander around here today, searching for locations where I might unearth rare stones." Dawu elucidated. "What a coincidence, young lad. I did not expect to encounter you once more." Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. "Wait a moment. I recall our last meeting was in Hualan City. If you continue in this direction, you will reach Yuhong City. From where did your journey commence?" Although Xiao was puzzled as to why the champion posed such questions, he answered truthfully. "I set off from Jinxin town a few days ago to begin my travels." Dawu pondered for a moment, his brow still furrowed. From Jinxin town to here, the route sequentially passes through Nibi City, Hualan City, and then the most recent Jinhuang City. Generally speaking, most novice trainers opt for this path to challenge the gyms. However, herein lies the conundrum. Just a few days prior, he had observed this young man appearing at the Hualan Cave, and now, inexplicably, he was en route to Yuhong City. Had he already acquired all the gym badges from the first 3 cities? Logically speaking, this pace could be deemed acceptable. As the initial gyms posed minimal challenges, this was quite reasonable. Yet, the issue arose when Xiao had just stated he had only set out a few days ago, which left Dawu somewhat perplexed. What kind of novice trainer embarks on their journey and is already challenging the 4th gym within such a brief span? Moreover, the young man's charmeleon, in terms of both breeding caliber and the aura it exuded, was impeccable enough to astonish even the champion himself. The more Dawu pondered, the stranger it became. Could this young man belong to some prominent family? Yet, from a quaint place like Jinxin town, where could one find a distinguished lineage? Wait a moment. Dawu raised his head to scrutinize Xiao more closely, his curiosity only deepening. This lad did not resemble that old coot Professor Okido at all. Otherwise, one might surmise that he was indeed the grandson of Professor Okido. As the champion, he typically paid little heed to trainers of this caliber. However, this young man possessed 2 exceptionally gifted starters and exhibited an extraordinarily rapid growth in strength, rendering him impossible to overlook. Nevertheless, Dawu ultimately decided against further contemplation. Perhaps this young man's Pokemon were not cultivated by him, but had been specially prepared for him some time ago. After all, it was implausible, absolutely implausible, that one could achieve such remarkable progress in such a short time. Even he, as the champion, would not dare claim to have advanced at such a rate upon first engaging with Pokemon. With this thought in mind, Dawu shook his head and extended his hand toward Xiao. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Dawu, the champion of the Hoenn region. Yun Xiao. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Xiao was unaware of the thoughts racing through Daowu's mind. He simply extended his hand with a respectful demeanor and shook hands with the champion. Though he was not well acquainted with this champion, he had heard from players in his previous life that Daowu was a kind-hearted individual and a well-regarded powerhouse. Yun Xiao? Daowu repeated the name, and a peculiar glint appeared in his gaze. 2 days ago, he had received a task concerning Team Rocket, reporting that they were poised to assault the Shirafu company the previous night. Being relatively close to Jinhuang City, he was understandably dispatched by the League. Indeed, Team Rocket had launched a significant attack on Shirafu company that very night. Naturally, with the champion present, their forces were utterly decimated. According to confidential information from the League, the informant happened to be named Yun Xiao. With this realization, Daowu regarded Yun Xiao with increasing admiration. The previous night had been monumental, and this young man had rendered invaluable assistance to the League, successfully thwarting Team Rocket's nefarious plot. With the innate talent displayed by Yun Xiao, even the champion Daowu found himself somewhat enamored with the young prodigy. He turned to Yun Xiao and remarked, "You're headed in this direction. You must be going to Yuhong City." Yun Xiao, slightly perplexed by the champion's inquiry, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I plan to challenge the next gym there." Daowu continued, "If you walk, by the time you reach Yuhong City, it will likely be deep into the night. How about this? I happen to be heading to Yuhong City as well." With that, he mounted his armored bird and flashed Yun Xiao a smile. "Shall I give you a lift?" An hour later, the rumors proved true. Daowu, the champion, was remarkably unpretentious and quite helpful. Yun Xiao glanced at the vibrant sign emblazoned with the words Yuhong City and then at the piece of paper in his hand, prompting a sigh of reflection. The armored bird flew at an astonishing speed, reducing what would have been a day's journey to less than an hour. It must be said, having a flying Pokemon as a mode of transportation is indeed convenient, though Yun Xiao seemed a bit queasy from the flight. Upon arriving in Yuhong City, Daowu gently set Yun Xiao down and left him a note with his contact information before departing. With this, Yun Xiao mused that he could likely obtain his 4th badge today. He then made his way into Yuhong City, which was the second most prosperous city in the Kanto region, surpassed only by Golden City. The most renowned establishment here was the Yuhong department store located in the city center, where trainers could purchase a plethora of Pokemon-related items at reasonable prices, such as TM machines and healing sprays. Since it was still early, not yet noon, Yun Xiao decided to explore the department store to see if he could find anything of interest. However, as he followed the navigation route to the entrance of the department store, he was drawn to a throng of people gathered tightly together. What is happening here? Chapter 81, Blind Box Raw Stone Auction Grador? At that moment, the entrance to the Yuhong department store was packed with people, creating a barrier that was nearly impenetrable. After some effort, Yun Xiao managed to find a vantage point from which to observe the situation ahead. In front of him stood a series of tiered display racks, adorned with numerous stones of varying colors and sizes, their nature indiscernible. What is this? Soon, a man in a uniform from Yuhong department store, standing beside the display, grabbed a megaphone to clarify Yun Xiao's confusion. "Don't miss out as you pass by. The anniversary celebration of Yuhong department store has begun. This is the Raw Stone Blind Box Welfare Area. For just 10,000 yuan, you can choose any blind box raw stone and have our staff crack it open for you on the spot. Among these rough stones, there is a possibility of discovering high-quality evolution stones, as well as rarer ores. Whether one can strike it rich depends entirely on your fortune." Upon the host's words, the crowd gathered below erupted into a flurry of excitement. Spending 10,000 to purchase a piece for a chance at a high-quality evolution stone could lead to substantial profits. A high-quality evolution stone typically commands a market price of around 100,000 or more. However, upon hearing the host's remarks, Yun Xiao furrowed his brow. Rough stone blind boxes. To be frank, he held little faith in such activities, pay-to-play lotteries, and blind boxes. Although labeled as blind boxes, one must recognize that merchants are quite aware of what they place within. It would be nothing short of miraculous for one to genuinely reap great rewards. With this in mind, Yun Xiao turned his gaze towards the stones. Moments passed, and a cascade of information materialized before him. Ore waste, inferior iron, or, as he suspected, the situation was indeed as he anticipated. The term "ore waste" echoed incessantly, never ceasing. As for the inferior iron, or, should someone spend 10,000 on such a thing, it would be akin to purchasing mere ore waste. Both would likely lead to a mental breakdown. Yun Xiao couldn't help but sigh internally. Indeed, this was merely a deceptive event hosted by the department store, a FAOD where the lottery was a ruse, primarily aimed at profiting from the gullible. Selling these worthless waste ores at such a steep price was truly ruthless. Shaking his head, he decided to depart. Just as he prepared to turn and walk into the department store, his gaze inadvertently landed on a gray rough stone in the corner. Xiao's movement suddenly halted. Before his eyes, a series of information began to unfold. Ding. Detected a special or containing vast amounts of energy. Or level, awakening stone, quality, extremely high. Description, an ore infused with special energy. When used on specific spirits, it can facilitate evolution. Note, this ore can provide 20 points of energy to this system, which can be used to unlock or utilize other functions. Could it be that there truly exists something of value? Xiao's emotions were now quite complex. The Awakening Stone, an exceedingly rare evolution stone, could enable the evolution of Kairu Lulian or Snow Child into Ailarapida and Snow Maiden, respectively. The reason this stone is classified as a level ore is precisely due to its rarity, according to market prices. Even an average quality Awakening Stone could fetch 300,000 to 400,000. Those of slightly higher quality were often unattainable, existing in a realm where price met scarcity. Yet now, an exceptionally high-quality Awakening Stone lay before him. Although Xiao had no intention of cultivating the Snow Demonis or Kairu Lian. The crux of the matter was that this object could replenish energy for the system. He had been diligently seeking ways to enhance the system's energy, thereby enabling the utilization of the module's special skills. Each activation of a module skill required 20 energy points, and this mineral could precisely provide such a quantity. Xiao fell into silence for a few seconds before decisively turning around and squeezing into the crowd. Given the fortuitous discovery of such a valuable item, it would be unwise to let it slip away. At that moment, spurred on by the host's enthusiasm, numerous individuals were already restless, eager to purchase a piece for themselves. However, amidst the throng, a burly man suddenly raised his hand and bellowed, "Hey, everyone, calm down." Once the crowd's attention shifted to him, the man furrowed his brow and continued, "I must say, are you all overthinking this? If there truly were that many evolution stones within, wouldn't they have sold them off to profit already? Why would it come to us?" Upon hearing this, the previously excited individuals began to cool their fervor. Indeed, his reasoning appeared sound. Discussions erupted among the crowd, and those who had intended to buy a piece began to hesitate. Observing the disruption, the host silently cursed but maintained a smile, addressing the crowd. "Rest assured, we are genuinely here to provide benefits, and our aim is not profit. If you doubt my words, I invite a few of you to try it out. If something remarkable emerges, it will prove I am not lying." Despite the host's assurances, uncertainty lingered among the audience. 10,000 yuan, while not insignificant, was still a considerable amount. No one wished to squander such a sum on worthless or. Xiao, standing among the crowd, could not help but roll his eyes. Benefits. Indeed, there were over 100 pieces of ore on the shelf, and aside from the one awakening stone he had discovered, the rest were essentially worthless debris. It was likely that even this awakening stone had been inadvertently included. Just as he was musing internally, a rotund middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. He clasped his hands together and courteously addressed the onlookers. "Since many of you seem hesitant, allow me to dip my toes in first and purchase a few pieces to test." The burly man who had spoken earlier snorted disdainfully, crossing his arms, and remarked, "Go ahead and try. It will be a good opportunity for everyone to see what this event is truly about." Seeing someone willing to take the plunge, the crowd had no objections. The plump man proceeded to the pile of minerals and casually selected 4 or 5 pieces. At that moment, Xiao watched his actions with bated breath, relieved that this man had not chosen the awakening stone tucked away in the corner. He held in his hands 4 or 5 pieces of ore, all of which he had previously examined and found to be mere scrap. Wait a moment. How could one piece of scrap have transformed? Grade of ore, water stone, quality, excellent. As Xiao observed the rotund man handing several stones to the staff, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Goodness, this rotund fellow was, in fact, a con artist.